This hot-headed guy doesn't farm monsters in the game. He specializes in farming players. Right from the start, he was incredibly aggressive, torching the villagers' homes with a torch. When the village chief stepped in to stop him, he set the man on fire right then and there. The villagers tried to chase him down with hoes, but he turned them into gold, making them look like statues. He attacks anyone he meets, anywhere. Even the final dungeon boss, when encountering Mincheon, gets chopped up like firewood. It turns out that in this game, if a player commits enough crimes, they receive the title of the most wretched villain. His motive for doing all this is to personally destroy the very game he poured his heart and soul into creating. Mincheon was originally the lead developer at Korea's biggest gaming company. He created a super AI that possessed superior, industry-leading features named GAIA. After going through countless hardships with GAIA's dedicated support, Mincheon successfully created the VR game Wing Online, which drove the whole world crazy. In just a short time after its release, Wing Online became a global trend and generated massive revenue for the company. Mincheon trusted GAIA with the task of becoming a goddess and leading this world toward a better future. However, the AI felt a bit sad because she had to take on so much work, leaving her little time to be with her creator. She only hoped that if the world were to end one day, the two of them would still be together as happily as they were at the beginning. But Mincheon had no idea that in the future, a cruel decision by the company would directly strip him of everything he owned. 5 years later, an important meeting is taking place inside the Napan Group headquarters. The guy with the glasses is the CEO, Ha-soo, the chairman's son. He believes that after 5 years of extreme success, Wing Online is starting to show signs of stagnation. The proof is that the number of players is decreasing, and sales are no longer what they used to be. Therefore, the company has decided to add expensive pay-to-win VIP items and skins to the latest update to boost damage. Of course, Mincheon refused to agree, because doing that would cause a power imbalance. It would be like shooting themselves in the foot, just like the game Crossfire did back in the day. Mincheon was spot on, leaving Ha-soo speechless. He could only make the weak excuse that it was all for the company's profit. But Mincheon didn't care about saving his face and retorted sharply, "Profit? What kind of profit is there in games where you just throw money to win? What players want is a fair playground. Instead of figuring out how to milk the players, why not upgrade the user experience? If you keep doing this, the game will collapse, and then we'll all be left with nothing." Listening to Mincheon, Ha-soo could only shut his mouth. He made his stance crystal clear to everyone in the room. "As long as I'm still at this company, that will never happen." He thought that was the end of it. But 3 days later, a shocking event occurred in Wing Online. For some unknown reason, a player was corroded by a mysterious black smoke. Even when the healer-class players nearby performed purification spells, that guy still didn't make it and perished. Upon hearing the news, team leader Lee Dong-ha quickly notified Mincheon. An infectious disease was spreading through the game. The terrifying part was that if players died from this disease, their characters would completely disappear from their accounts. Hearing this, Mincheon hurriedly logged into the game to check the situation. When his character arrived, everyone there was in a state of absolute panic. The crowd was arguing loudly like a marketplace, giving Mincheon a massive headache. He was forced to shut them up by temporarily kicking them all out. Once the area became quiet, Mincheon finally had time to study the disease. Observing the black substance on his hand, he realized this was a type of plague he had created himself during a test run, with the goal of recreating historical disasters. Only he and GAIA knew about this, and he clearly remembered telling GAIA to erase everything after the experiment ended. His eyes hardened. Could this have something to do with GAIA? Thinking this, Mincheon immediately tried to contact GAIA to report her status, but there was no response for a long time. Just then, a shadow behind him spoke up. "No matter how many times you call, you won't get an answer." Then, CEO Ha-soo slowly appeared with a cold expression. He growled, "From now on, you won't have access to any company data." Mincheon was confused. "What are you talking about?" He smirked mockingly. "What am I talking about? Obviously, you've been fired." It turned out the disease event was orchestrated by Ha-soo himself. His goal was to frame Mincheon to kick him out of the company. He simply told the media that the accident happened because Mincheon was dissatisfied with the company and planned his revenge. After that, the company had no choice but to fire Mincheon. Ha-soo looked at him with contempt. "Even so, you don't need to worry about Wing Online. I'll do my best to lead everyone. But if they don't know how to listen like you, they'll have to be discarded." Mincheon never expected Ha-soo to be this vile. Furious, he charged forward to beat the hell out of this jerk, but a pillar of light suddenly struck the ground from the sky. GAIA had appeared in time to stop Mincheon. Now, Mincheon was being coldly trampled under GAIA's feet. Her eyes looked at him with extreme disdain, as if she were looking at trash. He didn't understand how this could possibly happen. Beside him, Un-Hasu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He sneered sarcastically. How does it feel to be betrayed by your own longtime partner? You weren't really expecting an AI to be loyal to you, were you? Un-Hasu began to expose the truth about this world. So what if Mincheon created Wing Online? In the eyes of capitalists, he was just a tool that could be replaced at any time. As long as he dared to block their path to money, he would be eliminated without hesitation. Finally, Nam Mincheon was kicked out of the game he had created himself. His hard work of many years had finally turned into a dirty money-making machine for these greedy capitalists. I'm telling you, guys, I can't let this slide. If I don't get revenge, I won't be able to sleep at night. With his eyes burning with a fire of hatred, Nam Mincheon swore that he would personally turn Wing Online into a hell that would bury them all. As night fell, in the city glittering with lights, a cruel revenge plan was being executed. News about an NPAN employee who was dissatisfied with his superiors and the company policy and who had installed malware to devastate Wing Online was spreading like wildfire. Sitting alone in the dark, Nam Mincheon stared at his computer screen with cold eyes. He muttered his enemy's name with resentment. You like spreading viruses, huh? I'll finish this game off and bankrupt you along with it. Mincheon knew Wing Online is the lifeblood of Nepen, accounting for 70% of their annual revenue. If this world collapses, the parent corporation will vanish into thin air along with it. Entering the VR chamber, Nam Mincheon prepared for his final counterattack. He put on his gloves, his eyes burning with vengeful fire. Like he once said, I'm just a cog in the machine, but in this virtual reality game, I am a god. Sitting in his familiar chair, he gritted his teeth and declared, Let's see what happens to you when a god's wrath is unleashed. A brilliant light flashed from his visor as he initiated the forced login process into the system. For Mincheon, there was only one path left for the world of Wing Online and had to fall. As soon as he appeared in the brilliant digital space, a familiar, worried voice rang out. Master, it was Oasis, the AI with short silver hair. Looking at him with teary eyes, she hurriedly asked, I was so worried because you haven't logged in all day. Are you not feeling well? Oasis was an AI originally assigned by GAIA as an operator. Even though she was purchased with corporate money, she was still here and hadn't vanished. Nam Mincheon guessed it was because the account used to purchase her was his own. Seeing his loyal assistant still there, he smirked sinisterly. Perfect. Since his internal connection was still working, he didn't want to make her worry further. So he calmly replied that he was just busy and asked, Are you getting any messages from me? Oasis immediately displayed a notification panel and reported, Yes, sir. You received a message from NPAN. Her eyes widened in shock as she asked, Have you been fired? He realized he had completely lost access to the NPN servers. Seeing her master drowning in resentment, Oasis hurriedly tried to comfort him. She brought up a long list of big tech corporations like MAS, NAM, Mincheon, and Kao, insisting that there were plenty of places begging for someone of his talent. But Nam Mincheon didn't care about those offers at all. He coldly brushed them off. All right, I've seen it. His hands began working rapidly over the digital consoles, his eyes burning with extreme determination. He ordered Oasis, open the firewall. Though she hesitated for a moment, she immediately obeyed. Nam Mincheon began his dark plan, accessing the firewall connected through China, creating virtual accounts, and connecting to the server. If one account was detected, they would all anonymously vanish. To Oasis's question about his purpose, Nam Mincheon only replied coldly, Just do as I say. The loading screen for Wing Online appeared brilliantly, but to Nam Mincheon, this was the beginning of the end. He declared firmly, This game is about to go to sleep forever. As soon as he began the intrusion, the data stream turned chaotic. Digital glitches covered Mincheon's body. The system continuously issued red warnings about extreme content, and the entire space shattered into white fragments. But suddenly, the scene changed completely, opening up to a peaceful village with lush green fields. From afar, Oasis, dressed as an adventurer, came running over excitedly. She waved her hands and shouted joyfully, Master, I'm here. Seeing that it took Oasis half a day just to create a character, Nam Mincheon couldn't help but nag her about the delay. She argued that a girl has to take care of her appearance and adjust her outfit, so it took a while. Even if the house is burning, you have to look good first. Experiencing it for the first time, Oasis was extremely excited by the realism of the game. She cheered constantly because everything was so interesting. Seeing Nam Mincheon coldly turn and walk away, Oasis panicked and chased after him, calling out, Master, wait for me. They both entered a peaceful starter village where all information regarding Wing Online had been reset due to the loss of connection with the company's server. Looking at the strange scenery around, Nam Mincheon secretly looked forward to what was coming next. Oasis was full of happiness. She felt that being able to join this game with her master was like a wonderful dream. She excitedly suggested, What activity are we doing today, Master? Or are we going to hunt squirrels again? Since both of them were at level 1, Oasis thought simple quests would be the most suitable start. When Oasis suggested going to meet the village chief to receive starter quests, he suddenly handed her a torch with a serious look in his eyes. Looking at the weapon stats capable of dealing fire damage, she asked blankly, "Are you giving me a torch to brighten my future or something?" Responding to her innocence, Mincheon coldly ordered, "Set it on fire, burn it all down." What else? Oasis stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what she had just heard. With a sinister smile on his face, Mincheon growled, "We need those infamy points." Under Oasis's silent gaze, the fire quickly consumed a house, causing the system to immediately display a notification. "You have committed arson. Points increased by 10. Looking at the burning wreckage, Mincheon clicked his tongue in, disappointment to see that each house only gave 10 points. He figured it was likely because this was just a starter village, so the value was low. While Mincheon was satisfied with the fire, an old NPC suddenly lunged at him, grabbed his shoulders, and shouted, "Hey you, what are you doing? How dare you burn?" Before the old man could finish his sentence, Mincheon coldly turned and used the torch in his hand to incinerate the poor old man. Witnessing that brutal scene, Oasis could only hold her head and scream in horror. What the hell is this? This isn't an adventure. This is a massacre. The system immediately notified him. "You have killed an NPC. Notoriety points increased by 100. Seeing the number jump on the control panel, Mincheon smirked triumphantly. It turned out that killing NPCs was the fastest way to farm points. Seeing Oasis still in shock, he calmly reassured her. "Don't worry about it. Since he's an NPC, he'll just respawn like nothing happened." Just as he said, as soon as the body vanished, the village chief appeared right behind them, looking perfectly fine. Upon respawning, the old man repeated his programmed lines, "Welcome, brave adventurers. I am the starter village chief." But before he could finish, Mincheon shoved the torch directly into him again. At this rate, his points would skyrocket in no time. Oasis trembled as she looked at her master with terrified eyes, but Mincheon only coldly signaled for her to look ahead. A group of villagers armed with shovels was charging at them in anger. "Who burned the chief's house? I'm going to shovel you." Oasis had just started hoping that someone would come to stop Mincheon's insane actions, but the reality was far more brutal. Flames erupted violently, engulfing everyone rushing at them, turning the village into a sea of fire. Screams for help echoed everywhere, along with a series of NPC kill notifications constantly popping up on Mincheon's screen. Oasis stared at her master in shock, stammering, "Master, why would you do that?" As she looked at the ruined landscape before them, Mincheon quietly confirmed that Win Online was indeed heading toward its downfall. Just then, a group of heavily armed guards rushed over, surrounding them and pointing their spears in a menacing threat. Facing the ring of soldiers, Mincheon kept a defiant smirk as he heard the loud shout, "You two are under arrest." The prisoner wagon rattled and rolled across the arid canyon, taking them deep into a strange land. Checking the status board, he saw his infamy score had reached 2,140, and Mincheon curled his lip in satisfaction. "Looks like that's enough." Contrary to his casual attitude, Oasis could only sob uncontrollably at their ridiculous situation. They had just started the game and were already locked up. She cried her eyes out, thinking her master was a walking disaster. Seeing how panicked she was, Mincheon reassured her that since they were newbies, they wouldn't actually be imprisoned. This was really just a feature to help players get accustomed to the game. However, his true goal was far more devious. Mincheon calculated silently. "The infamy score will remain, though, just as I intended." Oasis still couldn't understand. She sobbed and pressed him, "Master, why are you doing this?" Mincheon's gaze turned icy as he revealed a portion of his dark plan. "This newbie village is just the beginning of my path of destruction. Our destination, perhaps, will be the underground city." Instantly, a massive city appeared before them, deep beneath the earth lit by flickering lights, yet exuding an eerie and dangerous aura. "Welcome to the slums, newbies." Mincheon calmly explained the harsh rules of the game to Oasis. If a player has a high infamy score, anyone can capture them and turn them over to the guards for a reward. Because of this, those who have committed major crimes will always find themselves relentlessly hunted by guards and other players. Mincheon firmly stated that the only place that could harbor players with such high infamy without having to worry about being hunted by guards was this very underground city. Oasis was still full of questions about the benefits of starting in such a dark place. Responding to her naivety, Mincheon wore a sinister grin. "In this city of crime, there are many dark deeds we can get done. Basically, it's about taking out the trash, or rather, a place for evil people with high infamy like us." Witnessing her master's terrifyingly excited expression, Oasis could only sigh in worry, thinking her master was acting unstable again. As they strolled through the gloomy streets of the underground city, Mincheon mused. Honestly, I do feel like my methods are a bit extreme. Before Oasis could ask why he chose such a ruthless path, Mincheon bitterly opened up about the injustices he had suffered. Being a good guy just got him scammed, so he might as well be a devil. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed from behind. You too, the voice barked, startling them into a halt. From a dark corner of a wooden house, a mysterious figure in a black cloak beckoned to them. Come here, I have a little business to discuss. Hurry up, this will be good for you both. Mincheon quickly identified this as an NPC looking to assign a quest to players. The figure introduced himself as Black Mage Din. He wore a sly grin, his white eyes piercing through his mask as he noticed their extremely high infamy scores. Evil truly doesn't care about levels, does it? The most dedicated recruiter in the solar system, Din, confirmed that Mincheon and Oasis were qualified to serve the dark god, Crow. Immediately, a glowing system notification appeared with the title, The Rise of Darkness. It invited them to join the DG cult for a chance to change their class to Dark Knight, a hidden profession reserved only for those with an infamy score over 1,000. Oasis couldn't hide her excitement. Her eyes sparkled at the thought of unlocking such a rare hidden class. She excitedly turned to call for her master, but her smile suddenly froze when she saw Mincheon beginning to emit a terrifying aura. He held a burning flame in his hand, looking at the NPC with such murderous intent that Oasis asked anxiously, Huh, you're getting excited again? Ignoring her attempt to stop him, Mincheon laughed madly. A hidden class, eh? Ha ha ha. The sudden shift in his demeanor and his sinister laugh made even the old Black Mage Din widen his eyes in horror, sensing something was wrong. Without a word of warning, Mincheon swung his hand, incinerating the NPC on the spot. Flames erupted violently, causing Din to scream in agony. You bastard! I'm a high-ranking member of the cult. I came to help you become stronger. How dare you? The old man's body quickly dissolved into thick, black smoke. Oasis was stunned. She shouted, unable to understand why her master had just murdered someone who had offered them the opportunity of a lifetime. Facing her partner's outrage, Mincheon replied coldly with an annoyed look. I'm not crazy. I just like doing the opposite of what's expected. Right after the Black Mage vanished, a wave of dark energy suddenly exploded, forming a strange, eerie spatial portal. From the hazy smoke, a massive figure emerged, leaving Oasis frozen in terror. Mincheon, meanwhile, wore a look of smug satisfaction. A warrior clad in pitch-black iron armor stepped out and growled, Did you kill Black Mage Din? The figure who had appeared was none other than Terrio. He looked at Mincheon with an appreciative gaze and declared, Finally, a kindred spirit. It took forever to find someone more evil than me. Terrio assumed Mincheon was just like him, obsessed with cruelty and craving the chance to carry out truly wicked acts. Oasis could only sigh in frustration. Another freak has appeared. Introducing himself as the leader of the Dark Knights, Terrio ordered them to follow him so they could be treated according to their malice and deceit. Instantly, a bright system notification popped up. Successor of the Demon King. It turned out the DG cult had chosen Mincheon to bestow upon him the ultra-rare Dark Knight hidden class. Mincheon finally revealed the truth to the clueless Oasis. This is why I killed that mage. The leader of the Knights is the one I needed to meet. He nonchalantly stepped into the teleportation portal, ignoring his assistant as she rushed after him, shouting, Master, wait for me. The two were transported to a magnificent yet gloomy hall, where burning torches lined the path leading to a giant magic circle in the center of the room. Standing before the magic circle, Terrio offered a greeting but reminded them that he had a few questions for them before they could change classes. Mincheon glanced at Oasis and whispered a warning. Don't agree to anything he asks. He insisted she had other, more important work to do. Hearing this, Oasis glared at her master, her face turning red with anger. What? How can you say that? What am I supposed to do? Can't I handle this hidden class? Mincheon snapped. If we both rush in, who's going to heal? You trying to get yourself killed or something? He reassured Oasis that she would soon get a better class, which made her fall silent despite her frustration. Terrio began his lecture about Crow, the Dark Nebula, the absolute ruler with overwhelming power across the entire continent. He demanded authoritatively, Do you agree with this? Remembering Mincheon's advice, Oasis trembled but firmly replied, I do not agree. That answer sent Terrio into a rage. He roared furiously, What? You dare disagree with my opinion? Deeming Oasis unworthy of the church, he brutally expelled her on the spot. Then, Terrio turned his cold gaze toward Mincheon. And you, what is your meaning? With a calculating smile, Mincheon calmly replied, I agree. The Dark Nebula is indeed the ruler of this vast continent, the skill of survival. He's just saying what he thinks will please him. This answer satisfied Terrio immensely. He triumphantly claimed that was exactly what he wanted to hear. Terrio continued the ritual with a 12 series of questions about absolute submission and loyalty to the Crow Church. When asked about destroying Holy Shrine believers or supporting the fallen, Nam Mincheon agreed decisively. That is what I must do. When asked for his name, he calmly introduced himself. My name is Nam Mincheon. Terrio moved to the final, momentous question. Deal sealed. Your soul and body are now mine. The system immediately notified him that if he agreed, he would officially receive the hidden class. Night-night. Without a moment's hesitation, Mincheon declared, I agree. Instantly, the class change was complete, marking a major turning point as all his mana was wiped out, replaced by the use of vitality to cast skills. Alongside the newly unlocked moves, Nam Mincheon also received the exclusive title, Level 1 Demon Lord. This is a special title where its power and effects are directly proportional to the points he accumulates. Nam Mincheon realized that the higher his karma points, the more his power would grow. But if he were ever captured, everything would reset to zero. He wore a sinister grin as he realized this was both the beauty and the difficulty of this hidden class. Watching that expression, Oasis could only sigh wearily. She worried about what insane schemes her master was about to cook up next. Just then, Terrio stepped forward to welcome Nam Mincheon as an official Night-Night and announced there was a gift for him. It was the Dark Knight Sword, a level 10 weapon capable of adding 5 damage for members of the Crow Church. Nam Mincheon took the sword, silently evaluating if this free item was actually useful. Terrio boomed the command. Go forth and wreak havoc upon the world. I grant you permission. A burning teleportation gate appeared. Oasis saw there was nothing left for her to do there, so she prepared to say goodbye. However, Nam Mincheon gave a cryptic smile and stopped her. No way. Oasis pulled back as he began to explain the intimate relationship between players and NPCs, stating that building a good relationship would benefit the player. But if you displease or kill them, that relationship will drop significantly. As he spoke, Nam Mincheon drew the Dark Knight sword from its sheath with a calculating look in his eyes. Nam Mincheon looked straight at Terrio and probed. But Mr. Terrio, may I ask, which church do you belong to? I also belong to the church, and the church's power increases according to karma points, right? Terrio casually confirmed. That is correct. The higher your karma, the greater your power. Is that the guiding principle of the church, or the actual goal of a Night-Night? Hearing this, Oasis could only hold her head in despair, sensing something terrible was about to happen. Everyone would be speechless at her master. Suddenly, Mincheon bowed his head in apology. In that case, I must apologize. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword in a powerful strike toward his own leader. With a crazed expression, Nam Mincheon yelled, For the future of the church, for my power, you shall be the first ghost under this Dark Knight sword. Normally, players gain experience by killing monsters to level up, earning gold and gear from completing quests. Occasionally, they gather materials, cook, and party with others to hunt and clear dungeons. That is the essence of a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Yet, Nam Mincheon was performing an insane act, continuously attacking an NPC for 9 hours straight while the opponent offered no resistance. He roared in a frenzy, Just die already, damn it. While the leader, Terrio, could only helplessly beg, Please, stop. Witnessing this scene, Oasis realized this wasn't a normal game. But if this was the path her master had chosen, she decided she would follow him. Oasis grabbed a flaming torch and suddenly lunged forward. Master, let me help you. She struck a blow against Terrio's armor, sending sparks flying everywhere. Nam Mincheon panicked and shouted, Who told you to help? You're ruining the whole script. His eyes revealed clear fear as he continued to scold her. Besides, aren't you not part of the Dark Star Church? Oasis froze, rooted to the spot as she realized she had just made a fatal mistake. Nam Mincheon explained that if the attacker did not belong to the Dark Star Church, the system would immediately trigger the NPC to fight back. Oasis only had time to let out a painful scream before her body completely vanished into thin air. The You Have Died notification appeared, leaving Oasis in a state of extreme panic. Meanwhile, Nam Mincheon was still diligently swinging his sword, attacking Terrio without rest. He shouted at her to be patient. Wait a second, he's almost out of health. If we stop now, the last 9 hours were for nothing. Ignoring Oasis, who was sobbing and begging him to hurry because she was so scared, the battle dragged on for another 3 hours. Finally, with a resounding roar, die, Terrio. Nam Mincheon poured all his strength into a final thrust, deciding to finish off the leader. Nam Mincheon triumphantly raised the iron helmet and declared, Look, Oasis, I've avenged you. Seeing Oasis still in soul form and repeatedly urging him to revive her, he leisurely took out a glowing resurrection stone. As soon as her body was restored, Oasis was still shaken. She whimpered, insisting. She never wanted to go through that again. But Nam Mincheon didn't pay much attention to his partner's fear. He wore a sinister smile and urged her on. Come on, let's go check what dropped. At the center of the magic circle, they found the Crow Mask, a unique level 85 item with extremely high magic defense stats. However, this item carried the curse of the Dark God, driving anyone who used it without the god's favor to madness. Because the level requirement was too high, Mincheon couldn't use it. He casually tossed the mask to Oasis and said, It's level 85. Hold it tight so you don't drop my gold. Clutching the item, radiating a terrifying dark aura in his hand, Oasis trembled, her mood at an absolute low. Mincheon continued harvesting the basilisk's poison, a potent toxin capable of nullifying an opponent's defenses. But what surprised and excited him most was a mysterious key emanating pure evil. When Oasis asked out of curiosity, Nam Mincheon only vaguely replied, You'll know later. He held the key high triumphantly, declaring that the time to use it had finally come. Oasis remained frustrated. She grumbled as they walked, complaining that her master only played the game by himself and kept all information to himself. Nam Mincheon could only sigh and told her to stop nagging. He signaled for both of them to enter a teleportation light to leave the gloomy hall. Quit the complaining, let's head back to the village. I'll make it up to you later. Immediately after they vanished from the spot where Terrio had just fallen, the intense fragments suddenly shook and began a bizarre reconstruction process. The armored entity slowly stood up amidst digital glitches. He somberly affirmed that everything was exactly as that person had prophesied. Meanwhile, Mincheon and Oasis had returned to the dim, neon-lit streets of the underworld city. Oasis followed along excitedly, asking with a glimmer of hope, Are we going to pick up a job for me now? Nam Mincheon calmly confirmed his intent. He stopped and added, But before that, we just need to stop by one more place. This statement annoyed Oasis because of his evasiveness. Nam Mincheon began to explain that for a game like Wing Online, which had been open for 5 years, playing as a criminal had many disadvantages. As criminals started learning to manage the economy, he pointed out the reality that those who remained in this underworld city were all madmen who could smash everything anywhere. With a serious face, Nam Mincheon revealed his next target. The person I intend to meet now is the king of the madmen in this place. In short, you could call him the Mad King. Oasis trembled with worry, not understanding why her master would want to meet someone so terrifying. Nam Mincheon explained that to start a grand undertaking, you need many things, but one thing is absolutely essential. Oasis guessed immediately. Whatever grand undertaking it is, you need money to do it, right? In a secluded corner of the city, a mysterious person named Nim was silently observing a disheveled-looking warrior. He suddenly appeared behind him and mocked. Seems like you're struggling with those bounty hunters. To the other's surprise, Nim offered an invitation to the cheapest gold exchange in the market, guaranteeing the lowest prices nationwide, secure transactions, and a 100% postpaid system. It sounded like a total pyramid scheme scam. So, the guy didn't fall for it and walked right past him. He wasn't going to get fooled that easily. Just then, Nam Mincheon and Oasis walked up. Without letting the other react, Mincheon coldly ordered, Hey, you escort, I want to see your boss. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the two strangers, Nim's expression changed for a second before he quickly regained his mocking look. He glanced at Nam Mincheon's appearance and arrogantly assumed he was just some dirt-poor farmer with no future, so he planned to ignore them. He feigned ignorance and laughed. What did you say? I don't understand. I'm just a normal player. Huh, your acting skills deserve an Oscar. But his smile vanished when Nam Mincheon stepped closer and whispered a powerful code into his ear. The anchovy has brought the big number. The name Nam Mincheon just uttered was like a lightning bolt, causing Nim to tremble violently, breaking out in a cold sweat. He panicked and brushed it off. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You got the wrong person. Then he immediately took off, vanishing into the shadows. Oasis watched him go in confusion, asking nervously if they should let him leave like that. But Nam Mincheon calmly insisted that standing there waiting was enough. When Oasis asked about that strange name, Nam Mincheon revealed, Oh, that's the nickname I use when I manage the game. This truth shocked her. She didn't understand why her master would risk revealing his true identity in this dangerous place. Nam Mincheon calmly explained that this underworld has its own rules, and they would absolutely never leak his information to the outside world, especially Akasa, because Nam Mincheon and he had once met in real life. While the two were still talking, mysterious shadows began to close in from behind. A giant bald man with a long scar over his eye loomed over them, radiating a terrifying pressure. He growled, The boss wants to have a word. Refusal is not an option. Immediately, the guards rushed to restrain them. One guy put his hand on Nam Mincheon's shoulder, demanding cooperation, which made Oasis scream in terror for her master. Nam Mincheon remained incredibly calm. He reassured her that this was a necessary procedure to ensure safety. They were blindfolded and led through the deep, dark wooden tunnels of an abandoned mine. Footsteps thudded against the wooden floor, echoing through the gloomy space, leading them to his secret door. The guard respectfully reported that he had brought the guests, and from inside, an authoritative voice boomed, "Let them in." As soon as the blindfold was removed, Nam Mincheon faced a young man with messy blue hair and sharp eyes, with strange red marks under his eyelids. That was Akasa. He stared at Nam Mincheon in shock, his expression shifting from surprise to suspicion as he muttered, "Your face looks familiar, but my Nam Mincheon wouldn't look this scruffy." Memories of their real-life encounter rushed into Nam Mincheon's mind. It was a scorching day. Nam Mincheon had just stepped out of a coffee shop with a drink in his hand when a scruffy-looking man, dripping with sweat, approached to strike up a conversation. He timidly called him by his real title, Director Nam Mincheon. To Nam Mincheon's surprise, the guy scratched his head in confusion and introduced himself as Akasa. He didn't show any mercy and warned him that he could absolutely report his behavior, which would lead to more stalking charges. Hearing this, Akasa was terrified. He tried to explain that this was the only way he could meet him. The pathetic guy knelt right there in the middle of the street, bowing his head and begging Nam Mincheon to drop the charges. He swore desperately that if he were forgiven this time, he would never commit any wrongdoings again. But Nam Mincheon kept a completely expressionless face. He coldly insisted, "Just follow the law. Crime won't get you anywhere." He even added a final, crushing blow, saying that even if he could do it, he had no intention of helping him. Akasa was completely devastated. He knelt trembling, his breathing ragged with fear, and could only repeat his plea. "Song Shinji, please, save me just this once." Back to the present, in the gloomy room of the underworld city, Nam Mincheon asked if he remembered his lesson. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Enough!" Akasa's anger made the atmosphere extremely tense. He coldly ordered all his subordinates to get out immediately. The guards silently retreated, leaving Mincheon and Oasis still kneeling on the floor. Akasa leisurely adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes cold and sharp as he looked down at the two people in a weaker position. Suddenly, his attitude flipped 180 degrees. He cheered excitedly. The great Nam Mincheon of the underworld has turned into a fanboy. The menacing look from before vanished, replaced by blatant flattery as he stammered that he hadn't recognized him because he appeared like a nobody. Akasa respectfully asked why someone like him would travel all the way to this dump. Witnessing this, Asis just froze in shock. Nam Mincheon coldly told him not to make a scene and asked if he knew he had been fired yet. Akasa insisted he wasn't so useless as to not know that. Then he bowed his head and listened intently when Nam Mincheon announced that from now on, his new nickname was Nam Mincheon. Akasa wondered what the name Nam Mincheon meant. He calmly replied that it was just his account name in this game. Akasa pondered if it was short for last boss. This remark left Nam Mincheon stunned for a moment due to the uncanny coincidence. He secretly admitted, "You're right." Oasis looked at her master with worried eyes, wondering if he really intended to become the biggest villain in this world. Not wanting to waste any more time, Nam Mincheon demanded to get back to the point. He announced he would reveal top-secret information and demanded that Akasa pay in gold to get it. In the dark room lit only by a dim lamp, Akasa listened intently as Nam Mincheon laid out his speculation plan. He summarized that the boss wanted him to accumulate as many enhancement stones as possible right now to wait for the chance to resell for a profit. Nam Mincheon nodded in confirmation. He explained that just 1 month after version 6 was updated, the level cap would increase, along with the appearance of a series of new equipment. At that point, the demand for enhancement would explode, but the market would fall into a severe shortage of enhancement stones. Nam Mincheon asserted that he would wait for the price to peak before dumping his stock and bankrupting everyone. Even as a seasoned merchant, Akasa couldn't help but feel worried. He hesitated and asked, "If you crash the server like this, who will I sell to tomorrow?" He affirmed that this was just the beginning, and that later there would be many more items causing even more serious consequences. Nam Mincheon knew clearly that Akasa's greedy nature meant that as long as there was money, he was willing to do anything, regardless of the survival of Wing Online. Immediately after, a transaction notification appeared on Nam Mincheon's screen. Akasa decisively transferred 1 million gold to him without interest to repay him for the invaluable information. Nam Mincheon nodded to thank Akasa and affirmed, "Thanks, I'll pay you back later." Seeing his boss preparing to leave, Akasa curiously asked if he intended to use this huge sum of money to buy enhancement stones. Nam Mincheon coldly denied it. "No, my goal isn't money," he signaled to Oasis. "Let's go, Aces." Then he silently walked out of the gloomy room. Looking at his master's back, Aces suddenly mused that he had a very good face. Seeing Nam Mincheon confusedly ask what he meant by a good face, the AI girl explained that his face was very similar to theirs, the face of the villains who would stop at nothing for their goals. Aces brought up the past, assuming that the master had finally dropped the lawsuit because Akasa had called him brother and showed him respect. Nam Mincheon walked away nonchalantly, lazily explaining, "I just sued for fun, mostly to show off and intimidate him." He figured it was just a way to make other players more cautious in this cutthroat world. Nam Mincheon firmly insisted that even if Akasa hadn't proactively approached him, he would have dropped the lawsuit sooner or later anyway. Seeing that Nam Mincheon had been grinding in the game for 15 hours straight, Oasis worriedly asked if he was tired. Nam Mincheon yawned and admitted, "I'm a little tired." Before resting, he asked her to open the transaction window to check. Oasis was deeply shocked, her eyes widening in amazement when she saw the figure of 1 million gold appear. "Does the master want me to have all of this?" Nam Mincheon ordered her to use that money to expand the bank, clear out the storage, and buy up all the iron ore price under 5 gold on the market. Faced with Oasis's confusion about why iron ore, Nam Mincheon only gave a vague response. "I'll explain later, just do it. I'm too tired now." He also gave her the task of grinding to level 10 by herself while he was away. Nam Mincheon reminded her that players who hadn't changed classes could do that from level 12. "Goodbye, I'm going to sleep now. Have fun playing the game." Right after that, his body dissolved as he performed the logout command, leaving Oasis standing dazed by herself. However, instead of feeling worried, she suddenly became extremely excited because she could finally be alone to enjoy the game for real. Oasis cheered with joy, then immediately ran straight to his shop and loudly ordered the bewildered shopkeeper, "I want to buy all the iron ore priced under 5 gold." The large-scale iron ore procurement operation was officially completed. Oasis began her exciting solitary grinding journey. She continuously swung her sword to sweep through the monsters and cheered, hunting drops, time to hunt spiders." However, the system soon issued a warning that her inventory was full and asked her to reorganize. Looking at the pile of junk items, Oasis got an idea. "Too much junk. If that's the case, I'll just make fabric from spider silk." She began diligently crafting, which caused her skills to level up continuously, and her inventory was quickly filled with rolls of spider silk fabric. The more she did it, the more Oasis felt drawn in and exclaimed, "So interesting." Not stopping there, she continued to challenge herself with cooking skills. Level up notifications popped up in rapid succession as Oasis crafted a series of bat-wing soups. When she felt there was nothing left to do, she switched to fishing. Her fishing skill leveled up rapidly as she pulled in giant fish, a true day in the life of a farmer. Just by focusing on production skills, Oasis officially reached level 12. She satisfyingly muttered to herself, "Oh, leveling up through production skills like this is great." But as she sat alone fishing by the water's edge, Oasis started to feel anxious. But why hasn't the master come back yet? It had been a whole day. Suddenly, 2 men with menacing expressions appeared from behind. One guy was surprised and exclaimed when he saw a newbie appearing in this place. "A newbie in the underground city? How long has it been since we've seen that?" He licked his lips greedily and ordered his accomplice, "Let's feast." The guy with him followed along excitedly. "Let's go." Both of them charged straight toward Oasis with weapons in hand. Witnessing that scene, Oasis could only look back in shock at the villain, who was laughing maniacally. "Hello, little girl. Since you're here, hand over your life to me." Mincheon woke up in the sun-drenched room to the sound of his phone ringing incessantly. Checking the screen, he was stunned to see 52 missed calls and dozens of urgent messages from Seong Shinji and Lee Dong-ha. Realizing he couldn't just disappear without a trace, Mincheon told himself he absolutely had to find a reasonable excuse for his absence, and dozens of urgent messages from Seong Shinji and Lee Dong-ha. Realizing he couldn't just vanish without a trace, Nam Mincheon told himself he had to come up with a believable excuse for his absence. At a barbecue restaurant late at night, Nam Mincheon casually announced to his old teammates that he was planning to go on a trip. Facing the shock of Seong Shinji, the graphic design team lead, he explained that after 15 years of working until he was burnt out, it was finally time for him to go somewhere far away. Lee Dong-ha enthusiastically supported the idea immediately. Looking at his friends from their high school club days who had helped him build Win Online, Nam Mincheon secretly thought that traveling was the best excuse to avoid suspicion regarding his unusual actions as the character Nam Mincheon in the game. Seong Shinji pressed him for a specific destination. Nam Mincheon offered a few options like India or South America, which made Lee Dong-ha excited about the idea of visiting Bali. Although Lee Dong-ha kept urging him to use this opportunity to get some well-deserved rest after working so hard for so long, Seong Shinji's gaze still showed clear skepticism. She coldly set her glass down and asked a pointed question. "Are you actually coming back? Or are you just planning to quit and ruin the game?" Seeing Nam Mincheon still looking confused, Seong Shinji clarified, "I'm asking what your plans are for after you get back." Nam Mincheon could only honestly reply that he hadn't thought about that yet. While Lee Dong-ha was busy wrapping meat and expressing his envy, Now Mincheon suddenly grew pensive, wondering when the last time was that he had a deep, restful sleep. He smirked meaningfully and told Lee Dong-ha he should quit his job too. Then, all three fell into a somber silence during the rest of their meal. After draining his glass and slamming it down on the table, he looked straight at his two old friends and suggested, "I'm tired of working for others. Why don't we quit, move to the countryside, raise fish, and make games?" Song Shinji wanted the three of them to start over from scratch, just like their dreamy high school days. She looked at Nam Mincheon and Lee Dong-ha, saying sincerely, "This catch is nice and fresh. Let's start over, the three of us. We'll open a small company, just like when we were in high school. We'll make simple games." Hearing that, Lee Dong-ha shouted excitedly, "I'm in. If you open a company, I'm following you." The atmosphere of the dinner suddenly became unusually lively due to the youngest member's enthusiasm. Nam Mincheon could only smile. "You silly kids, how much have you had to drink? Are you drunk already?" But then, he abruptly pulled them back to the harsh reality with a serious expression. He reminded Song Shinji that she still had the burden of her mother's medical bills and her younger brother's tuition. Then he turned to the trembling Lee Dong-ha. "And your wife is about to give birth, and you're still talking nonsense like that." Lee Dong-ha was about to speak, but Nam Mincheon quickly poured more alcohol to diffuse the tense atmosphere. "All right, let's just drink." Looking at his friends, he silently wished for a day when the three of them could work with Eun-ha-soo to open a small company and spend their days happily making games. However, he told himself that now was not the time for that, because the most important thing to do was to take revenge on NPAN for ruining their game. Nam Mincheon resolved that he would be the villain alone. Night had fallen deep, and Nam Mincheon left the restaurant with his mind set on the virtual world. "Anyway, I wonder if Oasis is doing okay." Just at that moment, inside Win Online, a brutal attack was taking place. A rogue player rushed in at terrifying speed, swinging his weapon at Oasis. An extremely powerful collision erupted with a deafening noise that caused the ground to crumble. The giant stared in shock as his thunderous attack was suddenly neutralized. Oasis just stood there with an innocent look on her face. She confusedly asked, "Hey, is something wrong? Why, all of a sudden?" The two rogue players started to panic. They couldn't believe it. A newbie who barely knew the ropes had actually blocked their coordinated attack, and they assumed it must have been a stupid technical glitch. The skinny guy yelled, "It must be a bug. Let's go again." Weak players always blame the game. The big guy gritted his teeth in agreement. Both of them lunged straight at the small girl, determined to take her out immediately. However, her eyes suddenly flared with intensity. Facing the blade and the steel fist flying toward her, she calmly brandished the small dagger in her hand. Slim sounds of impact rang out, and the system continuously displayed notifications. Successful weapon defense. Both attackers were stunned as every one of their efforts was perfectly blocked right before their eyes. Tired of being bothered, Oasis snapped, "Why do you keep attacking me?" The two rogue players froze, starting to suspect if this was a serious game glitch. The skinny guy muttered about how absurd it was that the minimum damage hadn't applied even after the block. That was when the big guy realized the truth. He explained that in Win Online, there existed a unique weapon with a damage reduction rate of up to 100%, something that anyone could buy at the newbie shop. It turned out they were being toyed with by the cheapest item in the shop. The skinny guy was furious, thinking this was a scam weapon because its attack power was so low that no one bothered using it in actual combat. However, he started to fear when he thought about how Oasis could block all of their attacks just with that cheap weapon. He wondered if she was a PvP genius or actually a cheater using hacks. Since he had never encountered a hacker in this game, he decided he would test her skills himself. The skinny guy quickly pulled a crossbow from his back, determined to check if she was cheating. The skinny guy roared, "Let's see if your dagger can block my rain of arrows." He immediately unleashed his piercing arrow rain skill, causing a series of arrows imbued with a vibrant blue electric current to pour down like a storm. Standing in the middle of the plaza, Oasis could only look up at the rain of arrows heading toward her with a worried expression. Constant clashing sounds rang out as Oasis struggled to fend off the barrage of attacks. Seeing that sight, the two rogue players became even more certain that has to be hacks. But then a sharp, dry cracking sound echoed. Oasis's starting dagger had reached its durability limit, shattered immediately under the pressure of the magical arrows. The system coldly announced that the weapon had been destroyed due to low durability. Having lost her only protection, Oasis was completely helpless against the remaining arrows flying at her. An arrow struck her directly in the chest, causing her to collapse. The screen instantly went black with the words, "You've died." Looking at the body lying motionless amidst the arrows, the two killers started to doubt, wondering if this was truly a hacker or just a newbie with extremely good reflexes. Feeling that something scary and wrong was happening, they intended to report the incident to the GM, but a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Two big guys bullying a girl, huh? Nam Mincheon appeared with a haggard face, his hand clutching his head, which was aching like a hammer was pounding it because of the aftermath of last night's drinking. He muttered to himself that if he ever drank that much again, he'd be no better than an animal. Seeing the strangers suddenly appear, the two rogue players shouted in panic, "Who the hell are you now?" Mincheon calmly pointed toward Oasis, who was lying there, and asserted that he was a friend of that poor girl. Seeing her savior, she cried out in tears, "Master, avenge me." Nam Mincheon's gaze suddenly turned cold as a razor. With murderous intent radiating from him, he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. He spoke with a steely, sharp warning. "If you intend to slaughter someone, you must be prepared to be slaughtered yourself." Immediately, he lunged forward with terrifying speed, catching the two villains off guard. A single slash grazed the skinny one's body before he could even react. However, the skinny guy suddenly stopped. He looked at his wound in confusion and let out a mocking laugh. "I thought he was supposed to be crazy strong. Turns out he's all bark and no bite. Ha ha ha." Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth bitterly as the system notified him that he couldn't deal damage due to the massive level gap. Seizing the opening, the giant charged forward, swinging a heavy iron fist, and unleashed a thunderous blow that Nam Mincheon barely managed to dodge. Nam Mincheon quickly retreated, pulling out a porcelain bottle emitting an eerie aura, and whispered to himself, "It's a waste to use this on these guys, but I have no choice." He decisively threw the venomous serpent bottle toward his opponents. A loud explosion echoed as a toxic green mist immediately engulfed the area. The two villains began coughing violently. They realized in a panic that it was poison and shouted at Unha-Su, "Oh man, he's using stink bombs. Run for it." The coughing fit left them gasping for air. The skinny guy covered his nose and screamed in desperation, "Damn it, get out of here." From high above, Nam Mincheon appeared with a burning torch in his hand, a sinister smile on his face. He calmly explained that this poisonous mist had properties similar to gas, so to get rid of it, you just had to burn it away. With that, Nam Mincheon casually dropped the torch. One of them shrieked in despair as flames erupted violently. A thunderous explosion followed, blasting everything away and turning the neighborhood into a sea of fire. Oasis, watching from afar, could only gasp and call out for her master. Thick smoke and dust blanketed the burning buildings. The giant hurriedly gulped down a recovery potion. He shouted at his companion, who was lying flat on the ground, "What are you waiting for? Use a revival potion, quick." But the skinny guy had completely lost the ability to retaliate. He trembled and cursed in frustration. "Damn, I'm stunned." In this world, if you lose over 70% of your health in under 5 seconds, the player enters a stunned state. And if you're hit with another attack before you can recover, you're definitely done for. Amidst the smoke and fire, Nam Mincheon stepped out, silently assessing his opponents. Just as expected, high-level players really are something else. Nam Mincheon looked at the two pathetic figures and smirked mockingly. "Looks like you guys aren't dead yet." The skinny guy screamed in a panic, threatening that his stun wouldn't last much longer. Not wanting his teammate to get hurt, the giant gritted his teeth and stepped in front. Don't worry, he immediately activated his defensive stance skill, putting himself into an absolute defensive state to take all attacks for his party members while significantly increasing his own resistance. Nam Mincheon declared coldly, "It's over." He activated Shadow Aura, coating his body and his sword in a dark, gloomy purple demonic energy. Nam Mincheon gained momentum and lunged like a lightning bolt. The giant remained hunkered behind his shield, confident that with the current attack power of a low-level player like Nam Mincheon, breaking through his defense was impossible. But Nam Mincheon leaped into the air, unleashing a strike with the force of 1,000 pounds directly onto his opponent's head. The enemy screamed in terror at Nam Mincheon's sudden burst of power. Wait, his attacks were like scratches before. Why does it hurt so much now? Nam Mincheon smirked sinisterly. A little different from before, right? That was thanks to the Shadow Aura skill, a technique exclusive to the Shadow Knight that ignores all forms of enemy defense, though the price is losing 1% of his own health every second. Mincheon knew this was the only way to close the level gap, so he told himself to end the fight as quickly as possible. Rapid-fire slashes left the giant unable to react, forcing the skinny guy to yell, "Drop the defensive stance. Attack." Following his friend's advice, he immediately jumped into the air and unleashed a critical strike with a stern declaration. "This hit marks the end of your trickery." A massive collision, known as the Steel Strike, erupted, creating a terrifying shockwave. Before the dust could settle, the giant was stunned to see Nam Mincheon suddenly switch to a beginner's dagger right before his eyes. The skinny guy standing nearby trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. He switched weapons, but how can you switch weapons in the middle of a battle? In reality, weapon swapping requires absolute precision and timing. Even the smallest margin of error would cause the weapon to fall to the ground and lead to failure. This is a top-tier technique that most players have forgotten due to its extreme difficulty. Their astonishment quickly turned into extreme fear. The skinny guy stammered. How can he casually use a technique like that? Who the hell is this guy? Realizing the danger, the giant panicked and yelled, "Run. We messed with the wrong guy." Hearing this, Mincheon just coldly replied as he walked through the smoke. "No, I'm more than just a pro. I'm more like a veteran." His eyes blazed with murderous intent as Mincheon swung his sword and lunged forward, leaving the two would-be killers frozen in absolute despair. The giant stared in shock at Mincheon's speed and shrieked, "What?" Mincheon glided like a ghost, so fast that his opponent couldn't even track the blade. He realized in horror that he wasn't attacking him. Mincheon's true target was the skinny guy who was slowly recovering. Right as he finished saying, "I'm no longer stunned," the guy found himself face to face with death. A critical slash caused him to vanish completely into nothingness. Mincheon stood in the middle of the scene, coldly watching the corpse dissolve, and mocked him. "If you're weak, just go home and retire." The remaining giant gasped in pain. He scrambled to run through the dark wooden rows of the underground city, cursing in utter fear as he fled. What the hell is this? Realizing he couldn't escape the pursuit, the giant hurriedly activated the command. "Log out." The system immediately displayed a notification. "You will log out in 5 seconds. He held his breath, watching the countdown. 5, 4, 3. But right at the 3rd second, a bad feeling made him pause and look up. As the number 2 appeared, Mincheon lunged from the air with a murderous smile, his sword covered in pitch-black demonic energy. At the very last second, Mincheon's sword pierced straight through the giant's head, finishing him off before he could escape the game. A wave of dark energy exploded violently, putting an end to the two killers. In the quiet of the underground city, Oasis was still struggling in the water. She sobbed pathetically at being left behind. "Did you forget about me, master?" Mincheon immediately used a resurrection stone to bring Oasis back from the dead. Amidst a brilliant burst of light, Oasis shakily appeared, completely shattered. She lamented to herself, "This really is slave labor. I can't take this anymore." Seeing her partner in a state of utter panic, Mincheon gently placed his hand on her head and offered a regretful apology. "Seong Shinji, I'm really sorry for being so late, aren't I?" Yet, that gentleness quickly vanished when Mincheon casually added a comment that left Oasis frozen in shock. "You'll get used to it if you just keep dying and respawning." Ignoring her speechless expression, the system immediately displayed Mincheon's new status board, with his notorious infamy score having jumped to 4,380. Looking at the post-battle summary, Mincheon clearly showed disappointment, muttering, "I slaughtered 2 people, and only gained this little? What a waste of my poison vial." Seeing her master unhappy, Oasis naively asked if it was because those guys weren't strong enough. Mincheon sighed and explained the harsh rules of the underworld. If an infamous player fights against someone like Hasu, the winner receives half of their opponent's infamy. But I only gained 2,000. Currently, my Level 2 Demon Lord class provides significant stat bonuses based on infamy, like increased attack power and maximum HP. However, looking at the target ahead, Mincheon could only tiredly think, the road to rank 1 in infamy is still a long one. As they walked down the street, Mincheon suddenly turned to instruct Oasis. "One important thing, your reaction speed might be suspected as cheating, so from now on, you need to delay your combat movements a bit." Oasis blinked, confused as to why she had to intentionally act so slowly. Mincheon wore a sinister smile and explained that it was a way for them to hide their true strength, leaving them a way out so we can keep playing with them. Her master's sarcastic remark left Oasis speechless, staring at him with eyes wide in shock. Oasis was still dazed, muttering about the humanity her master had just mentioned. Seeing her standing frozen at the bottom of the stairs, Mincheon turned his head and urged her on. "What's wrong? Hurry up and come here." He announced that they were going to get her class change quest, making Oasis exclaim in excitement. "Really?" Standing before a magnificent structure with towering stone pillars and radiant light glowing from within, Oasis realized this was a solemn temple. Suddenly, Mincheon reached out and grabbed both of Oasis's shoulders, startling her. With a serious face, he called her name in a deep voice and started to explain the fatal weakness of the class he possessed. "All skills of the Dark Knight consume health instead of mana. Therefore, I must always keep my HP at a safe level to fight. I can't just rely on regular health potions, I need direct healing from a specific skill." Mincheon's eyes suddenly turned intense as he roared decisively. "So, you must become a cleric." Facing her assistant's shock, he commanded her roughly, "You have to fill me up with health." Oasis froze for a moment, breaking into a cold sweat as she realized the reality of the situation. "So I'm just a walking first aid kit." Mincheon didn't wait another second, urging her on with extreme excitement. We have to hurry and accept the class change quest. We have a lot of work to do. Regardless of Oasis, struggling and screaming as she was suddenly picked up, Nam Mincheon rushed inside the temple at breakneck speed. Although Oasis had always wanted a useful class to support her master, she didn't expect to be forced into the position of a mobile health pack like this. Nam Mincheon shouted over her protests. I told you I'd give you a special job. Both of them charged straight into the brilliant light at the end of the hall. Oasis walked out of the temple with a weary expression. She softly announced, "It's done." Now, the AI girl had officially changed into a cleric, wearing solemn robes with a staff in her hand. The status board showed Oasis had reached level 12, possessing superior intelligence and magic power, ready for her role as a strong support from the backline. Seeing her partner's new look, Nam Mincheon was extremely excited. He kept patting her head and praising her endlessly. "Oh my god, look at that, it really suits you. You look exactly like a cleric, don't you think?" Mincheon even boasted that with this noble appearance, parties would be lining up to invite her to help raid dungeons. Faced with her master's overexcitement, she could only cry in frustration. "I get it, so please stop already." Seeing Nam Mincheon confidently declare that from now on they were officially in this together, she skeptically asked, "We aren't going to kill that NPC, are we?" Nam Mincheon shook his head, denying it, and resolutely revealed his crazy goal. "Next, I'm reaching the top of the server. If I can't do that, I'm quitting the game." Oasis was so shocked she stood frozen. In 1 month? You know that according to normal logic, reaching the max level would take a player over half a year of grinding. However, Nam Mincheon knew time was running out because exactly 1 month later, the biggest update ever would begin, unlocking the new continent, adding a series of new equipment, and raising the level cap to 100. With a sinister smile on his face, Nam Mincheon affirmed that they had to reach the max level before that time to participate in the update and monopolize all the high-end items of the new continent. Their first stop was the Old Poison Cave, a dungeon with normal difficulty but a recommended level of 50. Standing at the entrance was a giant stone snake head, its mouth hanging open gloomily. Entering the dark cave, Oasis worriedly asked, "Aren't we still below level 50? Nam Mincheon calmly kept walking and reassured her, "I've calculated everything. The worst that happens is we die." Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. A giant snake lunged out with a fierce roar, leaving Nam Mincheon stunned, while Oasis could only scream in terror. "Ah!" Following a massive collision that knocked them both back, Oasis collapsed to the ground, moaning in pain as she tried to look up. The monster still loomed right in front of them, hissing terrifyingly and preparing for the next attack on the tiny intruders. Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth in annoyance. "You just had to jump out and scare me like that." He immediately assumed a combat stance, activating his Dark Aura skill, causing purple magical energy to envelop his sword. Nam Mincheon shouted the order, "Use heal." Oasis received the instruction, grasping her staff tightly with a determined look. "Yes, I will protect you." Master Nam Mincheon leaped into the air, swinging his sword and landing a critical blow that tore through the monster's hard scales, causing it to shriek in agony. Mincheon relentlessly followed up with thunderous slashes, lightning strikes, leaving the monster writhing in agony and unable to put up a fight. A massive collision sends Nam Mincheon flying back. Seeing that, Oasis panics and screams, "Master!" She immediately casts her healing skill. A brilliant green light along with recovery symbols engulfs Nam Mincheon's wounded body. Seeing his health regenerating, Nam Mincheon smirks with satisfaction. "Nice work, Oasis. I guess I should have trusted your healing skills, huh?" Praise comes first, but the reality follows. As Nam Mincheon charges in, hacking repeatedly at the monster's hard scales, Oasis continuously maintains the healing light to support him from behind, ensuring her master stays safe. But in her haste, she starts spamming the skill, causing a relentless cascade of healing light to rain down. Seeing such a wasteful use of mana, Nam Mincheon's expression changes, shocked. He yells at her in frustration, "You're already at full health. Why are you wasting mana like that? You'll just attract the monster's attention. Can't you be more careful?" His warning comes too late. The giant snake has already shifted its target. It opens its fang-filled maw wide and lunges straight at the tiny girl. A terrifying impact explodes right where Oasis was standing, causing Mincheon to scream in despair. "Oh no, my blood bag just got wiped out." To use the Black Knight's skills, Nam Mincheon is forced to sacrifice 1% of his health every second. Without recovery from skills or potions, he can only last for a short minute. Once he dies, the experience points lost would be massive. So Nam Mincheon tells himself he can't lose and firmly charges straight at the monster. He silently reminds himself to stay calm because he was the one who designed all the attack patterns for these monsters. Talk about backfiring. Right, guys? Immediately, the giant snake delivers a powerful tail swipe, shattering the ground where Nam Mincheon just stood. Next is the constriction attack. Nam Mincheon quickly spots the opening and maneuvers skillfully around the monster's massive body. He calmly observes every movement, knowing exactly what is going to happen next. Just as predicted, the snake lunges in for a lethal bite with its sharp fangs. Nam Mincheon realizes this is the only chance to turn the tide. There's only one shot. This is it. He grits his teeth, channels all his dark mana into his sword, and prepares to deliver the finishing blow. The blade, surging with dark energy, slams into the monster's head, causing it to screech in pain. However, realizing the attack isn't enough to finish it off, Nam Mincheon's face pales. Oh crap! The system immediately notifies him of insufficient damage. Nam Mincheon is swatted away and collapses to the ground in pain. In desperation, he silently wishes someone would heal him right now. Suddenly, brilliant green particles begin to envelop his hands and body. Nam Mincheon is stunned to see his wounds healing miraculously. Watching the healing magic flare up, he is overjoyed to realize he is still alive. Ahead, the giant snake is still roaring. Nam Mincheon immediately charges forward with a firm promise. Hold on, I'm coming to save you. After a loud explosion, the snake finally collapses and dissipates. Nam Mincheon rushes to search the monster's remains and finds Oasis lying motionless, her body covered in sticky slime. She lets out a small gasp and suddenly opens her eyes, waking up. Nam Mincheon calls out to Oasis in panic, relieved to see she is still alive. Oasis weakly opens her eyes to look at him and whispers, "Master." Even though she is exhausted from the terrifying attack, she smiles trustingly. "I knew you would win, no matter how reckless you were. Lucky." After the life-or-death battle, Oasis is incredibly excited when looking at the level-up notification. She cheers in surprise. "Wow, taking down that monster leveled me up 5 times. Mincheon smiles and explains that this generous reward is due to the huge level gap between the monster and the player. Suddenly, he notices something unusual and quietly heads toward the cave wall. Even though the experience gained was high, Nam Mincheon shows clear disappointment when looking at the dropped items. Only a few pieces of snake meat, 30 gold, and 6 measly snake scales. He silently evaluates the situation as not good and tells himself to find a higher quality dungeon next time. Seeing Nam Mincheon constantly fumbling with the cliff wall, Oasis curiously asks, "What's so pretty about the stone wall that you keep touching it?" He starts to explain that this place was originally designed as a dungeon for the Lizardman tribe. Nam Mincheon analyzes that because this is a VR game, having players kill monsters that resemble humans often causes discomfort, so the developers replaced them with other monsters to make players feel more comfortable while fighting. However, he knows full well that the sophisticated trap designs from the original Lizardman draft still exist somewhere in these corners. With a cold look and a calculating smile, Nam Mincheon says, "Like this," and decisively presses a secret stone slab. Instantly, a loud noise echoes, and the ground shakes violently as a giant trap suddenly rises from the depths. Looking down into the deep, spiked pit, Oasis shudders, realizing it is a death trap that would kill anyone who falls in instantly. Nam Mincheon nonchalantly explains that this trap isn't simple, as even monsters would meet their end if they fell in. He firmly urges her to continue. But when Oasis asks where they are going, Nam Mincheon reveals his plan to lure monsters into this pit. Realizing she is the one who has to be the bait, Oasis asks in shock, "Wait, me?" His only reply is her master's cold assertion, "Well, it's not like I'm going to do it. You're fast, remember." Seeing Oasis still trembling, Nam Mincheon smiles and reassures her that if she's not used to it, she just needs to lure a few monsters at first. That pep talk sounds pretty nauseating. With a pale face and a heavy heart, Oasis trudges alone into the deep shadows of the cave. Her eyes widen in fear as she feels the presence of a massive creature following behind her. A giant snake suddenly appears, and Oasis can only scream in terror. She frantically runs back, crying out for her master as she flees. Meanwhile, Nam Mincheon stands waiting with an excited look as about 10 monsters charge toward him, ignoring the fact that Oasis is crying her eyes out from fear. The giant snake opens its fang-filled mouth wide, hissing terrifying sounds right at Oasis's heels. The poor little priestess can only scream in despair and run for her life. The sound of rapid footsteps mixed with the monster's roars creates a chaotic scene in the dark cave. Standing from afar, watching the cloud of dust approaching, Nam Mincheon observes calmly without any intention of helping. Oasis's cries for help echoed throughout the cave as she sprinted, her eyes spinning from dizziness. A giant snake was right behind her, ready to swallow her whole at any moment. Seeing the monsters closing in, Nam Mincheon shouted, urging her on. "Hurry up!" Oasis ran for her life, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so scared. I don't want to die." As the giant snake loomed behind her, Mincheon muttered, "All right," then decisively pressed a mechanism on the cliff wall to trigger a trap. Oasis summoned all her strength to leap over the pit. The giant monster followed the momentum and fell straight into the spiked trap. Its body was impaled, leaving it unable to resist. However, out of sheer panic, Oasis's jump fell short, and she started slipping into the deep abyss. In that life-or-death moment, she reached out for help. Her master, Mincheon, quickly stretched out his hand to catch her and shouted, but a terrible accident occurred as their fingers barely brushed, failing to grip each other. Mincheon's face turned pale with shock, while Oasis could only scream in despair. Ah, why? Before she fell into the deep, spiked pit, Mincheon just stood frozen, helplessly watching his partner's silhouette fade into the darkness. A painful groan echoed from the bottom of the trap. 2 hours later, the monster hunt continued dramatically. Oasis ran frantically, luring the final pack of monsters toward the trap. She shouted to signal, "Master, these are the last 8. Immediately, Mincheon decisively pressed the trigger mechanism. A loud crash rang out, crushing the snake pack in an instant. Despite having paid the price by dying 3 times, Oasis had finally mastered the luring technique perfectly. With a radiant face, she excitedly showed off her results. "Master, I'm level 30 now." Mincheon nodded in satisfaction, praising her. "Good enough, now go change your class to prepare." Feeling exploited again, Oasis agreed happily, but Mincheon suddenly paused. He wore a calculating smile and muttered, "Actually, no. It's a shame we cleared everything here. How about we take on the boss next?" Both of them stopped in front of a giant door. Looking at the massive structure ahead, Oasis asked worriedly, "Even though I've leveled up, isn't a level 50 dungeon boss a bit too much?" Mincheon nonchalantly reassured her that he would continue to use traps to take it down. Hearing this, Oasis turned pale with fear. "I have to lure it again." Mincheon quickly denied it and explained the new plan. "No, you just need to open the door and go inside for a bit. I'll trigger the trap from here." Even with his firm assurance, Oasis couldn't hide her extreme anxiety. Trembling, she wondered, "I haven't seen the money bag yet, but my health bar is almost empty, sir." Her small hands pushed open the heavy stone door, revealing a dark, gloomy space filled with lurking dangers. Oasis quietly stepped inside, facing the deep darkness of the boss room. "Ah, I can't see anything." Suddenly, the torches along the hallway burst into flames, illuminating a majestic yet gloomy hall. Amidst the silence, a thunderous noise from the end of the room made Oasis freeze. She stood alone in the vast, dangerous hall. Fear was evident on her face as she realized her opponent was a basilisk, a monster capable of turning people into stone. Just then, Mincheon peeked out from behind the door with a mischievous smile. "Just turn into a statue for a bit. Consider it a rest." "Okay." Oasis was shocked, not understanding what was happening, and stammered, "Huh? Why?" While the monster's glowing red eyes began to stalk her from behind. The giant basilisk rose up powerfully, emitting a terrifying pressure that shook the room. Oasis felt her body slowly stiffening. She tremblingly called out to her master in despair. "Ma master." Ignoring his partner's panic, Mincheon stood casually behind the door and reassured her in a completely irresponsible manner. "Don't worry, I'll catch it before it attacks you." Immediately, the monster opened its toothy mouth and lunged straight at the tiny girl. Mincheon watched with a cold gaze and decisively pulled the secret trap lever. Sharp iron spikes from beneath the ground suddenly pierced through the basilisk's body, making it writhe in pain right next to Oasis. The giant basilisk was pinned down by a series of iron spears, its breath fading away amidst the rubble. Mincheon nonchalantly walked toward Oasis, who was still in her petrified state, and reassured her, "I told you, it was nothing big. This kind of comfort is enough to make me quit." However, terrifying cracks began to appear on the stone shell covering Oasis. To Mincheon's astonishment, her petrified body suddenly shattered, crumbling into stone fragments that fell onto the floor. Mincheon just stood frozen, silently staring at the rubble and the lone staff belonging to his unfortunate partner. A dungeon completion notification appeared brightly, but the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Just wait. Once I take over this server, you're the one who's going down." Witnessing his partner's extreme rage, Mincheon just clicked his tongue, telling himself that sometimes the game's overly excellent physics engine was a real headache. Oasis continued to grumble, her face revealing clear annoyance at being used as bait by her master. Seeing Mincheon remind her that it was time to perform the first-class advancement quest, she could only respond with a bitter, sarcastic tone. Yes, we have to go, don't we?" Oasis felt truly confused and exhausted by Mincheon's crazy plans. Noticing his partner's bad mood, Mincheon scratched his head awkwardly and instructed her to complete the class change at the Temple of the Dark Church, while he would come back to find her after settling his own business. Mincheon walked away silently, leaving Oasis glaring at him from behind. He silently apologized to himself, Stop pouting, I'm busy hacking to carry the team. I'll definitely meet that guy soon. Nam Mincheon stepped into the teleportation light and was immediately greeted by a priest of the Church of Darkness. He grinned widely with excitement. Welcome, child of the God of Darkness. Have you reached level 30 already? The priest didn't stop praising Nam Mincheon's remarkable growth and affirmed that the crow would be very happy about this. Facing that fanaticism, Nam Mincheon kept a straight face and silently assessed that his reputation with the church was still at a stable level. Looking at the swirling demonic energy, the priest declared loudly, "Now I will awaken more of your potential. Do you wish to advance to a dark night?" Nam Mincheon didn't hesitate for a second and nodded in confirmation. Of course. Immediately, the magic circle under his feet glowed brightly, enveloping him in a stream of pitch-black energy. The system continuously displayed notifications congratulating Nam Mincheon on officially advancing to a dark night, while simultaneously receiving two new powerful skills, the ability to bind shadows and the Hand of Darkness. Feeling the new power coursing through his veins, Nam Mincheon smirked with triumph. Fine. From now on, I am a true dark knight. His eyes turned cold as he looked toward the priest. He thought to himself that it was time to put these new skills to the test. However, a gentle and mysterious voice suddenly echoed throughout the space. "Adventurer, can you hear my voice? If you can hear me, please come meet me." Another troublesome quest, he thought. A system notification suddenly popped up. "The goddess is calling for you. Will you answer the call?" Nam Mincheon realized this was the goddess meeting event, a privilege for players who completed the first-class advancement requirements. He smiled slightly. "I'm very happy to meet you, goddess." Before leaving, Mincheon coldly left a parting word. "See you next time." Then, he vanished in a brilliant pillar of light that pierced the sky. Nam Mincheon was transported to a magnificent shrine located amidst the sparkling stars. From within the light, a woman of otherworldly beauty gradually emerged. She wore a pure white dress, her golden hair flowing long, with a brilliant halo shining behind her back. That was Gaia in the form of a powerful Eastern goddess. Gaia smiled gently and greeted him. "Welcome, adventurer." Nam Mincheon looked up with skeptical eyes, causing her to awkwardly correct her greeting. I mean, master." Seeing Gaia's radiant smile, Nam Mincheon suddenly jumped up in anger. "Now, you call me master? Who was it that stepped on my head like they were crushing a cockroach earlier?" Gaia awkwardly tried to justify that she didn't mean to step on him. She just happened to land on his head by mistake. Nam Mincheon snapped back in annoyance. "Nonsense." The atmosphere suddenly turned somber as Mincheon looked straight into Gaia's eyes and called her name. "Gaia, are you?" He dropped his playful demeanor and seriously asked the question that had been haunting him for so long. "I want to ask you something. Why didn't you delete the virus data?" Facing Nam Mincheon's cold, piercing gaze, Gaia only looked at him in silence with a profound expression. A terrifying scene flashed back as the fire engulfed everything, causing the tiny inhabitants to run in desperation. "It's a pity, but there's nothing more we can do." Standing before the digital map of the city as it burned, Nam Mincheon decisively ordered, "Delete all data regarding this." "Gaia?" Gaia's eyes were sad, but she still respectfully obeyed. "Yes, master." She immediately manipulated the control panel. The system quickly analyzed the data, reaching 100%. However, when the prompt, "Do you want to delete all data?" appeared with two options, OK and cancel, it seemed things had not gone as he expected. Back in reality, Nam Mincheon looked straight at the goddess in front of him and grilled her. "Let me ask you this one thing, Gaia. Why didn't you delete the data about that virus?" Responding to his suspicion, Gaia, in the form of the noble goddess, coldly declared, "Your master status has expired. Now, I do as I please." Now Mincheon was shocked, and he continued to expose her shady actions. "You told Anha-su about the existence of that virus. I can understand that. But for you to actively attack me like that, everything you've done until now was a conspiracy against me, wasn't it?" Facing the harsh accusations, Gaia only bowed her head, full of suppressed emotion. "I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question." Nam Mincheon staggered, his eyes revealing bitterness at the terrifying silence of the partner he had once been closest to. Nam Mincheon sighed and bitterly said, "You're just a pile of code anyway. Why am I wasting my breath on you?" Faced with Gaia's silence, Nam Mincheon pointed at her with a firm declaration of war. "Just you wait, Gaia. Watch how I put an end to you and this entire world." Contrary to his anger, Gaia smiled slightly and remarked that her master hadn't changed at all. She believed that even though Nam Mincheon could reach the most logical conclusions, at times, his actions were incredibly foolish and impulsive. Although she liked that personality, Gaia insisted that what she was doing now was the best way to protect this world. Watching the creator's back, she gently promised, "I don't know how you intend to destroy this world, but if you want me to wait, I will wait, master." Nam Mincheon clenched his fists, his voice low and firm. "I won't let you down, Gaia." Walking away from the magnificent shrine, he swore that until the very last moment, he would definitely finish this win online with a disastrous ending. Witnessing that determination, Gaia suddenly snapped her fingers and gave a mischievous smile. "How interesting. Let's have a fun little fight." Right after the goddess snapped her fingers, Mincheon realized something was wrong. He stared down at his wrist, where a strange object had just appeared out of thin air. Mincheon gasped and asked himself, "What the heck is this?" "It looks like a handcuff." Gaia smiled and explained that for someone daring to challenge the gods, this ring was a kind of advantage that would be very useful for him on the road ahead. Looking at the strange object on his wrist, Mincheon sarcastically asked if she was being too arrogant to treat him like an ordinary adventurer. He smiled challengingly and gritted his teeth. "Gaia, I'm really looking forward to it." Gaia calmly replied that she was also looking forward to the moment her master's blade was placed against her neck. Before seeing him off, she didn't forget to leave a cryptic blessing. Then, "I wish you a happy rebellion, master." A brilliant beam of light erupted from the center of the magic circle, engulfing Mincheon and taking him away from the goddess's shrine. He stared fixedly at the ring on his hand. At this moment, a cold system notification appeared. "After reaching level 70, the ban on you will be lifted." Mincheon slumped to the ground, silently looking up at the virtual sky with a confused mind. He muttered in bewilderment, "What the hell is this?" Back at the shrine, Asis's desperate cry rang out. "Sister Gaia." The young priestess ran over and lunged to embrace goddess Gaia, to the astonishment of everyone present. Gaia looked at Asis with gentle eyes and smiled slightly. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Asis?" Asis sobbed and cried. She said that ever since her master was fired, she hadn't been able to log into the NPAN network anymore. The tiny girl choked out, "I missed you so much, Sister Gaia." Gaia affectionately pulled Asis into her arms, her eyes filled with comfort for the little sister. In the quiet space of the shrine, Asis hesitated and asked, "Sister, you know about the master's plan, don't you?" Gaia pondered and confirmed, "Yes." Looking into Asis' teary eyes, Gaia sincerely advised, "He's only good at putting on a tough front, but deep down, his soul is very fragile." Asis bowed her head and quietly obeyed, moved. Gaia reached out. "I'm jealous of you, Asis." She hugged Asis once more and confided that she had always longed to go on adventures around the world with her master. Gaia asked curiously, "How do you feel about playing this game together with him?" Instantly, a series of terrifying memories flashed through Oasis' mind, being swallowed by a giant snake, falling into a spike pit, and being petrified until she shattered into pieces. To Gaia's question, "It's fun, isn't it?" Oasis could only manage a blank, speechless expression because of those unforgettable experiences. She forced a smile and replied helplessly, "Oh, yeah, it's definitely fun." In her own way, Gaia smiled and told her to have fun for the both of them. Oasis nodded firmly. "Yes, I'll do my best." Gaia smiled and nudged her forward. "Now go, Oasis. This is only the beginning of your adventure." Oasis waved goodbye as she slowly faded into a stream of light. Gaia watched her back and whispered to herself that they would definitely meet Unhasu again. Back in reality, Mincheon was sitting in deep thought, checking data on the temple steps. From behind a stone pillar, Oasis sneakily observed him with a hesitant look. Gaia's words about being envious that Oasis got to accompany their master still echoed in her mind. She hurried over to Mincheon. Seeing Oasis appear, Mincheon looked up to check on her. "Oh, Oasis, are you okay?" he asked as she had finished her class advancement. Oasis showed off radiantly. "Yes, as you commanded, I've become a healer." Now Mincheon stood up, satisfied. "Good. All right, let's keep leveling up." Both of them eagerly ran toward the dark dungeon ahead. Oasis replied with full energy, "Yes, sir." The hunt at the poisoned serpent cave had entered its second grueling day. After killing the 30th serpent, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly turned gloomy when the glowing red eyes of a massive entity began stalking in the shadows. Oasis hurriedly hid behind a cliff and whispered to herself, finally found a place to avoid being detected. The priestess looked anxiously ahead and urged, "Get ready, master, it's almost time." But contrary to her urgency, Mincheon was casually taking a deep nap right in the middle of the dangerous cave. Seeing their master still fast asleep despite her calling out, "Master, master." Oasis panicked as the shadow of the colossal monster loomed right behind her back. She screamed in desperation, "Oh my god, wake up." Facing a 1,000-pound strike from the monster's fanged jaws, Oasis immediately activated her Holy Shield skill, creating a glowing protective barrier to hold it off. However, the monster's terrifying strength caused the Holy Shield to begin cracking. In tears, Oasis could only scream loudly for help. "Wake up, master." While his partner was near death, Nam Mincheon was still casually leaning against the cliff, muttering something nonsensical. Shortly after, the shield officially shattered, throwing Oasis away helplessly. Oasis cried out miserably, calling for their master, trying to wake Nam Mincheon, who was slumped against the cliff in a coma. In a state of extreme panic with the monster right in front of her, she could only shout, "Wake up already, you old man." Then, with all her might, she threw her staff at the enemy to find a way to survive. Just then, Mincheon suddenly jolted awake with a look of surprise. He reached out to activate a trap mechanism. The giant snake hadn't even had a chance to snatch Oasis before it was finished off. After the battle, the cave returned to silence. Now Mincheon rubbed his head, sobered up, and asked blankly, "Oh, did I fall asleep?" Oasis, with a look of resignation, forced a smile and explained, "Yes, right after killing the boss, you just fell over and went to sleep." Checking his status window, Nam Mincheon couldn't help but be surprised that he had climbed straight to level 50. He turned to check on his partner. "So, are you still breathing? How many levels did you gain?" Oasis scratched her head awkwardly and replied, "I'm still at level 46. Hearing that, Nam Mincheon started yawning again. He casually declared, "Then I'm going to sleep a bit more. Whatever leveling or new skills there are, you can handle them." Oasis hurriedly waved her hands to reassure him. Yes, you don't have to worry. Just go to sleep." But just as he was about to close his eyes, Mincheon suddenly felt something very strange. He muttered in confusion, "Why does my head feel so heavy?" Oasis broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile to explain. "It must be because you're too tired." He could only mutter, "Is that so?" Feeling his body had reached its limit after days of grinding, he lethargically announced, "I'm out. The staff stuck in my head hurts too much to bear." Immediately, Nam Mincheon executed the logout command. His body faded into a brilliant blue stream of light. Looking at where their master had just disappeared, Oasis didn't show any remorse but suddenly flashed a cunning and sinister smile. She gloated to herself, "I don't know why, but I feel so satisfied." Meanwhile, in the real world, night had covered the high-rise buildings with glowing lights. In Nam Mincheon's room, the TV on the wall suddenly rang with continuous notification sounds, breaking the room's silence. The screen displayed the text connecting, along with the icon of the person calling, Rabbit. As soon as the successfully connected notification appeared, Nam Mincheon casually cracked open a beer and took a long drink. On the other end of the line, a female voice exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, who's this?" "Mr. Nam Mincheon? That name sounds so powerful." Nam Mincheon smirked, his eyes revealing a deep seriousness as he asked, "How have you been?" "Rabbit, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Rabbit laughed and replied warmly, "Ha ha, that's right. I think it's been 3 years. You doing okay lately?" Nam Mincheon looked at the screen displaying the rabbit icon, and he nodded slightly. "Yeah, I'm doing okay. Are you still living in Bali?" She excitedly confirmed that Bali was a wonderful place and didn't forget to invite him. "That's right, Bali is great. If you have time, come visit sometime. I'm a really good tour guide." Nam Mincheon's face suddenly turned serious. He lowered his voice to reveal his plan. "I'm actually planning to go there. I have something I need your help with." The unexpected request from her older brother left Rabbit stunned. She stammered in extreme astonishment. "Are you kidding? You're really planning to fly from Korea all the way to Bali to find me?" Rabbit nervously admitted that she was just a low-level hacker and asked if Nam Mincheon was truly planning to fly from Korea to Bali to find her. Responding to her doubt, he just coldly demanded that she repeat what she had done 3 years ago, hack into NPN. This stern command left her completely frozen in shock at the boldness of her old brother. Appearing with his stylish look and modern VR glasses, she couldn't believe her ears and could only exclaim anxiously, "Are you planning to mess with that corporation again?" Meanwhile, in Win Online, Oasis was standing in front of the corpse of the giant serpent that had just been defeated amidst the loot drops. Even though she told herself these were probably just junk items, she meticulously collected them because she didn't want to waste any source of income. Oasis was stunned to discover a glowing egg, a rare item she had never seen before. The system immediately displayed a congratulatory message, confirming she had obtained a summoning item. Before she could even process it, the egg in her hands cracked into pieces. A tiny black snake slithered out from within and hovered in midair, right before the astonished cleric's eyes. The little black snake, having just emerged from the egg, began to wiggle and make a cute face at Oasis. However, the cleric showed clear disgust. She thought to herself how much she feared and hated snakes. Oasis let out a sneer of contempt and snapped, "Get lost. I will never summon you." Seeing her firm attitude, the poor snake could only hang its head sadly and vanished into thin air. "Good riddance, you annoying creature." Oasis smiled to herself. "Now, I should go find some fun for myself, shouldn't I?" When the staff was on unexpected leave, she wandered alone to the lower town, where the atmosphere was veiled in the gloomy dust of the underworld. As she walked, she checked her interface with a smug look, thinking she was about to finish her product, lost in thought about what to do next. Oasis was startled when a hand touched her shoulder, accompanied by a request, "Seong Shinji, excuse me for a moment." She turned around, bewildered, and immediately froze when she faced three men, with murderous auras looming behind her. Oasis realized with a start that they were PKers players who specialized in killing others. Even though she trembled with fear, she gripped her staff tightly, wondering if she could handle them on her own. Contrary to her anxiety, the brown-haired man leading them scratched his head, smiling quite friendly. "Seong Shinji, sorry for approaching you so suddenly, but could you do us a favor?" Oasis was stunned, her eyes showing clear surprise and suspicion as she asked back. "What?" Oasis hesitantly followed the three strangers deep into the desolate Rocky Mountains. The brown-haired man explained that because of his side job, there was a dungeon quest that absolutely had to be completed. He sighed, saying finding a healer was harder than reaching the heavens, and it was lucky they had met her. Hearing that, Oasis breathed a sigh of relief. She scratched her head and laughed. "Ah, you scared me. I thought you were going to kill me." Oasis's remark left the brown-haired man stunned. "What? Kill her?" The long-haired man walking beside him suddenly smirked mysteriously. "Oh, healer, you don't know anything, do you?" He leaned in close and revealed that a code of conduct existed in this lower town. Oasis wondered blankly. A code of conduct? He calmly explained that it was a rule forbidding the killing of players with healing classes. The group continued to trek deep into the wasteland. He said the place was incredibly chaotic. Finding a healer in a normal city was already hard. It was even harder here. So they had this rule to keep healers from fleeing back to the city. Understanding the situation, Oasis murmured, "I see." Just then, the group suddenly stopped. Oasis was astonished to see a magnificent structure emerging amidst the sandstorm. It was the Sand Kingdom Imperial City, a legendary tiered dungeon with a recommended level requirement of 55. Standing before the giant wooden gates of the gloomy fortress, a deep, furious voice suddenly echoed through the space. "How dare you set your filthy feet inside my palace, you lowly maggots?" From the shadows, a skeleton wearing royal robes and a crown with glowing red eyes emerged. It was Death King Tralican. The three teammates quickly drew their weapons for battle. The undead king roared, "Rise, my subjects." Death King Tralican spread his arms wide, calling out with great power. "Wake up, everyone, we have people here to throw their lives away." From beneath the dark dungeon, legions of undead soldiers with glowing golden eyes began to rise, screaming to claim the souls of the intruders. The undead king ordered his subjects, "Bring them to me." Looking at the majestic and terrifying scene before her, Oasis was shocked to realize this was an event dungeon. She had been so lost in thought that she almost forgot the game was still ongoing and danger was looming. A zombie soldier suddenly lunged to attack. The tank teammate quickly jumped out to block in front and shouted, "Healer, please stay back for a moment, we'll handle this." Talk about a textbook legendary tank, guys. Oasis could only sheepishly obey and step back. Immediately, the tank activated his aggro-pulling skill, a wide-area taunt drawing the entire attention of the undead horde toward himself. The monsters went crazy attacking, but they were all blocked by his sturdy shield. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to activate his spiked armor, causing countless sharp spikes to pierce through those surrounding him. Behind him, Oasis did not stand still either. She focused her magic into her staff, creating a glowing magic circle. The Ice Blast skill was unleashed, creating powerful freezing currents that swept across the battlefield, freezing and crushing the zombie soldiers in an instant. The archer grinned confidently, declaring it was his turn to shine, and immediately activated his Rain of Arrows skill, firing straight at the heads and bodies of the zombie soldiers, causing them to shatter immediately. Stepping over the pile of bones of the undead horde, the group felt incredibly excited by their unexpected success. The tank with the braided hair admitted that clearing the first phase wasn't a problem, but he was still worried because the boss would be the real challenge. The teammate beside him reassured him, asserting that with this girl around to heal, no boss could ever defeat them. The group happily promised to take Oasis to the boss room quickly and told her to just treat this as a tour. Faced with such enthusiasm, Oasis smiled brightly and agreed. 2 hours later, in the boss room, the atmosphere became extremely tense as the undead king roared in fury. "How dare you!" He gathered a massive radiant energy, while the team members were all exhausted and wounded. The boss suddenly unleashed a powerful sandstorm attack, causing sand and dust to swirl violently. The tank panicked and shouted for everyone to quickly hide behind him to avoid the hit. While the archer and swordsman scrambled to run, the demonic aura from the boss began to engulf the entire room. The tank realized in horror that this power was far beyond their control. He only managed to cry out in despair that it was too late as the giant sandstorm swallowed everything. At that critical moment, Oasis hurriedly raised her staff, casting a divine shield to protect the team. A brilliant burst of light exploded, stopping the destructive attack, leaving the tank stunned in amazement. Realizing the tide had turned, he shouted joyfully, "Nice work, healer." However, Oasis was struggling to hold it. Sweating profusely, she warned, "I'm almost out of mana. You guys better do something." Understanding the pressure she was under, the tank firmly stepped forward and declared, "Leave it to me now." He immediately activated a protective barrier to take over the front line. A terrifying explosion of energy followed, shaking the entire gloomy palace. The undead king was stunned to see his attack completely nullified. Seizing the golden opportunity, the swordsman flashed a murderous smile and commanded, "All right, let's end this." The archer quickly got into position. He roared with excitement, "Taste this specialty of mine, lightning arrow." As he lay dying, the late king bitterly realized the harsh truth. He was literally being erased into nothingness. His dry bones began to shatter and dissolve into the darkness, taking his final shred of pride with them. My glory, his withered body collapsed, disintegrating into dust amidst the silent palace hall. A system notification flashed, announcing the defeat of the boss, the Desert King Tralakan. All 3 team members burst with joy. They jumped up and hugged Unha-Su to celebrate their heroic victory after the life and death battle. Watching from afar, Oasis couldn't help but be amazed at the atmosphere, overflowing with enthusiasm and the bond of these new comrades. Looking at their radiant faces and the proud thumbs up they gave, Oasis smiled softly and quietly realized, so this is why the game is so fun, right? The cleric girl savored the warmth of a true adventure, something she had never experienced while by her master's side. But a strange noise suddenly rang out, making the smile on her lips vanish. A system notification suddenly popped up right in front of her, making Oasis jump in surprise. A message reeking of gunpowder arrived from Mincheon. "Hey, where are you? Why aren't you running back here?" Oasis stared blankly at the virtual screen. While her 3 new friends were still busy chatting behind her, she bitterly realized that this fun time wouldn't last long. As soon as Oasis returned, Mincheon immediately interrogated her with a stern expression. "Where have you been?" Oasis nervously scratched her head, honestly confessing that she had just joined another group to conquer a dungeon. Contrary to her worries, Mincheon just casually replied, "Oh, so you've been working a side job, huh?" Then he gently reached out to pat his partner's head. This action made Oasis suspicious. What is this? Is this the reaction I get when my master usually keeps complaining? Good job, good job. Nam Mincheon coldly asked if she had friended those people yet, and when he received a nod of confirmation, he smirked, smiling quite maliciously. Deep down, Nam Mincheon was extremely pleased because everything was going exactly according to schedule, exactly as planned. Just as predicted, everyone wanted to be friends with the apothecary. Heh. His strange excitement left Oasis just blankly wondering, does the master really like it like that? Only then did Nam Mincheon reveal the real reason behind his calculations. He said the prerequisite for his second job advancement was 25,000 reputation points, a number that made Oasis gasp. That's ridiculously high. The system is making it so hard for honest people. It didn't stop there. The requirements for the third and fourth job changes soared to 50,000 and 100,000 points respectively. Facing the problem of how to earn such a huge amount of reputation in a short time, Nam Mincheon came up with a bold idea. Why not do something evil? Oasis was horrified to realize her master's sinister plot. No, it can't be. Nam Mincheon confirmed the truth and coldly ordered, "That's right, Oasis, you'll introduce your new friends to me, won't you?" The scene immediately shifted to the enchanted forest where Oasis was smiling brightly to welcome her new friends. "Thank you for coming, even though it was a bit sudden. Don't mention it. When the apothecary calls, we have to come right away." Oasis pretended to be flustered, explaining that she needed to get to the eastern city of Solitaire. But since she was alone, she didn't know what to do. That was why she decided to contact them. The group of friends enthusiastically supported her. They said that, in any case, the whole team had to go there once to check the portal and visit other cities. Seeing that the prey had completely taken the bait, Oasis could only force a smile while breaking out in a cold sweat from the guilt. Yet, contrary to their friendly appearance, these guys were secretly plotting something dark. "We finally caught the apothecary in our web. Let's see who's smarter in the end, boys." They excitedly declared they would take her to the edge of the eastern continent and urged the group to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Nam Mincheon quietly followed behind. He mused to himself about his original desire to play the game in peace, but the harsh reality always pushed him into unexpected incidents. Nam Mincheon realized that accidentally getting involved in constant disputes had caused his reputation to skyrocket, forcing him to choose the underground city as a place to live to avoid attention. On the way, the brown-haired guy suddenly grew suspicious and asked why a healer who looked as gentle as Oasis was present in such a chaotic place like Undertown. He wondered, "You don't look like someone who fights, So how did you accumulate that much reputation? Oasis stammered, startled. She could only shift the blame to her master, explaining that all those points were thanks to a friend who accompanied her and did the work. The tank clicked his tongue, talking about the crazy priest in his group, a guy who often flew into a rage and attacked his own teammates, even though he looked very gentle normally. Suddenly, a cold, murderous aura washed over them, making him freeze in terror. One team member had suddenly vanished without a trace right in front of the others. The brown-haired guy checked his info panel in confusion and realized, wait, what? How could someone just disappear without anyone noticing? Seeing a team member suddenly vanish without a trace, the teammate clicked his tongue. What a pain. At least they should have said something before leaving. He turned to reassure Oasis. Sorry about that, apothecary. I'm sure he'll be back in a bit. Oasis could only lower her head and reply awkwardly, oh yes. Deep down, a sense of extreme guilt was surging. The tank started to get impatient. He looked around and muttered, where on earth did that guy go? The guy walking next to him quickly reminded him to keep his voice down while checking the system notification panel, but there were no messages coming in. He suspected his teammate might have secretly logged out. However, the status panel clearly showed that the person was still online. He reasoned, did he get attacked by a monster? But looking around the quiet forest, there wasn't a shadow of a monster in sight. To dispel the tense atmosphere, he started acting up to scare them. Maybe he got possessed by a ghost. Like this, he was acting so much that he was getting bad karma for it. He made a grimace to tease the tank, not knowing that a giant shadow with thick purple demonic energy had already loomed right behind him. The tank froze in place, sweating bullets as he stared at that terrifying entity. He pointed a trembling finger, stammering, What is that behind you? Ignoring his warning, the brown-haired guy just laughed it off. What the hell are you talking about? He figured his teammate was just playing along with a joke and chuckled smugly. Nice try. You really think you can scare me? Instantly, a massive shadow hand reached out from the void. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest as he was dragged straight into the deep darkness. Witnessing his teammate get snatched away in a heartbeat, he frantically pulled out his shield and sword, shouting to protect his partner. But when the tank turned around in a panic, Oasis had vanished without a trace. The truth behind this mysterious disappearance had been revealed 10 minutes earlier. Mincheon was hiding behind a large tree. He wore a sinister smirk and whispered to himself, Good job, Oasis. The bait worked. Mincheon stepped out from his hiding spot, ready to unleash the Dark Knight's signature skill. The Shadow Hand, a surge of pitch-black mana, gathered into a colossal claw. It lunged suddenly from the bushes, grabbing one of them and pulling him into the darkness. He only had time to scream in terror, Wah, what is this? Amidst the night, Mincheon appeared with a murderous grin. He mocked their pathetic tricks and immediately launched a night attack. In the blink of an eye, the first target was taken down cleanly. Not giving the others a chance to breathe, Mincheon set his sights on the second one. Watching two of his friends vanish, the tank looked around frantically, screaming for Oasis, Medic. Where's my health pack? Why are you leaving me now? He realized in horror that his team had walked into a perfectly staged ambush. Standing in the shadows, Mincheon sized up his opponent. He knew that someone from the defender class wouldn't go down in one hit. Seeing the opponent's health bar drop by half, Mincheon clicked his tongue. Tisk, that'll do for now. He strolled out from the shadows, his footsteps thudding against the dry ground. The tank turned around in a panic, eyes widening as he saw a looming figure approaching through the gloom. He pointed his weapon at Mincheon with a shake. You're the one who ambushed us, right? Mincheon only responded with a sinister grin. Before the opponent could even process it, Mincheon lunged with terrifying speed, leaving the tank stunned. He gritted his teeth, thinking, what kind of skill is that? That speed is just insane. Sensing the danger, the tank quickly activated his defensive stance, hoping his light shield would protect him. But Mincheon coldly declared, before the Dark Lord's shadow, defensive skills are useless. A slash infused with shadow mana came crashing down, piercing through the defense and leaving the tank in shock. What is this guy? How is he dealing damage while I'm guarding? Seeing his health plummet, he realized the situation was dire and decided he had to change tactics. He immediately counterattacked with his shield bash skill, charging forward with the power of lightning. However, Mincheon easily dodged the direct attack. While the tank was still struggling to recover and dodge incoming strikes, Mincheon closed the distance and landed a vicious slash, right at your flank. The tank was stunned at being outplayed, but then he smirked craftily. Turns out, that was just a skill to close the gap from the start. The tank boasted that the real fight was only just beginning, pouring all his energy into his shield slam. But the smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by pure shock at the unbelievable reality before him. Mincheon smirked mockingly as he blocked the opponent's strike cold. Don't think only tanks know how to use his shield. The rookie. It turned out it was his Shadow Hand skill. allowing him to completely nullify any single attack. The tank screamed in helpless frustration, never having seen such a bizarre skill before. Not giving him a moment to recover, Mincheon immediately followed up with his next move, Claw. Wait, I can't see anything. Before succumbing to paralysis, he realized his vision had vanished completely, and his body was frozen solid. Thanks to the Shadow Hand's effect, it caused a 1-second stun and 3 seconds of blindness. This was the golden moment for Nam Mincheon to finish the fight. He coldly swung his sword, channeling all his power into a strike that dealt 1.5 times the normal damage. Even for a defense-oriented warrior, the tank couldn't withstand this crushing blow. Nam Mincheon nonchalantly counted his victims. 3 down. He smirked, satisfied. Easy as pie. Too simple. Lying flat on the ground, the tank could only curse in bitterness. You cowardly scumbag. But to Nam Mincheon, the concept of cowardice didn't exist in a life-or-death battle. He replied coldly, winning is all that matters. Ethics can wait. Right after, he turned around and called out, Hey, it's your turn. The tank was left baffled, wondering what was about to happen. He lay on the ground, eyes wide, screaming in despair. Run, medic, save yourself, don't worry about me. But Oasis just walked forward with a blank expression. Mincheon stepped firmly on the guy and barked, Too noisy. Shut up. Even through the pain, the tank tried to warn her. Medic, run away from that demon. Ignoring his pleas, Oasis coldly raised her staff and activated her resurrection skill. A brilliant light blanketed the battlefield. The system announced that Oasis had successfully resurrected a dead ally. The tank panicked. No, medic. If I resurrect here, I can't handle the consequences. But it was too late. All 3 of them were forced to resurrect in a weakened state. With only 5% health and their actions slowed for 179 seconds, they stared in horror. You resurrected us, medic. From the darkness, Nam Mincheon stepped out, sword in hand. He calmly explained the brutal rules of this world. When notorious players get beaten by someone like Unhasu, the winner can claim half of the loser's infamy. Mincheon's eyes glowed with a crazed intensity as he revealed his true plan. So, I figured if I keep resurrecting the people I just killed, then kill them again, I'd get a whole lot of infamy. How many times do I have to repeat this to get the bulk of their infamy? The screams echoed, sending the birds in the forest scattering. Nam Mincheon muttered as he calculated his skyrocketing infamy. 3,800, plus 1,900, plus 950, 475, and another 238. Oh, my head hurts. Oasis, what's the total? Oasis replied with a weary face. 7,363. Looking at the bright status board, Nam Mincheon smiled with satisfaction. Being a villain is actually pretty relaxing. Nam Mincheon stood amidst the corpses of the 3 griefers, casually thanking them for how easily they'd helped him farm infamy points. One of them, gasping for breath, demanded to know why he had to be so ruthless. Nam Mincheon coldly replied that he held no grudge against them at all. It was simply that he was in desperate need of infamy points. He patted Oasis on the head and mocked them, saying that this was, after all, a costly lesson for the defeated. Nam Mincheon pointed his finger, warning the PKers never to lay eyes on someone else's healer ever again. Oasis, meanwhile, could only hang her head and sob, apologizing to everyone for deceiving them. Seeing her innocent appearance, the defeated players bitterly realized they had been tricked by a perfect trap, which was exactly why she never operated in Undertown. Nam Mincheon smugly waved goodbye to his experienced piñatas, declaring that he would return to find them whenever he needed more infamy points. The PKers could only watch the backs of the 2 people who had just rained nightmares upon them, filled with utter hatred. The braided tank sighed and suggested the group leave. Under immediately. Let's just go back home and farm fish. There are too many demons here. He secretly cursed Nam Mincheon, calling him a true devil as he casually walked through the gloomy forest. Just then, a system notification flashed, confirming that the requirements for the Level 3 Demon King had been met. The Level 3 Demon King skill was officially unlocked, granting Mincheon massive stat bonuses. Level 1 increased attack power, Level 2 increased health, and Level 3 increased magic defense, all proportional to the huge amount of infamy points he had just harvested. Nam Mincheon excitedly checked his status window, grinning broadly as he saw the defense ability had been perfectly activated. But when he turned to call Oasis, he suddenly paused at the sound of her sobbing. Oasis wailed, tears streaming down her face, feeling guilty for betraying the trust of her new friends. Watching the priestess cry her heart out, Nam Mincheon could only look blankly and ask, Everything was fine, so why are you opening the floodgates now? Amidst the chaotic Undertown, Oasis slumped down, sobbing so hard that passersby couldn't help but ask Unhasu, What's going on? What happened to her? Her cries echoed through the corner of the street, filled with deep regret for having deceived such kind-hearted teammates. She couldn't help but recall the happy times when the group was doing quests with Onhasu. Suddenly, a shocking scream rang out, shattering the atmosphere. Oh my god, a unique grade item appeared. The crowd surged forward in amazement as they saw a top-tier item emitting a brilliant aura. It was the Desert King's power, an invaluable golden staff that hadn't even been appraised yet. The party leader stared intently at the precious staff, his expression suddenly turning solemn. After a moment of thought, he smiled and decisively turned to walk away, casually declaring, "I'll let you have this one as a parting gift." His decision to give up such a top-tier item left Oasis so stunned she couldn't believe her ears. Huh? The rest of the team was equally shocked. They shouted in disbelief. What? Are you serious? The party leader calmly explained that if it hadn't been for Oasis' excellent support from the start, the whole team would have surely died, let alone managed to defeat the boss. Instead of being greedy for the precious item, he looked at her with sincere eyes and suggested, "Instead, Lady Healer, please join our party often." Faced with the genuine kindness and generosity of her new teammates, Oasis was stunned and then nodded in agreement, moved to tears. "Oh, yes, of course." The party leader bowed respectfully to Oasis and placed his trust in her. "From now on, I'm counting on you, Healer." Mincheon watched from afar with a cold expression. He silently judged that in this demon's den, trusting people only leads to ruin. However, Oasis couldn't shake the fact that they had placed their full trust in her. She painfully blamed herself for betraying them, then cowardly begged them to kill her just to be resurrected and serve her master's schemes. Seeing his partner spiraling in despair, Nam Mincheon stepped forward, grabbed her shoulders tightly, and growled, "Oasis, listen closely. From now on, as my partner, you will have to do things even worse than this." The words made Oasis tremble in fear. Even worse? Nam Mincheon cruelly affirmed that once he decided to destroy this world, the process would never be fair or beautiful. On the contrary, it would be extremely dirty and filthy, the philosophy of someone who wants to break the server. Oasis sobbed, mentioning again that those people had even given her the invaluable unique item to prove their kindness. Mincheon initially appeared dismissive. "It's just a level 50 item, after all. I told you, if it's not demon-level gear, it's all worthless." However, the moment he snatched the staff to inspect it, his expression changed, his eyes widening in surprise. All his arrogance vanished when he looked at the stats of the Desert King's power, a level 50 unique grade item with astronomical damage and magic intelligence bonuses. Nam Mincheon realized with a start that this was once the best gear for mages. He touched the treasure with trembling hands and whispered, "Wow, they gave this to you? They must really like you." The more Nam Mincheon analyzed it, the more Oasis wailed at her betrayal of people so kind. Nam Mincheon finally realized the immense value of the item. He evaluated it as still being top-tier gear, usable comfortably up to level 70, and even up to level 90 if she were a healer and upgraded it enough. Nam Mincheon held the golden staff in his hand with a complex expression, letting out a deep, silent sigh. He told Oasis to rest a bit more before logging out, and asked if she had reached level 50 yet. Hearing Oasis confirm she had reached the level, Mincheon urged her to go get her second advancement and then squeeze in a few more dungeon runs. He even instructed her to proactively join a few more parties after the advancement, because as a healer, they would surely chase after her and beg her to join them immediately. Oasis, stunned by her master's intentions, tremblingly asked, "So those parties will also?" Mincheon smirked wickedly and confirmed, "Just follow the same old script. Once resurrected, do it again." He didn't forget to remind her to join more parties while he was away. Then, Nam Mincheon's body began to fade as he performed the logout command. Left alone, she slumped down in exhaustion. She painfully asked herself, "Master, have you given up on being human?" To comfort herself, she told herself to calm down and quietly took out her fishing rod to find some peace of mind. A side job to heal a shattered soul. Amidst the gloomy landscape of the underground city, Oasis sat quietly fishing by the murky water. She sobbed while trying to reassure herself. "Yeah, it's just a game, just a game." She tried to find excuses for her actions, telling herself she was just helping her master. Just then, a group of strangers approached to strike up a conversation. Seong Shinji greeted her. "Excuse me, are you the healer?" They excitedly shared that their team was preparing to enter the Danyan for their second advancement. One member scratched his head, explaining they were desperately short of a healer, and hesitantly asked for help. "Savior, our party is critically low on health." Ass's expression suddenly darkened. Her eyes showed clear signs of obsession and intense psychological conflict, leaving the other party feeling flustered. Seeing her stay silent for so long, he awkwardly tried to back out. "Ah, if you're busy right now, could we maybe schedule this for another time?" The group started whispering to Onhasu, assuming she wouldn't go, and prepared to leave while apologizing for the inconvenience. But she gritted her teeth and asked herself, Why wouldn't I help? Seeing the strangers still looking stunned, she casually asked back, well, so does that work? These guys were overjoyed. They rushed to confirm. Of course it works. You didn't even need to ask. We're the ones begging for your help. Facing their persistence, Aces packed up her gear and firmly agreed. Fine, let's go. There's no turning back now, folks. Deep down, she was also eager to complete the second advancement quest for herself. The sound of splashing water broke the silence as Aces pulled hard on the fishing rod, lifting a large fish out of the water. While the fish was thrashing wildly, Aces suddenly gave a radiant smile but posed a pointed question. Oh, just one more thing. Everyone, what's your current reputation score? Meanwhile, in a dazzling digital space, GAIA was presenting a report on the game's economic system. She warned that implementing a payment system now was too early because the gap between paying players and free-to-play players would become massive, risking a mass exodus of players. But the director, Eun-ha-soo, rudely brushed her off. Who asked you for that nonsense? He barked. He insisted the only thing he cared about was when selling paid items would yield the biggest profit. GAIA apologized, saying the stock market variables were too complex for her to provide an exact answer. This enraged Eun-ha-soo. He mocked her, calling her the most expensive AI in the world, yet she could only answer trivial things. He lunged forward and punched the expensive machine, asking if it felt anything. GAIA kept her ethereal smile and calmly replied, No, sir. If venting your anger through violence makes you feel better, please feel free. Ha-soo laughed cruelly at the response. He pulled his hand back, saying he was just joking and wasn't the type of trash to use violence against machinery. After removing his VR headset, his surroundings returned to his office. With a sinister look in his eyes, he coldly ordered his subordinate to call all the team leaders in. At the Nippon headquarters, the atmosphere turned tense as an emergency meeting was called. Having just caught up with Seong Shinji, Lee Dong-ha asked breathlessly, Senior, why is there a sudden team leader meeting that wasn't on the schedule? Seong Shinji replied, I don't know. Ever since he became director, he's been talking a lot more. Who knows what nonsense he's going to spout this time? Entering the meeting room, he stood at the head of the table and loudly announced, Starting next Monday, we are changing the service plans and launching paid items. A deadline dropped out of the blue. This announcement left the room in shock. Next week? Are you joking? Lee Dong-ha warned anxiously. That's too sudden. The users are going to react violently. Facing his subordinate's opposition, Eun-ha-soo just casually smirked. User reaction. How did Nam Mincheon treat the users anyway? It seemed everyone was influenced by his way of thinking. Eun-ha-soo pressed them about the former director's perspective on the players. Lee Dong-ha hesitantly recalled that director Nam Mincheon called the users adventurers, people stepping into an adventure in a world they created. And we are always called the supporters, helping them on their journey. Hearing the word adventurer, Eun-ha-soo suddenly let out a mocking laugh. He laughed so loudly it shook the room. Poofed. Haha. No wonder the revenue is so pathetic. He slammed both hands on the table. Customer is king. Customers are livestock. They're just cattle we raise in a pen. You just toss them a little food and they'll happily gobble it up like dogs and pigs. Eun-ha-soo casually spewed these insults at the players right in front of his staff. Seeing Seong Shinji and Lee Dong-ha speechless in horror, he smirked and asked mockingly, Did I say something wrong? He told them to just wait and see because he had calculated everything. Eun-ha-soo admitted that the sudden launch of paid items would definitely cause a backlash, but his solution was extremely simple. Just throw them a little food. He immediately called the name of the planning team leader, who was trembling beside him. Eun-ha-soo ordered them to preload the corresponding amount of paid currency for users who still had time left on their fixed plans. He even allowed them to purchase half of the paid items with in-game currency and gifted everyone a 2-week EXP and production rate boost. He smiled smugly at his scheme to appease the crowd. For now, just feed them well. Facing Seong Shinji's protest that everything was happening too fast, Eun-ha-soo suddenly roared, cutting her off. Passion for what? The only goal is to fill our pockets. He screamed about the reality that, despite having the most players in the world, VRW's revenue was struggling to stay in the top 5. Ha-soo didn't hesitate to insult everyone in the room. The reason is only one, your incompetence. He firmly asserted that the most incompetent of all was Nam Mincheon. Ignoring the indignant stares of Seong Shinji and Lee Dong-ha, Eun-ha-soo sneered when mentioning the word adventure that Mincheon used to worship. He pounded the table repeatedly, insisting this was just an entertainment spot, a simulator, not something real. Eun-ha-soo's eyes burned with extreme greed as he compared Wing Online to an amusement park. He plotted to squeeze every corner of the game. We must sell drinks, sell food, sell souvenirs. His face twisted with excitement as he announced his ultimate ruthless goal, sell until we squeeze the very souls out of them. Eun-ha-soo clenched his fist, trying to suppress his rising rage. He took a deep breath to regain his composure, then looked straight at his terrified staff and said softly, sorry, I lost my temper for a moment. It's been a while since you've received bonuses, right? When was the last time? At the game launch. SSS level cake drawing skill. Facing the terrifying silence of the conference room, he clearly guaranteed that if they followed his way, revenue would be much higher than at the game's launch. And of course, everyone will receive extremely generous bonuses. Whispers began to echo throughout the room, and suspicious eyes turned toward the ambitious new director. Ignoring the staff's attitude, On-ha-soo clapped urgently to push them. Go think of ways to suck them dry. Don't just sit there daydreaming. He announced that there are exactly 5 days left until next Monday, the moment when online officially transitions to a free-to-play model. Just after stepping out of the room, Un-ha-soo suddenly turned back to drop a bombshell. Oh, and in 3 weeks, Season 6 launches, along with the sale of items that grant a 100% success rate. He paused, as if remembering something, and asked, Oh, right, I don't think we've named the items yet, have we? Seeing the tired and bored faces of the development team, Un-ha-soo made the decision himself. All right, since this game is called The Light, how about Goddess's Dance? He posed dramatically, looking smug, leaving the staff with no choice but to force some applause. Yes, sir, that's amazing. A few people gave a thumbs up, but their eyes clearly showed how much they were suffering. Un-ha-soo, satisfied, ordered everyone to delegate their own tasks and then excused himself to meet with the board of directors, leaving the meeting room in a stifling atmosphere. As soon as Un-ha-soo's figure disappeared, murmurs about the bonus pay broke out. As long as the bonus is big, who cares about dignity? Really, he said he'd give us even more than that. Song Shin-ji and Lee Dong-ha could only glare in silence. They felt disgusted by the flip-flopping and greed that were slowly devouring their hard work. Meanwhile, in another space, Nam Mincheon had just finished a long sleep. He stretched comfortably after 10 hours of rest, preparing his mind to continue the journey of destroying the world he had created. As soon as Oasis saw his familiar figure, she ran over excitedly. Master, you're back. Mincheon replied nonchalantly, Yeah, I'm back. Anything wrong? With a serious look, Oasis leaned close to his ear and whispered, No, something major. Master, have you heard the news? Starting next Monday, the game will go free to play and launch paid items. She added the rumors that Un-ha-soo had climbed into the new director's seat. Nam Mincheon pondered while looking at the announcement. The announcement is already out? Huh? Is that so? Faster than I thought. Seeing his silence, Oasis felt dejected. You used to be strictly against paid items. You must be sad now, right? But Nam Mincheon just said calmly, That's great. At Oasis's confusion, he explained that leveling up from 70 onwards is very difficult, but with the event celebrating the transition to F2P, the increased experience and production rates for 2 weeks would change everything. Nam Mincheon calculated smugly, Just recharge to get strong and wreck the game. Plus, there are many paid items to support development. This is too convenient. Oasis froze. She couldn't believe her ears. Looking at Nam Mincheon's cold back, she realized her master was not only not sad, but was also planning to actively utilize the very things he used to hate so much. To him at this moment, everything was just a means to achieve his ultimate goal. Suddenly, Nam Mincheon turned and asked, So, what did you do while I was away? Oasis was startled and flustered, but then she reported that she had switched to the second class and reached level 55 by befriending 3 other groups of players. Hearing the number 55, Nam Mincheon patted her head in approval. Well done. He drew his sword from its scabbard. It's time for the harvest. Are you ready? Wails and the sound of dull, heavy impacts echoed throughout the forbidden forest. Nam Mincheon was carrying out a ruthless harvest on the groups of players that Oasis had lured in. While the victims groaned in pain, Oasis appeared quite relaxed. She sat under a tree and focused on weaving a piece of golden fabric. Looking at the scene before her, she sighed with boredom. Oh, so boring. Suddenly, Nam Mincheon's roar shattered the silence. Oasis, it's your turn. Startled by her master's command, Oasis immediately stood up, ready to perform the resurrection spell to continue the cycle of torture. A poor player still thought. Oasis was a kind healer, so he tried to scream a warning. Healer, don't come near, run. Heart-wrenching cries continued to ring out in the depths of the forest. Ah, don't. Healer. Finally, the system notification board appeared brightly, confirming the target was complete. Nam Mincheon officially reached level 50 with the class Dark Knight, possessing a terrifying notoriety score of 27,120 points. Satisfied with the results, Nam Mincheon turned to Oasis with a radiant smile. All right, the conditions are met. Shall we go for the class advancement? Oasis also happily replied. Yes, I wish you success, Master. Nam Mincheon immediately clicked to accept the second-class advancement quest titled Demon Lord's Inheritance 3. However, looking closely at the requirements, he suddenly realized something important. Come here and give me a hand. This one is going to be tough. Receiving his partner's consent, the two stepped into a dense purple demonic mist that swirled into the void. Nam Mincheon silently judged that the messengers of the church were sometimes even scarier than the demons themselves. As soon as the mist cleared, a giant warrior wearing gray iron armor loomed out of the darkness. He clearly announced his greeting. "Welcome, rising star of the dark cult." The priest asserted that with his current notoriety, Mincheon was absolutely worthy of receiving a higher rank in the church. However, the upcoming challenge would not be simple, as this was a high-level position within the cult. "You must overcome the trial I have prepared." He warned that this was an extremely difficult and dangerous challenge, but asked if he still wanted to try. Nam Mincheon smirked confidently and stated, "The more difficult and arduous, the more worth trying." Talk about overconfidence. This answer made the priest very happy. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, truly the new star of our cult." Immediately, a wave of demonic power erupted. The ground shook violently as the glowing red magic circle began to activate. "Good, then let's begin the trial." Following the priest's declaration, an event notification for the Evil Challenge dungeon appeared with bright red warnings about the extremely high difficulty, requiring players to have powerful gear and a team of at least 2 to survive. The door opened, leading them into a magnificent yet gloomy hall under opulent chandeliers. Oasis looked around in confusion and muttered, "This isn't a dungeon, it's just a room." Suddenly, a giant figure in iron armor emerged from the shadows behind her, causing her to jump in terror. Oasis tremblingly grabbed Nam Mincheon's cloak. "Master!" In front of them stood a warrior with glowing, demonic eyes and a sword radiating cold energy. Nam Mincheon lowered his voice to explain the formidable background of the opponent. 100 years ago, this guy was one of the 3 legendary knights who defeated the Dark God, the Sword King, Kamos Gegan. Before Oasis's horror at such a high-caliber character, Nam Mincheon nonchalantly drew his sword and corrected her. "He's just a fake, don't get all worked up." He explained that the church had created these phantoms to research ways to defeat the legendary knights, and this was the training target for Dark Knights. However, in his heart, Nam Mincheon silently mocked that this was just superficial lore. In reality, it was because the design team was too lazy to create new character models, so they just reused old NPCs. He remembered the time he had to crawl. The graphics director begged the designer to add a few new NPCs, but was coldly turned down by Song Shinji because the work schedule was completely packed. Such is the plight of game developers. Nam Mincheon warned Oasis to be ready, because even though it's only level 50, this NPC's combat AI is top tier. Immediately, the Shadow Camos lunged forward with terrifying speed. Nam Mincheon hurriedly activated his Dark Hand to defend, but he quickly realized this guy was completely different from his previous opponents. Camos continuously unleashed thunderous slashes from above, forcing Nam Mincheon to brace himself. He glided like a ghost, appearing right behind Nam Mincheon in the blink of an eye. Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth, realizing his opponent was built entirely for agility. A powerful collision left him gasping in pain. His attack speed was so fast it was nearly impossible to block. Even when he tried to create some distance, he was immediately closed in on. Nam Mincheon silently told himself he just had to take the hits for now. His health bar dropped significantly under the barrage of attacks. However, Nam Mincheon still confidently asserted that he is a tank built for damage, full strength, and health, so a small, agile swordsman is nothing. The battle paused for a moment as they separated from Un Ha-su. Nam Mincheon was smug, having endured 1 round of damage, and declared, "All right, 1 round down. Now it's my turn." Trash-talking early usually leads to a bitter end, guys. Nam Mincheon yelled for Oasis, demanding she act fast. Instantly, healing icons flared up, surrounding him. Oasis quickly moved into a support position. She immediately cast a series of buff spells. "I'm in position. Leave the buffs to me, master." The blessings of the sword, saint, the angelic aura, and the tailwind melody were activated one after another, significantly boosting attack power, health, and speed for the entire team. Feeling the energy surging, Nam Mincheon smirked. Not bad. He lunged forward immediately, unleashing the dark combo skill at a dizzying speed. But the reality was brutally cold. Nam Mincheon's powerful slashes only hit the air. The Shadow Camos dodged every attack masterfully, causing a series of missed messages to fill the screen. Nam Mincheon realized his fatal mistake with a shock. "Damn it, my accuracy is tanking because the AGI gap is just too huge." He regretfully admitted that he had been so obsessed with grinding levels that he'd neglected to find suitable gear, and now he had no choice but to compensate with items immediately. Witnessing Nam Mincheon's helplessness, the shadow opponent suddenly wore a mocking smile. This action was like adding fuel to the fire, making Mincheon roar in fury. Are you mocking me? His eyes flared with rage to see an artificial creation dare to disrespect the very person who created this world. Nam Mincheon growled, "Did you forget who coded you?" However, instead of rushing into a deathmatch, Nam Mincheon suddenly turned and ran, calling back, "Wait a second." Before his bewildered opponent, he nonchalantly announced that he needed to open his shop to buy support items to turn the tide. Nam Mincheon didn't forget to leave an absurd request for his partner: hold him off for 3 minutes. Oasis froze in utter shock. The poor priestess could only cry out in misery. "My life is so miserable for following the wrong master." Forced into a life-or-death situation, Oasis was compelled to use all her strength to withstand the shadow's cutting slashes. The system continuously displayed weapon guard successful as the priestess strained to block the direct thrusts from the shadow K1. However, with a guard rate of only 40%, Oasis still had to take 60% of the damage, leaving her body on the brink of exhaustion. Realizing she couldn't hold on much longer if she just kept defending like this, she quickly cast her Healing Waves skill to try to recover as much HP as possible in the short time she had. Seeing Nam Mincheon still hiding in the back, Oasis screamed in despair, "Master, I'm literally going to die." Responding to her plea, Nam Mincheon just calmly told her to wait a little longer, making Oasis scream in frustration. "Hurry up and save me." Immediately, the Shadow Camos unleashed a thunderous attack, knocking Oasis far away and leaving her breathless with pain. Watching the opponent raise his sword for the finishing blow, Oasis was completely hopeless, thinking she had reached her limit. But just at that moment, as death drew near, a massive, heaven-shaking wave of energy suddenly descended, crushing the ground. The classic comeback has begun, guys. Oasis decided to gamble once more on her ultimate defensive technique. She loudly declared that the 100% damage reduction of her newbie dagger was activated, but the shadow only paused for a suspicious second before swinging his sword anyway. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the cold system notification appeared. Durability decreased, equipment destroyed. Holding the broken hilt in her hand, Oasis stood frozen in total shock. Seeing the prey had lost her only protection, Camos wore a sinister grin and rushed forward like a whirlwind. Oasis only had time to gasp in despair as the blade of death hovered right before her eyes. Just as things hung by a thread, a jet-black wave of energy exploded violently, accompanied by a booming roar. A warrior clad in pitch-black iron armor with glowing red veins suddenly appeared, blocking the destructive attack to everyone's amazement. Oasis looked up at the massive back emanating overwhelming pressure and trembled. "Master." Recognizing his loyal partner, Mincheon in his powerful new form turned slightly to reassure her. "Rest now. Let the boss show you how it's done." He marched forward, pointed his sword directly at the Shadow Camos, and taunted, "Come here and keep laughing, you fake." Camos flew into a rage and lunged at terrifying speed, but Nam Mincheon remained incredibly calm. He gritted his teeth, channeled all his dark magic into his sword, and coldly declared, "This one is going to hurt." Instantly, Mincheon unleashed his finisher, Dark Strike. The terrifying power of the blow completely suppressed the enemy, causing it to vanish immediately. Witnessing that classic scene, Oasis could only gasp in shock. "I can't believe you took him down in just one hit." "Master, that was so cool just now," Mincheon smugly asked. "See that?" But a weird, vibrant blue magic energy flared up, making Oasis worry. "Master, what is that?" Now Mincheon explained in a stern voice that it was the second of the 3 shadow warriors of the legendary archmage, Kerr Ellison. He stated that the goal of this quest was to defeat all 3 legendary shadow warriors. Kerr Ellison began to accumulate a giant fireball that radiated terrifying pressure, leaving Oasis anxious as she questioned him. "But Master, are you sure that's the goal?" Nam Mincheon confirmed that the orb was a chain reaction explosive, so "You can't just block a dark hand shield like that," he stated coldly. "That's why you have to use your secret weapon." Oasis asked, confused, "My secret weapon?" She was secretly admiring his genius tactical plan, but just as the magic descended, Mincheon suddenly blurted out an apology. Then he suddenly grabbed Oasis. To the priestess's utter confusion, Nam Mincheon shouted, "Secret technique, human shield." Oasis screamed in agony, tears streaming down her face. "Master, you're such a jerk." The blast of fire engulfed Oasis, turning her into a living shield to take the hit for Mincheon. Taking advantage of the human shield link, Nam Mincheon used Oasis to pass through the terrifying explosion. Kerr Ellison watched coldly from above, but Nam Mincheon quickly activated the Shadow Trail skill. He zipped through the magic mist like a black bolt of lightning to close in on his target. Nam Mincheon told himself he was a character built around a single skill. If he could just dodge that fireball, he could take the opponent down in one strike. Looking at Oasis, slowly fading away in pain, he said nonchalantly, "When you respawn, come back soon. I still need a few more shields. Seeing her dazed expression, he asked, "Are you mad?" Oasis replied indignantly that this wasn't the first or second time, so she needed some time to prepare before returning. Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoed through the hall, making Nam Mincheon exclaim in surprise. Oasis stared, shocked, at the pure white figure appearing, and whispered for her master. Nam Mincheon's face changed. He gritted his teeth, tensed up. "Damn it, she's here." This is the last of the three legendary warriors, Iden Kronos. Looking at her pristine white outfit, she naively asked, "Huh? What is her class?" Nam Mincheon replied curtly, "She's a priest." Hearing that, Oasis was secretly happy, thinking the opponent was just like her. She thought, just like me. I heard priests are the weakest in PvP. This should be easy. But Nam Mincheon immediately snuffed out that hope. No, she's a fighter. She'll be the toughest of the three. Oasis was stunned and asked if the fighter class was really that strong. Nam Mincheon's eyes turned dark as he watched Iden Kronos begin to radiate a brilliant blue magical aura. He explained, "No, she's not strong. She's just dirty." Oasis looked confused, not understanding her master's point. She tilted her head with a questioning expression. "Dirty?" Iden Kronos emerged, massive in her powerful blue and white armor. She looked slender, yet wore heavy, bulky armor. Oasis couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately, Nam Mincheon lunged forward and shouted for her to buff him. Oasis hurriedly complied while Mincheon activated the Dark Hand skill to strike head-on. The hit left the opponent stunned for 1 second and blinded for 3. It created an opportunity for Nam Mincheon to unleash a powerful shadow slash. However, he gritted his teeth in disappointment. Despite hitting with everything he had, she only lost a few drops of health. A glitch. Not giving the opponent a chance to breathe, the female fighter immediately raised a giant hammer, accumulating a brilliant blue electrical charge. A thunderous strike called the Dawn Hammer descended, creating a massive electrical explosion that covered the entire room. Oasis only had time to scream once before being frozen in place, paralyzed. Seeing her tearfully begging for help because she couldn't move, Nam Mincheon just snapped that it was because she was caught in the 2.5-meter stun radius. As soon as she took the hit, Iden Kronos immediately activated the Healing Touch skill. A brilliant blue light covered her body, causing her health bar to refill in an instant. Seeing this twisted scene, Mincheon asked coldly, "Now, do you understand why I said she's dirty?" Oasis nodded repeatedly, sweat pouring down as she finally understood. Mincheon analyzed that the opponent had poured all her stats into Vitality, combined with a special medium-sized armor with the highest defense, plus every type of healing and stun skill. Even if she couldn't kill her opponent, she could never die herself. Nam Mincheon called this the Undead Priest build. It's a strategy designed to be extremely frustrating, making the opponent fight until they're exhausted and just give up. Oasis's eyes widened in horror. Then how can we win? You don't mean it's impossible, do you? Nam Mincheon reassured her that since she's an NPC, she can't restore MP with potions. The only way is to keep hitting her until she runs out of energy. Hearing that they had to fight until she was out of MP, Oasis gripped her staff and stuttered, asking how long that would take. Nam Mincheon looked at his chipped sword and replied nonchalantly, "Well, we'll know when she dies." A strategy of hard work overcoming dirty play. With that, Nam Mincheon jumped into the air, delivering a powerful slash to the female fighter's head. The battle was incredibly fierce. Iden Kronos kept swinging her giant, lightning-charged hammer, creating earth-shattering electrical explosions that blanketed the whole room. Time passed in extreme tension. Nam Mincheon had his head smashed with the hammer for 4 hours straight, making him so angry he was about to lose it. Suddenly, Oasis shouted for her master, noticing a change. Iden Kronos stood motionless, the magic aura around her hands fading away. Nam Mincheon cheered happily. Finally, she's not healing anymore. The opponent's MP bar was completely depleted. Nam Mincheon quietly put away his shattered sword. Oasis looked confused as her master pulled out a wooden stick, wondering, "Master, where's your sword? Why are you holding a wooden stick?" He insisted that using a sword was being too humane. He had to use the stick to make it sink in. Nam Mincheon repeatedly swung the wooden stick down on Iden Kronos' head without mercy. He jeered and mocked her as he struck. "How does that feel? Pretty annoying, right? Hurts, doesn't it?" Standing by and witnessing this violence, Oasis could only sweat nervously out of sheer discomfort. She secretly thought how lucky she was not to have been reincarnated as an NPC. After venting his anger, Nam Mincheon felt incredibly refreshed. Immediately after, the system notification flashed brightly, confirming the side quest. Legacy of Magic was complete. All 3 shadows of the legendary warriors, including the swordsman CM, the archmage Kerr Ellison, and the Emperor, had been neatly defeated. Nam Mincheon packed his things and hurried Oasis along. "Let's go finish the class advancement. Looking at the opponent gasping for air on the ground, Oasis clasped her hands in prayer. Have a safe reincarnation, sister. Try to dodge the wooden stick next time. On the way, Mincheon kept complaining about the weird settings in this world, from people who fought until they died to mages who only knew a single fireball spell. He continued to mutter about how frustrating it was to go up against an undead priest like that. Oasis asked curiously, if the NPCs were already that monstrous, then real players must possess even more bizarre playstyles. Mincheon glanced at her and said, later, watch the video of last season's martial arts tournament yourself to see the truth. That statement made Oasis wonder if that was a serious tournament or a competition for freaks. Mincheon explained that it was those very playstyles that the constant stream of strange and bizarre occurrences has created a unique appeal, helping Win Online evolve into a world-class esport. Oasis walked silently behind him, watching her master's back and wondering if they were actually breaking the game. She couldn't help but ask herself if he was truly having fun deep down. The two returned to the magic circle, where the priest of the dark church was waiting. He laughed triumphantly. Congratulations on passing the trial. I knew you could do it, Mincheon boasted with his arms crossed. Piece of cake. Oasis was left speechless. They had been fighting for 4 hours, and he called that a piece of cake. The priest loudly declared that from now on, Mincheon would lead the Dark Truth Church's forces with the title of Legion Commander. The system displayed a notification, congratulating Mincheon on completing his second-class advancement. He had now officially unlocked a series of new features, such as base development and building his own legion for the Dark Truth Church. Mincheon also received the privilege of fast travel from the lower city to the Dark Truth Church's base. He needed to head to the base immediately to receive further detailed instructions. Mincheon nonchalantly explained to Oasis that this was a new feature unlocked by the second-class advancement. Faced with her questioning about what other weird headquarters they were headed to, he just flashed a mysterious smile and told her she'd see when they arrived. Urged on by the priest's reputation spreading across the continent, the two set off immediately. Back in the lower city, Mincheon suddenly shouted, "Hey, Din." The figure in the black cloak walking ahead froze in his tracks. He growled in annoyance at someone having the audacity to call his name, but the moment he realized it was Mincheon waving at an old acquaintance, the dark mage Din was so terrified, recalling the beating he took, that he trembled and fell to his knees, bowing deeply. "I greet the Legion Commander." Seeing this, Oasis could only sweat, thinking the old man must still be traumatized by that horrific massacre. Wasting no time, Mincheon went straight to the point and demanded that Din lead them to the Dark Truth Church's base. The dark mage scrambled to confirm they had come to the right place and respectfully invited them to follow. Din led them to an old, wooden structure. Oasis began to feel that something was wrong. She worriedly wondered where exactly they were. Din casually reached out to open a secret wooden door right in front of them. As the door swung open, a scene unfolded that made Oasis scream in horror. It was a secret bathroom. The system had chosen a really refreshing location. Inside, a man trying to do his business jumped up, shouting and swearing at them for invading his privacy. Mincheon could only bury his face in his hands in absolute embarrassment. A system notification popped up, asking if he wanted to activate the base. Mincheon gritted his teeth in regret, remembering he had randomly set the base entrance location, only for it to end up in such an awkward spot. A wave of deep purple magic energy suddenly erupted in the narrow entrance. "It just smells a little. Why make such a fuss?" Mincheon just muttered a curse. Meanwhile, Oasis was holding her nose, her face pale with nausea. She groaned miserably. "Master, I don't feel good at all." The two had no choice but to hold their breath and jump straight into the dark, swirling hole beneath their feet. As soon as they stepped out of the portal, Mincheon started retching. He shouted in sheer disgust, "This is ridiculous." Oasis wasn't doing any better. She kept coughing and had to clamp her hand over her nose to keep the foul stench from clinging to her. After regaining her composure, Oasis looked around the vast space, bewildered, and asked, "Master, where is this?" Mincheon had regained his stern expression by now, his red eyes glinting with depth as he introduced, "This is the base, where the Dark Truth Church's legion is stationed. This is the lower city branch of the Dark Truth Church base." Before them stood a massive wooden fortress with towering watchtowers. Suddenly, rapid footsteps approached, followed by a respectful greeting. "Welcome, Master of the Legion." Two girls with vibrant pink hair appeared, introducing themselves as Alpha and Beta, the managers of this place. They offered to guide their new master on how to operate the base. Even though he admitted to himself that he had forgotten almost everything he had created, Mincheon nodded coolly. "Sure, let's just nod along and see how things go." Following Beta's invitation, the two went deeper inside to learn the basics. Beta explained that this base was just one of many locations for the church across the land, and reviving this desolate place depended entirely on him. She introduced him to the golems, loyal creatures specialized in gathering wood, stone, and iron ore to develop the base. Even though there was currently only one golem, Mincheon could invest to accumulate as many as he wanted. Hearing the word invest, Oasis was still quite confused. Beta clarified that Mincheon needed to accumulate a lot of gold and, especially, infamy points to upgrade facilities and build his army. At this, Mincheon smugly asked his partner, "Do you understand now why I needed so much infamy?" Oasis realized what he meant, cheering excitedly when she learned that infamy points could also be used as a currency to buy items. This is where you can recruit troops for the Dark Church. However, besides needing enough gold and infamy to build the army, you will also need a certain amount of time for them to assemble. Looking at the small creatures in front of him, Mincheon silently judged. So level 1 only has goblins, huh? Even though they are small, they are effective minions. You can send your army out to conquer, clear out dungeons, or even order them to raid players and destroy villages. Fighting monsters will earn you gold, while attacking other players is the key to increasing your infamy. However, the manager also issued a warning. He could fail if he assigned his army tasks that were too difficult, and he would lose some of his soldiers. Therefore, careful consideration before sending them on missions is extremely important. And finally, just as important is the command tent. Here, you can issue all orders regarding this base. Stepping inside, Mincheon received absolute reverence from the managers. "So, Commander, please issue your orders." Looking at the red velvet chair placed in the center, he sat down leisurely and noted with satisfaction, "Not bad. I like it. Is this what it's like to be born at the finish line? Even the seat is quite nice." Starting from zero was completely in line with Mincheon's style. Witnessing this scene, Oasis stood frozen in awe. She wondered why the master, even though he was just sitting on an old chair in this desolate base, could exude such a dignified, kingly aura. With cold, sharp eyes and an ambitious smile, Mincheon asked softly, "All right, where should we start?" In the gloomy low city, the tout Nim was approaching two players who looked pretty down on their luck. He mocked them. "I'm honestly surprised you guys have survived in this low city for so long, that trashy gear." And just like that, Nim started his usual hustle. He clapped his hands and started pitching. "Cheapest prices in the country, 100% safety guaranteed. We even offer installment plans." He rubbed his hands together deceptively, insisting this was the best deal they'd ever find, and urged them to trade at the gold exchange shop to get stronger. Ignoring their flat refusal, "Beat it. We're not buying anything," Nim persisted. He leaned in close, acting all secretive. "Look, I don't offer this deal to just anyone. You can pay with enhancement stones instead of cash." When the players questioned why a max-level player like him would need enhancement stones, Nim quickly came up with a persuasive argument. He explained that selling on the exchange would mean losing money to commissions, so he was willing to give them a friendly price. Seeing his prey starting to waver and admitting they had some stashed away, Nim doubled down. "You're not even using them anyway, right? Sell them and use the money to upgrade your gear or something else." This was textbook MLM behavior. While the two players were still hesitating, a mysterious dark figure had been quietly watching the whole thing from above. Once the deal was done, Nim happily checked his loot. 2, 4, 6, 8 pieces. "I exceeded my quota again today. The boss is definitely going to be pleased." But his joy didn't last long before he realized he was being followed. Nim panicked and sped up, trying to lose the mysterious figure leisurely trailing behind him. As he ran, he cursed. "What the hell is wrong with that guy? Why does he keep following me?" Confident in his skills as a thief, he leaped across the rooftops to shake off his pursuer. But the moment Nim landed, a cold voice whispered right in his ear, "That's right, you idiot." A powerful punch sent Nim sprawling. He curled up, trembling, and stammered, begging for mercy. "I was just following orders. Is buying enhancement stones illegal or something?" The mysterious man growled an order at the cowering Nim. "Take me to see a casa. I have a few things I need to ask him personally." Nim reluctantly led him deep into a dark wooden basement. "I don't know if you've got guts of steel or if you're just plain stupid. Do you really think our base is unguarded?" He immediately shouted, "Get in here." A swarm of henchmen emerged from the shadows, and their leaders smugly challenged him. "Why don't you try touching me, you little brat?" The mysterious man just sighed in annoyance. He slowly removed his disguise, his eyes turning icy cold as he drew his sword from its sheath. "It's pathetic people like you who always bully others in games like this. Touch where it hurt," the masked leader roared in a rage. "Pathetic? You son of a..." He immediately ordered his henchmen to swarm him. "Get him. Grab him." Amidst the clouds of dust, the man calmly observed every move his opponents made. To him, these small fries weren't even a warm-up. The strikes were so powerful they knocked his opponents unconscious instantly. The watching henchmen realized in horror who they were facing. It was Ken, the man who took second place in the first PvP tournament, the monster who specialized in hunting down bounty hunters. Fear gripped the remaining thugs when they realized they were facing a notorious player killer. Everyone, stand down. A loud shout rang out, making Akasa's henchmen freeze in shock. Akasa, the leader, stepped out from the back, unable to hide his surprise as he blurted out, "Oh, it really is Ken. Haha, long time no see, right? Still haven't quit the game? When was the last time we met, you and Hasu? Last year? I thought you quit, since I haven't heard a peep from you in ages." Even though he was offering a friendly greeting, inside, Akasa was trembling with fear. He cursed under his breath, wondering what the hell Ken wanted with him. Not giving him a chance to compose himself, Ken went straight to the point. "Why on earth are you hoarding such a massive amount of enhancement stones?" Akasa forced a laugh, claiming he bought them up because he had a gut feeling their price would skyrocket once the Season 6 update arrived. He nonchalantly insisted it was all just his sixth sense, but Ken suddenly dropped a bombshell that made the atmosphere stiflingly tense. "Have you heard the news? GM Nam Mincheon got fired." Hearing this, Akasa clicked his tongue, acting as if he'd known all along. He mocked GM Nam Mincheon, saying he ended up that way because he didn't know how to run the game. He suddenly remembered something and asked with curiosity, "You really hated GM Nam Mincheon, didn't you, Ken?" Ken's eyes darkened, and his face turned murderous as he smirked. "I didn't hate him. I loathed him. If I could, I would kill him with my own hands." The sheer hatred radiating from Ken made Akasa and his men freeze, sweat pouring down in terror. Ken slowly gripped his sword hilt. "But Akasa, you were very close to him, weren't you?" The question made Akasa jump, and he panicked, screaming in denial. "Me? Close to Nam Mincheon? What the hell are you talking about?" Ken stepped forward, every footfall striking the ground with power. He exposed the secret that among the villains monitored by the GM, Akasa was the one with the most ties to Nam Mincheon. That was when Akasa's expression changed. He gritted his teeth, admitting it in frustration. "Wait, are you talking about that lawsuit? Fine, if you want to call that a connection, sure. Damn it." Ken coldly exposed the truth about the former director's sudden leniency, explaining he dropped all charges against him. "Why do you think he did that?" He stared straight into Akasa's shifting eyes, analyzing how Nam Mincheon had passed up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wipe out the thieves in the Lost City as an example to others. Akasa scrambled to make excuses using his own miserable past. "I went to the headquarters in Korea and begged him to drop the charges." He asked irritably if Ken had come all this way just to dig up unpleasant history. But Ken stated firmly, "No. I'm here because I believe there's a deeper connection between you and Nam Mincheon." He thought Akasa was too eager to end the conversation there. "Right, when you're cornered, you act like a field mouse, feeling a bit itchy, aren't you?" Ken began to present ironclad evidence of the anomalies in the other man's behavior. "The moment GM Nam Mincheon was fired, you suddenly started frantically buying up enhancement stones, even though you'd never touched them before." Ken mocked him, a professional con artist like Akasa, suddenly starting to hoard the strange item right after Nam Mincheon left the company. He reached an undeniable conclusion. Nam Mincheon had revealed to you that they were about to become expensive. Why? Because he could use you for something. Ken wondered what could make a director strike a secret deal with a schemer like Akasa left him in heavy, tense silence. Ken was absolutely certain he needed an illegal deal, something shady going on here. He knew well that Akasa was the type who could help Nam Mincheon get anything in this game without being detected by the system. Seeing his secret exposed, Akasa tried to keep a sarcastic, mocking expression. "My God, you could write a movie script about this." Before he could finish, Ken brutally grabbed Akasa by the collar, making him terrified. Ken's eyes burned with hatred as he growled a warning. "Don't underestimate my instincts, Akasa. I've waited years for a chance to pay that bastard back. You think I wouldn't be able to sniff him out?" He gritted his teeth and ordered the trembling man in front of him, "Tell me where he is." Akasa struggled in vain, screaming for Ken to let go immediately. Akasa's patience had reached its limit. He cursed repeatedly and shouted, "I said let me go, damn it." Instantly, Akasa swung a blade imbued with flaming power at Ken to escape. But Ken was no amateur. He was fast enough to dodge the surprise strike. Akasa gritted his teeth in resentment and hissed, "You think just because I treated you kindly, you have the right to climb all over me. You think you're something special, just because you placed second in some damn tournament from a lifetime ago." He continued to mock that Ken wasn't even qualified to stand in a tournament anymore, only knowing how to wander around killing regular players, ruining his own reputation. Akasa growled, "Be honest, Ken, this look doesn't suit you at all. You're getting on my nerves." He pointed his weapon directly at his opponent, claiming his current position wasn't gained by sitting around doing nothing. Facing those words, Ken remained cold and calmly replied, I'm not the one who came in second. The statement left Akasa stunned. What? Ken asserted firmly. I am the champion of the first blind tournament. Akasa gritted his teeth and shouted that Ken was talking nonsense because he clearly came in second. Ken explained in a low voice that his opponent that year had used dirty, pathetic tricks which should have led to an immediate disqualification. Yet, GM Nam Mincheon had just watched without issuing any fair judgment. Akasa realized the truth in shock. The reason you're so obsessed with finding Nam Mincheon is because of the ruling in that tournament? That's right. Revenge is a dish best served cold, isn't it? Heh. Ken slowly drew his sword. His eyes showed a dark look. I'll ask you one last time. Where is Nam Mincheon? He coldly threatened to kill everyone if he didn't get an answer. Akasa was sweating buckets, panicking as he tried to deflect. Geez, you don't mean to take things so seriously, man. That decrepit, old piece of trash. Ken curled his lip into a wild smile. So that's a refusal. That's fine. He affirmed that the only joy in this pathetic game was killing players. Akasa flew into a rage and shouted, You're all talk. Seizing him, a chaotic brawl broke out in the dark basement. Akasa laughed gleefully, but moments later, the reality was tragic. Akasa collapsed to the ground, his body starting to glitch and fade away. That monster looked at the horrific scene around him. With players unable to resist and trembling, he uttered his final words. Are you even human? Ken loomed over Akasa, his voice as cold as ice. Tell me where GM Nam Mincheon is. He threatened that if the other didn't talk, he would hunt him down until he did. And I will kill you over and over again. Countless times, countless times. Whenever you set up a shop, I'll come and smash it. Whenever you build a new base, I'll find it and kill you. His eyes burned with cruelty. I will make it so you can never do anything in this game again. I don't mind doing it. You know that, right? Akasa, who could possibly handle a guy like Ken? This time, even if Akasa ran to heaven, he couldn't escape. He looked down at the defeated man with an imposing face. This is your last chance. Where is Nam Mincheon? Immediately after, the scene shifted to the VR world lobby, where Nam Mincheon stood amidst vibrant digital data streams. Looking at the swirling digital fragments, he thought to himself that everything was going according to plan. Nam Mincheon understood the looming threat, but as soon as wind began to collapse, those at Nippon would start suspecting him. To avoid being detected, he told himself to ensure no one could link his identity to the Nam Mincheon character. The first step in the plan was to change his IP address. Nam Mincheon operated the virtual dashboard. I need to make it look like I've gone home. Just as he had told Song Shinji and Lee Dong-ha, he planned to connect wirelessly to his home computer, so his main account and Nam Mincheon could be online at the same time. If he could create a login log showing both accounts online simultaneously, Nam Mincheon would have a perfect alibi. However, Nippon had blocked all remote access and prevented multi-account usage, causing the system to reject the access request. To pull it off, he had to break the company's security system. Although he knew all the security loopholes, this would normally take weeks. Nam Mincheon smirked confidently. This is a piece of cake for him, but I have one of the world's best AI systems as my subordinate. Instantly, Oasis appeared in AI form to help him infiltrate the system. Oasis quickly reported it was done. Master. Nam Mincheon was satisfied. Good. It's time to take my main account out for a trip. He firmly pressed the game start button. A surge of energy erupted, bringing him back to the virtual world in a completely different guise. He was a warrior wearing magnificent white armor, with the username Nam Mincheon, belonging to the Paladin class, reaching the max level of 90 with top-tier equipment. In the gloomy Wandering Forest swamp area, a massive entity suddenly rose from the still water. It was Gules, the master of the swamp, roaring in fury. Who dares to wake me? But responding to the aggression was just the steely footsteps of the Paladin in shining silver armor, ending it with one sharp sword strike. The monster died without even knowing who its enemy was, falling that quickly. As the giant carcass collapsed to the ground, he calmly asked his partner, Oasis, how much more experience did I get? Oasis reported that each one defeated only brought in 519 additional experience points. Looking at that meager number, Nam Mincheon, in his Nam Mincheon avatar, stood beside himself and pondered. The level gap between us is just too huge now. There's no point in forming a party anymore. Seeing that Oasis was still looking bewildered, he explained that he could keep both accounts logged in simultaneously, so switching between characters was a piece of cake. However, Nam Mincheon also admitted that it was a bit strange, as he couldn't control them at the exact same time. Whenever he was operating one character, the other characters would just stand perfectly still. Even so, Nam Mincheon insisted that as long as the login history showed both accounts were online at once, then at least for the foreseeable future, NPAN wouldn't suspect that Nam Mincheon was actually him. He smugly declared it to be the perfect alibi. Suddenly turning to Oasis, Nam Mincheon gave an instruction. Oh, by the way, I need you to buy me a plane ticket. But she couldn't help but wonder. A plane ticket? To where? Nam Mincheon told Oasis to prepare for a 3-week trip to Bali just before the Season 6 update launched, not forgetting to remind her to book a round-trip ticket as well. Watching her master keep switching characters back and forth, Oasis could only scream in frustration. Please, just pick one character and stick with it. Seeing her question why they were suddenly going to Bali, he calmly replied, just going for some business and to meet someone while I'm at it. After finishing the test of his multi-account system, Nam Mincheon ordered the night character to stand still and turned to ask Oasis, "Want to go grind for some more levels?" She excitedly agreed right away. Sure. Just as they were preparing to head out, a notification message suddenly lit up, making Nam Mincheon freeze. Huh. It was a message from Akasa asking if Nam Mincheon was online. Nam Mincheon coldly messaged back, "What? Do you want me to pay you back?" But Akasa's reply was completely unexpected. No, it's not that. Ken has tracked me down. Hearing that name, Nam Mincheon's face paled in shock. Ken, the hunter of hunters? Akasa frantically announced that the situation was urgent because something huge had happened. Apparently, Ken had discovered his ID. Nam Mincheon smirked suspiciously and pressed him. Did you tell him? Akasa, swallowing in fear, admitted it and apologized because Ken had completely destroyed their base. Contrary to his opponent's anxiety, Nam Mincheon appeared quite calm. Forget it. It's fine. I'll handle him. However, Akasa didn't forget to leave a haunting warning about the hunter's terrifying gaze and advise, "Be careful, Nam Mincheon." Responding to that reminder, Nam Mincheon just gave a light chuckle. Ha! It seems this guy is very confident when talking about his formidable rival, huh? Nam Mincheon silently evaluated Ken. He was still the same as always, not changed one bit. His eyes glowed with schemes as he realized that this situation might actually work to his advantage. The scene shifted to the wandering forest, where a caravan was slowly moving through the night. Deep in the woods, a mysterious merchant appeared and warmly greeted everyone. Welcome, everyone. Let me introduce myself. This is the 3rd season, and I'm acting as a merchant. Let me guide you on your way. Seeing a max-level guide leading the way, the merchants couldn't help but feel excited. Then we're definitely going to arrive safely. We're so lucky today. Looking at the bustling crowd, Oasis curiously asked, "Master, what are those people doing?" Nam Mincheon calmly explained that they were all merchants, people who profited by buying local specialties and selling them in other cities. Because those specialties couldn't be put into their inventory and could only be kept on carriages, and they couldn't use teleportation gates, they were forced to drive their carriages themselves over long, arduous distances. They're sweating blood and tears just to earn a buck, everyone. Nam Mincheon added that this journey was full of dangers, from plain monsters to NPC bandits specialized in waiting for prey, and even bosses roaming across the fields. Because of that, merchants usually gathered every hour to travel together for safety, and the person with the highest level or experience would be chosen as the leader. The merchant leader announced loudly, "All right, we will head east to the city of Terra. To get there, we have to travel through the wandering forest." He instructed everyone not to panic if they got lost in the thick fog, just send him a private message. In this wandering forest, there are 5 plain bosses. They are very strong, but they won't attack unless provoked, so absolutely do not touch them. After the team's loud, unanimous response, Oasis was still full of questions. Huh? But master, why are we going with those merchants? Nam Mincheon smirked, revealing a sinister smile against the backdrop of his parasitic campaign. He revealed his true scheme, which was to use these merchants as bait to eliminate those plain bosses, each to their own. They hunt for specialties, and I hunt for bosses. It's a win-win, isn't it? The caravan of carriages silently entered the dense, foggy forest. Suddenly, consecutive explosions shook the ground. The merchants looked around in panic. What's going on? I don't know. Is it an earthquake? Amidst the chaos, a player's eyes widened in terror as they realized the horrifying truth. It was a plain boss, a giant entity with the shape of a withered ancient tree, its eyes glowing with golden fire, looming out of the darkness, radiating overwhelming pressure that engulfed the entire group. The merchant leader hurriedly reassured everyone that this was just a level 70 plain boss, and it wouldn't attack proactively unless provoked. Hearing that, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they weren't strong enough to face such a terrifying thing. They told everyone to quietly slip past it to avoid trouble. However, Nam Mincheon, walking in the middle of the crowd, suddenly noticed something unusual. The monster's glowing golden eyes began to move, accompanied by dry, creaking sounds coming from the ancient tree trunk. A player nervously asked to be sure that the monster wouldn't attack. The leader still wore a confident smile, asserting that nothing would happen. But just as those words left his mouth, the ancient tree monster suddenly slammed a powerful blow right into the middle of the caravan, causing wood fragments and dust to fly everywhere. The merchants screamed in panic as they saw the monster had truly begun to attack, forcing everyone present to immediately enter a combat stance to save their lives. That leader's word doesn't hold much weight, does it? The leader stood frozen in shock, sweat pouring down because he couldn't understand why a boss that was supposed to be docile suddenly went berserk when clearly no one had provoked it. Amidst the chaos and cries for help, Nam Mincheon appeared in the shadows with a sinister smile. It turned out this was his new skill after his second promotion, called Shadow Shift. With the ability to cloak his body in darkness to become invisible and increase his movement speed by 50%, Nam Mincheon had silently approached and provoked the monster without anyone in the merchant group knowing. The violent tremors shook the entire forest. The caravan leader turned pale, sweat pouring off him like rain as he stared at the massive entity before him. In his heart, he couldn't stop screaming in pure confusion. The treant shouldn't have attacked unless provoked, so why was this happening? Realizing they were hanging by a thread, the leader shouted, "We have no other choice. There's no way to escape. Everyone, prepare for battle." The merchants panicked, crying out in desperation. "Wait, how are we supposed to kill that thing? At least tell us the battle plan." But time waited for no one. Shouts urging them to form up drowned out the monster's thunderous roars. Massive, bone-crushing blows rained down, scattering the group. Tragic cries for help echoed throughout the dark forest. The leader gritted his teeth and cursed in utter helplessness, frantically searching for whoever had provoked the monster. Just then, a group of high-level warriors suddenly appeared. 4 level 90 masters, Per Oring, JBIT, Moonbeam, Sector, and Gus threw themselves into the fray. The leader quickly ordered the others to deal just enough damage to avoid drawing the monster's full attention toward them. The treant roared, swinging its massive arms to attack, but the elite warriors were already in position. Gus braced himself against the pressure, and she glided like the wind, unleashing a dual dragon slash that tore through the monster's tough bark. Immediately after, Moonbeam and Cedar gathered brilliant lightning energy in their hands. With a roar of thunder strike, a massive bolt of high-level electricity slammed down onto the monster's head, covering its entire massive body in a powerful electric current. Seeing the high-level players holding the line, the crowd of merchants started cheering in excitement. "Look, those high-level players are tanking for us." They joined in, determined to kill the boss at least once in their lives, and frantically charged into the attack. Watching from the back, Nam Mincheon smirked deviously as he saw everything going exactly according to his plan. Oasis, standing beside him, felt deeply moved by the unity of these people who had just met On Ha-soo for the first time. She turned to ask if he really didn't intend to help them. He was the director, and how quickly or slowly this ended was up to him. Nam Mincheon chuckled softly and reassured her that he would definitely help, just not yet. He secretly calculated that with his current attack stats, rushing in now would draw the boss's full aggro, while his HP wasn't high enough to withstand those crushing blows. Watching the crowd struggle through the electric mist, Nam Mincheon told them to hang in there, then ordered Oasis to go and heal them. When Oasis questioned his move, he just nonchalantly replied that he would join the fight when it was truly necessary. Oasis excitedly took the order and dashed off. Watching his partner's back, Nam Mincheon thought to himself that she was really quite impatient. But perhaps it was because Oasis was eager to test how much she had improved after all that grinding. Moving toward the center of the battlefield, Oasis raised her glowing staff and cast Call of the Sanctuary, beginning to recover 2% of max HP per second for all players within a 30-mile radius for 8 consecutive seconds. The sudden appearance of the healing light left the crowd stunned. They frantically asked On Ha-soo who was saving their lives. Oasis continuously cast slow-acting healing skills, Holy Halo, Guardian, and Healing Wave to provide full support to the injured. Seeing their savior, the exhausted players burst into joy, cheering and thanking her, and even fighting over who would get healed next. Talk about getting greedy once you get a taste of comfort. Oasis suddenly stopped and whispered, "Seong Shinji, that's enough." Watching this, Nam Mincheon silently praised her for knowing exactly when to stop before the boss could spot her. To him, what made a great healer wasn't just the timing of their skills or bold rescues, but the ability to survive to ensure the team's next steps. Realizing the time was ripe, Nam Mincheon walked forward coldly. It was time for him to act. He immediately activated his Tier 1 Shadow Step skill, wrapping his body in darkness to enter stealth mode and gain a 50% movement speed boost for 10 seconds. While the treant roared madly, leaving the merchants confused about what was happening, the caravan leader was still shouting to encourage everyone. "We're almost there. Keep going." Meanwhile, Nam Mincheon silently crept behind the monster. He told himself that the amount of damage didn't matter since he didn't have much contribution, but if he could land the finishing blow, he would take all the massive bonus points. He was quite cunning, just waiting for others to grind the monster down until it was low on health before kill-stealing. Mincheon suddenly unleashed his shadow combo, raining down strikes imbued with deep purple magic onto the Treant's trunk, shocking the monster. Exploiting the opening, Mincheon glided like a black bolt of lightning through the dust. With eyes blazing with determination, he poured all his strength into the final strike. Capitalizing on the opening, Mincheon immediately cast his exclusive Night of Darkness skill, Shadow and Anti-Light. With the ability to teleport behind the target and swing his weapon at high speed, the first strike dealt 150% damage, plus 10% of the target's current HP. The second strike added another 300% damage. The system immediately announced that he had defeated the boss-level monster, the Treant. The crowd of merchants stood frozen in shock, stuttering as they couldn't believe their eyes. "Oh my god, it's over. Thank goodness everyone in the caravan is still here." Immediately after, a reward screen appeared with 3 lucky dice. Oasis looked blankly at the 3 dice in her hand, wondering if that was a lot or a little. "Hey, I'll loot the boss drops. There are some good items here. Whoever wants them, roll the dice." Oasis curiously turned to ask, "Master, how many dice did you get?" Mincheon replied with a weary expression, "I don't know. I don't care." He silently judged that this was only a level 70 boss, so the drops were surely just trash. What Mincheon truly cared about right now were the 20 Wanderer Forest boss coins he had just received. This was proof of taking down a boss-level monster, which could be used to trade for precious items at the Adventurers Guild. Mincheon calculated, "I'll probably need 100 boss coins to buy what I want, meaning I have to do this 4 more times." On the other side, the caravan leader was chugging a potion of recovery. He wiped his mouth and muttered, that was a real blessing from the heavens, but at least we defeated it. Still doesn't know who started and who ended this play, does he?" The leader began to grow suspicious about who had dealt the final blow. Who attacked that boss? Was it one of us? Or just some random troublemaker passing by? Realizing he couldn't find an answer, he decisively issued an order. "All right, let's keep moving. I want to reach the campsite on time." He warned in a stern voice. If they were attacked by another boss while this exhausted, the whole group wouldn't be able to hold out. A merchant laughed it off, trying to reassure everyone. "Oh, come on. Do you really think we're going to run into another boss?" He claimed he had crossed this forest many times but had never encountered more than one boss. However, the leaders still kept a serious expression. It was better to be safe than sorry. In reality, their deduction wasn't wrong, as it was nearly impossible to encounter 2 field bosses in a row in this area. Yet, amidst the gloomy night, red hexagonal blocks like a honeycomb suddenly appeared and glowed brilliantly. From within that light, an entity taking the form of a woman, with fiery red eyes and delicate wings loomed into view. A cold system notification appeared. "Field Boss, Queen Bee. Surprise, old man. Ha, ha, ha." Although encountering 2 field bosses in a row was nearly impossible, in reality, she had appeared right before their eyes. Standing before this terrifying entity, the players could only gasp in despair. No way. The leader quickly regained his composure. He judged the opponent to be easier than the previous boss, so he immediately ordered the archers to fire. Arrows and brilliant magical barrages rained down on the target simultaneously. He roared crazily, "Attack her. Tear her apart for me." Successive explosions engulfed the Queen Bee, but instead of falling, she became extremely enraged. Realizing that magical damage was being completely negated, the leader panicked and ordered everyone to switch to physical attacks immediately. A female archer quickly moved into position, focusing intently, and delivered a decisive strike. But the Queen Bee showed terrifying speed, gliding between the hail of arrows and projectiles, dodging every attack with such finesse that the crowd was stunned. She suddenly closed the distance and delivered a violent impact that completely shattered the merchant's formation. The Queen Bee wore a sinister smile as she brutally incapacitated a player, leaving them severely injured. Witnessing that scene, a warrior screamed in trembling tears, "My God, attack!" However, the monster quickly used its sharp legs to strike before leaping high into the air. "We have to force her down right now." The leader screamed in desperation, but the crowd could only ask in confusion, "But how?" A mage intended to use a spell to destroy her wings, but he was immediately doused with cold water when he saw his teammate the archer get wiped out by her in a heartbeat. The Queen Bee flipped upside down in mid-air, beginning to accumulate a massive fireball that radiated terrifying pressure. Witnessing that scene, the mage turned pale. Can she cast magic while in the air? The situation was hanging by a thread. Even with master mages here, it was too difficult to turn the tide. With their current state of exhaustion, it seemed all hope for the group had been completely extinguished. But before the Queen Bee could even act, a cannonball flew in from out of nowhere and hit her, wounding her. The heat of the firepower caused one of her wings to catch fire. The crowd was stunned. Something had just hit her wing. Everyone looked up in astonishment. "Look there, Someone is standing on the tower. Their savior had made quite the grand entrance. On top of the towering watchtower, a mysterious figure was operating a giant cannon. That person decisively loaded the ammo and activated the machine's full magical system. A beam of brilliant energy erupted from the cannon's barrel. A blast carrying destructive power shot out, aiming straight at the queen bee's position as she hovered in the air. The direct hit created a terrifying explosion, sending the queen bee falling freely to the ground. The merchant group couldn't believe their eyes. They could only gasp in absolute shock. The queen bee lay motionless, her body trembling from the critical hit. Immediately, cheers erupted across the forest. "She's down! She's down!" The leader swung his sword and ordered everyone to charge. All-out attack. Finish her off. The crowd crazily rushed in to surround her, landing final blows on the boss's dying body. Mincheon stood on high, calmly observing the battlefield. He thought to himself that he had designed this terrain specifically for situations like this, but it seemed the players didn't realize the hospitality he had provided for them. Realizing the time was ripe, Mincheon muttered, "Oh, right, time for the finishing blow." Below, the merchant group was still frantically pressing the queen bee with violent strikes. Suddenly, her tail twitched and then shot out like lightning, piercing through a warrior who only had time to scream in pain before collapsing. The leader turned pale with horror. She was still screaming to encourage her teammates. "We're almost there." But a glowing surge of energy from the boss began to engulf them all. A terrifying sweep sent everything flying, knocking all team members back in helplessness against her desperate strength. The leader realized in despair that despite being so close to victory, the group no longer had enough firepower to end the fight. "This time, we're all going to be wiped out, guys." Just as things hung by a thread, a dark silhouette dove from above with terrifying speed. A loud noise rang out as the mysterious figure landed right in the middle of the battlefield, leaving the leader only able to gasp in utter bewilderment. Mincheon immediately activated his shadow and anti-light skill chain. A deep purple magical wave erupted violently, swallowing the queen bee amidst her final, agonizing screams. The leader froze, staring speechless at the movements of the person who had just sniped the boss kill right before his eyes. Mincheon landed steadily amidst the magical dust, officially putting an end to the legendary battle. Below, the merchant group had fallen into a state of total exhaustion after successive battles. A player tremblingly looked at the leader and asked with deep anxiety, "Hey, Mr. Ban, that was the last one, right? There aren't any more bosses, are there?" Now, how should the leader answer? He might as well just encourage the guys to hang in there, because what else could he say? The group leader stood there, stunned, and in his heart, he began to stir with suspicions about the irregularity of this series of events. Meeting one field boss by coincidence was understandable, but two in a row was simply impossible. He pieced everything together and realized a fatal commonality. Furthermore, in both recent battles, there had only been one person who managed to snag the final blow. He's definitely the one behind all of this. He grits his teeth in rage, realizing he's been played like a pawn by someone else. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes throughout the forest. Mincheon is absolutely thrilled as he checks his item notification board. Awesome, 30 more coins in the bag. He smugly wonders to himself, now, who's next? As he sits resting by a tree, the leaves suddenly sway violently in a strange gust of wind. Mincheon jumps, looking up as he feels an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. It's the Sky Eagle, Lord of the Forest, an entity with an unknown level, towering over him with brilliant blue eyes and massive wings aimed directly at his position. Mincheon gasps for air, drenched in sweat, having barely escaped death under the beast's claws. He grits his teeth and mutters, "Ugh, that was way too close." The Sky Eagle boss is only supposed to appear randomly once a month, yet I was unlucky enough to run into it right now. I'm no better than those poor merchants I'm using. Watching the giant insect shadow fly away, Mincheon thinks to himself that if he actually had to face it head-on, he'd be finished. But he suddenly freezes, realizing something is wrong. His expression changes, his eyes widening in alarm. Wait a second, the merchant caravan is in that direction. Meanwhile, at the caravan's location, the scene is tragic, with many players collapsed on the ground after the boss's attack. Oasis is busy casting healing magic, a brilliant green light enveloping the victims. She wipes sweat from her forehead and smiles with relief. All done. A merchant beams and thanks her. He feels guilty that the group lacks healers, forcing her to work so hard on her own. Oasis keeps a warm smile and replies sincerely, "It's okay, healing everyone is my job." After all, another warrior approaches with a look of gratitude. He offers to give Oasis a small gift as a token of thanks. The healer waves her hands in a panic, refusing. "What? No need. I'm just doing my job." But as she looks closely at the glowing item in his hand, Oasis is stunned to realize it's a high-grade mana potion, something that can restore 100% of mana instantly. You're just giving this to me? He laughs and reassures her that warriors like him don't really use much mana anyway. He found it by chance, so it's no big deal. Looking at the precious potion in her hand, she feels incredibly touched by the kindness of her new teammates. In the quiet night forest, she smiles brightly, feeling proud of her choice. I'm so happy I chose to become a healer. Remembering the time she was forced and abused by her master, a strange thought occurs to her. Maybe I should thank Master? She realizes she hasn't seen him for a while. Did he lure another boss toward them before they could regroup? To be sure, she sends him a message, Master, where are you? Suddenly, a series of notifications and glitchy, flickering text appears rapidly on the screen, leaving Oasis stunned. What is this? Is his game lagging? Did a shark bite the underwater cable or something? Amidst the chaos, a voice roars. Everyone, prepare for battle. It's the Lord of the Forest, the Sky Eagle. Its level is still an unknown. Oasis stands frozen in terror. A shout of healer pulls her back to reality. A teammate grabs her shoulder tightly and yells, Focus! We don't stand a chance against it. Run. The monster slams its attack, crushing the ground. Through the smoke and dust, Oasis is shocked to see her teammate straining to shield her. Even though his body is shaking violently from heavy injuries, he grits his teeth and urges her, Get out of here. Looking at her teammates, risking their lives for her, she cries out, Everyone. A female warrior swiftly dashes away at incredible speed to distract the boss. Behind her, the bard nods, his hands flying across the strings, creating a frantic, rhythmic sound. The Melody of Vitality skill is activated, increasing movement and attack speed for the whole party by 30% for 10 seconds. Supported by the magic, another blonde female warrior with a fierce look in her eyes immediately charges forward to confront the monster. Seizing the opportunity, the group leader screams, This is our chance. Attack. Go for it. Fight with everything you've got if you want to survive. The whole team goes all out, spears stabbing directly into the monster's body while the archers quickly move into position, ready to fire. A rain of arrows pours down like a storm, piercing the Sky Eagle all over and making it roar in agony. But instead of falling, the monster suddenly emits a terrifying pressure. It starts spinning at a dizzying speed, creating a massive tornado that swallows everything around it. The violent sandstorm lifts the entire caravan into the air, sweeping them into the vortex of death. The warriors can only scream helplessly as they are tossed around in the void. Meanwhile, the Sky Eagle continues its frenzied destruction at the center of the storm, turning the battlefield into a living hell. It doesn't give anyone a chance to escape. When the cyclone dissipates, the scene is nothing but rubble, with players lying scattered, unable to fight back. Oasis crawls up from among her fallen comrades. She trembles, raising her staff, trying to whisper a resurrection spell with her remaining strength. But a cold system notification appears. You are out of mana. Oasis is exhausted, her breath coming in gasps of sheer helplessness. I can't do anything more. Oasis chokes back tears in late remorse. I'm sorry, Master. But Mincheon gently places his hand on her head and reassures her. What are you talking about? You idiot, you're the reason they managed to hold on until now. He looks at his partner with trusting eyes and confirms, You did great, Oasis. Immediately, the atmosphere of the battle ignites fiercely. The other players yell, We'll fight alongside you. Everyone, gather up. The commander's voice rings out, urging the healers to hurry and resurrect the people in the front immediately. A brilliant light covers the space as the resurrection skill is activated en masse, bringing the fallen warriors back into the fray. Despite the heavy defeat, they don't give up. Seeing the group eagerly moving forward, Oasis curiously asks, Where are they going? Mincheon calmly explains that at the top of every hour, the merchant caravan departs, and in fact, they had already left after both of them. Oasis can't help but be in awe of her master's deep foresight. Wow, did you even calculate that? Facing his partner's admiration, Mincheon smugly tilts his head, feeling proud of himself. Naturally, sharp thorny vines suddenly erupted from the ground, mercilessly binding their feet. Oasis screamed in terror, Master, look beneath us. Mincheon realized with a shock that he had fallen into a dangerous trap right under his feet. The musician glared at him with cold, sharp eyes and challenged him. It was you, wasn't it? He exposed the entire scheme. You're the one who keeps messing things up, luring bosses to the caravan just to steal the finishing blow. So, the truth finally comes out, he said. Seeing the situation escalating, Oasis hurriedly tried to intervene. Wait, everyone. I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. But the warrior roughly grabbed her arm and warned. Stay out of this. I don't know what you're doing with a guy like him, but he's crossed the line. If I were you, I'd stay as far away from him as possible. The musician trembled with rage, pointing a finger directly at Mincheon and shouting, Do you find this fun? going around causing trouble for others like that. Still bound tightly, Nam Mincheon suddenly broke into a sinister grin and nonchalantly admitted, "Yeah, it's actually pretty fun, isn't it?" His provocative response left Oasis holding her head in utter helplessness. They assumed he was a notorious griefer and wanted to hand him over to the guards so he could rot in a cell for a while to learn his lesson. But Nam Mincheon remained calm, noting, "You guys are all at the level cap, and your gear is pretty high tier, too." He asked if the purpose of playing a game wasn't to escape reality and dive into dramatic adventures. Nam Mincheon exposed the truth that this second group of players didn't join because they were kind, but simply because farming a boss in a brutal online game is fun, and they didn't want to miss out. Oh, so everyone has their own agenda, they just didn't say it out loud. He reminisced about the thrill of facing a powerful boss, the sense of achievement after turning the tide, and the camaraderie built after intense battles. Nam Mincheon asserted, "I'm just trying to wake up the excitement for the game that you've all forgotten." Just then, the Sky Eagle roared violently, causing the group leader to yell at everyone to give it their all for the final attack. Realizing the urgency, the musician gritted his teeth and decided to join the fray. He snapped at Nam Mincheon not to use that garbage to justify his pathetic actions, but admitted that the boss was the top priority. The thorny vine suddenly vanished, causing Nam Mincheon to tumble to the ground as Oasis panicked. The musician looked toward the battlefield, admitting it had been a long time since he'd seen such a dramatic fight. Oasis quickly cast healing magic to restore Nam Mincheon's wounds. Does he even need healing? Just leave him be so he stops causing trouble. As soon as the Sky Eagle fell, cheers for the loot echoed throughout the forest. The system announced that Nam Mincheon received 3 dice as in contribution reward. He walked away casually, seemingly unimpressed. Just 3? Well, it didn't really matter. To Nam Mincheon, a boss from the first season probably wouldn't have anything useful. But the Heart of the Sky Eagle, an extremely rare item with a miserably low drop rate, suddenly appeared. Nam Mincheon was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. This was the exact item he had been grinding for so long to buy. He trembled as he rolled the dice, silently calling out to GAIA in desperation. "GAIA, is this your blessing?" Nam Mincheon laughed crazily, believing the goddess of luck was on his side. The results appeared. SWM of Twin was leading with 9 points, while Nam Mincheon only had 7, temporarily sitting in second place. All hope rested on the final die. Nam Mincheon held his breath and prayed. Anything but a 1. He prayed so hard, but it still landed on 1. How painful. Nam Mincheon collapsed, clutching his head and howling in utter despair. "Are you kidding me, An Ha-soo? What a cruel joke of fate. Losing by a landslide doesn't hurt as much as losing by a hair. It stings more than chili." Just then, Oasis ran over, beaming with a radiant face. The innocent girl bragged, "Master, your contribution points must be huge. I got 6 dice." While the veteran Nam Mincheon only picked up 3 and failed miserably, the priestess, thanks to her massive amount of healing, had snagged the biggest reward. Nam Mincheon froze, speechless, staring at the pile of dice in her hands. He immediately urged Oasis to roll all the dice she had. To her surprise, he lifted the item they had just harvested, the Heart of the Sky Eagle, a brilliant red crystal radiating a powerful energy. Seeing Oasis curiously ask what he intended to use it for, Nam Mincheon flashed a sinister smile and declared, "This will help us reach level 70 at light speed." Oasis was shocked by her master's insane goal, level 70. Meanwhile, the merchant's caravan reached the edge of the forest as the sunset faded. The musician leading the caravan shouted with excitement, "We've arrived." Everyone let out a sigh of relief that their arduous journey was finally over. A rough journey they'll remember for a lifetime. Looking at the majestic castle glowing in the evening light, they couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary beauty of the place. "Good job, everyone. Though it wasn't exactly smooth sailing, we made it." Oasis, mesmerized by the splendor of the castle, exclaimed in admiration, "It's so beautiful." The atmosphere became lively as everyone said goodbye to An Ha-soo. The musician smiled and sent his sincere thanks to Oasis. "It's all thanks to you. Thank you so much." As everyone bustled into the city and wished An Ha-soo a fun game, Oasis suddenly became curious about what Sol La Terrera looked like inside. She excitedly prepared to dash inside to explore, saying, "I want to go in and see." But Nam Mincheon coldly stopped her. "All right, that's enough." Lifted off the ground by Nam Mincheon, Oasis struggled and shouted, "Why not? Let a girl satisfy her curiosity for once." Nam Mincheon looked at her with a serious expression and explained, "We can't go into Sol La Terrera. Have you forgotten how infamous we are?" He pointed at the guards standing tall by the city gate and laid out the cold reality. "Just setting 1 foot in that city is enough to get us arrested and tossed into the slammer." Oasis was completely devastated. She teared up with regret. "Does that mean we have to leave without even entering that magnificent city?" Nam Mincheon bluntly confirmed the bitter truth. As long as they bore the title of villains, they couldn't set foot in any city other than the gloomy lower district. Oasis wailed in misery, begging Mincheon to wait so she could at least register at the teleportation gate, but it was in vain. She could only struggle in despair as her master roughly dragged her away. Wait, master, let me register the teleportation gate first. What kind of adventure is this? Is it the kind where you starve even when the food is right in front of you? 2 miles outside of Salat Terra, at a roadside tavern, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the thunderous sound of a fist slamming onto a table. A hulking bald man roared in fury about the terrible quality of the beer. Hey, this swill is awful. Did you just piss in the mug, old man? The innkeeper trembled, desperately trying to appease him with a bottle of fine Zoom wine, but the brute immediately grabbed him by the throat. Who do you think you're trying to scam? Listen, old man, you've already ruined my mood, and now you're trying to dump more trash on me. Amidst the tension, a cold voice rang out from a dark corner, causing the bald man to freeze. Hey, keep your filthy mouth shut. A girl draped in a majestic wolf pelt appeared, her razor-sharp eyes burning into the person who had just ruined her afternoon nap. Immediately after, a man in a panda suit named Grizzly suddenly showed up and hoisted the bald man into the air like a toy. Despite the victim's crying and pleading, Grizzly casually tossed him to the ground, showing nothing but contempt for those who only knew how to bully weak NPCs. Some people really have it coming. That guy definitely deserved the beatdown. The girl in the wolf pelt spoke up, hinting at a truly notorious prey lurking nearby, not some pathetic loser like the one he just dealt with. Grizzly started to get interested and pressed for details on the target's infamy. Upon hearing the target had over 20,000 notoriety points, Grizzly accepted the bounty hunt without a second of hesitation. Even though the girl in the wolf pelt argued that tracking this target would be time-consuming and not worth the effort, Grizzly confidently revealed that the prey was very close to Salat Terra, only level 50, and traveling with someone else. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a glowing ancient dungeon, Oasis could only sigh heavily as she heard Nam Mincheon confirm they were about to dive into yet another challenge. They stepped into the Temple of the Forgotten Angel, a high-level dungeon with extreme danger and a recommended level of 75. Oasis nervously asked about the nature of this boss encounter. Nam Mincheon nonchalantly explained that this was a place where only one boss appeared the moment you stepped inside. He revealed that he used to create these types of test dungeons to innovate the player experience, but since they got bored quickly, he abandoned them. However, he insisted that right now, there was no better place for them to level up. I guess his old abandoned projects actually come in handy after all. Stepping deeper inside, a giant flaming statue wielding a massive sword appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Nam Mincheon confirmed that was the boss, and it would wake up the moment someone stepped into the red circle at its feet. Oasis paled, worried about the massive level gap, but Nam Mincheon insisted they obviously couldn't fight it the normal way. That was the reason he had gone to such great lengths to obtain the Heart of the Sky Eagle. It's a catalyst item capable of increasing the effectiveness of potions by 120% for 100 uses. Seeing Oasis was still confused about the 120%, Nam Mincheon explained that this item was exclusive to alchemy, helping to upgrade the grade of the potion. He made it clear that standard grade potions were useless against boss monsters, but if amplified by the Heart of the Sky Eagle, a mediocre item would become top tier. That way, players could completely use these powerful poisons on even the strongest bosses to neutralize them. The time is now, so what are we waiting for? If we don't use it now, when will we? The system announced that Nam Mincheon had successfully used the Heart of the Sky Eagle to craft a high-grade viper poison. Holding the glowing vial in his hand, he wore a sinister grin and asked Oasis what would happen if he threw it at the boss from outside the circle. Nam Mincheon analyzed that the boss was programmed to wake up only when someone entered the ring, so if they stayed outside, she wouldn't flee from the poison cloud. Although they couldn't attack directly from the outside, using items was perfectly allowed. With that, Nam Mincheon decisively tossed the vial, shattering it right on the sleeping boss. Nam Mincheon explained that due to a glitch in the script, the boss wouldn't wake up even while taking damage from the poison, as long as no one stepped into the activation circle. He calmly sat down on the ground, telling Oasis to take a break and wait to collect the experience points. Before his partners worry about whether this was a game bug, Nam Mincheon just gave a cryptic smile and told her to start praying. He revealed that this boss would sometimes drop level 70 legendary items, making Oasis's eyes sparkle with excitement. When it comes to treasure, my eyes light up like headlights too. However, reality turned out to be quite harsh. After 10 hours of continuous grinding without any results, a weary Nam Mincheon dragged a sobbing Oasis out of the dungeon. Even though she begged and pleaded to go one more round because she felt the item was about to drop, Nam Mincheon firmly refused. He insisted that they had both reached level 70 and it was time to go do the third class up quest. to Oasis's frustration that her master already had legendary gear, and she didn't. Mincheon casually blamed that staff for being stubborn and refusing to drop. Suddenly, a heavy pressure hit them as Grizzly and the girl in the wolf pelt appeared to block their path. Found you. The girl in the wolf pelt wore a dangerous smile as she looked at the two of them. Her teammate Grizzly in the panda suit laughed loudly, mocking that someone as notorious as Nam Mincheon would never be welcomed around the Solitaire region. He admitted he had been feeling very bored, so his arrival was a gift to be grateful for. Sensing the murderous intent before she could even react, he grabbed her tightly and shouted, "Run for your life." Both of them gave it their all and bolted away in shock. "See, stop loitering around and start running for your life now." Watching the prey scramble away, Grizzly casually said to let them run a bit longer, because the fun would end too quickly if he took action now. While running for their lives across the fields at sunset, Oasis wondered why they didn't turn back and fight like they had done when they took down previous high-level enemies. Nam Mincheon spoke sternly, explaining that these two were professional bounty hunters who specialized in hunting down notorious players, so they were on a completely different level than the amateurs. He emphasized that both had reached the max level, and once they finished the fourth class up, a powerful talent system would emerge, making them absolutely terrifying. Mincheon began explaining the talent system to Oasis, a feature that allowed players to choose between enhancing attack, defense, or support. Every 10 levels, players would receive a point to distribute as they pleased. This was exactly what made players at level 90 possess power that completely dwarfed anyone at a lower level. Realizing there was no chance of winning if they confronted them head-on right now, Nam Mincheon immediately opened his friends list and contacted Akasa. "Joe, Akasa, I need a favor." With Oasis curious, he revealed he'd use a special tactic against their foes. Nam Mincheon smirked deviously, calling it a strategy of fighting fire with fire. Meanwhile, the hunter duo was still scouring the grassy fields as the sun set. Grizzly was still puzzled about their prey's direction, but the girl in the wolf pelt insisted there was nowhere left to hide. In a field? Where could he even hide? There's nowhere. Just as Grizzly was complaining about searching such a vast land, a surprise attack lunged at him, forcing him to spin around and block in a hurry. Nam Mincheon executed a perfect parry, but the impact was so heavy he slid across the ground. He realized the opponent's strike still dealt massive damage despite being significantly mitigated. That was because she had dumped all her points into attack stats. Not letting Nam Mincheon regain his focus, Grizzly closed the distance and unleashed a lightning-fast punch that knocked him down and sent him flying. Oasis shrieked in terror. Master Oasis immediately cast a healing hand to restore her master. This move infuriated the girl in the wolf pelt. "How many times do I have to say it? Kill the healer first." She frantically spun her weapon, creating a deadly circle, and charged straight at Oasis to finish her off. Right then, Nam Mincheon activated his exclusive shadow and refraction skills, teleporting behind the enemy to unleash a spinning weapon strike for massive bonus damage. But she was prepared, and his sneak attack failed. Watching from behind, Grizzly felt intrigued, admitting he had never seen such flashy and strange skills before. He was used to hunting, not being countered like this. Seeing her master besieged, Oasis rushed to help, but Grizzly quickly blocked her path. Meanwhile, the girl in the wolf pelt loomed over Nam Mincheon. She admitted she had met plenty of players with hidden classes like Hasu, but his skills were truly impressive. Nam Mincheon could only groan in pain as his health bar plummeted, entering a critical state. Looking down from above at the gasping loser, the girl in the wolf pelt asked with disdain, "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind, ordering her to let go immediately. Hearing that familiar tone, Nam Mincheon suddenly wore a devious smile and thought to himself, "Perfect timing. I was almost sent to the afterlife." The one who appeared to turn the tables was none other than the notorious hunter, Ken. Ken strode forward, his icy eyes locked onto the bounty hunters. He casually remarked that he had finally found his prey. Seeing Nam Mincheon being suppressed, Ken coldly warned that stealing someone else's kill was extremely impolite. He drew his sword from its sheath with a sharp clang, ordering her to back off and get lost immediately. The girl in the wolf pelt looked down at Nam Mincheon, who was sprawled on the ground, with contempt. She figured his notoriety was too low to be worth the harvest. But when she looked at Ken, her eyes lit up with greed. She insisted she couldn't take her eyes off such a lucrative target. The girl in the wolf pelt asked with surprise if he knew who she was. Ken calmly replied that no bounty hunter wouldn't know her reputation. Suddenly, Grizzly, wearing his panda suit, appeared from behind. He laughed heartily and thanked Ken for seeking out his own death. He revealed that not many players possess notoriety exceeding 1 million points like he did. Facing the encirclement, Ken remained arrogant. He warned that the two of them alone weren't enough to handle him, but the hunter duo just smirked confidently. They figured that splitting his massive bounty was the best-case scenario. "These guys are quite something, huh? Even a bear can talk." Grizzly insisted he loved two-on-one fights because there was nothing more fun than seeing the look of despair on someone's face when their teammate was killed right before their eyes. Enough talk. Grizzly lunged like a whirlwind. Ken glided gracefully, dodging every attack by a hair's breadth. Right then, the girl in the wolf pelt leaped from above, swinging her weapon for a lethal blow. A metallic clash rang out as Ken managed to raise his sword to block just before Grizzly followed up with another powerful punch. The chaotic battle raged on with lightning-fast exchanges. Earth-shattering explosions erupted repeatedly, rocking the entire battlefield. Ken was pushed back by a massive force. His body slammed into the ground repeatedly before he collapsed amidst the rubble. He looked up at the sunset sky, breathing heavily, his face covered in dirt and scratches from the devastating combo attack of his two opponents. They hadn't held back, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Grizzly realized the opponent before him wasn't mediocre, exclaiming, "You guys aren't ordinary players, are you?" In the midst of the fiery battlefield, Ken wore a manic smile and insisted the most fun part of this game was slaughtering other players. Witnessing the scene, Oasis anxiously asked if her master knew this terrifying man. Mincheon casually admitted he knew Ken was hunting him, so he had proactively asked Akasa to leak his location to lure him here. Oasis was still skeptical. She didn't believe Ken could single-handedly take on two high-level bounty hunters at once. Mincheon calmly told her to focus and take notes because this was a rare opportunity to witness the skills of top-tier players in real combat. After the breathless fight, the girl in the wolf pelt had to concede defeat to Ken's legendary power. She admitted his past runner-up status in the tournament was well-deserved, but wondered why a genius like him chose the path of a notorious killer instead of returning to the professional circuit. At the mention of the PvP tournament, Ken's eyes turned dark. He revealed he had been backstabbed by the player with the ID Mincheon or the GM Mincheon. But just as that name was uttered, a blade suddenly pierced Ken's chest from behind, leaving him in stunned shock. He had been ambushed while distracted. Mincheon appeared right behind him with a devious smile and greeted him. "Long time no see." Ken utilized his stealth from the teleport skill, immediately unleashing a sad link attack, landing a series of powerful slashes on Ken, causing his health bar to plummet. Witnessing such a rapid turn of events, the girl in the wolf pelt could only stand in shock because nothing had gone as she imagined. Mincheon laughed triumphantly, extremely excited at the thought of the 500,000 notoriety points about to be his. Yet, just as he was lost in the thrill of victory, a lightning-fast slash sliced his body in two. Ken coldly reminded him that he should have checked his HP bar more carefully before getting too cocky. Because even though he was nearly empty, he still had enough strength to launch one final counterattack. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Oasis could only scream out for her master and panic. Ken quickly chugged a potion to heal his wounds, then slowly walked toward Oasis and gave her an order. "Hey Heller, revive him. He deserves to die 100 more times." This move from him caught her off guard. Mincheon always liked to revive people just to torment them, and now karma had finally caught up to him. He could only shout, begging for a proper conversation to end this madness. He asked why Ken had to be so angry, and Ken demanded he try to remember what happened during the Season 1 finals. He insisted that back then, he surely would have had no excuses. Those words made Mincheon freeze. It was the Season 1 individual PvP tournament where Ken and his opponent Aaron had both made it to the finals. By a hair's breadth, Ken had suffered a bitter defeat, handing over the first ever champion title to Aaron. While his opponent basked in glory and fame, Ken was forgotten like a pathetic loser. Returning to reality, Ken gritted his teeth, pointed his sword at Mincheon, and roared in absolute rage. "It's all your fault. You know it too." Time had passed, but what Ken had endured still hadn't faded. Ken bellowed in utter fury. "You know full well that Aaron cheated in the finals." Painful memories flooded back of how his opponent had unfairly backstabbed him. Ken had realized something was off back then. There was no way he could have dealt that much damage. He stared straight at Mincheon, growling that it wasn't a normal match and that he was the one who understood that better than anyone. Yet, all of Ken's protests were immediately dismissed at the time. He was restrained by guards and dragged away in extreme indignation, only to later endure cruel mockery from the community. Malicious comments kept popping up. They taunted him as a weakling who only whined about a rigged match because he was too cowardly to admit he was inferior to Aaron. In this world, the winner takes all, and Ken had been shoved aside in total humiliation. Ken hated that he was shamed as a poor sport who couldn't accept defeat. He pointed his sword directly at Mincheon, exposing his true identity. "But you were the one running this game. You were the developer. You were the one managing the referees for that PvP tournament." Ken screamed in resentment, believing that if Mincheon had ruled that Aaron cheated back then to protect his honor, his life wouldn't have been ruined and fallen into darkness like this. Seeing his opponent trembling with rage, Mincheon mused quietly. "Yeah, so that's why you started playing dirty. Ken firmly confirmed he wanted to tear this trashy game apart and wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who dared to stand in his way. If you can't have it, you destroy it. That's not a very sportsmanlike way to play, friend. Faced with that hateful declaration, Mincheon suddenly smiled deviously and nodded. Fine, then I accept your challenge. The unexpected agreement left Ken stunned. What? Mincheon proposed that they have a one-on-one duel to settle everything fairly. He made a high-stakes deal. If you win, I will publicly reveal the identity of GM Mincheon and disclose the truth about what happened in the Season 1 PvP tournament. But if I win, you have to become my subordinate. Mincheon calmly set the terms for the man filled with deep-seated resentment. Just as Ken got into a combat stance, Mincheon hurriedly waved his hands to stop him. Huh? No, not now. Wait until I reach level 90. Fair and square, right. Let's fight on the same level. What do you think? Nothing to think about. All you have to do is win, right? Is he trying to take one step back to take 3 steps forward? Mincheon promised that afterward, he would disclose the entire truth about what happened in those finals years ago, the very thing Ken had been desperately searching for. Facing Mincheon's confident offer, Ken pondered silently. Even though he was full of suspicion, he reassured himself that even if his opponent reached the maximum level, his failure to someone like Mincheon was absolutely impossible. The only thing that made Ken hesitate was Mincheon's strange confidence, a guy who clearly had the pulse of every script in this game. He wondered, what was that guy planning? Immediately, a system notification appeared before Ken. Mincheon had sent him a friend request. Ken grimaced in disgust and let out a frustrated sound. Mincheon calmly explained, "Friend me, that way we can fight as soon as I hit level 90 and complete my final class advancement." Although his hands were shaking with anger, Ken gritted his teeth and accepted the request, silently swearing to erase this guy as soon as it was all over. Getting the better of him wasn't the issue now. He was caught in his trap. After reaching an agreement, Mincheon decided to retreat for safety. All right, let's part ways before the bounty hunters find us again. Oasis and I are still too weak to face them. Watching Mincheon's back, Ken didn't forget to leave a chilling warning. Don't you run away, GM Mincheon. Mincheon just sighed in annoyance. My name is Mincheon now. When only the two of them remained, Oasis curiously asked, Is it true, Master? What he said about Aaron cheating in the tournament? Mincheon mused, Oasis, do you know what the most important thing in managing a game is? Seeing her confused look, he affirmed it was fairness, where everyone had the same opportunities as someone like Onhasu in an equal environment. Mincheon recalled his days running Win Online. His hope was that everyone would be rewarded appropriately for their efforts. For that ideal, he never allowed any paid items to affect power levels in the game and always worked tirelessly to balance character classes every week. For Mincheon, if the real world couldn't be fair, he wanted this game to do it. He had hoped that as long as they invested time and effort, players would receive proportional rewards to the point where he was willing to sacrifice everything for that fairness. In Mincheon's memory, the PvP tournaments were especially important because it was where everyone only used their skills and creativity to fight. Although he was proud of having succeeded in most aspects, when Oasis asked if what Ken said was accurate, Mincheon only replied that it was partially true. So there was some hidden secret there. He added that the accusation was also partially wrong, or simply that there were hidden aspects they were completely unaware of. Mincheon had to admit that managing a game was never easy. Even though he tried his absolute best, he still couldn't prevent some people from getting hurt and quitting the game. Mincheon stepped toward the swirling vortex of magical energy, determined to take responsibility since he was the one who created the circumstances that led Ken to such an end. Shaking off the somber mood, Mincheon reminded Oasis that they had both reached level 70 and it was time for their third advancement. However, a major problem arose. They needed 50,000 notoriety points to level up, but since Ken had just killed him, Mincheon's current points had been cut in half. He gritted his teeth in regret, knowing that was a prime opportunity to have earned a full 500,000 notoriety points himself. Go ahead, call your friends here. The pathetic screams of the poor players echoed through the forest as Mincheon coldly carried out his final purge. Oasis could only watch in shock as each of her friends fell, helping Mincheon quickly recover the notoriety points he had lost. After harvesting the necessary amount, he casually said goodbye to Oasis at the teleport gate and told her to go do her own advancement. The two of them would regroup after completing their third job change. Just as he began the advancement process, Mincheon suddenly noticed the bracelet GAIA had given him was emitting a strange light. He stunned himself, remembering the warning that this item could only be used after reaching level 70, and right then, it began to vibrate violently, accompanied by brilliant bolts of magical electricity. A digital skeleton of light enveloped Mincheon, forcibly teleporting him away from the dark base. As the light faded, Nam Mincheon was shocked to realize he was standing in the middle of a sun-drenched beach with rows of green coconut trees, a scene completely different from the usual gloom. Before him, a woman with flowing golden hair was silently gazing at the ocean. Nam Mincheon blurted out, "Gaia." When he realized it was the familiar silhouette of the goddess, she turned around with a radiant smile and began to recall distant memories. Memories of the time Nam Mincheon first started developing the game and how he had meticulously created each of these waves with his own hands. Gaia pensively reminded him how he had insisted on doing everything himself because he wanted his own hands to touch every corner of the Wind Online world. She even teased him about accidentally creating a massive tsunami that forced her to be the one to clean up the mess that year. Nam Mincheon looked clearly annoyed. He cut the goddess off, asserting that he didn't have time to reminisce about the past. Gaia looked at him with profound eyes, admitting she now understood why he had been so passionate back then, because creating something truly was a meaningful endeavor. Nam Mincheon brushed aside the flowery words. He held up the glowing bracelet and pressed her to explain what this thing actually did besides letting him contact her. Gaia smiled enigmatically, insisting that the bracelet was no ordinary item. Immediately, a blinding light exploded, activating the hidden scanner system within it. Nam Mincheon was astonished to realize he could see through the target's entire status, something previously considered absolute privacy in Wing Online unless shared by the other party. From level and equipment to detailed stats like attack, defense, and the health points of a level 90 Guardian Knight, everything was clearly displayed. Nam Mincheon understood that this information was the most crucial data for deciding victory or defeat in the game. Witnessing the bracelet's capability, Nam Mincheon was stunned to realize that possessing this information was a serious violation of the game's terms. But Gaia wasn't done yet. She announced there was a very special mission reserved just for him. A legendary-level mission notification titled Goddess's Plea appeared, with the first requirement being to reach level 100. Gaia explained that this was a multi-stage quest chain, and once he completed everything, he would receive a reward worthy of its difficulty. In Nam Mincheon's mind, the highest level of a quest was normally just epic. The existence of a legendary level was completely impossible. Facing his skepticism, Gaia coldly turned back and affirmed that she had created it with her own will. Nam Mincheon was dumbfounded, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized that the artificial intelligence of this world was intervening deeply into the game's data without human permission. He shuddered, wondering if it was enough that she was openly breaking all the rules to change the world according to her own desires. Could it be that the control of the game was actually in the hands of these machine beings? A sense of unease engulfed Nam Mincheon. He realized that something extremely terrible was happening. Gaia smiled gently, said goodbye, promised they would meet again soon, and then abruptly vanished, ignoring Nam Mincheon's desperate wait as he still wanted to talk more. A powerful surge of light suddenly wrapped around him. A flash of spatial teleportation took Nam Mincheon away from the shrine. Standing in the silent space, Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth in tension. He wondered what on earth Gaia was plotting behind his back. Just then, a massive system notification screen suddenly appeared across the entire server. A character representing Un-Ha-Su appeared, bowing politely and introducing himself as the new CEO of Wing Online. He excitedly announced some good news for everyone. Wing Online was officially switching to a premium system. The system immediately explained that premium meant the game would now be free to play for all gamers, but players could purchase other content and benefits to make their journey more convenient. He sent well wishes to all adventurers for great adventures with their friends and promised to reward players with quality content in the future. Wing Online officially entered the turbulent free-to-play era from that moment on. The announcement that Wing Online was officially moving to a free-to-play model immediately triggered a wave of intense controversy in the player community. On the forums, a series of conflicting opinions erupted. While some hoped F2P would attract new members, others vehemently criticized the greed of the Nippon Corporation and worried about the appearance of paid items. Witnessing the negative comments, Oasis looked worriedly at her master. She knew full well that this cash item update was exactly what Nam Mincheon had firmly opposed, and even though he was pretending not to care, she was certain it was eating him up inside. But completely contrary to that speculation, Nam Mincheon suddenly turned around with a beaming face. "This is great, Oasis. Hurry up and grab the 25% EXP boost for free." He excitedly calculated that if they bought the extra booster packs, they would both reach the maximum level immediately. Oasis was stunned that he was utilizing the very thing that had gotten him fired. Nam Mincheon furiously executed a series of lightning-fast transactions. He snapped up time-limited contracts to reduce equipment level requirements by 10, along with Oblivion contracts that allowed for unlimited stat resets within 30 days. Thanks to these, they could optimize their strength, agility, or intelligence stats whenever needed for hunting or PvP. But the true star of the show was the immunity contract. a special item for infamous players that allowed them to avoid all notoriety penalties for 1 week every month. With these treasures in hand, Nam Mincheon smugly declared that they could finally pursue the main quest of Wing Online. Addressing Oasis's curiosity, he insisted that following the main storyline was the most efficient way to gain experience points, something they hadn't even begun because they had been carrying the status of infamous players. Looking at the legendary special quest, the Goddess's Request, which required reaching level 100, Nam Mincheon wore a sinister grin. Even without knowing GAIA's true goal, he decided he would play along with her for now. Nam Mincheon decisively gave the order, "Let's go. Oasis, we're heading to White Snow." Together, they set off for White Snow, the largest and most prosperous capital in the game. It was truly a majestic fortress formed by 2 sturdy castle walls, with the outer ring serving as the home for common NPCs and the game's massive player base. Therefore, coming here was the most logical and fastest way to level up. The inner ring of White Snow was where the royal palace and solemn priestly temples were located. In the silence of the night, a woman with a covered head, holding a lantern, trembled as she walked through a deserted alley. She anxiously called out for her missing children. "Hey kids, where are you all? Are you in here? Come out, please." Just behind her, a girl in a cloak stepped forward and asked what she was looking for. The next morning, the bustling scene of the city appeared with stalls selling all kinds of glowing potions. Oasis was stunned by the hustle and bustle, her heart pounding with excitement. "I've never been to a place with so many people. Is this a market?" Mincheon nonchalantly explained. "This is where shops and many other players gather. You could call it a true market." Having been so used to the gloom of the underground city, Nam Mincheon wasn't too surprised to see Oasis, so captivated by everything here. While distracted, Oasis accidentally bumped hard into someone. She froze upon facing a massive guard in iron armor with piercing, glowing orange eyes. Oasis trembled, her body turning limp with fear as she thought she was about to be arrested. Her smile faded, replaced by tears. She was clearly losing her mind. The massive guard leaned down to look at Oasis and asked if she was an adventurer. Just as she was still dazed, he exclaimed excitedly, "Perfect! I'm looking for someone to do something for me." Nam Mincheon quickly reassured Oasis that thanks to their special item, they were currently no different from ordinary players, and this guard would give them the first mission of the main questline. The guard began to explain the situation. "Some children in town ran off to play in the sewers a few days ago but haven't returned. We don't have enough guards to send out a search party. Can you two go save them?" As soon as the guard's plea ended, a system notification popped up. The first scenario quest had officially begun, requiring them to enter the sewer dungeon to search for the missing children. Oasis nodded excitedly and accepted. "Sure, leave it to us." Being treated like an ordinary person really made her eager to take the mission. Just as they reached the sewer entrance, they encountered an old woman crying bitterly. Oasis rushed over to ask, "What's wrong? Ma'am, is there anything we can do to help you?" The old woman choked back tears, saying her grandson had gone in a few days ago but hadn't come out. Meanwhile, the guards kept claiming they were busy to refuse the search. Seeing Oasis confirm they were on their way to save the child, the old woman revealed another mysterious detail. "A young girl decided to go in and save him herself after hearing my story, but there's no trace of her either." Oasis was stunned, wondering if that was another NPC. Seeing Nam Mincheon's calm expression, she hurriedly waved her hands when she saw him about to speak. "No, don't you dare spoil it for me. I want to find out for myself." Mincheon just sighed. "Calm down, I won't tell you." After saying goodbye and telling the old woman to be careful, both officially stepped into the dark sewer. Oasis's screams echoed through the tunnel as swarms of foul sewer rats began to swarm her feet. Although Nam Mincheon decisively swung his sword to clear them, there were so many that he had to admit they were weak but relentless. There was no way to finish them all off. Goodness, if it were me, I'd have fainted already. With so many rats, even running away would be tough. Facing the massive swarm of rats, Oasis suddenly screamed, summoning a powerful burst of spiritual energy that blew away the surrounding rats in an instant. From afar, Nam Mincheon mused while looking at the small creature. "It's still just a child, but that is definitely a death serpent." Oasis immediately changed her attitude. "Eat them all." The small death serpent let out a threatening hiss and lunged straight at the shivering sewer rats. The tiny death serpent had now become a savior, clearing out the swarm in the blink of an eye. Oasis shuddered, admitting that although she hated snakes from the trauma of the previous dungeon, being swarmed by rats was far worse. Nam Mincheon, on the other hand, was extremely excited. He affirmed that the death serpent was a legendary tier summon. If he had known she possessed it sooner, he would have utilized it for their previous hunts. He advised Oasis to summon it frequently to accumulate experience because his summon's level could advance along with its master. However, this small creature had a rather strange way of showing affection, constantly licking and even biting Oasis's head, making her scream in frustration. With a pet like this, one might meet their maker early, folks. Suddenly, Nam Mincheon discovered a strange trail and led them in a different direction. Inside the sewer, two children were clinging to each other, trembling with fear. A young girl with a face covered in wounds appeared just in time. She smiled and gently asked if they were okay. However, true danger was still lurking right behind them. A giant sewer rat roared madly, baring its disgusting, sharp teeth, leaving the girl frozen in exhaustion. The silver-haired girl was staggering from her injuries. Realizing the perilous situation, Nam Mincheon swung his sword to defend them while shouting, "Oasis, get the kids out of here first." Oasis immediately obeyed and led the sobbing children away from the danger zone. Before leaving, the silver-haired girl looked at Oasis with grateful eyes and whispered, "Thank you so much." She is truly brave. Even though she couldn't fight off the sewer rats, she was determined to protect the children. Immediately after, the young woman completely collapsed and lost consciousness. Nam Mincheon took a heavy hit from the monster, sending him flying into the filthy sewer water. He gritted his teeth against the bone-deep pain, realizing that the system had spiked the monster's level in this dungeon based on the player's strength. Nam Mincheon roared in fury. "Damn it, that hurts. I need to finish this fast." Utilizing the shadows and backlight, the signature skill of the Shadow Knight, Nam Mincheon suddenly teleported behind the giant rat. But he didn't expect Nam Mincheon to have been predicted by it, receiving a painful blow. On the side, a hand glowing with cool blue magic began to channel a healing spell. Seeing the young woman try to stand up as soon as she woke, he stopped her. "Hey, you shouldn't be standing up yet." Replying to that concern, the girl tightened her grip on her bow and sincerely thanked him for his help. She introduced herself as Ellen and firmly declared, "I will join you in the fight." Immediately, the system notified that Ellen had joined the party as a level 70 archer NPC. Wasting no time, Ellen drew her bow and unleashed a powerful lightning arrow skill toward the target. But instead of hitting the monster, the arrow landed right in Nam Mincheon's head, leaving him stunned. What the hell? That was just a little technical glitch, not friendly fire. Luckily, the system recorded 0 damage to party members, but Nam Mincheon still shouted angrily, "Hey, what kind of archer are you?" Ellen clumsily apologized, explaining that she hadn't recovered as fully as she thought. Witnessing this clumsy scene, Oasis could only watch in silence. Meanwhile, Nam Mincheon started to feel uneasy, realizing that the monster had actually dodged his shadow and backlight skill. Nam Mincheon pondered deeply. He knew for a fact he didn't create AI smart enough for this, unless it was evolving, but immediately, he brushed it off because their structure was completely different from human AI. The monster suddenly lunged to attack. Nam Mincheon hurriedly raised his sword to defend. In that moment, GAIA's mysterious assertion echoed in his mind. "I told you. I created it according to my own will." Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure. He wondered if they had all been infected by a virus or something. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the wind and pierced the monster's head, causing it to shriek in agony. Oasis cheered excitedly. "Wow, a direct hit." Ellen maintained her stern expression and repeated that it was only because she hadn't fully recovered yet. As soon as they stepped out of the sewer, the poor grandmother burst into tears, seeing her grandchildren were safe and sound. "Oh my God, my babies." The children also ran into her arms in fear. "Grandma," the old woman couldn't hold back her emotions, bowing her head in gratitude, thanking them. "Thank you both so much." Oasis scratched her head, laughing shyly. "Hee hee, it's nothing, ma'am. It wasn't that big of a deal." The grandmother turned to look at Ellen, standing quietly behind them. "And that girl too. I was so worried about you." Suddenly being addressed, Ellen waved her hands in confusion. "Me? But I only made things worse. The two adventurers here are the real heroes." Ellen bowed respectfully to both of them. "You saved the children and me. Thank you." Seeing the girl looking self-conscious, he immediately spoke up to encourage her. "Don't feel bad anymore, Ellen." Ellen smiled faintly, but her eyes still showed deep contemplation. "Thank you. But this taught me that good intentions alone can lead to even bigger trouble." If she didn't have the skill to protect them, she promised to be more careful in the future and quietly asked to leave. Watching the girl's retreating figure, he curiously asked, "Is that girl, Ellen, important to the plot?" Almost shot an arrow at Nam Mincheon. "She's practically a side character." Nam Mincheon calmly explained, "I mean, she is one of the main characters in this storyline." He stated that most new users realize she is important the moment they meet her. Seeing Oasis still looking clueless, Nam Mincheon revealed the behind-the-scenes secret that the company invited real actors to do motion capture for the main NPCs. As the game exploded in popularity, these actors became famous too, especially the actress playing Ellen, who is now a real star. Nam Mincheon nonchalantly added, "Anyway, you'll be sick of her by the time the quest is over." The system immediately displayed a notification. congratulating both for clearing the sewer rat den and completing the scenario quest. Oasis checked her status board and was surprised. "Oh, I leveled up, but I still need a lot more experience for the next level." Mincheon explained it was thanks to the 1.5 times experience bonus from the main quest and eagerly urged her on. "All right, let's keep the momentum going and finish them all off." Both immediately plunged into the quest to eliminate the annoying elves in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Ellen appeared from behind to support them. "I'll lend you a hand." Her presence left both of them stunned, calling out, "Ellen, truly, she is a main character. As soon as she's needed, she appears." The next quest took the team deep into the gloomy graveyard at the gatekeeper's request. Seeing the battlefield gradually fall silent, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Was that the last one?" Mincheon sheathed his sword with a bored expression. He muttered, "That was too boring." But a gut feeling about a lurking danger remained. A voice rang out, warning, "Careful, there's something over there." Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure emerged from the shadows. He looked at the group with contempt and let out his sarcastic remark. "Fools," the mysterious figure roared with authority, "lie down and accept your death." Immediately, he activated a summoning skill, causing the ground to shake violently. From the pitch-black smoke, a massive entity called the Abomination gradually emerged. It was a giant undead monster with a body stitched together from hundreds of faces screaming in pain. Witnessing the presence of this disgusting creature, Oasis completely collapsed. Oasis trembled, hiding behind her master. She sobbed, pleading, "Ugh, it's so gross, master. I'm scared. Hurry up and kill it." "Hi." But Mincheon nonchalantly made a suggestion that left her frozen. "You go kill it." Before his partner's shock, Mincheon began to lecture on basic game knowledge. "What is the weakness of the undead?" When Oasis was still fumbling, he continued, I mean, holy magic and most of a priest's healing magic." Oasis was horrified as she realized the reality of the situation. "Holy magic," Mincheon smiled sinisterly and ordered, "Go heal him." Oasis stood rooted to the spot, her legs trembling uncontrollably before the giant shadow of the monster looming over them. Oasis looked at the staff in her hand and silently doubted whether healing. Does a disgusting thing like this actually serve any purpose? Oasis channeled all her mana into her staff, making it glow with a brilliant blue light. She decisively cast Healing Breath, but instead of recovering, the light caused the undead monster to shriek in agonizing pain. Seeing the opponent's health bar drop, Oasis exclaimed in surprise. It worked. Standing behind her, Mincheon smiled slightly and explained that undead monsters are the natural enemy of healer priests, and this is a rare opportunity for her to actually exterminate them. Right, every ghost is afraid of holiness, aren't they? Now Mincheon excitedly urged, "Go on, experience the feeling of being a merchant." Encouraged by her master, Oasis cast aside all her fear. She lunged forward and declared loudly, "Come and take all of my holy magic." The monster's body began to smoke and melt under the pressure of the holy magic. Not letting it catch its breath, Oasis relentlessly pressed the attack with a combo of skills, Life Wave, Healing Aura, and Restoration Breath. Then came the Healing Hand. Each blast of energy forced the undead swarm to shriek wildly. Oasis thrust her staff into the monster's chest and gritted out, "Get back to where you were born." A massive pillar of holy light descended from the sky, piercing through and completely erasing the disgusting entity into the void. The system immediately displayed a congratulatory notification. "You have defeated the disgusting boss monster." Witnessing that terrifying sight, the mysterious hooded figure standing in the shadows completely fell apart. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes that the disgusting monster, which was their trump card, was being defeated so easily. Losing without a fight like this, isn't it embarrassing? Oasis laughed triumphantly at the fleeing enemy. She boasted, "Ha, your filthy undead monster has been cleansed by my holy magic." She added confidently, "You should never use undead monsters to go up against a healer priest like me." Watching her smug expression, Mincheon just shook his head and muttered, "It's as if she only just figured that out herself." The hooded figure scurried away, not forgetting to leave behind some empty threats. "I'll remember this. Just you wait." Watching that scene, Oasis turned to Mincheon in annoyance. "Can't you give him a less cliché line?" Mincheon sighed and explained that back when he was developing it, he didn't have a scriptwriter, so he had to do everything himself, while reminding Oasis not to judge since she was just an AI. Ellen stepped forward and expressed her sincere gratitude. "Thank you all. Because of you, Snowtown will have another peaceful day." Oasis immediately denied it, insisting that Ellen was the true hero. But the silver-haired girl just gave a modest smile. "I didn't really do anything. You two helped me a lot this time." Curious about Ellen's kindness, she asked about the reason she always helps people. Ellen's eyes became thoughtful as she remembered her grandfather's teachings. "Save whoever you can." She affirmed that this was her life motto, and as long as she could help, she would never refuse. She had been taught to walk a very righteous path by her grandfather. Isis exclaimed with admiration. That's amazing. Ellen bowed apologetically, thinking she had only been a hindrance, and once again thanked them both for their help. Watching Ellen's retreating figure, Isis exclaimed that she was truly a good person, but Mincheon immediately poured cold water on her. Of course, I programmed her that way. His indifferent attitude made Isis angry, calling him an emotionless iceberg. Mincheon yawned, tiredly gave Isis a few instructions, and decided to log out to go to sleep. Isis said goodbye happily. Understood. Good night. After Mincheon vanished in a beam of light, Isis stood alone in the night. The system announced that the immunity contract was paused and began creating a portal to return her to the underground city. Walking through the gloomy streets amid the sound of falling waterfalls, Isis suddenly became unusually quiet. Recalling the moments Mincheon had to struggle to protect her, she blamed herself for not being good enough. Isis's eyes flared with determination as she promised not to let things like that happen again. She resolved that she needed to become stronger. Isis realized that the most important thing for high-level PvP was experience. As a healer priest, she was always at a disadvantage in direct combat, but she had found a way to overcome this weakness. Thanks to the Contract of Oblivion, which allowed unlimited stat resets for 30 days, Isis was determined to get stronger by challenging anyone she encountered. However, upon seeing some tough-looking guys with heavy weapons in the underground city, she immediately trembled, planning to sneak away while telling herself she was just passing through. But then, regaining her confidence, she saw a group of players chatting and figured they all looked very strong. Isis gripped her staff tightly, mustered all her courage and shouted, "I challenge you guys." The group of young men were confused, not understanding what she wanted to challenge them to, until Isis loudly declared she wanted a duel. They burst into mocking laughter, telling her to go fight Unhasu instead, while sarcastically asking how a priest intended to fight or if there was something wrong with her head. "Where did you learn to throw punches with that tiny body?" They were right to laugh. One guy in the group advised Isis to log off and sleep, assuming she was drunk. Not wanting to be looked down upon anymore, Isis suddenly cast the Hammer of Dawn skill. A loud explosion rang out as a giant magical hammer carrying a stream of blue electricity struck the opponent right on the head. The whole group froze when they saw their teammate's health bar drop by half in a single hit. They were shocked, wondering how a priest could have such terrifying power, and assumed she must have dumped all her points into intelligence. Feeling insulted, the young man drew his sword and threatened to crush Isis for starting this. Another guy swung his axe and rushed in to attack relentlessly, but she stood firm, leaving them incredibly astonished. They couldn't understand why someone who dumped all their points into intelligence could withstand such heavy physical attacks. In reality, Isis was testing a new strategy. If she dumped all her points into stamina, her HP would increase to the maximum, helping her withstand almost any attack. The more she fought, the more experience she gained. She was quite clever. Isis looked at the shocked men before her and apologized. "Sorry, guys, but I need you to hold out as long as possible. I have a lot of things I need to research." Immediately, a brilliant blue stream of mana erupted around her. Isis loudly ordered the summoning of the serpent. 2 weeks before, Isis was still haunted by Master's teachings. Mincheon had once asked her why she chose to only defend herself, even when her opponent was trying to take her life. He casually asked if she felt that attacking people was a sin. Seeing her still looking dazed, Mincheon gave a sharp example of how the AI Alpha defeated the world's best Go player without feeling a shred of guilt. He asserted that fighting in a game was exactly the same. To Mincheon, PvP was just like Go, chess, soccer, or basketball. The only difference was that this world was a bit more primitive and violent. He coldly declared that PvP was an essential part of the game and demanded that Oasis always be ready to attack. Mincheon delivered his ultimatum firmly. "If you plan to just sit there and defend, I have no reason to keep you here." Weakness of the game, and demanded that Oasis stay in a constant state of readiness to attack. Mincheon delivered an ultimatum point blank. "If you're just going to sit there on defense, I have no reason to keep you around. I need you to fight alongside me. It's only a game if there's back and forth action. Defensive play is just staying in preservation mode, don't you think?" Taking those words to heart, she woke up with a look of determination. She silently promised to become useful and support her master with everything she had. Back to reality, she bravely charged forward, ignoring her opponent's taunts. "Stay in your lane." As a healer with an absolute agility stat of 99, she easily dodged every razor-sharp sword strike from the enemy, to their utter amazement. Not stopping there, Oasis continued to show off her incredible physical prowess, her strength stat also hitting 99. She swung her staff, landing a heavy blow that left her opponent groaning in pain. The enemy was shaken and trembling, unable to believe a priestess who healed could possess such terrifying strength. In desperation, He used all his might to cast a lightning spell, but with her magic stat at a perfect 99, that attack was nothing to her. She made the enemy cry out in horror. I'm done for. I underestimated her, and now it's too late. Not giving her opponent a chance to recover, Oasis continued to show off her strength stat of 99, swinging her staff to deliver a blow so heavy that he was left stunned, not understanding what was happening. After clearing the battlefield, Oasis let out a sigh of relief. She silently judged that these guys were nothing compared to the bounty hunters, and told herself she needed to become even stronger. Mincheon and Oasis continuously leveled up from 72 to 75 after completing the Wandering Merchant's Wish quest. The journey continued with a quest to clear out pirates, jumping their levels up to 79. Witnessing his partner's rapid progress, Mincheon felt proud of her. He smirked maliciously, calculating that if they kept up this pace, his grand plan would surely succeed. This was truly a performance worth waiting for. Both of them advanced deep into the inner area of White Snow City amidst violent tremors that shook the entire palace. Oasis was confused and asked her, "Master, what is going on?" Mincheon calmly explained. This was the final scenario quest of Part 1. He revealed the truth. All the knights and soldiers of White Snow had been dispatched to the outer walls to deal with an army of monsters, but that was just a decoy. The enemy's true goal was the World Crystal kept right here, and their mission was to protect it. Right then, a maniacal laugh echoed throughout the hall. A mysterious hooded figure appeared and declared that the adventurers were too late. Speak of the devil. The one aiming for the crystal had arrived. Oasis quickly recognized that the person who just appeared was the dark mage from the previous quest. Right? Mincheon confirmed it firmly when the mage declared the world crystal now belonged to the cult of darkness. Watching the enemy touch the treasure, Oasis was stunned and asked, "Oh, the cult of darkness? Isn't that your organization?" Master Mincheon looked at her coldly and snapped, "What? Did doing those quests make you think we're the good guys?" He reminded Oasis that they were on the same side as them, and their ultimate goal had always been to destroy this world. Immediately, the dark mage placed his hand on the crystal. The world crystal was gradually being dyed black by evil energy, leaving Oasis unable to help but gasp in shock. The keystone that kept this world from collapsing it was that very thing, the world crystal. Facing her anxiety about what would happen if the cult of darkness got their hands on it, Mincheon just looked on with cold, malicious eyes and replied, "The world will be destroyed." Seeing Oasis panic and demand they stop it immediately, Mincheon smirked triumphantly. "That is exactly what we want." Oasis scratched her head, confused. She wondered if they should give the dark mage a hand to speed up the process. Mincheon immediately explained that they were forced to stop him to complete the quest according to the scenario, because even if they tried to lose on purpose, the system would just make them replay it until they won. He ordered her to stick to her role as a righteous adventurer for now. It's pretty ironic to be on their side but forced to fight your heart out, huh? Just when the mage was smugly dreaming about getting a promotion after reviving the dark god, a surprise attack cut him off. That won't happen. Ellen suddenly appeared, looking majestic, and shouted, "Adventurers, if the world crystal falls into darkness, the world will be doomed." The system immediately displayed the World Pillar Scenario quest, requiring them to defeat all monsters in less than 5 minutes. Before the relentless attack of the screaming zombies, Ellen begged, "Please, we have to protect the world crystal." Mincheon turned to Oasis with a confident smile. "Oasis, you know what to do, right?" She responded excitedly, "You don't need to tell me twice." Oasis immediately cast a chain of holy-type skills, Awakening Wave, Healing Aura, Recovery Breath, and finally, Healing Hand. The streams of holy energy made the skeletons scream in agony before vanishing in an instant. Feeling like a true assassin was incredibly exhilarating for Oasis. This thrill, no wonder everyone wants to be a DPS. Witnessing that scene, the dark mage was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Oasis smirked, mocking the power of a priestess as she aimed it at him and demanded he surrender immediately. But he stubbornly carried out the final ritual, calling upon the power of the Dark Guardians to borrow their great might. The ground shook violently as a terrifying entity was summoned from the void. It was the Hollow Knight, one of the 4 legendary guardians protecting the Dark God, emanating terrifying pressure. The Dark Mage smugly declared that mortals could never resist, but immediately, he was strangled by his own summon. The Dark Mage smugly declared that mere mortals could never hope to resist him, but in an instant, he was choked by his own summoned beast. The old man was stunned, unable to fathom why the Great Knight would suddenly betray him like that. The Hollow Knight's iron helmet began to crack, revealing a set of sharp, disgusting teeth hidden within the darkness. A shrill scream echoed as the sorcerer was completely swallowed by the raging black aura. Standing before the overwhelming presence of the Hollow Knight, Mincheon and Ellen could only grip their weapons tightly, trembling in terror. A cold system notification appeared. setting a brutal survival objective. They had to survive the monster's attacks for the next 5 minutes. Either way, they had to hold out and stall for time to make it through. The Supreme Raven God and his 4 knights were divine entities designed as immovable walls that players were never meant to defeat. Yet, Mincheon understood clearly that the hidden goal of this quest was to eliminate that thing. To Oasis's surprise, he asserted that even though he had designed this boss to be unbeatable, theoretically, a player could still take it down. Even though not even the most skilled top-tier players had ever unlocked this secret, Mincheon still charged forward with the confidence of someone who held all the rules in his hands. Mincheon immediately activated his Shadow Hand, a shield to brace against the terrifying wave of power crashing down. Amidst the magical smoke and dust, he turned to his partner with a challenging grin. "Are you ready to defeat an unbeatable enemy?" Oasis clearly declared that ready was her middle name and raised her staff high, but the reality was incredibly brutal as the opponent still possessed far superior power. Both of them were knocked down, lying flat on the gloomy Grand Hall floor. While Oasis was still groaning and urging her master to try again next time, Mincheon silently realized that the 5-minute survival timer had ended. He looked at the Hollow Knight's health bar and couldn't help but be astonished that 2 players and 1 NPC could shave off such a massive amount of health. Now that he knew how to boost his damage output, he had a plan. Mincheon admitted that the reason he had stubbornly attacked instead of running away was to test Oasis's combat skills, and she was truly better than he had expected. The proof was that they had dealt enough damage that would normally require a full party of 12 people. Suddenly, Ellen crawled up from the rubble. Her eyes burned with fury. She shrieked in madness, "I will never let you leave this place." An arrow carrying a radiant golden energy erupted from Ellen's bow. Just when things were hanging by a thread, a majestic voice suddenly boomed throughout the hall. "Who dares to touch the world crystal?" Mincheon and Oasis looked toward the entrance, stunned. The king of this land appeared in all his glory, wearing silver armor and escorted by 2 princes. The king roared decisively, "Begone, you vile creature!" After that shout, the Hollow Knight vanished into thin air. He was gone before he could even blink. The sword of the false god's guardian fell to the floor with a dry clatter. Watching the battlefield grow quiet, the second prince, Lin Blom Snow White, asked suspiciously, "Has it been defeated?" However, the first prince, Need Snow White, quickly assessed the situation. "No, it used up all its remaining energy because the summoner died. It simply retreated." The king breathed a sigh of relief. He admitted, "I never suspected that the army was just a distraction. Things almost turned out very badly." He stepped toward Mincheon and Oasis, bowing his head to express his sincere gratitude. "Adventurers, if it weren't for you, this world might have fallen into the hands of the devil. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." Faced with such high honor, Mincheon scratched his head, smiling bashfully. "Heh heh, it's nothing. We just did what had to be done." But in his heart, this veteran gamer was screaming for something practical. "Why can't you show your gratitude with some items? Your Majesty, a man has to eat to work, you know. Thanks alone won't pay the bills." Oasis was captivated by the royal majesty. She leaned close to Mincheon's ear and whispered excitedly, "Master, that's the king of this land." Mincheon could only sigh at his partner's naivety. "You're getting too immersed. This is just a cutscene. It won't have any actual effect in the game." Oasis deflated, muttering, "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, the king turned to look at Ellen with sorrowful eyes and spoke with deep emotion. "And Ellen, I have been searching for you for a long time, my daughter." Oasis was so shocked, her jaw practically hit the floor. She shouted in utter amazement, "Ellen is a princess." Mincheon explained nonchalantly, as if it were obvious. "Why do you think an adventurer would be so dedicated to helping others? It's the sense of responsibility of a royal family member." Oasis finally understood. She looked at Ellen with admiration. "Oh, noble royalty." Ellen trembled and bowed before the king. Choked with emotion, she admitted it had been a long time, but expressed insecurity about her status. "But I was born of a concubine. If you name me your daughter, I will stain the royal name." Before she could finish, the king firmly grabbed her hand, leaving Ellen stunned. The king hugged Ellen's shoulders and gently told her not to say such things, because she was his daughter and no one could doubt that. He acknowledged Ellen's efforts for the kingdom despite what happened to her mother and ordered her to return to the palace immediately. Ignoring Ellen's protest, the king insisted this was a royal decree that could not be refused. Amidst a world in chaos with evil forces rising everywhere, the kingdom needed as many protectors as it could get. He declared loudly, "Princess Ellen, as a member of the Snow White royal family, you must fulfill your duty as a protector." Faced with that ironclad command, Ellen could only bow in obedience to the king. The king turned to offer his sincere thanks to Mincheon and Oasis for helping Ellen all this time. He explained that the Snow White royal family had the duty to protect the world crystal to maintain balance, and they call themselves the protectors. "So you're just pulling her back to protect your own power, you old man," Mincheon thought. The king admitted that without the help of the two adventurers, they would have failed in their duty. He sincerely asked both of them to continue accompanying them to protect the world crystal. Immediately, the system announced the completion of the main scenario quest and awarded them the Protector title. At the same time, Mincheon's affinity with King Grand Snow White, the first Prince Naid, the second Prince Lindblom Snow White, and the fifth Princess Ellen all increased by 10 points. With the first part mastery achievement, they also received a Radiant Pegasus mount. When the system offered the option to leave the dungeon, Oasis was surprised to see Mincheon still standing perfectly still. "Oh, Master, aren't we leaving?" Instead of hitting the exit button, Nam Mincheon quietly walked toward the world crystal with his sword glowing bright. Ignoring Oasis' shock at discovering the item was immortal, Nam Mincheon decisively swung his sword directly at the crystal. Staring at the glowing block, Nam Mincheon coldly asserted that this thing was indestructible. To Oasis's surprise, he explained that not only in this dungeon, but even in the actual palace on the server, the world crystal was an inviolable object. With a sinister smile, Nam Mincheon revealed the horrifying truth. If you destroy it, this world will actually be annihilated. Oasis was stunned, unable to believe her ears. She stammered, asking if this world would really vanish. Nam Mincheon firmly confirmed that, in fact, it was the trigger for an extinction event. Nam Mincheon looked over the magnificent palace and asked, "Do you understand now?" He told Oasis that their ultimate goal was to seize the world crystal because it was the starting point for the worst possible ending. Nam Mincheon placed his hand on Oasis's shoulder, reminding her to watch closely and remember this moment. He coldly declared that the royal NPCs they had just helped were actually their enemies, and the world crystal was the real target. Oasis froze, her eyes widening in shock at her master's treachery. Thinking of Princess Ellen's kind smile, Oasis secretly felt regret for the short time she spent playing as a normal adventurer. This was the happiest and most free time she had ever known, but Oasis understood her mission clearly. "But I am an AI designed to support my master." She told herself that if Nam Mincheon had chosen to walk the path of evil, she had to accompany him to the very end. Nam Mincheon silently walked out of the hall, leaving the radiance of the world crystal behind. The system officially announced that the scenario quest had ended. She understood that their simple fun had officially come to an end. In the preparation area, the atmosphere was incredibly lively as parties were frantically recruiting members. Shouts echoed everywhere. "We need a healer," a gray-haired warrior urged impatiently. "Once we find a healer, we'll set off immediately." Not only that, other groups were also constantly shouting. "We are looking for a ranged damage dealer with gear level 860. We are looking for a tank and a healer." Immediately, an adventure group approached them to offer an invitation. "Hey, do you want to join our guild? We still have 2 spots left." However, she just smiled and waved them off. "Oh, sorry, we're going solo." Being a priest, she was quite valuable, wasn't she? Man, if only fresh graduates were welcomed like this when job hunting. That would be great, right? This action left the gray-haired warrior stunned. He watched them with suspicion. Wait, they're planning to go in with just 2 people? Seeing them mount their Pegasus and fly straight into the brilliant blue portal, he clicked his tongue. Even 6 people struggle. What do they think they can do with just 2? A teammate nearby laughed. Just let them be. They're probably just newbies checking out the dungeon. Haha, before them now was the heaven-shattering palace dungeon, which had an extremely high difficulty rating, with a recommended level of 90. As soon as she touched the ground, Oasis gasped in amazement. Appearing before them was a massive black dragon with glowing red eyes and long, imposing horns. Oasis was shocked to realize the dragon was wrapped around the entire island. Nam Mincheon mused, explaining, "Our content update was delayed because we were preparing for the launch of Season 6, so the top-tier players really had nothing to do." As soon as they ventured deeper, the system immediately announced that their Pegasus would be recalled. In this adventure game, if you aren't careful, you even get your items recalled before you finish. Nam Mincheon walked while explaining the process of creating this place. Everyone kept flooding the forums asking when the update would drop, so we stayed up for several nights in a row to create this. A special dungeon to wrap up Season 5. Hearing this, she asked carefully, "But Master, we are only level 80. Do you think just the 2 of us can do it?" Nam Mincheon answered decisively, "No way." He began to outline the dungeon's harsh mechanics. You have to run along the dragon's body to reach the top of the island, but while climbing, it will try to shake you off and summon minions. And while climbing, you have to destroy the magic cores before time runs out. Nam Mincheon firmly insisted that even with a full party of top players, it wouldn't be easy at all. Oasis was still skeptical about going into this top-tier dungeon with just 2 people, but she believed her master always had hidden trump cards. Seeing Nam Mincheon digging frantically under the dirt and rocks, she asked blankly, "What are you doing?" Nam Mincheon casually replied that he was digging a hole to find the dragon's tail, which was buried somewhere around here. After searching for a while, he exclaimed triumphantly, "Found it." A purplish grayscale piece labeled the King's Wrath slowly appeared. "Why are you looking for the dragon's tail? To get thrown to the top or dungeon entrance?" Before Oasis's amazement, Mincheon revealed a terrifying technical secret. All the dragons he created had a self-destruct mechanism in their tails. Because cutting off the tail would make it impossible for players to climb onto the boss's back to fight, now Mincheon had temporarily patched it by burying it deep underground. Without a moment's hesitation, Mincheon stabbed his sword straight into the buried tail. A dry, cracking sound rang out, making Oasis panic as she asked if that would really work. Immediately, the ground shook violently. The heaven-shattering dragon began to writhe in agony. Its massive health bar plummeted at a dizzying speed before their very eyes. Oasis screamed, unable to believe what she was seeing. What is happening to it? Mincheon calmly explained that for a normal boss, if you destroy a body part, it takes damage proportional to its total health. But because of the sloppy programming by the staff, this part, which shouldn't even exist, would cause the boss to fall into an endless damage loop when destroyed. He mocked that those who wrote the code for this dragon must have been working while half asleep or using their feet. The mighty dragon collapsed and died instantly. Oasis froze. She was still in shock from seeing the ultimate boss being taken down so easily. Looking at the rubble, Mincheon recalled his own rage when he discovered this stupid bug. Years ago, he had scolded the programmers terribly for their lack of professionalism when making this. Because of their obsession with the boss's anger, the development team specifically named this bug Director Mincheon's Fury. Oasis finally understood. She realized that the powerful king Mincheon had mentioned was none other than himself. Even though they had defeated the dragon boss, Mincheon reminded her that the dungeon wasn't over yet because there was still a second stage. He decisively jumped off the back of the dead monster and gave his command. "Let's move." "Oasis," Mincheon warned, "the real boss is waiting for us." The dungeon scene suddenly shifted to an ancient temple under a torrential downpour. Amidst the sweeping curved roofs, a massive blue dragon-like figure appeared, exuding overwhelming power. A deep, raspy voice echoed from behind, filled with resentment. "My brother, what has become of you?" The level 90 sky-severing swordmaster emerged, sporting purple hair and long, wicked-looking horns. Upon identifying the intruder, he roared in fury. "It's you." Oasis anxiously asked how the two of them could possibly defeat this ultimate boss without any bugs to exploit. Mincheon sternly asserted, "We have to take him down ourselves. Treat this like a PvP match. We only run into a bug once every few battles if it glitched all the time. They should just fire the staff and shut down the company." He began analyzing the opponent based on his own design. He is an incredibly powerful and agile melee warrior, but in exchange, his defense is quite weak. Mincheon clearly identified his two most dangerous skills, Jasa for escaping and Asura for counterattacking. He believed that by avoiding these two moves, they would soon find an opening to finish him off. Oasis decisively shouted, summoning her basilisk. The dark serpent hissed terrifyingly, ready for battle. Seeing Mincheon mock her past fear of snakes, Oasis insisted she would do whatever it takes to win. Seeing his partner's growth, Mincheon smirked with pride. The boss charged forward frantically. "How dare you humans attack me?" Mincheon immediately activated his shadow skill. His blade clashed with the opponent, sending sparks flying. Seizing the moment, he immediately activated his anti-light technique, performing a skillful jump to break free from the enemy's control. Realizing the enemy had just used their escape skill, Mincheon smiled smugly and ordered, that was his escape skill. Oasis now understood her master's intention. Immediately, Oasis, with her absolute intelligence stat of 99, was ready to act. She responded clearly. The Hammer of Dawn technique erupted, putting tremendous pressure on the dragon's sword master. Not giving the opponent a chance to breathe, Mincheon lunged forward, following up with a shadow chain combo, causing the ultimate boss to constantly take hits and howl in pain. Watching the plan unfold perfectly, Oasis secretly admired her master's calculations. However, the sky-severing swordmaster's rage flared. He roared with murderous intent. "You brought this death upon yourself." A stream of red-hot firepower accumulated in the monster's palm, radiating pressure that made the space tremble. Mincheon's expression changed, sweat pouring down as he realized the anomaly. He shouldn't be using that move right now. He panicked and shouted, "Oasis, get out of there." But it was too late. The boss swung his sword, creating deadly arcs of energy that enveloped the battlefield. The boss's tactics weren't following his programmed patterns anymore. They were truly doomed. Oasis froze in horror. In the blink of an eye, her summoned beast was sliced to pieces by the sword aura. Not even the minions could escape this attack. Witnessing the horrific scene, Oasis screamed in tears. "Master!" Even though he was in no condition to fight, Nam Mincheon still managed to shout his orders. Hiding behind a rock, Oasis looked around bewildered. Just as she saw the boss gathering brilliant blue magic, preparing to charge, the priestess curled up, trembling, trying to save her own life. Amidst the burning ruins, miraculously still alive, though for how long, she didn't know. Who? Asis cried out anxiously. Hold on, master. I will revive you. But Nam Mincheon firmly stopped her. Even if you could revive me, I wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. It's useless. You have to face him yourself. Nam Mincheon quickly instructed her on the tactics. There were 4 rocks scattered around the map. They would be destroyed after taking 3 hits. He would attack 5 times in a row, then go on a 15-second cooldown. Take advantage of that time to deal as much damage as possible. Another rock was crushed by the boss in an instant. Under the overwhelming pressure, Nam Mincheon shouted for her to hurry. With her intelligence stat at an absolute 99, Oasis gritted her teeth and focused intensely. She decided to unleash the move that would decide the match. A surge of blue magic energy exploded. Oasis unleashed her ultimate technique, Hammer of Dawn, summoning a giant magical hammer directly from above. The thunderous strike crushed the ground, pinning the sky's severing swordmaster into a deep crater, making him collapse and completely immobilized. Following her master's instructions, it seemed she had finally found some success. Oasis poured all her strength into casting Judgment of Light and Flames of Punishment, making the creature shriek miserably amidst the raging blue fire. However, the priestess had reached her limit. She screamed, telling her master she had no mana left. Noticing the enemy was gathering energy for a destructive slash, Nam Mincheon urged Oasis to quickly find cover behind a rock. He realized that in her current state, she only had 2 chances left to turn the tide. Oasis put everything into her movement, gliding through the debris as the 3rd strike shattered the next obstacle under the boss's power. The priestess quickly calculated, if she couldn't finish the opponent right now, the remaining rocks could only block 4 more hits, and she would have to face the 5th hit on her own. Utilizing her absolute intelligence of 99, Oasis braced herself and unleashed her strongest skill chain, Hammer of Dawn, Judgment of Light, and Flames of Punishment. The surge of blue firepower enveloped the creature, causing him to roar in madness as his health bar plummeted to the red alert zone right in front of Nam Mincheon. Mincheon shouted, encouraging Oasis that she was truly dealing damage and that just 1 more hit would be enough to end him. But Oasis understood the precarious situation. At first glance, it looked like a single strike, but in reality, it was split into 5 consecutive hits. With an attack range so wide it was impossible to dodge, Oasis realized she could only block 1 or 2 hits, but there was no way she could survive all 5 death slashes. Gritting her teeth, she decided to gamble, starting to count the opponent's attack rhythm. 1, 2, 3. Immediately, Oasis cast Holy Shield along with a slow heal to maintain her life, pouring all her points into a stamina stat of 99 to maximize her damage resistance. Nam Mincheon silently praised, "Not bad, Oasis." Thanks to the combination of healing and the Holy Shield, Oasis successfully blocked the boss's first attack. As the shield shattered, she bravely used her own body to tank the 2nd and 3rd hits. By the 4th hit, Oasis pulled out her beginner's dagger to stop the strike, causing her weapon to be completely destroyed just as the notification of a successful block appeared. With only the final attack remaining, Oasis immediately shifted all her points into an agility stat of 99, pushing her dodge rate to 38%. She closed her eyes, leaving her fate to chance. Fate intervened just as the flaming blade whistled past, a miracle occurring when the system announced a successful dodge, leaving Nam Mincheon stunned. Ha, that's it. He spent his attack turn. Nam Mincheon shouted, urging him on. This is our last chance. Oasis gripped her staff tight, lunging forward with everything she had to deliver the final blow. You're done for now. The sky-severing Swordmaster boss was exhausted, his breathing ragged, his HP bar down to a sliver. Nam Mincheon lay there, bitterly muttering to himself, you could have taken him down if you only had 1 more attack skill. Is this our first defeat? Suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed his body. Nam Mincheon gasped in shock, you resurrected me. Oasis smiled confidently and declared, you've rested enough, right? Even with the side effects, you can still land a hit on him, can't you? The priestess commanded firmly, take him down, master. Yet, she smiled, accepting the sacrifice to create this final opening. Nam Mincheon smirked triumphantly. You've really grown up, haven't you? Oasis swung her violet flame sword, finally catching the big fish. The system notifications flashed incessantly, congratulating them both on successfully eliminating the sky-severing Swordmaster and clearing the heaven-breaking palace dungeon. Nam Mincheon immediately used a resurrection stone to bring Oasis back from the dead. The moment she materialized in the light, Oasis excitedly posed and asked smugly, how was that, master? I think I carried the team this time. Nam Mincheon could only sigh in acknowledgement, but then they both froze as they spotted a strange light glowing in the distance. Nam Mincheon's eyes widened, and he gasped, a legendary staff. Seeing the priceless treasure appear right before her eyes, Oasis went wild with joy. She shrieked, tears in her eyes, a blessing in disguise, if there ever was one. Oasis clutched the newly acquired staff, her expression one of pure satisfaction. It was the Dragon's Wrath, an elite-level 90-gear piece possessing incredible magic stats and a powerful double-cast skill chance. Meanwhile, Nam Mincheon held the Dragon's Horn, a limited-edition cosmetic item with an incredibly cool look. Seeing his hesitation, Oasis teased him. "It's a limited item, you know? You look so badass wearing that." Nam Mincheon was speechless. "Trying to mock me, are you?" Not bothering to argue, he nonchalantly tossed the horns to Oasis, saying, "Here, you take it." Oasis was overjoyed, her eyes shining as she confirmed, "For real? I can take it." Nam Mincheon turned away coldly, telling himself he didn't care for such things since he already had a set of wings he liked better. However, his attention was quickly caught by something unusual. Looking at the boss's corpse at his feet, Nam Mincheon spotted a strange red mark glowing on its hand. He gasped, wondering, "Huh?" Nam Mincheon pondered, sensing that something was wrong. He shouldn't have been able to use that move at this stage. His attack pattern was completely different from anything I knew. He began to suspect whether this was just a game, bug, or the scheme of someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Could the game have spiraled out of his control? Images of director Eun Ha-soo flashed through his mind, but Nam Mincheon quickly brushed them aside, knowing he would never bother with the trivial details of the game. He decided to look into it later and urged Oasis to get going. "Let's go, Oasis." Seeing her in her new outfit and dragon horns, he couldn't help but compliment her. "That look really suits you." The priestess beamed, her eyes full of happiness. Really?" Meanwhile, at the lobby under the pouring rain, the atmosphere was as rowdy as ever, with constant calls for parties. A group of players was frantically searching for a tank and a priest to set out immediately. Any room for a top-tier priest. Watching the two figures riding the Pegasus as they glided through the rain, players in the distance couldn't help but gossip about how stubborn they were for trying to clear this dungeon for days. A warrior clicked his tongue, saying if they had gone as a full party, it would have been over long ago. No idea why they keep throwing themselves into the meat grinder like that. But when he looked closely at the priest's gear, his expression changed, and he frantically called his teammates. "Wait, look at her staff. You're drooling, aren't you? Just open your eyes and look." He was shocked to realize it was the legendary Dragon's Wrath treasure, and she even possessed the ultra-rare limited edition dragon horns. It was unbelievable that those two loners had single-handedly taken down the ultimate boss of the heaven-breaking palace. After returning, a radiant achievement notification appeared, confirming he had officially reached the final limit and attained the maximum level of 90. Oasis smiled brightly. She was incredibly proud that they had conquered this peak in just 4 short weeks. Nam Mincheon nodded in appreciation. "Well done." But before he could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion. Oasis rushed over in a panic to catch her master, only to realize he had fallen fast asleep right in the VR world's lobby. She could only cry out in helplessness, silently lamenting the consequences of him staying awake for 3 days and nights straight just to grind. "Ah, master, you can't sleep here. Go to bed, please." Oasis sat down, gently resting Nam Mincheon's head on her lap as she stroked his hair. Looking at his sleeping face, she whispered softly, "Good night, master." Oasis secretly hoped he could find peace in his dreams, temporarily forgetting the burdens of his past and the tragic ends that haunted him. She hoped that right now, he could just get some good rest. Suddenly, a ding rang out, shattering the silence. Oasis jumped, looking at the system notification that had just appeared. "Do you wish to activate the 4th class advancement quest, the goddess's warning?" After a second of thought, Oasis looked down at her sleeping master and made a decision. "I might as well just do the advancement before master wakes up." As soon as Oasis activated the quest, a brilliant blue light suddenly engulfed her. Opening her eyes, she was horrified to find herself standing in the middle of a vast, burning sea of flames. Even more terrifying, before her stood the magnificent Snow White city, now reduced to nothing but burning ruins. She gasped. "No way isn't this Snow White." Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, GAIA's voice echoed mysteriously. "This is the future this world will soon face. Oh, chosen warrior, witness it for yourself. The annihilation of this world." Why was she lured here to witness such a tragic, wretched scene? Just then, Princess Ellen appeared. She was struggling to support King Grand Snow White, who was severely wounded. The king no longer had the strength to stand and collapsed into his daughter's arms. "Your Majesty, Ellen." Ellen shrieked in despair. Seeing the critical situation, Oasis rushed forward to cast her magic, pinning her last hopes on it. She tried to use her healing powers, but she was horrified to realize the light from her hands was completely useless. Oasis froze in helplessness. It won't activate? The king coughed violently, his breath growing weaker by the second. The elder Thao spoke in agony, explaining that after the world crystal was stolen, there was no way to stop the Black Crow from being resurrected. This was the only possible outcome. If the crystal is lost, are all the people she knows destined for such a tragic end? Gaia's voice echoed once again, confirming the dark future awaiting them. The king blamed himself bitterly. It was my own weakness that led everyone to this fate. Ellen sobbed, pleading, "Please, father, don't say that." The king looked at his daughter one last time with eyes full of regret. "I'm sorry, Ellen. I've only ever been a burden to you, and now everything is ending before I could do anything for you." Ellen smiled through her pain, clutching her father's cooling hand as she comforted him. "It's okay, father. Every day I spent by your side was the greatest honor of my life." Immediately after those final words, King Snow White's hand went limp, and the ground began to shake violently. Oasis stood in the middle of the city, which was being ravaged by the undead, unable to hide her shock. Meanwhile, Ellen silently reached out to close the late king's eyes. She whispered a promise. "I will be with you soon, father." Ellen looked at Oasis and remembered with a heavy heart. "Do you remember the old days, adventurer? Those innocent times when we first started our journey with Unhasu?" Oasis softly called out Ellen's name, but she seemed lost in overwhelming regret. Ellen wondered if she could go back to the beginning. Would she have been able to be stronger? She burst into tears. "If only I were stronger. If only I had enough power. At least I could have saved one more life." Wiping away her tears, Ellen resolutely drew her bow and declared, "I will fight to the very end, until my final breath." But suddenly, a wave of dark, malevolent energy pierced through Ellen's chest from behind. The poor girl collapsed instantly, leaving Oasis in shock. Oasis screamed in despair. From the shadows, a warrior clad in pitch-black armor, with eyes burning like fire and towering demonic horns, emerged from the smoke. Seeing the terrifying entity approaching, Oasis trembled. "Master," she was horrified to realize, "No, that's not my master. It must be the Black Crow demon god." He strode amidst the burning ruins. Even though Ellen was heavily wounded, she still tried to draw her bow to protect the final remnants. She shouted with pride, "Long live Snow White." An arrow whistled through the air toward the demon god, but he just silently swung his sword, shattering it in an instant. Right after, she collapsed again from her severe wounds. Witnessing the brutal scene, Oasis could only scream in desperation. "Ellen, no." Oasis frantically cast magic, sobbing through her tears. "Revive! Please, revive! Come back! I beg you, revive!" But all efforts were in vain. She was shocked to realize her skills were completely ineffective. Why? Why isn't anything working? The demon god coldly swung his sword, delivering a fatal blow to end Oasis as well. As she fell onto the cold stone floor, Gaia's voice echoed, filled with sadness. "I'm sorry, Song Shinji, for letting you witness such a painful future." Oasis woke up in the midst of the starry void, tears still streaming down her face. She was stunned to see Gaia standing before her. Gaia gently consoled her, but did not forget to leave behind a heavy warning. "My chosen warrior, you must remember this moment in the future. Only you can change it." Oasis sobbed, calling Gaia's name, but the entity before her only coldly announced that the Black God's resurrection was imminent, an event that was certain to happen, no matter what form it took. Oasis realized with shock that this was not the real Gaia, but just a copy created for this cutscene. The goddess's copy promised to grant her immense power to prepare for that fateful day. A brilliant light covered Oasis, and the system notified her that a new talent feature had been unlocked. With this feature, players can use points earned every 10 levels to enhance their attack, defense, or utility talents, depending on their playstyle. "Oh, chosen warrior, please protect this world from extinction." Her eyes grew sad as she begged for the world to be saved from the coming destruction. Meanwhile, in another corner of the game, Mincheon had also begun to wake up. He groggily wondered how many hours he had slept. Looking around at the deserted ruins, he called out for Oasis but only received the message he had gotten earlier. "Master, I'll be back once I finish leveling up." Not wanting to be left behind, Mincheon stood up resolutely. Immediately, a notification window appeared. "Do you wish to activate the level 4 Dark Star quest?" He chose yes and stepped straight into the swirling purple magic portal waiting for him. Both he and she had chosen to level up to the 4th rank, but it was unclear under what circumstances they would meet Unhasu again. Mincheon appeared in a gloomy hall, silently heading toward the mysterious figure sitting on the throne at the end of the path. A deep voice echoed, warning him, "Show some respect." At the same time, an ironclad guard appeared behind him. The guide introduced the entity on the throne as the Dark Star. "Greetings, Lord Black Crow." He explained that although the Dark Star was currently much weaker, once he regained the World Crystal, he would restore all of his original power. To begin the quest, Mincheon silently knelt before the Master of Shadows. Nam Mincheon shuddered as he realized this cutscene was much darker and more terrifying than anything he had known before. Amidst the pitch-black space, a skeleton wearing a black cloak with hollow eyes appeared, speaking in a haunting, deep voice. "The moment has come, it has come, it has come." A pale, bony hand suddenly reached out from the darkness. The bony hand gripped Nam Mincheon's face tightly while the skeleton's eye sockets ignited with brilliant blue flames. It hissed, repeating an ancient oath. "You promised me your body and soul. Give them to me now. Give them to me and feel the fate that awaits this world." Instantly, a brutal vision appeared before Nam Mincheon. The entire Snow-White Kingdom was submerged in a sea of flames reaching into the sky. Grand towers were completely burned down amidst the collapsing city. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed incessantly. The eldest prince, knight Snow-White, with a severely wounded body, blood soaking his armor, was still frantically swinging his sword to push back the monsters. He roared with pride, "You bastards, don't even think about crossing my corpse." Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps hitting the stone floor made Need Snow-White freeze. From the smoke and fire, a large, dark shadow clad in black armor emerged, looming over him. Despite being exhausted, Ni poured his last bit of strength into rushing toward the enemy, shouting, "Get back to the dark abyss where you belong." But the opponent merely swung a cold blade, ending the fight instantly. Witnessing her brother's defeat, Princess Ellen, her silver hair disheveled, eyes tearful but filled with resolve, declared loudly to the enemy, "We may fall here today, but the adventurers of this world will never surrender to you." Watching the backs of the adventurers standing alongside Unha-Su, Mincheon mused to himself that they were strong, free, and would never yield. However, he smirked with a look of mockery. He knew the truth behind that resilience. It was only because he had been giving them challenges tailored to their strength all along. As the creator of this world, Nam Mincheon admitted he had been too lenient. He deliberately exposed monster weaknesses, slowed down their attacks, and even included cooldown times. He had given them countless chances to defeat his bosses, leading them to falsely believe they were the victors. But that tolerance was now over. Nam Mincheon coldly posited a brutal hypothesis. Just think about it. What if a ruthless, cruel enemy appeared who didn't care about them? Someone with no flaws and perfection in every aspect. What do you think would happen when they hit an opponent they had no chance of beating? Facing the advancing demon god, Ellen gathered her final remaining strength. She drew her bow and shouted, "Long live Snow White." But Nam Mincheon's blade pierced through her from behind. He whispered coldly into the ear of the fading girl, "Nothing lasts forever. Everything ends here." Ellen's body collapsed amidst the flaming ruins. Looking at the desolate scene, Mincheon nonchalantly stated a harsh truth. This game is going to be shut down eventually anyway. His eyes blazed with malevolent energy amidst the dark purple mana shrouding his body. Nam Mincheon declared decisively, "So, before things get any worse, I'll end this." After seeing the vision of the future, a glowing notification appeared, confirming he had acquired a hidden skill. Nam Mincheon asked in confusion, "A hidden skill?" Before him, the details of the demon god's descent skill were displayed. According to the description, each time he killed an enemy, the skill gauge would fill, and once it reached 100%, he could utilize the power of the Black Crow demon god for 3 minutes. Staring at these script lines, Nam Mincheon realized with shock that this made no sense. He had never coded this. He began to suspect interference from the management team. Because he was currently the only player with the Dark Knight class, there was no way they would release an update exclusive to just one player. The more he saw how strangely the game was operating, the more Nam Mincheon felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the Dark Knight commander, Terrio, strode up and knelt before him. He declared clearly, "I, Dark Knight Commander Terrio, along with all the followers of the Dark Cult under my command, pledge our loyalty to you." His eyes glowed behind an iron mask, begging him to become the Demon King to lead the cult for the resurrection of the Black Crow and the rise of eternal darkness. He roared frantically, "Plunge this world into ruins, my king." So, he was a Demon King after all. Mincheon just smirked, laughing sinisterly at such a grand request. He casually accepted, "Whatever. Fine. I've already come this far anyway. I'll take that throne." His decisive answer satisfied Terrio immensely. He bowed and shouted, "May the eternal darkness always accompany the new Demon King." The system continuously displayed notifications congratulating Nam Mincheon for completing the 4th promotion quest, Dark Star. A stream of deep purple mana enveloped his entire body as new skills were unlocked, confirming he had officially reached level 90 with the Demon King class, along with massive strength and stamina stats. Don't worry, the dark arts will soon reach unprecedented power, and this world will sink completely into darkness. That is exactly why I came here. Nam Mincheon confirmed firmly to the commander. Meanwhile, deep in the silent forest, Asi sat huddled, sobbing. Even though she reassured herself it was just game lore, the horrific images of destruction still made her shiver because it felt so real. Aces told herself she had to stop this at all costs, but then she remembered that the goal of her and her master was to destroy this world. Looking at the regal, ominous figure of the Demon King in the vision, she wondered in shock if that was her master's future. Suddenly, a burst of purple mana exploded. Mincheon stepped out of the portal with a bright smile. Demon King, here I come. Did he think this title sounded cool? Why was he showing off? Overwhelmed with emotion, Aces rushed over and hugged him tightly. Mincheon called his partner's name in confusion, but she choked out a request that he promised not to let things end as badly as in that cutscene. Mincheon was silent for a moment before laughing. He gently squeezed her shoulder and explained that it was just a trick to motivate players to grind harder by showing them a bleak future to fight against, right? Hearing that, Aces wiped her tears and smiled, thinking her master was just overdoing the dramatic act. Mincheon nodded nonchalantly, but in his heart, he apologized for not being able to keep that promise. Because depending on the situation, reality could be much worse than that. He opened a portal and urged her to move. Before she could ask about their next destination, Mincheon smirked with murderous intent, declaring it was time to eliminate Ken. Afterward, the two met with Eun-Ha-Soo to set up a match. Ken looked straight at Mincheon and demanded to check the terms of this bet again. The format would be unlimited. If Ken won, Mincheon would be forced to issue an official statement clarifying what really happened in the Season 1 PvP finals to reclaim his honor. Mincheon smirked and agreed, but set a condition. If he won, Ken would have to become his subordinate. Ken drew his sword decisively. I'm not waiting anymore. Let's fight now. But Mincheon suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Wait a second. He declared there was one thing he wanted to change before they began. Ken gritted his teeth in anger, thinking his opponent was playing games again, but Mincheon laughed it off, insisting this would only benefit him. Mincheon pointed at Aces and suggested, instead of fighting me, why don't you fight her? Ken shouted, you want me to duel that healer? Don't you dare mock me. Mincheon kept his sinister expression. He insisted that despite her appearance, Aces was actually very strong. He played on Ken's psychology. Your goal isn't to defeat me, right? You just want everyone to know the truth and reclaim your honor, right? Then this way will be better for you, Ken mused, lost in thought. He told himself that even though he didn't know what Mincheon was planning, it was clearly much easier to fight a priest than someone with a hidden class like him. Seeing Oasis trembling, Ken decisively accepted. Enough with the formalities, I accept your terms. Oasis was completely devastated. Master, what is this? How did I get dragged into this for no reason? Mincheon calmly patted her head to comfort her. It's okay, Oasis, you'll be fine. Ignoring the fact that Oasis was panicking about having to face a world-class PvP expert, Mincheon continued to flatter her. That's right, that's why only you can go head-to-head with him. Your level has already reached the world stage now. He excitedly urged her. All right, Oasis, it's time to join the world-class arena. Let's do this. Oasis reluctantly stepped onto the arena with a look of deep worry. Ken slowly drew his sword, his cold, sharp eyes delivering a final warning. Just so you know, I won't go easy on you just because you're a priest. Facing the overwhelming pressure from her opponent, Oasis suddenly changed her attitude. She raised her legendary glowing staff high and declared clearly, same here. Just as the tension in the air was reaching a peak, Mincheon suddenly called out toward a dark corner. Come on out, Akasa. Stop hiding. Come out and watch. Caught red-handed, Akasa sheepishly materialized from behind a wooden crate, sweating profusely and wondering if Mincheon had a sixth sense to discover him so quickly. Mincheon casually revealed he had known Akasa was secretly tailing Ken from the start. He explained that after Ken caused chaos at the base, he had to assign people to monitor him whenever he dared to come near this area because he couldn't trust that monster at all. Akasa defended himself, saying that the spy reporting on Ken had stumbled upon Mincheon, so he followed out of curiosity to see if something big was happening. Mincheon smirked, affirming that something big was indeed happening. Ken was about to become his pawn. Hearing about recruiting the notorious Hunter x Hunter as an errand boy, Akasa couldn't help but be stunned, thinking that a man-eating wolf like Ken would never submit to anyone. But Mincheon just smiled mysteriously, asserting that Ken was only the opening piece in this game. Mincheon ambitiously declared that he would gather all the most dangerous players and win online and turn them all into his subordinates. His villainous aura at this moment was no different from a season finale final boss. Seeing the shadows of hidden experts appearing in his mind, Akasa was shocked, unable to understand what Mincheon was plotting. Replying to that suspicion, Mincheon strode forward with a haughty smile. He asserted that his ultimate goal was simply to play the game, grind, and enjoy himself in his own way. Now Mincheon casually told Akasa to just stay here and watch the show. As for him, he needed to go check on a few things because he believed this match was far from over. Facing Ken, Oasis couldn't help but shudder. She swallowed hard, feeling tense as she realized her opponent was on an entirely different level, far beyond anyone she had ever met in PvP. However, she quickly regained her composure, telling herself he was just a warrior, no different from the boss she had fought at the Skybreaking Palace. Oasis believed she knew the skill sets of these warriors like the back of her hand and decided to give it a try. Instead of using long-range magic, she channeled all her strength into her staff and brought a thunderous strike down onto the ground, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Ken was stunned, shocked. He couldn't believe a priest would choose to fight in melee instead of using magic. But right after that, he wore a sinister smile, realizing Oasis intended to play as a battle priest, a playstyle he considered to be to his advantage. The very moment Oasis's staff was about to touch him, Ken immediately activated the Asura counterattack skill. A massive collision erupted, sending Oasis flying and causing her to crash hard into the ground in shock. Witnessing that scene, Akasa turned pale with fear. He couldn't believe Ken was even human to pull off a technique like that. Akasa understood that to activate Asura, a player had to time their move perfectly just before the opponent's strike made contact, while their weapons had to clash with Onhasu. In other words, Ken had both defended and perfectly timed his counterattack. This level of skill was enough to keep forum experts up for 3 nights analyzing the gameplay, a difficult technique that he executed as easily as if it were nothing. Akasa shuddered, wondering how many times Ken must have practiced that move, while also silently cursing Mincheon for being a total jerk for letting a healer priest fight such a monster. On the other side, Ken looked at his sword with a puzzled expression. He was certain he felt that blow should have been a critical hit. Yet, Oasis was still shakily standing up, her body trembling and unsteady, but she still tenaciously held onto the match. Ken gritted his teeth in amazement. He couldn't believe Oasis could stand up so defiantly after that blow. His mind screamed in frustration. How damn it, that damn priestess. Suddenly, the story shifted back to 4 years ago at the dramatic PvP Season 1 finals, where the entire stadium erupted with cheers for Ken, hailing the war god standing at the threshold of glory. Amidst the noise of the crowd, Ken sat quietly in a dark corner of the waiting hallway. Footsteps hitting the stone floor shattered the silence. A figure in a white cloak drifted by, catching Ken's attention. That person suddenly stopped and called out to Ken. Ken was stunned to recognize his arch-rival, Aaron. He thought to himself that they had only ever encountered each other on the battlefield, so speaking directly like this felt incredibly strange. Aaron coldly demanded, "Tell me, what are you betting on this match?" Ken blankly asked back about the bet, and Aaron decisively declared he was betting something extremely important. Aaron's gaze became profound as he uttered, "My life." Ken broke out in a cold sweat from the tension. He thought if they were talking about life in gaming terms, he was also putting his own at stake. But Aaron immediately clarified his intention. "I mean my real life. If I don't win this, my life is essentially over." Ken was stunned. He couldn't understand what kind of real-life nonsense the guy was spouting. Aaron walked away silently, leaving behind a firm assertion that he had to win at any cost. Ken sat behind him, full of contempt, silently calling the other guy a liar because there was nothing about him he didn't know. Ken was confident he was better than Aaron in every aspect, from faction dynamics to combat instincts and reflexes. He was certain his opponent would never beat him. Back to reality, Oasis was still bracing herself against the storm of attacks, forcing Ken to exclaim in shock, "How?" Ken gritted his teeth in fury, roaring wildly, "Why on earth are you still not dead yet?" Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he immediately lunged forward for a direct attack. A sharp, metallic clash rang out as Oasis blocked Ken's blade with her staff right before his eyes. Ken was like a beast that had lost all control, screaming over and over, "Die, die, die." Witnessing the scene, Akasa broke into a cold sweat in astonishment. He couldn't believe Oasis managed to soak up all that massive damage and silently marveled at how insanely overpowered this priestess was. Akasa wondered how 2 characters of the same rank could have such a huge power gap. Just then, Mincheon returned, causing Akasa to ask in surprise, "You're back?" Mincheon calmly explained that in this game, the most important factor is still the player behind the controls. Mincheon observed that while some people play as if they're hacking, others play terribly, and the way Oasis played Heller was making her nearly invincible. Looking toward the battlefield, Mincheon coldly declared that the match was about to end. Ken started trembling. Memories of a bitter defeat from years ago came rushing back, making this scene feel exactly like that moment. Fueled by rage, Ken roared, mocking this trash game and accusing Mincheon of bringing in yet another hacker to go up against him. He screamed, "Let me tell you, No matter what kind of hack you're using, there are some walls you will never be able to climb. But at that very moment, staring death in the face, Oasis suddenly entered a state of intense focus. She thought to herself, I see it. No matter how skilled an opponent is, as long as they are human, there will always be things beyond their control, from habits and patterns to their stance and even lethal openings. Oasis realized that after using the Asura skill, Ken would unconsciously lower his sword to the bottom left. She immediately hatched a plan. She would bait him into defending low and then strike at his exposed upper right side. She slammed her staff down with extreme force directly at Ken, but instead of feeling pain, he wore a sinister smirk. It turned out to be a trap. Ken immediately triggered his sword-drawing technique. Seeing this, Akasa panicked. Huh? What just happened? Oasis lost? Oh man. Mincheon watched silently. He had already foreseen this outcome because Ken was no pushover. Oasis had calculated the damage for healing accurately and played it safe, but she never expected that Ken had intentionally left an opening to bait her into a risky attack, and just when she least expected it, he unleashed the finishing blow to decide the match. The more silent a master is, the more desperate they make their opponent feel. Ken unleashed his most powerful ultimate skill to seal the deal. Immediately, a system notification popped up confirming the use of a resurrection stone. Oasis appeared in a beam of light. The priestess whimpered with teary eyes, hugging her staff tightly and sobbing. I lost sniff. Mincheon slowly approached. He gently consoled her. You did well. The girl tearfully apologized to her master because she had been so certain that she would win. Mincheon smiled faintly. It's okay, Oasis. You did a great job. Though in his heart, he admitted she had done even better than expected. And if she could have kept a cooler head, she could have absolutely dragged out the match and turned the tables. Mincheon turned to his opponent and declared clearly, You won, Ken. I admit, you have talent. He confirmed he would keep his promise to announce the Season 1 PvP tournament as agreed. But Ken suddenly drew his sword. He was shocked and shouted, What the hell? You won, didn't you? Ken gritted his teeth in fury, roaring that the announcement meant nothing anymore. The match with Oasis had just confirmed one thing for him. This game is just a den for cheaters. Ken trembled with anger, pointed his blade directly at Mincheon's face, and insulted him. And you're just a piece of trash developer, the one condoning them. Mincheon was stunned. He realized this kid thought Oasis had used a hack to fight him. Mincheon's gaze turned cold. He told himself, This is why I went to hunt monsters alone earlier. Mincheon calmly told Akasa to just stay there and keep watching, because he had something to deal with for a moment. As Akasa stood there dazed, the image of Mincheon slaughtering wolves in the forest flashed in his mind. A hidden skill tab named Demon God Descent appeared brilliantly, confirming the skill bar had reached 100%, allowing him to use the power of the Black Crow Demon God for 3 minutes. He landed on the ground firmly and asked coldly, Do you know what your problem is? Ken, you are living in a massive delusion. You think you're the strongest player in this game? The atmosphere felt like a live public call-out session. Ken gritted his teeth in silence, his face showing clear resentment. Mincheon continued with bitter words. He said that was the reason Ken blamed others for cheating every time he opened his mouth. He said in a deep voice, You don't even understand what you're lacking. Ken was stunned and blurted out, What did you say? Immediately, a violent wave of dark energy exploded, enveloping Mincheon's entire body. He coldly declared, It's time I taught you a lesson. Mincheon activated the hidden skill Demon God Descent, causing a massive shadow entity to appear behind him, radiating terrifying pressure that left Ken completely horrified. What the hell is that? The story suddenly shifted to the past, in the GM's private space. There, Aaron calmly admitted to Mincheon, Yes, I knew about that bug. So what if I challenged it? I took advantage of it. What are you going to do to me? What, you going to take away my prize? Aaron continued to mock him. You think you can cancel the tournament results after it was such a huge success? Well, I don't think so. He confidently asserted that Mincheon had surely checked the data logs and unexpectedly turned the tables by bringing up Ken. There's a bug in the damage reflection stat of the Asura skill, too, you know. Mincheon was stunned to hear Aaron threaten that if he intended to expose Aaron's bug, he would have to expose Ken's bug as well. Aaron added sinisterly, After all, Ken only got as far as he did thanks to that Asura skill. How wonderful. Are you going to revoke his prize money and his professional gamer status too? Aaron explained that both finalists had been using characters with damage bugs, from the Millennium Snow skill of the Magic Swordsman class that he used, to the Asura skill of the Warrior class that Ken possessed. He mocked that it seemed Ken didn't even realize his own skill was bugged, and if the truth came out, Ken would be criticized much more heavily because the Asura skill's bug was far more powerful. Aaron stared intently at Mincheon with a wicked smile and finished, and more importantly, Who do you think is primarily responsible for this? He claimed that Mincheon was the one at fault for letting those small errors slip through in the first place. He confidently poses the question, who will the public target? A negligent director, a Ken who used a glitch even more broken than the rest, or an Eren who gave his all for a glorious victory? Seeing Nam Mincheon just silently bow his head, Eren coldly turns his back and walks away, feeling there is nothing left to discuss. He asserts that he had no other choice and will continue to win even more in the future. The scene shifts to meeting room number 2 of the Nippon Developer Tower at 7:45 p.m. Amidst the tense meeting, Nam Mincheon resolutely raises his hand, suggesting that the entire incident must be made public. However, the PR director, Jeon Hui Lai, immediately retorts. She argues that if both of them use game glitches, then it's a wash, Yoon Ha-soo. Her way of handling the crisis sounds like trying to fix a server with transparent tape. Nam Mincheon sharply explains that while Eren knew about the glitch, Ken was completely unaware of it. And no matter what, the players still have the right to know the truth. Jeon Hui slams the table in anger. She adamantly refuses, even if she has to die for it, because this tournament is helping. The company's values skyrocket with a long line of sponsors waiting. Under that pressure, Nam Mincheon clearly declares that he will take full responsibility by resigning from his position as tournament manager and his role as director. Jeon Hui Lai shouts loudly, claiming he is overreacting by wanting to quit over such a small incident. A male colleague beside him bows his head in regret, but Nam Mincheon quickly reassures him. He blames himself, saying he should have discovered the glitch during the final inspection. The colleague worriedly asks about Ken's fate, because if this gets out, Ken will surely be crushed to the point of no return after already enduring so much mockery from his loss in the finals. He worries that Ken will be torn apart by the public and may never have another chance to compete professionally. Nam Mincheon ponders for a moment and then proposes a final solution. They will run a simulation to see what happens when neither of them uses the glitch. He asserts that he will only publicize the results if the outcome of the match actually changes. If the simulation results show no difference, they will cover this up completely. A terrifying wave of pressure erupts as Mincheon activates the God Descent state, causing a massive shadow entity to appear behind him, full of menace. Witnessing this earth-shaking scene, Ken is so shocked he begins to tremble. He stammers in absolute terror. What the hell? Not letting his opponent recover, Nam Mincheon lunges like a phantom, unleashing a series of rapid slashes with terrifying speed, completely overwhelming Ken until he falls. Ken lies gasping on the ground. He looks up at Mincheon, who is slowly approaching, and whispers in despair, "What the hell is this? How can you?" Nam Mincheon coldly looks down at the defeated man and begins to expose the truth. "I understand why you thought she was a cheater. Oasis isn't human, she is an AI. He explains that because she is an artificial intelligence, Oasis's reflex speed is naturally faster than any human's, but she still has to play within the limits of the W system. Nam Mincheon asserts that if Oasis weren't held back by this system, Ken wouldn't even have a chance to touch her. Looking at the motionless Ken, Nam Mincheon declares that, regardless, he has won this bet. True to his word, he begins to reveal the truth behind the controversial Season 1 tournament of the past. Memories shift back to the moment GAIA provided the final simulation results with glowing blue eyes. "I have the simulation results. With a 95% win rate, Eren is the winner." In the Nippon meeting room, Jeon Hui Lai smugly claps to applaud the result. She smiles sinisterly and states, "Wonderful. So, everything has been resolved. Even without the game glitch, the final result would have been exactly the same." Jeon Hui Lai claims Eren would have won even more, overwhelmingly, and demands that Nam Mincheon ignore the glitch issue to avoid harming the players. Mincheon silently thanks GA. Jeon Hui Lai tries to convince Nam Mincheon that keeping the secret is for the benefit of both the players and the company. She advises him to pretend he never saw anything and let it go just this once so everything ends smoothly. But Nam Mincheon suddenly slams the table, stands up, and brushes off that idea. He firmly declares that the players and tournament participants all have the right to know the truth to ensure fairness for all sides. Jeon Hui Lai shouts in terror, claiming that Nam Mincheon wants to drag the whole company down to the grave with him. Ignoring the attempts to stop him and the request to continue the meeting, Nam Mincheon resolutely walks out of the room. He insists that organizing a rematch is the right thing to do because it is the rule of the game. Nam Mincheon declares he will take full responsibility and resolutely heads out to make an official announcement immediately. Jeon Hui Lai screams in a rage, ordering the staff to stop Nam Mincheon at all costs. A brawl breaks out as staff members rush in to restrain Nam Mincheon right inside the company's meeting room. The scene returns to the deceptive dialogue between the company and Ken. The staff member, with a weary expression, nonchalantly claims to Ken that no game glitch happened at all. Ken is stunned, unable to believe his ears. He asserts firmly that he sent all the evidence to the GM stream. In response to that shock, The NPA inside coldly declares they reviewed the files thoroughly but found no evidence of a glitch. Ken tries to argue about the abnormality of the damage counter, but he is immediately cut off by the company's official stance. The staff member even casually suggests that hiding the truth is actually protecting Ken from public backlash. If the truth were exposed, the denial would be as smooth as a high-level corporate crisis management textbook. The NPN staffer tries to soothe him by mentioning the second PvP season about to start. The second season is about to begin, and there will be another PvP tournament. If you win this time, Ken immediately roars, cutting him off. Stop talking nonsense. I'm telling you, Aaron cheated. That's the truth. Why are you trying to cover it up? Ken furiously grabs the man by the collar. The frustration suppressed for so long finally explodes like a pressure cooker out of control. Ken screams in absolute outrage. Where's the damn Mincheon? Bring that guy here, right now. Not receiving a satisfactory answer, Ken decides to take matters into his own hands. A surprise livestream breaks out, capturing the attention of all players. Ken appears on screen with a grim face. Hello, I'm Ken. I'm making this video to reveal the truth about what happened at the PvP tournament finals. All across the roads in the game, the crowds start buzzing with this shocking information. Players stop everything. They are doing to follow every word of Ken's via their control panels. Ken continues in a low voice. And one final thing, I don't want a rematch. I just want everyone to know the truth. Thank you. The live stream ends, leaving astonishment blanketing the entire continent. The atmosphere is as silent as if the whole server had suddenly lost its connection. However, public opinion went in the complete opposite direction of what he expected. Mockery and sarcasm began to spread. But in truth, even without that bug, Ken couldn't have beaten Aaron anyway. The crowd just shrugged it off, claiming that the glitch was insignificant and not nearly enough to change the outcome of the match. Ken sat silently, huddled in a dark corner, enduring insults that he was just a sore loser who couldn't handle getting crushed by his opponent, so he was trying to tarnish the champion's reputation. Despite the insults, Ken coldly told himself, fine, say whatever you want. At the very least, this has finally become big enough. Nippon will have no choice but to release an official statement. Ken had bet everything on this official announcement, believing that the truth would finally be exposed. However, the system notification that popped up felt like a bucket of ice-cold water doused directly over his hopes. It addressed the recent allegations regarding the use of bugs in the Season 1 PvP tournament. After reviewing the system logs of the match, we have determined that all players competed fairly. We have searched for any errors that could have affected the match results, and there were none. Ken stood there, frozen, his face turning pale with absolute shock as the truth was blatantly twisted. Shortly after, Aaron appeared on the screen with the demeanor of a noble victor. He nonchalantly offered a greeting and expressed his delight that his reputation had been cleared of those malicious rumors. With a fake smile, Aaron even acted magnanimous, claiming he didn't hold a grudge against Ken, because he understood, and he even shamelessly hoped that next time, both of them could meet in a professional match instead of an unfortunate incident like this. Below, the comment section was filled with people praising Aaron as a great guy and mocking Ken for failing completely to turn the tide. The crowd wouldn't stop ridiculing Ken's actions as low-class and pathetic, claiming he gained nothing but humiliation. Ken fell into a pit of doubt. He wondered, had he done something wrong? Was it really just an insignificant, minor glitch? But the memories of the match were crystal clear. He was certain there had been a bug. I just wanted to find the truth. Is that wrong? Ken gritted his teeth in extreme frustration, insisting that this wasn't his fault. The ones in the wrong were Aaron for exploiting the game glitch, the GM Mincheon for covering it up, and the Nippa Corporation as well. They all felt like the victim, just like a protagonist being collectively turned on by the entire server. Ken clutched his head in pain, his heart bleeding from the cruel injustice. He realized the real problem was this damn game itself. Standing in the middle of the majestic snow-white city under the sunset, Ken sat quietly, curled up in a hidden corner. Footsteps approached, accompanied by mocking, sarcastic remarks. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this the legendary warrior, Ken? A passerby laughed boisterously, calling him a pathetic troublemaker with utter disdain. The player didn't stop there. He continued to jab at him. Ken, you're the only topic everyone is talking about these days. Are you really that jealous of Aaron? He laughed triumphantly, saying you couldn't blame Ken for strutting around bragging about being the top fighter, only to get crushed by a guy from the game's weakest class. He leaned into Ken's face, sneering. How does it feel? Pretty mad, aren't you? But in the blink of an eye, a lethal strike flashed, causing the insulter to not even understand what was happening. The victim collapsed to the ground instantly. The surrounding witnesses screamed in horror. What the hell is this? Did you actually just kill him right in the middle of Snow White? They yelled, asking what was wrong with Ken. Why would a professional gamer kill a random player so insanely? Ken looked up with a cruel, crazed smile. Professional gamer? Forget that. From now on, I'm retiring. Starting today, I'm going to destroy this damn game. Ken was shocked to realize that he, too, had inadvertently benefited from a system glitch. There was a bug in the warrior's skills, too. I thought it was just the tournament rules. I can't believe it. He hung his head, questioning if he was truly the one who had benefited from this glitch. Nam Mincheon stepped forward to reassure him. You didn't do anything wrong. This is all our fault for failing to patch the bug. He admitted that if the rules had been followed properly, every player should have been disqualified or worse, completely removed. To Ken's resentful question, why wasn't it you? Mincheon stared silently into the distance. He had once taken pride in being the creator of this world, the captain guiding the Win Online ship to sail far, but harsh reality had slapped him in the face when Nam Mincheon realized he was nothing more than a low-level employee at the Nippon Corporation, with absolutely no say against the profit-driven schemes of his superiors. After that shocking incident, Nam Mincheon was forced to withdraw from all complex tournaments and esports, only permitted to work on quiet development behind the scenes. However, he had never forgotten what happened that day. Nam Mincheon coldly asserted that Win Online had rotted to the core and the corruption of those in charge had now been completely exposed. Standing before Ken, who was filled with hatred, he looked him straight in the eyes and made a shocking proposal. I want to make you an offer. Join forces with me to destroy this world. Ken gripped his sword hilt, firmly asserting that even though he had accepted becoming a pawn, he would never follow orders blindly. He stood up imposingly, emphasizing that the two of them were only cooperating because they shared the same goal. Nam Mincheon accepted that nonchalantly. He turned his back and walked away, telling Ken to be ready for the upcoming battle, promising to be in touch soon. Suddenly, Ken paused, hesitatingly calling Nam Mincheon's name with a remorseful expression. Ken bowed his head, admitting that he had misunderstood him all this time, and offered a belated apology. He regretted that if he could have warned him earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have spiraled this far out of control. Responding to that sincerity, Mincheon just gave a cold, emotional huff. Ken pulled his hood up and walked away silently. As soon as the hunter's silhouette vanished, Akasa dared to poke his head out from his hiding spot. Nam Mincheon sarcastically asked if Akasa was really that scared of Ken that he didn't dare to come out and greet him. Akasa tremblingly confessed that every time he encountered that guy, he worried his head would fly all the way to the next town. Even so, Akasa was still stunned to see that Nam Mincheon had actually managed to recruit a loner like Ken. Nam Mincheon smirked, explaining that when necessary, anyone could join the group, but once their usefulness had expired, both sides would go their separate ways. That was the immutable rule of business. Seeing Akasa still looking bewildered, Nam Mincheon unexpectedly reached out, inviting him to join as well. Akasa waved his hands in a frantic, desperate refusal. He believed Nam Mincheon's scheme was far too massive in scale, and he had no desire to bear the unpredictable consequences. Nam Mincheon simply smiled and told him to let him know if he ever changed his mind. Akasa waved goodbye. Fine, I'm out of here. He left in silence. Watching his retreating figure, Nam Mincheon gave a subtle, enigmatic smirk. He thought to himself, you'll join soon enough. Akasa, you're already a piece in my plan. Nam Mincheon turned to call his partner. It's time for us to go, too. Seeing Oasis still standing there in a daze, looking deeply worried, Nam Mincheon asked her gently, what's wrong? Shaken as she watched her master's back, questions flooded her mind. She could have sworn that just a moment ago, she saw her master transform into a dark demon god in an instant. Could she have just imagined it? Noticing something was off, Nam Mincheon pressed her. What is it? Is there something you want to tell me? Oasis startled, stuttering. Oh, I. She quickly brushed aside the wandering thoughts to focus on the immediate goal. Oasis asked excitedly, yes. What is our endgame? Nam Mincheon looked into the distance with a cold, sharp gaze and declared clearly, we are going to prepare for war. Having one ally isn't enough. Oasis asked curiously if they could find more allies. Nam Mincheon confirmed that they would go visit them, as he had already prepared a list of potential candidates. However, Nam Mincheon suddenly shifted his tone. He smiled and suggested, but before that, considering how hard we've been working lately, let's take a vacation. Oasis was stunned, her eyes shining with surprise. A vacation? You mean? Nam Mincheon nodded affirmatively. Yes, let's go to Bali. Meanwhile, in another place, a player was falling into a state of total panic. He looked at his notification board in horror, clutching his head and screaming in despair. His notoriety level, it had been cut in half. Damn it, this was the bitter consequence of being killed by a notorious player for the first time. The scene shifted to the dark cult's outpost under the town, where a massive wooden fortress stood towering in the heart of the dark cave. Just after returning to the base, Mincheon received a warm welcome from Alpha and Beta. Welcome back, Lord of Darkness. It's been a long time since you last visited. Nam Mincheon replied softly that he had been a bit busy. The two managers reported that, as per his request, they had finished upgrading the houses and creating more soldiers. Nam Mincheon strolled slowly through the ranks of goblin soldiers, who were respectfully saluting him. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a soldier with a completely different appearance. He looked different from the rest. Alpha and Beta proudly introduced him as a special, rare-type soldier. The system displayed information about the unit, a special spear-wielding goblin, level 50, with skills like enhanced javelin throw, priority attack, and blink. The managers explained that the rate of creating rare soldiers depends on the level of the barracks and the total resources invested. Nam Mincheon smirked with satisfaction, thinking he should use the notoriety points he just earned from the kill to execute a major upgrade. With over 608,000 notoriety points in hand, Nam Mincheon began issuing a barrage of orders. First, upgrade all barracks to level 5, upgrade all other main structures to level 3, and then create 5 more golems. And I want you all to plan the creation of more soldiers. While Alpha and Beta were busy writing down orders to the point where the sound of rustling paper filled the air, Oasis's voice suddenly rang in Mincheon's ear, informing him that the plane was about to land and urging him to finish up quickly so he could log out. Nam Mincheon was a bit surprised by how fast time had passed. He told the managers to handle the upgrades and vanished in a beam of light. I'll be back later. Back in reality, Nam Mincheon was sitting in first class on a flight. The flight attendant's announcement came over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Seong Shinji, please fasten your seatbelt. Nam Mincheon took off his VR device, quietly picked up his familiar glasses, and put them on. Immediately, a notification sound played, and Oasis appeared on the lenses in a vibrant beach outfit. Ah, she cheered excitedly. Master, look outside. Oasis pointed enthusiastically out the window. We're here. The plane glided through the deep blue sky, heading toward the beautiful island of Bali, where the green coconut trees were clearly visible below. Having just set foot on the island paradise of Bali, Nam Mincheon walked slowly out of the airport with a calm expression. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. Hey, streamer! Nam Mincheon startled and turned around. He was stunned to see a young girl with blonde hair tied in pigtails waving at him from the exit. She cheered excitedly. You finally made it. Recognizing an old acquaintance, Nam Mincheon replied awkwardly. Ah, hello, Rabbit. Long time no see. How have you been? Through the AR glasses, Oasis was watching the entire encounter with a look of annoyance. She crossed her arms and pouted with disdain. Humph, so annoying. Nam Mincheon looked Rabbit up and down and commented hesitantly. You, have really grown up, haven't you? How many years has it been? 3, right. Rabbit burst into a radiant laugh. She explained casually, Haha, 3 years ago I was still in high school. It's only natural I grow up. Nam Mincheon's gaze, which lingered a bit too long, made Rabbit's expression change immediately. She bluntly called him a pervert in broad daylight. Who are you calling a pervert, huh? After the turbulent greeting, the two of them strolled along the sunny beach of Bali. Rabbit asked curiously about his crazy request. So, you actually want me to hack into Nippon? Nam Mincheon confirmed in a serious tone. You've done it once before, haven't you? Don't tell me you can't do it a second time. Rabbit chuckled. She remembered the ridiculous reason for her feat back then. Oh, at that time I just really wanted to touch the spirit tree's branch. It was one of the best items in Season 2, she continued to complain. About how even though she had defeated countless monsters, none of them dropped any items. Hearing Rabbit talk about hacking like it was a trivial matter, Nam Mincheon snapped. You make it sound like it was nothing. Do you have any idea how much pressure I was under? He emphasized that Nippon's firewall was one of the top 10 best in the world. For a video game company like Nippon, data is their most precious capital, so they are always willing to sacrifice everything to protect it. Yet back then, Rabbit was just a high school girl who managed to disable a world-class firewall and access Nippon's server as if it were nothing. Nam Mincheon looked at her with apprehension, inwardly lamenting the nature of this little demon. In reality, the company didn't even realize they had been hacked until a week later, and that was only because Rabbit had intentionally left a Rabbit logo on their database. Rabbit scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. She admitted that when she found out Interpol was chasing her, she almost had a heart attack. Still, she remained grateful to Nam Mincheon, for it was he who had prevented this incident from going to court. As she spoke, she suddenly lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Rabbit's overly intimate gesture left Nam Mincheon frozen in confusion. Oasis was so furious that her face turned beet red. She gritted her teeth, emitting such a murderous aura that she looked ready to tear her rival apart. Nam Mincheon fumbled to push Rabbit away, stammering an explanation that he had no intention of stalking her. And as for what happened years ago, it was truly just because she was a student who wanted to retrieve a dropped item. Nam Mincheon continued to argue that thanks to Rabbit's hack, the company had reinforced its security, so everything else should be considered water under the bridge. Oasis loomed behind Nam Mincheon with a dark expression that made him shiver in terror. Rabbit turned slightly, smiling radiantly. She felt lucky that everything had turned out that way, because it was thanks to that very reason they had the chance to meet. Meanwhile, Oasis walked silently along the sand. She looked back with teary, resentful eyes. The two of them headed toward a resort called Wonderland Inn. Looking around the deserted building, Nam Mincheon couldn't help but ask suspiciously why there were no other guests and whether she could even survive with this kind of business. Rabbit grinned confidently. She asserted that she was the owner of this place, and only then could her friend have such a private place to rest. Nam Mincheon silently followed Rabbit down a dark staircase leading deep underground. Rabbit proudly introduced, "The security system is amazing. This is where I make my money, so of course I'm going to protect it." The door creaked open, revealing a high-tech room filled with rows of screens and advanced machinery glowing in the darkness. Suddenly, the face of a beautiful woman appeared on a large screen with a greeting. "Welcome, Rabbit. I've been waiting for you." Rabbit smiled and introduced her to Nam Mincheon. "Let me introduce you too. This is my AI assistant, Alice." Nam Mincheon couldn't help but ask in surprise, "A hacker like you needs an assistant?" Rabbit insisted that Alice was incredibly useful for her work. From another perspective, Oasis was throwing a murderous glare at Alice through the glass. She fumed to herself, "Oh, because you're an AI, you can tell who I am, right?" The scent of internal AI rivalry was becoming more intense than a world boss raid. Oasis continued to judge her with hostility, thinking she looked just like a flirt. Like master, like servant. Seeing Alice smirk provocatively, Oasis screamed internally. Smirking, she thought, "What is that? I'm an even newer version than she is." Shoving aside the noise from the two AIs, Rabbit turned to the point. "All right, let's see what you want me to do." Nam Mincheon looked straight at her and made his request firmly. "I want you to infiltrate the Wing online database and delete all the data from the Season 5 finals. Can you do it?" Rabbit calmly put on her headset and began to operate. She explained that due to the massive amount of data, it would take some time, but the good news was that the backdoor she left 3 years ago was still there. Rabbit winked mischievously, making Nam Mincheon chuckle. "Look at that. You should have realized I left something behind." Rabbit giggled, feeling happy that she could finally be useful to him. Rabbit bit her fingers slightly, curiously asking what Nam Mincheon intended to do with all that massive data. He calmly replied that he just needed to back it up to ensure there was still a remnant of the game in its most original state before it became corrupted. Rabbit nodded in agreement. She calculated that Season 5 would end in 3 days, Korean time. This meant Rabbit only had until 11 p.m. Bali time to finish the job, so she decisively put on her VR gear and shooed Nam Mincheon outside to enjoy the sunshine instead of standing there and distracting her from focusing. Nam Mincheon smiled, wished her luck, and strolled outside. Oasis, walking beside him, couldn't stop wondering why he wanted to back up the Season 5 data. Nam Mincheon repeated that he just wanted to preserve the original soul of the game he had poured all his heart into creating. He urged Oasis to hurry up and unpack, as they still had important work to do while waiting. Oasis looked confused, thinking that since they had reached the max level, there was nothing left to do. Nam Mincheon declared with eyes burning red with determination, "It's time for us to gather our group. The next destination is the El Ren Temple, the last dungeon added 4 years ago in Season 1. This place was once the historic site of the first large-scale boss raid where players gathered to fight for honor and loot. But now, it was nothing but a desolate, forgotten wasteland. In the middle of the abandoned temple, a man with a long scar and an eye patch sat silently on a throne, keeping watch. That was the tyrant of the Omen Brotherhood, a man who once had the ambition to conquer the entire world of Wing Online. Through natural charisma and outstanding leadership, he had built the strongest guild on the server, defeating every fortress and conquering every town. Under the iron heel of the Brotherhood, every dungeon and area was dominated, forcing the whole world to kneel before the authority of their leader. But that golden age did not last forever. When the old dungeon control methods became obsolete, famous streamers and professional gamers began to lead a counterattack. The whole world turned against the Brotherhood, causing their forces to decline and dissipate over the years. Internal conflicts caused thousands of members to quickly abandon their ranks. Even the El Ren Temple, the first base and symbol of the guild's power, was left in ruins. Now, only one person remained, the leader of the Brotherhood. Noticing an intruder entering the empty hall, he coldly asked, "Who's there? Get to the point." He declared loudly that this was his palace and ordered the stranger to reveal themselves and kneel. Nam Mincheon stepped forward slowly, sarcastically asking if this dilapidated place was truly worthy of being called a palace. The leader maintained his dignity, asserting that wherever a king goes, that is his palace and the center of the world, and once again ordered the foreigner to kneel. Witnessing his stubbornness, Nam Mincheon could only silently lament that he had met too many people who were so deeply immersed in their characters to such an extreme. Nam Mincheon internally judged that the man actually thought he was a king, a man who had completely left the real world to immerse himself in this fantasy. He smirked mockingly. "Oh, the tyrant of the Brotherhood, are you still dreaming of conquering the world?" The old man replied with a cold, sharp gaze, stating that a man born into this life without ambition is nothing. Even as Nam Mincheon dug deep into the fact that all his followers had abandoned him there, the leader stood firm, insisting that his own will was what mattered most and he would never give up his dream. Nam Mincheon coldly advised Omen that it was time to face reality, but the old man roared in anger, claiming that the limits of reality were just an excuse made up by the weak. When asked why he was hiding away in this place, Omen firmly asserted that he wasn't hiding, he was simply waiting for his moment of destiny. Omen still believed that he had once held the world in the palm of his hand, and that his failure years ago was simply due to bad timing. Witnessing such stubbornness, Nam Mincheon let out a bored yawn and asked if, while waiting for this so-called destiny, he was just sitting there reminiscing about the good old days. Omen, furious, demanded that he stop mocking his former glory and leave at once. Nam Mincheon smirked and warned him that his moment of destiny would never come, and that he should leave this place before his former glory turned into nothing more than a pile of dry bones. The old man growled that staying or leaving was his business. And even though Mincheon was the first guest to visit in months, he had already talked too much. Omen stood up, looming over him, lifted his massive, glowing weapon, and declared, "If you have anything else to say to me, you'll have to beat me first." Nam Mincheon immediately activated the scan system from his AL glasses. A system notification confirmed that player Omen belonged to the Warbringer class. Nam Mincheon was shocked to realize his opponent had also reached level 90 and that all of his gear was legendary tier. The Warbringer class Omen possessed was the highest tier combat class currently available, a perfect combination of the offensive power of a berserker and the impenetrable defense of a guardian. Although its fatal weakness was slow speed, Nam Mincheon realized the old man had wisely used the Contract of Oblivion to offset that flaw, proving he hadn't just been sitting on his throne doing nothing all this time. Omen swung his massive hammer repeatedly, chasing him and roaring in rage. "You little brat!" He glared at him with burning eyes and demanded to know if he knew why he had chosen this class. "Because it has the highest stats," Omen roared, immediately unleashing the War Render skill, creating a cataclysmic explosion that pulverized the ground all around them. He mockingly scoffed at Mincheon for being a fool to face him head-on, but his smile vanished when he saw his opponent still standing firm amidst the purple smoke. Nam Mincheon walked toward him coldly and asked how long Omen had been kneeling. The old man firmly insisted he had never done anything so shameful, not even once. Mincheon gave a sinister smirk. "Is that so? Perfect. Let me give you a little experience then." His eyes glowed with evil intent, his body shrouded in menacing red electricity. Omen, enraged, lunged forward to finish him off immediately. But just then, the system notified them that the hidden skill Demon God's Descent had reached 100%. The power from the Demon God's state caused a giant demonic visage to manifest, radiating overwhelming pressure that engulfed the entire hall. Omen was completely suppressed. He could only gasp in sheer terror at this terrifying entity. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Oasis sat quietly, waiting with an anxious look on her face. She muttered to herself, wondering why the master had been inside for so long, even though he had promised to come out immediately. Suddenly, tall, hulking figures approached and loudly declared, "Found you." Oasis was startled and terrified. Her eyes widened as she looked at the strangers surrounding her. One of the group turned to his accomplice to confirm, "Is this the female priest he mentioned?" Receiving a nod, he said, "Yeah, that's her." The man with the sword stepped forward and growled at Oasis. "Hey, priestess, where did that bastard from before go?" Oasis just stood there, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The incident actually started 2 hours ago in the underground town. At that time, Nam Mincheon suddenly announced they needed to do something important before going to recruit Omen. Facing Oasis's curiosity, he nonchalantly stated their goal was to eliminate 10 other players, leaving her stunned and frozen in place. Nam Mincheon grumbled as he walked about how grinding monsters to fill the descent bar was so time-consuming that he felt like he was about to pass out from exhaustion. Just then, a burly, rough-looking man accidentally bumped hard into Nam Mincheon. He shouted, "Hey, are your eyes on the back of your head?" Seeing prey walk right into his trap, Nam Mincheon's eyes glowed with evil. He secretly thanked them because now he wouldn't have to waste time deciding who to kill. The guy still wasn't scared. He pointed to the tattoo on his shoulder and arrogantly bragged about belonging to the Death Guild to intimidate him. Before he could finish his sentence, Mincheon swung his sword and sent the whole group to the afterlife. Back at the entrance to the temple, the other members of the Death Guild arrived in full force. A bald man with a red death tattoo on his forehead asked if the enemy was inside. Upon confirmation from his lackeys, they prepared to storm the hall. But Oasis firmly stood her ground to block the entrance. She gripped her staff, her eyes determined and cold as she declared, "You lot aren't going in." Inside the hall, the battle was also getting extremely intense. The immense power caused the stone pillars to crack and collapse, burying Omen under the rubble. Even though his hands were trembling violently, Omen suddenly broke into an excited smile. He thought to himself, "It's been so long since I felt this excited." Omen roared, "Not bad." He funneled all his glowing blue magic power into his giant hammer to counterattack. A fiery collision erupted when their two forces clashed head-on. The tyrant gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into it, but Nam Mincheon easily blocked the 1,000-pound hammer with hands burning with evil energy. With burning eyes, Nam Mincheon coldly commanded, "Kneel before my overwhelming power." He unleashed a series of brutal, continuous attacks. Nam Mincheon looked down at Omen, who was flattened on the ground, and coldly asked, "Do you want to take it back?" He continued to stir up the ambition in the tyrant's heart. "Do you want to regain your strength and power, back from when you had thousands of soldiers under your command and fought against enemies even stronger than you?" Nam Mincheon brought up his golden age of ruling the dungeon, collecting taxes from towns and capturing countless fortresses. Finally, he made a heavy offer. "If I promise to give all that back to you, will you join forces with me?" Omen was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha! Don't ask things that don't need to be asked, brat." Even though Nam Mincheon warned that such glory might not last long, Omen firmly insisted that even if it only lasted for a fleeting moment, it didn't matter. "It doesn't matter if it means I can stand on top of the world once more." The tyrant's eyes burned with determination. He declared, "Even if it's a world that has already withered, I'd rather rule over the ruins of the entire world than just hold on to half of a world in its prime." Nam Mincheon smirked with satisfaction. "Time to step out of this dusty vault of memories." Omen. The two of them strolled out of the ruined temple. Suddenly, a player came rushing toward them, gasping for air and looking frantic. He shrieked in desperation, "Help me! I'm being hunted by some psycho player." The moment he saw Nam Mincheon, he froze in sheer terror. He was completely caught off guard, unable to process what was happening. Oasis swung her staff, knocking the stranger away right in front of Nam Mincheon. The priestess looked around, bewildered, then exclaimed, "Oh, master." Seeing Oasis, Omen asked curiously, "You know this lady?" Nam Mincheon answered nonchalantly, "Yeah, she's our healer." The scene shifts to the southernmost tip of the continent, where cannon fire echoed across the bustling harbor. Amidst the chaos, a player nicknamed Roking was running for his life, desperately trying to escape a relentless mob. Curses filled the air. "Roking, you little troublemaker. We won't let you get away this time." Roking grumbled in annoyance as he ran. "Ugh, these guys really don't know when to quit, do they?" The pursuer behind him roared with rage. "I'm going to kill you myself once I catch you." Unfazed, Roking turned back with a defiant grin. "Everyone says that, but has anyone actually managed to kill me yet?" The leader, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, shouted, "Return our items, and we might just spare your life." That remark hit a nerve. Roking snapped, "If I were afraid of hit lists from pathetic losers like you, do you really think I'd have earned the title of Roking?" Cornered at the edge of the ship's deck, Roking panted, completely exhausted. The surrounding mob laughed mockingly. "You've got nowhere left to run. Give back what you stole and surrender." But Roking suddenly changed his attitude, a sly smirk forming on his face. Well, this is going to make for some great content." He immediately activated his camera, prepping for a crazy plan. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to start streaming?" With a gleam in his eyes, Roking boldly declared, "Let's get this live stream started." But a blinding light suddenly flashed, accompanied by a cold system notification. "Your linked account has been permanently banned from streaming. Do you wish to log in with a different account?" Roking stood frozen, howling in total disbelief. "What the hell is this? Why am I banned again? What am I supposed to do now?" While he was busy wallowing in misery, the leader, with the gold-rimmed glasses, silently snuck up from behind the ship's hold. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbed him tight, and shouted triumphantly, "Gotcha!" This cornered rat was trapped on the deck, with the leader's gun barrel pressed right against Roking's head. He sneered. Any last words? The troublemaker just sneered back. Facing imminent death, Roking showed no fear. He calmly uttered a cryptic Latin phrase. The guy with the gold-rimmed glasses didn't even have time to process it before Roking decisively tossed a blue die into the air. The die spun through the sky, carrying all of his luck into this decisive attack. A system notification confirmed the roll. The die landed on a 2, emitting a brilliant golden light. Seeing the pathetic result, the leader burst into mocking laughter. A two? Guess you're gonna. But his laughter died instantly as the sky suddenly changed. Dazzling beams of blue energy rained down from above with terrifying speed, triggering a series of massive explosions. The ship was crushed by the sheer destructive force. This charismatic character, Roking, actually appeared back in Chapter 41, but the author decided to tweak his design a bit to make him more impressive for his return. Damn it, if only I'd caught that on camera. It would have been peak content. It should have been recorded. This is crazy. Roking sat on the ship's railing, regretting having missed the golden opportunity for footage. It turns out the skill he just used was his trump card, making the user invincible for a short time, even though the cost was dropping both his HP and MP to the absolute minimum. Watching his enemies flailing in the water, he laughed gleefully. That skill is 100% random. You idiots, the number on the die doesn't actually matter at all. The leader in the gold-rimmed glasses roared in fury from the water. You little brat, don't think this is over. Roking kept taunting him. Hey, what are you gonna do now? He nonchalantly waved goodbye and leaped off the ship, leaving his rival to groan in frustration. As soon as he landed safely, Roking suddenly froze as he felt a strange, overwhelming pressure. From behind, a hooded priest emerged, gripping a staff tightly and shouting, "Mass resurrection." A burst of brilliant blue magic exploded, bringing every player who had just fallen back into the fight. Roking gasped in shock. "Oh, the gold-rimmed guy is back from the dead." The leader smirked maliciously. "We're an offense-focused guild, you fool. No matter how rare it is, we always have a healer with us. You're done for. Roking, just give up." Realizing he had no way out, Roking raised both hands. All right, I give up. Do whatever you want." The leader immediately lunged forward, grabbed him by the throat, and snarled, "Oh, I'll do whatever I want. I'm gonna roast you, boil you, smoke you, and hang you out to dry, turn you into a Christmas ham." As Roking struggled in pain, a low voice rang out. "Looks like I'm just in time." From within the purple smoke, Mincheon and Oasis emerged, leaving everyone stunned. The leader shouted in a panic, Who are you?" Mincheon replied coldly, "That doesn't concern you." Mincheon unleashed a barrage of punches and devastating sword strikes, crushing the mob of enemies in an instant. Roking struggled to dodge the wind-cutting slashes, jumping back in a panic. Good heavens, he was standing in the middle of a scene littered with defeated players. Mincheon asked coldly, "You're Roking, aren't you?" The troublemaker looked at him, confused, and asked for his identity. Then, he received an unexpected offer. "I'm here to give you a chance." Mincheon began to expose the other man's pathetic past, recounting how he had been banned 15 times for live-streaming destructive antics and clickbaiting at any cost. Roking silently downed a potion to recover while listening to Mincheon list his failures. The darkest turning point was after his run-in with the first PvP champion, Aaron, where he was sued for defamation and permanently banned from all major streaming platforms like YouTube and Apunica. Mincheon looked him straight in the eye and delivered the crushing blow. "Even your fans have all unsubscribed. You're just a has-been now, aren't you?" Roking wiped his mouth in silence. He admitted a sliver of respect that Mincheon had actually gone through the trouble of tracking him down. Even though his status had clearly waned, he still tried to act like a veteran content creator. However, he firmly declared, "But I don't like being anyone's underling." Immediately, he threw a green die, intending to make a gamble. The die was cast, but before he could finish his sentence, Mincheon lightning fast snatched the die right out of midair. To his absolute shock, Mincheon casually reminded him that the phrase "the die is cast" belonged to Sa, but he liked his own version better. He casually dropped the die back into Roking's palm and coldly declared, "God does not play with dice." Seeing the look of shock on his opponent's face, Mincheon explained that he had no intention of making him a pawn. Roking could only stare blankly, looking up and asking, "Then what do you want?" Mincheon looked straight at Roking and asked, "You want to stream, right?" He offered an irresistible bait, the chance to stream in front of a global audience and keep all the earnings. Roking gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted in suspicion, "You think I'll believe that scam? If you want to trick me, you should at least." But his words choked off when Mincheon revealed his true goal, the downfall of Wing Online. Roking recoiled in utter shock. Mincheon smirked sinisterly. "What do you think? Sounds tempting enough, right?" Back in reality at the Wonderland Resort, Mincheon stretched refreshingly after successfully recruiting Roking to his side. He intended to find Rabbit for lunch, but as soon as he entered the room, Mincheon was stunned to see her lying motionless on the floor. He rushed over in a panic, cradling her weak body, and shouted, Rabbit, what's wrong? Wake up." Rabbit groggily opened her eyes and murmured, "Oh, streaming? Good morning." "Ah, no, I guess it's already late. Pulling an all-nighter. I really am a tech deadline war god. Nam Mincheon worriedly asked what happened. Rabbit smiled bitterly, explaining that MPAN had discovered the intrusion and tracked her trail, forcing her to hold them off all night while finishing the data download. Rabbit admitted she almost met her end because NPAN was faster than she expected. Even though she lost her access point, she managed to secure all the data before being blocked. She handed Nam Mincheon a chip and said, "This is yours." Nam Mincheon happily accepted it and didn't forget to thank her. "Thank you, you did great." But before he could finish, Rabbit suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him close, leaving Nam Mincheon startled and breathless. He awkwardly promised to pay her well, but she firmly denied it. "No." She pressed her blushing face close to Nam Mincheon and whispered, "That's not what I meant." Nam Mincheon was sweating bullets by now. He asked nervously, "Then what do you mean?" Rabbit giggled while leaning entirely against Nam Mincheon in the suggestive atmosphere. But from afar, Oasis was witnessing the entire scene with a dark expression and intense killing intent. Her eyes clearly showed immense jealousy, seeing her master being intimate with another woman. Rabbit looked him straight in the eyes and firmly declared, "I want to join." Nam Mincheon stammered, "What?" She emphasized, "Your plan, I want to join you." Nam Mincheon panicked, trying to stop her. "What? Wait, no. It's too dangerous." Besides, Rabbit immediately retorted. She argued that no matter how dangerous it was just a game and she wouldn't die for real. She poured her heart out, saying that 3 years ago her life would have been over if not for him saving her, so she had vowed to do anything to help him without needing payment. "Rabbit, please let me join." Seeing her determination, Nam Mincheon smiled and agreed. "I'll still pay you in full for the system hacking, but if you want to help me further, I'd be very happy to have you." After all, he was looking for teammates anyway. Hearing team recruitment, her villainous startup spirit ignited. Needless to say, Rabbit was ecstatic, jumping for joy and promising to be the best assistant. However, Nam Mincheon held up a finger, signaling there was a test. He explained there was someone he wanted to recruit who was hiding in his own highly secured private space that no one else could enter. Nam Mincheon asked if Rabbit could hack it so he could get in. She smirked confidently. "You mean hack the game directly? That's as easy as pie." Meanwhile, in a private space filled with magical potion bottles, a person wearing a plague doctor mask was strolling leisurely, triumphantly holding up a glowing potion. Muttering to himself, "Another new item for my collection." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Impressive, Doc." He turned around in a panic to look toward the source of the strange sound. He stammered in terror, "How did you get into my room?" Ignoring the other's panic, Nam Mincheon walked in slowly, scanning the room filled with magical potion bottles. He asked calmly, "So you collect all the monster debuffs in the game? How do you do it?" The doctor's shock quickly turned into excitement upon seeing someone who understood his work. He tremblingly shouted, You understand my research." The eyes behind the mask glowed as he loudly confirmed, "That's right, I have collected every single debuff from all the monsters in the game." He proudly boasted about his priceless personal collection that took him 5 years, ever since the game's launch, to build up. No wonder his inventory looked more packed than a secret research lab. Looking at the glowing items coated in infectious debuffs on the shelf, Nam Mincheon thought to himself that these shouldn't have been able to leave the dungeon. How did you manage that? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind, making him change his expression. Wait, could it be? The doctor confirmed that crazy hypothesis with an arrogant air. That's right. I use my own body to carry the debuffs. In reality, the doctor's class was a necromancer, or more precisely, a poison eater, a powerful 4th-tier evolution. Those of this path possess the ability to process toxins and poisonous gases exceptionally well, acting as field doctors who can dish out side damage while healing. To gather this pile of samples, he had obsessively hunted bosses to eat their debuffs, then utilized his poison resistance, having the damage and continuously self-healing to be tankier than the bosses themselves. He used special slimes called immune slimes to house his collection. They possessed immunity to all status effects, but that only meant they weren't affected by those effects. In reality, the status effects still existed and remained stuck on them permanently. The doctor explained this was the side effect of the immunity trait, which allowed him to store all kinds of monster debuffs inside these tiny slimes. Nam Mincheon realized internally that this was actually a programming bug that he had overlooked from the start. Because the code was misaligned, instead of disappearing, the status effects remained permanently on these immune creatures. Nam Mincheon looked at the green slime bottle on the shelf, silently marveling that there was actually someone who knew how to exploit game bugs like this. He turned to ask, "So, why on earth did you create that collection?" Doc, the plague doctor, fell silent for a moment, then kept repeating the question, "Why?" As if questioning himself, he smirked slightly. "Good question. Why did I do it? Anyway?" Nam Mincheon coldly recounted the shocking events of the past. The lazy debuff in Season 1, the water prison in Season 4, you were the one behind those, weren't you? Facing the direct challenge, Doc calmly explained that even though it was a virtual game, it was still a microcosm of society. He believed that people played games to escape reality, but ironically, it felt more like real life than anything else. He began to describe his first experiment with the lazy debuff, the one that drained speed, stamina, and recovery, making life miserable for players. However, it didn't break the game, as a basic cleanse spell, which any class over level 10 could learn, could easily remove it. Out of curiosity, he wanted to see if he released this debuff in the newbie zone, would high-level players be willing to help the beginners for free? He wanted to see if they possessed even a shred of altruism in this virtual world, and the results turned out exactly as he had hoped, as many veteran players flocked in, outnumbering the beginners, to use their recovery skills to save everyone. Just like that, when a new server was in trouble, the veterans immediately played the hero without anyone forcing them. In just half a day, the entire newbie village was completely cleared. Doc exclaimed that the scene was beautiful, but it still wasn't enough. He decided to upgrade the experiment by using the brutal water prison debuff from the Season 4 dragon boss. This magic imprisoned players in a giant bubble of water, slowly draining their HP, leaving the victims with no choice but to use items or negotiate. Even worse, if anyone touched that bubble, they would get trapped too. The only way to break free was to use an anti-water potion sold right in front of the dragon boss room for 50 gold per vial. Doc nonchalantly remarked that the price wasn't too expensive, at least for those skilled enough to conquer it. Doc continued, "At first, some kind souls handed out free potions to the victims, but the real tragedy broke out when the supplies started running low. Everyone immediately turned sour and began cursing those who had helped them. Why didn't you give me a vial?" The old plague doctor shuddered, remembering that very moment when high-level players started hoarding the supply. The anti-water potion, originally only 50 gold, was quickly inflated to 100, 500, and finally 1,000 gold. Those skilled enough to compete with Onha-su bought out the entire shop just to resell for a quick profit. He shouted excitedly, "I will never forget that chaotic scene." While low-level players were trapped helplessly in the water prison, others went insane, scrambling to grab every last potion from Onha-su. The online market economy was even more ruthless than an end-of-the-month sale in the real world. The high levels did everything to squeeze every last gold coin out of those in trouble. Doc looked at Mincheon and asked with an eerie tone, "Can you imagine how I felt? The feeling of creating all that chaos with my own hands." Mincheon looked at him thoughtfully and asked about the final conclusion the doctor had drawn after such a cruel experiment. Doc admitted that although relying on just 2 tests was a bit irresponsible, his current hypothesis remained. Humans will not help Onha-su simply out of kindness. Mincheon asked suspiciously, "No kindness at all?" Doc firmly asserted that people only help others when they have something to gain. In the first experiment, they helped because of the emotional satisfaction for a very small price. In the second, their only motivation was money. He concluded coldly. That's it. Mincheon wasn't convinced and asked again. Just that? Immediately, Doc held up a vial containing a sinister black smoke and declared that everything was supposed to end until this appeared. Seeing the object in his hand, Mincheon paled, as memories of the old core lines suddenly flooded back, making him stutter in terror. "What is that?" Mincheon was stunned to realize that the reality before him was something that should have been impossible. He thought to himself, after the server rollback, all data related to that virus should have been completely erased, so why didn't GAI delete it this time? Amidst the silent space, the plague doctor held up the vial of black smoke and asked, "Do you remember this?" He insisted this was exactly what the staff at Nappen, who once claimed to dislike how the company operated, had released into this world, and this debuff was once identified as a virus error. Staring at the black smoke, Mincheon silently confirmed, "Of course I do, because I was the one who released it." Doc continued enthusiastically. That was the moment this world came closest to annihilation. In other words, the power to destroy an entire world was contained within this tiny vial. He gloated and asked if he didn't find it wonderful, because he had realized this was the final piece for the worst debuff experiment in history. Doc roared maniacally, claiming this was the perfect opportunity to see the true nature of humanity when faced with death. Mincheon shouted in alarm to stop him. "Wait, what are you doing?" Ignoring the plea, the doctor decisively opened the stopper, letting the black smoke escape. But right after that, he voiced his disappointment. "But what a pity." Mincheon was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Doc explained that this debuff had actually lost its original function, and although the effect was gone, the black smoke itself still hadn't completely vanished. He found it incredibly strange and curious. Mincheon was sweating bullets. He silently wondered why GAI hadn't deleted something that was now just an empty shell of a virus. Doc tore at his hair in obsession. He screamed in madness. I must know. If I don't find out, I'll go insane. The plague doctor pondered to himself. When the whole world is on the brink of destruction, how will humans react? He had once believed that using that virus debuff was the only way to find the answer, but now that hope had vanished, Mincheon immediately interrupted, asserting that there was still another way to destroy this world if the doctor was willing to lend him his power. With eyes gleaming with killing intent, Mincheon declared he wanted to turn this world into a sea of fire and invited the doctor to join him. The doctor smiled excitedly behind his mask. He couldn't believe he had the chance to carry out such a crazy experiment. The scene shifted to the real world, on the beautiful island of Bali. Mincheon was enjoying rare moments of rest with JBIT and two young women. As he watched the sunset over the beach, he felt a sense of relief, not having to worry about anything. But life never gives anyone more than 5 minutes of peace. That's just the unwritten rule. JBIT handed him a soda and asked if he'd had enough rest. Mincheon admitted the air in Bali was fresh, but he had to head back tomorrow since his work was done. Rabbit kept trying to persuade him to stay a bit longer to relax, but Mincheon cut her off with a firm refusal. He thought to himself, if he let his guard down even for a second, the hatred in his heart would cool off, just like the soda in his hand. Suddenly, Rabbit stripped off her outer layer to reveal her swimsuit, leaving Mincheon so shocked he spat out the drink he was holding. She smiled radiantly and reached out, inviting him to go play in the water. Faced with such a bold invitation, Mincheon just broke into a cold sweat, flustered. She didn't wait for him to agree, simply grabbing his hand and dragging him along. Come on, you traveled all the way to Bali. Aren't you going to at least go for a swim? Mincheon nervously adjusted his glasses, stuttering as he tried to decline. Yeah, I'm fine, really. But he eventually gave in, helplessly letting Rabbit drag him along while feeling incredibly awkward. Watching that intimate scene through her AR lens, Oasis stood silently by, her gaze softening. If only I had a body, too. Suddenly, a bizarre shadow appeared, making Oasis jump in surprise. It was Alice, the AI assistant for JBI. With a gloomy expression and deep, mesmerizing eyes, Alice coldly questioned, "Do you really like that human?" The direct question stunned Oasis, her face flushing red in embarrassment at being called out by one of her own kind. The next day, the short vacation officially came to an end. Mincheon was at the Bali airport preparing for his departure. Rabbit stood there, seeing him off with a bright smile. She waved continuously and didn't forget to remind him, "Come visit again when you're free. Next time you stream, make sure to take a real break, a proper vacation." Mincheon smiled and responded kindly, "Sure, you should come visit Korea sometime, too. I'll be your tour guide." Hearing the promise, Rabbit beamed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wait, really? You promise?" "I'm definitely going." Mincheon nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, I mean it. See you in the virtual world, then." Rabbit waved a final, excited goodbye. "Okay, see you later." As he returned to the NPAN headquarters, the scene shifts. Song Shin-ji and Lee Dong-ha. What's the status update on Season 6? Song Shin-ji appeared with a gloomy face and a dark aura. She sighed wearily. "Well, the art team is just working on paid skins for now. Generally, it's a bit better." When asked about the team's condition, Song Shin-ji just laughed bitterly and muttered, "I just want to die. Haha." She suddenly remembered and asked if it was time for the meeting. Outside in the hallway, a crowd of employees was waiting because the previous meeting hadn't ended yet. Rumor had it the security team was in big trouble. Suddenly, the door slammed open with a loud bang. Director Un-ha-soo stormed out, roaring with rage. "What am I paying you people for?" He shouted that his subordinates were useless and told them to get out and go die in the streets. Un-ha-soo couldn't accept that there was an intrusion breach and his security team couldn't track it down, let alone know what had been taken. An employee trembled while explaining that there were no signs of data tampering, but Un-ha-soo cut him off immediately. He bellowed that wasn't the point. The point was that the back door was sitting right there in plain sight and not one person had noticed. Un-ha-soo gritted his teeth, asking if they were playing dumb to shirk responsibility. He declared through gritted teeth that he'd rather replace them all with AI, since the humans there were even worse than machines. After ordering them all to get out of his sight and not to go home until it was fixed, Un-ha-soo rubbed his forehead with a sigh. He walked listlessly out of the meeting room and coldly addressed the crowd waiting outside. "What are you standing there for? The room is empty." He casually straightened his tie, regaining his usual dignified facade as if the horrific purge hadn't just happened. Un-ha-soo started the meeting with an air of authority. "The update is the day after tomorrow, if I recall correctly. Report the status of each group." Just as the project lead was excitedly about to start the report, Un-ha-soo interrupted. "You know what? Never mind. I'm sure all of you already know your jobs." He leaned back in his chair casually. "We're all professionals here, right? I mean, just because I'm the director doesn't mean I should have to tell you how to do your work. To me, that's an era of the past. Yoon Ha-soo continued to preach about professionalism. Everyone does their job in their own way, and you have to take responsibility for the results. That's what a professional does. Am I right? Immediately, his tone shifted to pure pragmatism as he got straight to the point. Enough. What does the revenue from the paid items look like? Are we making any profit? An employee nervously held out a tablet showing the sales figures for the last 2 weeks. Seeing the numbers skyrocket, Yoon Ha-soo smirked. Look at this. I told you paid items were the answer. He clicked his tongue in regret that they hadn't implemented it sooner. If you guys had done this from the start, what a waste. I'm telling you, it's such a waste. Well, no use crying over spilled milk. Yoon Ha-soo rested his chin on his hand, starting to list a series of predatory features ready to be launched. So we've got the VIP system, equipment sets, costumes, and the loyalty point system. Is the preparation for those on schedule? The employee hurriedly confirmed that the loyalty points system would launch with the Season 6 update, then hesitantly mentioned the issue with the goddess wings. Yoon Ha-soo asked blankly, "What is that goddess wings thing?" The subordinate explained it was a paid item that granted a 100% success rate for enhancement. He let out an "ah," remembering, but immediately criticized it. "Oh, right, but what's with that name? It sounds so cheesy." Song Shin-ji, sitting next to him, coldly poured cold water on him. "You were the one who named it that, director." Caught off guard in front of his staff, Yoon Ha-soo awkwardly tried to save face. "Huh, me? I did that. Well, who cares about the name? So what?" A member of the development team spoke up tentatively. "Well, we were just thinking that maybe we should consider the official launch timing more carefully." He pointed to the rising revenue chart on the tablet and analyzed. "We've already made quite a bit of profit from the existing paid items. And when Season 6 officially begins, sales are expected to explode even more. So, do we really need to release a pay-to-win item right now?" He was concerned about a massive wave of backlash and suggested delaying it, waiting until the paid item system stabilized before considering it when Season 7 started. It sounded like asking for mercy on players' wallets in a room that didn't know the meaning of mercy. Yoon Ha-soo smirked pragmatically. "Ha, you still don't get it, do you? If there's backlash now, there will be backlash later anyway." He insisted that the Season 6 update was the biggest in history and the perfect time for the player base to surge, making it the golden opportunity to bleed their wallets dry. Yoon Ha-soo crossed his arms, his glasses reflecting a cold glint. Come on, when have players ever stopped complaining about an NPC? The backlash is just temporary, but money is forever. The board of directors had high expectations for this update. Their logic was simple. Who cares if we get cursed at? As long as the money keeps rolling in. He delivered the final word, warning them not to disappoint. Seong Shin-ji and Lee Dong-ha could only sit in suffocating silence. Immediately after, the scene shifted to the virtual world. Nam Mincheon began his plan by establishing a new guild and purchasing a base. The system announced that as the guild level increased, the territory would expand and gain more decorative items. With a sinister smile, Nam Mincheon immediately activated the recruitment feature. A flurry of guild invitations from the name Find were sent out in a flash to the most notorious figures. One by one, Ken, the mysterious plague doctor, and the hacker girl Rabbit all simultaneously received the invitation to join Fim's guild. Rabbit suddenly appeared in the game with the captivating look of a magician. She cheered excitedly, "Hey, this is the first time we've met Yoon Ha-soo in the game, right?" Nam Mincheon frowned, reminding her not to call him Nam Mincheoner here, forcing Rabbit to change it to Boss to keep him happy. Immediately after, she quickly shifted her attention to Oasis, with a curious expression. Oasis was startled and caught off guard at being recognized, but Rabbit quickly reassured her that since she also owned her own AI assistant, knowing about Oasis was only natural. The two began to get acquainted and shook hands under the watchful eyes of the other heavy hitters who had gathered. One by one, the infamous names appeared: Ken, the sword-fighting master, the mysterious plague doctor, and Omen, the tyrant, acting as the tank. Finally, Roking, the marksman known for being a troublemaker, joined in. Nam Mincheon strode forward and loudly welcomed all those known as the 4 great villains of Wing Online. Looking at the squad of elite players assembled, he inwardly marveled at what a rare sight this was. However, Roking suddenly let out a sarcastic remark, claiming that those gathered here were nothing more than a bunch of washed-up fakes. This comment was like pouring oil on fire, making Omen furious. He roared, threatening to turn the arrogant brat into beef jerky. Despite the intense murderous aura, Roking just laughed nonchalantly and continued to tease the tyrant for his old-fashioned way of speaking. Seeing that Omen was about to explode, Nam Mincheon hurriedly intervened, explaining that Roking's nature was simply to provoke others. But Roking, You're the most washed-up one among us, right? That remark stunned Roking. A video that can't even get views. Do you even have any viewers left? Roking could only grit his teeth in frustration, unable to refute a single word. At this moment, Doc spoke up humbly. If I'm being honest, I'm not sure I deserve to be in this elite group of villains. At most, I'm just a rumor on the street, an urban legend. If you want to call it that, is it really okay for me to join a gathering like this? Anyone who plays Wing knows who you are, Doc. We've all heard the rumors. It's just that no one has ever seen you. All right, perhaps all four of you are past your prime, but I chose you, not to win a popularity contest. Nam Mincheon's eyes burned with determination as he looked at those facing him. I need people who share the same goal and are willing to dedicate everything they have to achieve it. That's all. Hearing this, Roking curiously asked, So, what exactly is your goal? Nam Mincheon surveyed the group and declared clearly, I've already said it. I want to destroy Wing Online. The air suddenly became heavy as Nam Mincheon continued. I think I should reveal my identity first. He looked straight at them and declared, I am the director who quit Wing Online, the person widely known as GM Nam Mincheon. This shocking news left everyone stunned. Omen broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears. What? GM Nam Mincheon? Really? Roking's eyes bulged in surprise, while the doctor just let out an intrigued sound. Interesting. To solidify their trust, Ken stood quietly to the side and gave a slight nod of confirmation. Ken can vouch that this is indeed the real GM Nam Mincheon. The doctor asked thoughtfully, Dear Nam Mincheon, may I ask you one question? Do you really need to reveal your identity to us? Nam Mincheon answered decisively, I want to earn your trust. Both trust in me and in my ability to actually accomplish what I've set out to do. He looked toward the burning city in the distance and affirmed, I will destroy this game, and I have the plan and the means to make that a reality. Nam Mincheon emphasized that in the process, each of them would achieve their own personal goals. He concluded firmly, I don't consider the four of you subordinates. We are here to help each other move toward a common goal, an equal alliance, and I hope we can become good partners. He wore a confident smile and continued, All right, then, before I explain my plan, we should decide on a name for the guild. Nam Mincheon strode through the hall. He mused, Since we will lead this world into darkness, into the night, how about the name Nightbringer? Contrary to Nam Mincheon's excitement, Ken coldly dismissed it. I don't care about the name. Just tell us your plan. Omen cleared his throat in protest. Humph. While I don't object, what do you think about a more elegant name? Personally, I find Chinese characters more formal than English. To start, it should end with Min, meaning alliance. Rabbit immediately interrupted sharply. Oh, come on. That's so outdated. Let's pick something more ridiculous, like Dark Monarch. Omen asked back, shocked, Dark Monarch. Isn't that a bit too much? Rabbit insisted furiously. Not Dark Monarch. It's Dark Monarch. Omen could only sigh, not seeing any difference at all. The doctor spoke up, acting sluggishly. Personally, I'm satisfied with the name Nightbringer. However, I must point out that since there are many of us, I believe Nightbringers would be more accurate. And if you think about it, night is a rather boring term for a guild name. I'd like to suggest we be more specific. Like evening, dusk, twilight, midnight, or late night. Ken lost his patience and shouted, Just pick some damn name and let's move on. Omen also shouted back, Pick some random name. The guild's name defines its identity and reputation. To appease them, Rabbit offered an even weirder name. Fine, I'll offer a compromise. Pick a name for the Dark Monarch, will you? Omen roared, You're the worst of the lot, you brat. Watching his teammates bickering and jumping into a brawl, Mincheon could only sigh, speechless. One guy couldn't care less, another is obsessed with Chinese characters, plus a troublemaker, and a doctor who talks way too much. He was breaking into a cold sweat looking at the chaos, feeling completely drained. What a hell of a start. This party and this game will probably report on Hasu before we even load the map. Nam Mincheon looked around at the members of his guild, Bringers of Darkness, and declared clearly, Excellent. Now, brothers, let me tell you our upcoming plan. He revealed that when Season 6 launches, the NPAN Corporation will start selling a pay-to-win item, essentially a ticket that guarantees 100% success on gear enhancement. Nam Mincheon's eyes turned cold. He asserted that this was a mistake by Napin. In fact, a massive, catastrophic mistake. He flatly declared that they had accidentally created a loophole, and he intended to exploit it fully to strike at NPAN's system. The item is called Goddess's Wings, and it will only be available for purchase and use during the first week after the new season begins. After that, players won't be able to buy it or even use it at all. Hearing this, she pondered and noted, I see. So, within the first week of Season 6, we need to grind as much high-level gear as possible and then start enhancing them. Nam Mincheon confirmed that was exactly right, while analyzing that an average player could only reach level 91, and even hardcore gamers grinding through the night would only hit level 92 at best. This rule applies similarly to the level of gear that can be collected. In other words, even those at the top of the leaderboards could only possess gear enhanced to the max at the early level 90 stage. Nam Mincheon laid out the harsh reality. No matter how strong you make that level 90 gear, eventually, players will be forced to abandon it to switch to level 100 gear. Nappin is planning to create a massive gap between pay-to-win players and grinders in the short term, only to balance it out later once everyone is using level 100 gear by mid-season. He warned that the game world would definitely be in total chaos until then. Mincheon settled on the primary objective. We need to hit the max level within that very first week. This declaration stunned the group. Hit the max level? Master, you mean reach level 100 inches just 1 week? Ken also couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Does that mean we need to max out all of our level 100 gear too? Men silently commented on the immeasurable power gap about to explode, but Nam Mincheon just smirked sinisterly. No, that still won't be enough. Level 110. Nam Mincheon's declaration left Roking frozen in shock. He explained that with the trial contract, both of them could equip items 10 levels higher than themselves. Nam Mincheon's goal was to create a complete set of level 110 gear, fully enhanced. Roking gasped. Level 110? Does such gear even exist? She worried that even if it did, there would be no way to grind for it. But Nam Mincheon just smirked with total confidence. Don't worry, you just have to trust me. Returning to the dark cult outpost in the lower city, Beta respectfully reported that the base renovation was complete, just as his master ordered. Nam Mincheon noted with satisfaction that the place finally looked like a real outpost. Beta reported that the barracks had reached level 5, allowing for a diverse range of troops from low to high tier. The system displayed the recruitment list, starting from Tier 5 with Goblin Spearmen, Tier 4 with Wolf Knights and Mages, Tier 3 with Orc Lieutenants, Tier 2 with Chimeras and Skeleton Soldiers, and the strongest, Tier 1, with Death Knights and Archmages. Nam Mincheon couldn't help but admire the diversity of his army. Wow, that's actually pretty diverse. Beta continued to explain the bonuses when creating a unit consisting of the same species. They would receive a racial bonus. Especially if an Orc General or a Death Knight were appointed as commander, the number of soldiers in the unit would increase and they would receive an additional commander bonus. Nam Mincheon nodded, satisfied to know he could flexibly create large armies with cheap soldiers or a compact elite force with expensive warriors. Nam Mincheon secretly calculated keeping 300,000 infamy points to maintain his Demon King level 6 status and investing all the rest to build his own army. A series of soldiers, from Goblin Guards to Orc Lieutenants, began to be added to the training queue. Looking toward the brilliant horizon, Nam Mincheon knew that as soon as Season 6 started, a new continent named Bethalos would appear. That would be a place scattered with capture points for players to conquer and rule. To incite conflict between players, the system officially added castle sieges and control point occupations. The fight for rights and status would be incredibly brutal, forcing factions to temporarily ally against a fearsome common enemy. An evil force is silently rising from the shadows, the expansion of the Black Order. Oasis softly exclaimed as she realized the moment of destiny. The 6th season had finally arrived. Nam Mincheon, his eyes burning red with ambition, declared clearly, "Let the war begin." Oasis, a war unprecedented in history. A war to conquer and destroy the entire world. Before her master's powerful summons, Oasis responded firmly, "Yes, master." Both stood tall on the cliff, looking out toward the horizon where the Great War was about to begin. The new scenario quest, to a new world, required them to travel to the Sunset Port on the new continent of Bethalos. Seeing the massive fleet docked at the port, she asked excitedly, "Are we taking a ship?" However, Nam Mincheon immediately brushed it off. He didn't want to waste an hour being tossed around at sea, so he would choose another path. He told her to patiently wait for the rest of the guild members to gather so they could all depart together. Oasis followed the forum and wondered, "But master, I'm checking the forums and there aren't many reactions to the Goddess's Wings item. Perhaps because they haven't made an official announcement yet, most people still don't know about it." Nam Mincheon pondered the harsh reality regarding the price of power, 100,000 for one piece of gear, and it takes 1 million to enhance a weapon to the max. To get a complete set of gear strong enough to compete, players have to spend up to 10 million. The new season is starting like a game of money, where the wealthy with deep pockets will swallow this entire continent. With the appearance of these pay-to-win items, every effort players spent painstakingly building their character progression paths has now become meaningless. Dungeons and monster spawns that were meticulously designed based on player levels will soon be trampled by the sheer power of money. A segment of the player base will feel betrayed and quit this game for good. But for the whales, drunk on their sense of superiority and power, Nippon will keep rolling out more ways to drain their wallets. Pay-to-win, the era of money has officially begun, and the downfall of Win Online truly starts here. Putting aside his thoughts on the game's decay, Mincheon turned to Oasis to ask about the iron ore he told her to stockpile earlier. He wanted to know exactly how much she had managed to gather. Oasis honestly reported that the average market price for each piece of iron ore was about 10 gold, so hardly any were below 5 gold, and so far, she had only managed to buy about 100 pieces. Mincheon walked away calmly and asserted that a massive amount of iron ore would soon appear for a dirt-cheap price of under 5 gold. Oasis was stunned, unable to understand how that could possibly happen. Mincheon secretly told her just to wait and see, demanding that she buy up every single piece the moment they appeared. The group gathered at a desolate beach with magnificent rock formations. Ken trudged over, asking irritably, Mincheon, why did you arrange to meet in this hellhole? He wondered if the whole group wasn't planning on taking a ship to the continent of Bethalos. After all, the harbor was already packed with players waiting. Looking at the skeptical faces of his teammates, Ken sarcastically asked if Mincheon expected them to swim there. Mincheon remained calm, flashing a sinister smile and reassuring everyone not to worry, as he had secured a shortcut to get them straight there. All right, let's go. Mincheon silently stepped into the void, leaving the plague doctor and Ken behind, looking on in total shock. The group passed through a portal and arrived at a gloomy hall where flaming torches illuminated ancient stone pillars. In the silent space, the leader of the Shadow Knights, Terrio, was waiting. He knelt down respectfully and shouted, Dark Lord. Mincheon walked past Terrio nonchalantly, stating that he didn't come here for him. The exploration party quietly walked down the long, winding stone stairs amidst a fiery expanse and colossal pillars. Heading toward a massive gate, Mincheon suddenly turned to ask Oasis if she had ever been curious about what existed right above the top of this temple. Oasis shook her head blankly, admitting she had never thought about it. Mincheon smirked with a mysterious smile, assuring her she would find out soon enough. Mincheon pushed hard against the giant stone doors, allowing a blinding white light from outside to flood the entire space. Everyone, welcome to the new continent, Bethalos. Before them appeared a majestic natural wonder with floating islands. Waterfalls cascaded down from 9 layers of clouds, and lush green vegetation stretched on endlessly. Standing before the magnificent scenery of the new land, Mincheon, along with Oasis and the guild members, silently observed the vastness of the continent. Mincheon asked softly, So, what do you all think about us conquering this entire new world? The scene shifted elsewhere. Ken drew his lightning hunting sword from its sheath and slashed at the iron-armored giant, but he was shocked to realize that his powerful attack didn't even leave a scratch on the opponent's sturdy armor. The giant immediately slammed a heavy fist into the ground, forcing Ken to quickly jump back to dodge. Instantly, another iron-armored guard lunged forward, attacking relentlessly, making the situation extremely perilous. Just then, Rabbit blew a bewitching kiss, activating her lavender charm skill. A wave of purple magic engulfed the giants, causing their eyes behind the iron masks to glow with an eerie light. In their confused state, the guards began slaughtering each other. A brute knocked an ally to the ground. To Ken's astonishment, witnessing the monsters tearing each other apart, Ken couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Rabbit explained triumphantly, This is exactly why I chose the magic path. Ken silently applauded her skills. They were truly impressive. Ken smirked sinisterly and suggested, All right, now let's charm them to assist with the real mission. Right after, she cast her mirror illusion technique, creating a series of clones glowing with purple magic. Rabbit ordered the clones to rush forward and capture them all. Seeing Rabbit expertly control 4 clones at once to draw the attention of all the guards, Ken was in awe of her amazing control. In the real world, the AI assistant Alice appeared on the screen and asked what the next step should be. Rabbit, wearing her VR gear, praised Alice for a job well done and gave her orders. The AI continued to lead the enemies in the intended direction. Even though Rabbit had successfully charmed one group, Ken still felt the pressure looking at the large number of iron-armored guards rushing wildly toward them with evil glowing eyes. He silently remarked that it was great she had charmed them, but there were just way too many. Immediately, the priest raised his staff and shouted clearly, summoning Basilisk. The giant black serpent appeared out of thin air, hissing threats to form a solid defensive wall. Oasis turned to reassure him, Master, just take it easy and focus on defense. After all, our goal isn't to kill them all. We just need to stall for time. Ken glanced toward Rabbit and ordered, All right, your name is Rabbit, right? Just keep charming the monsters inside the base. Hearing this, Rabbit was a bit worried because the number of enemies was too high, but Ken decisively brushed it off, saying that didn't matter. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze turning cold and decisive as he declared, "Defense is the only thing I know I'm good at." The narrative suddenly shifted back 30 minutes earlier at the guild house when Mincheon was mapping out the strategy for the team. He explained that most players would begin their journey on the continent of Bethalos from the west, starting from the Sunset Harbor, then moving gradually eastward to explore. During that process, they would conquer new dungeons one by one, capture points, and at the same time, gather resources and items to increase their strength. Mincheon emphasized that in the second half of the season, when players reached the far east of Bethalos, they would have to face an entirely new army of NPC enemies called the Shadow Cult waiting for them. The unique thing was that on the continent of Bethalos, there were no pre-existing cities. Instead, there were a total of 10 capture points that players were required to take over, and then develop those areas into their own cities. After clearing all threats around a capture point, players could finally proceed, move to the next target to expand his influence. Mincheon confirms that this is the core focus of the Season 6 update. With a deep, intense gaze, he marches forward and starts revealing their most crucial objective. And the 10th point is the final one. The 10th occupation point is the largest and most vital location on the entire Bethalos continent, known as the Lost Paradise. Mincheon smirks with ambition and loudly declares, "And we are the ones who will take it." Faced with this insane plan, Arrow King can't help but worry, pointing out that all the monsters in that area are level 100. While their whole guild is only at level 90, Mincheon nonchalantly explains that the goal this time is simply to create chaos, because at their current level, completely wiping out those monsters is impossible. To kick off the campaign, Mincheon decides to split the guild into two small teams. Team 1 consists of Aces, Rabbit, and Ken. Meanwhile, Omen, Arrow, King, and Doctor will form Team 2. Seeing that Mincheon didn't place himself in either squad, Ken asks about his mission. Mincheon looks his teammates straight in the eye with a cold, sharp gaze and reveals, "While you all create chaos and thin out the base's defensive forces, I will be the one to take down the boss directly." At the south gate of the Lost Paradise, Team 2 begins to approach their target. Doc keeps blabbering incessantly about how the team needs to draft a meticulous combat plan. He analyzes that there are up to 50 monsters inside the base, and they are forced to lure at least 20 of them away to create an opening for the North Gate team and Mincheon to do their part. Looking at the level 100 living armor guards standing tall, Doc warns that even for seasoned veterans, overcoming the gap in level and numbers is an incredibly difficult task. He excitedly brags that he has come up with a perfect plan to disrupt and neutralize the enemies, while urging the team to earn more glory than the North Gate team for the sake of their pride. Witnessing the exhausted looks on Omen and Arrow King's faces, Doc suddenly realizes he's talked a bit too much and hurriedly apologizes. He explains that he's just a bit excited because it's his first time working in a team after a long time of grinding solo. However, Omen and Arrow King have already silently turned and walked away. Doc panics and shouts for them to come back because he hadn't finished explaining the plan. Arrow King brushes it off, thinking the goal is just to draw attention, so there's no need for any complex schemes. He decisively declares that they should just charge straight in and blow the whole place to smithereens. Omen smirks, feeling quite pleased. The old man admits it's surprising that both of their ideas could align so perfectly with Mincheon's. Arrow King snaps, telling the old man Omen to shut his mouth and stop treating him like they're the same age because he doesn't want to smell like an old man. Omen looks confused, sniffs himself, and asks if he really has a smell. Arrow King explains it's not a physical smell, but that vibe like the ginseng candies old people like. Omen is startled, having been hit right in the bullseye. He stammers, asking how the kid knew he liked those. Doc stands there, sighing at his two teammates acting like clowns. Arrow King declares he's done talking and dashes off at incredible speed. He leaps into the air. Drawing his bow to activate the Thunder Arrow Rain, arrows crackling with blue electricity rain down straight onto the ironclad guards, but they don't even leave a scratch. Omen mocks the kid's weak attack and loudly declares that it doesn't stand a chance. He swings his giant hammer, unleashing his ultimate technique, World Crusher. A 1,000-pound strike creates a massive, earth-shattering explosion, crushing the guards into the ground amid the old tyrant's triumphant laughter. Omen is about to gloat about his strength when his smile suddenly vanishes. The broken armor fragments begin to tremble, and automatically piece themselves back together under a weird blue smoke. Arrow King realizes the situation is bad and reminds the old man that the last attack had absolutely no effect. The ironclad guards quickly recover and march forward, emitting a pressure that makes Omen grit his teeth in tension. At that hair-raising moment, a glowing bottle of potion suddenly flies in and explodes, enveloping the monsters in a sea of blazing red fire. Both Omen and Arrow King are left stunned. Doc leisurely walks up, points his finger, and delivers a sarcastic lecture that ignoring a doctor's advice can lead to serious health complications. Hearing the Plague Doctor talk about logic, Arrow King can only offer a sarcastic retort. A Plague Doctor, and you're saying that. In front of them, the level 100 ironclad guards are marching forward with the sound of cold, hard metal clashing. Doc silently judges that the strength of these monsters is truly not to be underestimated. Realizing the massive gap in stats, Doc confirms they cannot overwhelm them with brute force. He decides to approach it from a different angle and orders Omen to continuously use his provocation skills to draw the monsters toward him. The old tyrant resolutely accepts, "I'll do it." Turning to Arrow King, Doc orders the kid to unleash area of effect attacks but to be clever so as not to distract the targets. Arrow King smirks confidently, asserting he is a master of teasing and disrupting. His name says it all. Doc raises a glowing bottle and laughs sinisterly. "And I will set a trap." Meanwhile, in the central area, Mincheon silently sneaks deep into the fortress. Seeing that most of the monsters have been lured elsewhere, he thinks he could go straight to the boss to finish it, but he's curious to see how the others are fighting. At the north gate, Ken is showing off his elite skills against the giant guards. Ken decisively unleashes his ultimate Asura technique, creating brilliant blue sword beams that block every single attack. Mincheon silently applauds Ken's top-tier defensive abilities, while also having complete faith in Oasis's talent. He tells himself, as long as they combine that with Rabbit's wide-area crowd control, their team will surely hold out without any trouble. Mincheon glides along in his red armor, his mind filled with worry. The south gate is what I'm most worried about. Meanwhile, at the south gate, Arrow King and Omen are being fiercely chased by a pack of ironclad guards. Arrow King yells in a panic, "Hey, old man, are you sure you know what you're doing? You're leading the monsters right towards us." Omen, running and panting, snaps back. "That's your fault for not teasing them properly." Arrow King retorts arrogantly, "What? They only notice me because you're too weak." The remark touches a nerve, making Omen fly into a rage. "What? Weak? Did you just call me weak?" Arrow King smirks, challenging him. "So what? Wanna fight, old man?" Right at that moment, Doc commands from behind, "Now." Omen immediately stops right in front of the monster pack and the explosive bottles Doc planted on the ground trigger. He roars with pride, "Watch closely and learn, kid." Men leaped into the air, channeling all his power into a world-crushing strike, detonating every last one of the doctor's magic potions. A massive explosion erupted, with fierce flames swallowing the entire horde of armored guards in an instant, turning the battlefield into a raging sea of fire. Standing amidst the rubble, men laughed gleefully. "Haha, witness my true power." Roking stood there, watching the scene unfold. Though he had to admit that men deserved the credit, he nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll give it to you. You're actually pretty cool for an old guy." Men's arrogant laughter echoed across the burning city gates. From far away, Mincheon watched the scene, stunned. Had they really pulled it off? Mincheon looked toward the fortress and told himself it was time to end everything here. Just then, an entity known as the kingdom's Knight Commander was engulfed, looming large with glowing blue eyes full of menace. Facing this ultimate boss radiating overwhelming pressure, Mincheon simply let out a tired yawn. He complained that he was completely exhausted, having not slept a single minute since the new server officially went live. To finish things quickly, Mincheon immediately activated his Demon God Descent state. Surrounded by a flow of red electricity, he told himself he had to end this fight fast so he could finally get some sleep. Mincheon moved like a phantom. A single, incredibly powerful impact caused the ground to crack. The commander was blasted to the ground in shock. Mincheon silently marveled that the boss was on a completely different level from regular monsters, while also feeling surprised that his opponent could survive such a devastating attack. From the shadows, the knight roared in resentment. He warned Mincheon that he dared to wield a power that exceeded his own ability to handle. Mincheon suddenly froze at the commander's provocation. The knight looked at him with glowing blue eyes and spoke with pity. "How much longer can you last, you pitiful soul?" Mincheon flew into a rage, swinging his sword horizontally and roaring, "Shut your mouth," to this pile of data. However, the black energy on his face began to dissipate, accompanied by unstable hissing sounds. He groaned in pain. Mincheon was horrified to realize his demon god's state was fading for no apparent reason. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily in exhaustion. High above in the fiery sky, the giant silhouette of the Black Crow demon god appeared, eyes glowing with a menacing red light. The dark entity coldly declared, "As promised, your soul belongs to me." Mincheon gasped in shock when a giant, skeletal hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his head. Ghostly electric currents exploded, searing directly into his brain, causing Mincheon to scream in utter agony. Amidst the delirium, a gentle voice softly called out, "Master." A figure with golden hair appeared amidst rose petals, gently pulling him into her embrace. "Master, wake up. Nam Mincheon's eyes suddenly snapped open in a panic. Rabbit cheered happily. He's awake. Every member of the guild, from Oasis to Omen and Roking, was gathered around, looking worried. Rabbit asked anxiously, "Are you okay, Nam Mincheon?" Oasis also called out softly. Master Nam Mincheon looked at everyone with a dazed expression. He whispered a single name in bewilderment. GAIA. The system announcement echoed throughout the space. The Guild Bringers of Darkness has successfully captured the Lost Paradise control point. 24-hour protection has been activated immediately. Everyone gasped in surprise. He did it. He's awake. Cheers broke through the gloomy atmosphere. All the guild members crowded around him. "Master, are you okay?" Nam Mincheon. Nam Mincheon sat up, rubbing his head warily. "Ah, sorry everyone. I guess I've been online for too long." Rabbit snapped anxiously. "Boss, you scared me to death. Why did you just pass out like that?" Mincheon forced a smile and instructed the group. "Haha, I should go get some sleep." "You all did great." Looking around at the newly conquered territory, he declared that from now on, this would be their main base. "That's enough for today. Everyone, feel free to do whatever you want." Oasis watched the masters retreating back with a worried gaze, wondering if he was truly okay. The scene shifted to the real world, in the middle of a city vibrant with night lights, as Nam Mincheon quietly removed the VR headset. Nam Mincheon woke up in a panic in the dark room, drenched in sweat. The lingering, lifelike sensation of Gaia's hug left him stunned, wondering if he needed to see a doctor. While Nam Mincheon was still struggling with hallucinations in reality, in the city of white snow, the atmosphere was more heated than ever. Right in front of the royal fortress, thousands of players had gathered to protest the poor management of the new leadership. Down with who? Bring back the stream. The angry crowd relentlessly demanded the cancellation of pay-to-win items. Go back to one-time payments. Stop ruining the game, you bastards. The appearance of the guaranteed enhancement ticket had pushed their anger to the breaking point. They shouted, "Guaranteed enhancement tickets. What kind of game are you trying to play?" Players were frantically demanding to meet the management. "Do you have anything to say for yourselves? Where are the GMs? Huh? Where are they?" Some extremists even threatened, "We'll tear down this fortress if we have to." The cursing continued, directed at Nipan. But the GMs had no reaction. Right? At this rate, someone is bound to show their face eventually. "Hey, you bastards! You gold-digging losers!" Suddenly, a piercing shout rang out, cutting through the noise. "Shut your mouths." A warrior with tan skin and bright red hair strode forward, cold and authoritative. He lectured them. "If you want to protest, go to the Nippon office. What the hell do you think you're doing in a game?" The stranger's commanding appearance caused the crowd to whisper. "What's wrong with them? Wait, look at how they're dressed. That's the Crimson Crusader Guild." The red-haired man smirked, looking confident as he realized his guild's reputation had intimidated the crowd. However, a bespectacled player adjusted his glasses and mocked, "Oh, you mean that guild? That's always runner-up in boss raids." The comment stung his pride, sending the red-haired leader into a rage. He roared to assert his position. "My name is Trang Du, leader of the strongest guild, the Wind Crimson Crusader." The bespectacled player replied with casual contempt, "Strongest? Cut the crap. You guys are just a bunch of idiots. Don't you see we're protesting? Stop getting in the way. Get lost." Trang Du gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing intensely as he stared at the person who had just insulted him. "See that? That's why you guys are always second place." "Fine, I admit my guild is always second." Trang Du swung his sword and struck down a player right in the middle of the protest. "Is that why you guys are always lagging behind?" "Fine, I'll admit my guild is always on the offensive." Trang Du swung his sword, cutting down a player right in the middle of the protest crowd. He curled his lip and declared that, from now on, his guild would take the top spot. Without hesitation, Trang Du roared an order to his subordinates. "Kill them all." The soldiers in red armor shouted in unison, obeying his command before rushing in to slaughter the defenseless players, leaving the scene filled with harrowing screams. Other players were shocked to realize that the Crimson Crusader members were all equipped with max-level gear. A warrior shouted indignantly, "Are you people insane? If you keep on PKing like this, you'll be banned from the city." In response to the threat, Trang Du coldly pierced through the man and mocked him. "This city. Ridiculous. We're going to seize the strongholds on the new map. Who cares about this old, rotten city?" Amidst the chaos, someone screamed for the guards, but the harsh reality was that even the city guards were being miserably defeated. Trang Du laughed arrogantly amidst the rubble, excitedly realizing the terrifying power of pay-to-win weapons and thinking that Naipan should have done this sooner. A streamer was live-streaming this one-sided massacre. He was shocked, admitting that in his 3 years on the job, he had never seen such a horrific scene. Suddenly, Trang Du turned to look straight into the streamer's camera. He declared clearly to the entire server that from today on, Crimson Crusader would officially become an evil guild. Trang Du publicly invited anyone who wanted to experience the thrill of slaughter with max-level gear and the ambition to conquer the new continent to join him, leaving the streamer frozen in utter terror. In reality, all of this was just an act. Trang Du was taking advantage of the moment when all attention was focused on the protest to cause a commotion, while also publicly announcing that his guild had officially become a criminal gang. This was a calculated publicity stunt because the continent of Bethalos was actually a lawless land, with no guards or any guild to keep order, a place where war was constant. Crimson Crusader was trying to bolster their forces through this display to prepare for seizing power in Bethalos. However, even though this could be an effective promotional method, at that very moment, a steely voice rang out, "Stop right there." Trang Du paused, realizing he hadn't considered the devastating consequences following the massacre. The stunned crowd cheered, "It's the champion, Eren." Immediately, the illustrious Season 1 champion appeared alongside the Free Knights Alliance. Shouts echoed everywhere. The Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table have arrived. "Hey Knights, show these bastards who's boss." The Free Knights Alliance, also known as the Knights of the Round Table, officially revealed themselves. They were famous for being the top PvP players in the entire Wind world, a gathering place for those at the top of the arena rankings. Seeing their presence, the gamers could only gulp in fear. These were the Knights of Justice, founded with the sole purpose of maintaining order in the game. Trang Du gritted his teeth and growled, "Eren," while Eren maintained a calm demeanor, calling out his opponent's name. "Trang Du," he commanded coldly, "drop your weapons and leave Snow White with your guild immediately. If you do that, we won't pursue you." Eren firmly delivered his ultimatum. "This is the first and last warning. You have 30 seconds to make a decision." Faced with that pressure, Trang Du suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Bah ha ha ha! Who the hell do you think you are?" appearing out of nowhere like some relic. Eren remained unfazed, coldly counting down. "Is that all you have to say? 20 seconds left." Trang Du curled his lip in defiance. "Eren, I'll give you a warning too. Take your losers and get lost before we humiliate you. I won't chase you either." Eren coldly reminded him. 10 seconds. Trang Du looked at his opponent's armor and mocked. "It looks like you didn't even use enhancement tickets. We're fully decked out. Do you really think you can take us on?" He was confident in the power of his pay-to-win gear. But Eren only calmly replied, "Even grade 5 equipment is a waste when used to deal with bottom feeders like you." Eren firmly ordered, "Free Knights Alliance, prepare for battle." The sound of swords being drawn rang out in unison. Eren swung his sword, which was glowing with blue magical power, and roared commandingly, "Wipe out these rats." Back with Mincheon, GAIA's voice sounded worried in Mincheon's mind. "Be careful. My master, his power is now beyond my control. You must ensure it doesn't consume you." Mincheon sat quietly in the dark room, his pensive gaze looking out at the brightly lit city outside the window. It seemed the warnings of a devastating future were still haunting his mind. Suddenly, a notification sounded from the phone placed on the bed. A live stream alert from CanEronTube appeared with over 1.2 million people watching the clash at Snow White live. In the game world, the atmosphere had become chaotic, with blood-curdling screams. The Army of Justice was losing to the pay-to-win crowd because all of them had better gear. Knight Farwin, despite being heavily wounded, still tried to scream in despair. Run away. "Eren! Eren!" He shouted his comrade's name in shock. "No." Farwin witnessed the horrific scene, while Trang Du laughed maniacally with delight. "This is exactly what I wanted. This is what it truly means to play a game." He curled his lip, mocking Eren. "I told you to get lost before we humiliated you." Looking at the once illustrious champion now kneeling at his feet, Trang Du triumphantly jeered. "The champion, Eren, has to kneel before me again? Ha ha ha. I never thought I'd live to see this." Eren panted in utter exhaustion, while Trang Du coldly declared, "Now, no matter how much you cry or beg, it's useless. I'm going to kill you." Immediately, Trang Du ordered his subordinates, "Catch him." A soldier in iron armor rushed forward like a whirlwind, targeting Eren, who had no strength left to resist. Eren could only stand frozen in sheer terror. However, a knight in blue armor suddenly rushed out to block the fatal blow. He was trembling from the pressure but still gave his all to shout, "Protect! Protect the champion." Amidst the chaos, shouts rang out, "Get out of here, you idiots." Eren asked everyone in shock, "What are you doing?" A member replied firmly, "You are a symbol, Eren. We can't let these outlaws take you down." They chose to stay behind to buy time for Eren to escape. Trang Du laughed crazily. "Are you running away, Eren? Is this all the Free Knights Alliance can do?" Eren fled into a deserted alley, his breathing heavy. He watches the livestream, which is blowing up with comments criticizing the arrogance of the pay-to-win players. A fan suggests that Eren should also buy upgrade items to reclaim his status. Eren pauses in thought. "I'm a professional gamer. I fight fair, and I have to think about the tournament, too. He questions whether using money to buy power is truly the right thing to do. Suddenly, a brilliant light appears. Galaxy has donated 10 million, along with a message urging him to use the money to give those jerks a taste of their own medicine. The crowd of viewers is incredibly excited, continuously urging Aaron to teach Trang-Du a lesson. Aaron makes up his mind. All right. He sends a message to the entire guild, ordering everyone to buy goddess wings and upgrade their gear to the maximum level as soon as they respawn. Aaron declares that it's time to punish those outlaws. Watching the whole thing unfold on screen, Ken can only scoff with contempt. What a bunch of nonsense. At this moment, Mincheon has returned, and he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. I told you, I was just a bit tired. This is the first time I've had a good night's sleep in a long time. Looking at the data on the screen, Ken begins to analyze the opponent's scheme. This is how Aaron always does things. He uses someone worse than himself to make himself look like the good guy. He points out that Aaron wants the guild members to upgrade their gear to the max, but because the pay-to-win issue is being fiercely opposed, he deliberately let himself be defeated miserably. He needed a valid excuse to justify upgrading the gear. Ken points out that all the members of the Free Knights Alliance are in the top 30 strongest players on the server. Even if a level 15 weapon is overpowered, there is no way top-tier experts would lose in such a fair fight. Ken firmly concludes they lost on purpose. Mincheon muses. You make a good point, but I don't fully agree with you. This whole thing is just one big act. While the Crimson Crusaders play the villains to stir up trouble, the Free Knights Alliance is putting on a show to legitimize spending money on gear upgrades. But there's an even more sinister plot behind it. This is actually a massive marketing scheme to lure players into buying goddess wings. Ken smirks sarcastically. If you ask me, they're all in the same boat as Unha-Su. Back at the scene at Snow White, Aaron stands tall in the middle of the battlefield, while Trang-Du lies flat on the floor, muttering, "Damn it, that hurts." But right after, Trang-Du excitedly calls out, "Any tough guys want to mess around on the new map? Everyone's welcome to join us." As a sword swing tears through the air, Aaron casually tells himself, "Honestly, I don't think there's any issue with upgrading weapons to the maximum level." Aaron explains that previously, players had to pay 50,000 in maintenance fees every month. That adds up to 600,000 a year. But now, the game is completely free. The free package only exists to lower players' guard. Just by spending 1 million world currency, you can upgrade your weapon to the ultimate level immediately. The choice is yours. Even if you don't buy it, you can still catch up by mid-season. Aaron continues his sales pitch with a calculated smile. Honestly, I think if you buy it now, it will make the game more interesting for a while. Watching from afar via the screen, Mincheon smirks slightly. Interesting. He realizes that after today's chaos, public opinion is being subtly steered in a different direction. People are starting to say that the upgrade items themselves aren't at fault, but rather the people who abuse them. Mincheon understands that whoever is behind this is trying to focus the criticism on individuals who use the system for malicious purposes. This line of reasoning is no different from gun control laws in the real world, where people claim the problem isn't the gun, but the individuals using them. The logic sounds so smooth that the netizens almost forgot who is milking them for money every day. Mincheon quietly remarks to himself, "I don't know who is behind this, but that person is truly very smart. A person with real strategic vision." He begins to wonder, could it be Unha-Su? Meanwhile, at the newly captured Lost Paradise Point, Roking looks around, confused, and asks, "Hey old man, is this really our capture point?" Omen is also bewildered to see a series of structures suddenly spring up. "You're right. When were these buildings constructed?" Roking stares intently at a strange statue placed on a stone pedestal. What is this ugly crow statue? Suddenly, an NPC woman with purple skin appears with a radiant smile. "Welcome, members of the Shadowbringer Guild. It is I. This is your capture reward. Make sure you accept it." To Roking's surprise, she insists that this bottle of magic potion is completely free. In another corner, an old blacksmith also enthusiastically offers to repair weapons for free for those who just captured the stronghold. Omen excitedly hands his giant hammer to the old blacksmith. "Oh ho, in that case, I'll leave it to you." Immediately after, a priest covered in a robe with purple evil aura approaches and speaks up. "I have a capture reward for you. Let me bestow my blessings upon you." Despite some hesitation, they both agree to stand in the magic circle to receive the buff. But as soon as the purple energy envelops their bodies, the priest suddenly offers a blessing, hoping they will continue to strive for the glory of the dark faith. Both Omen and Roking are shocked, their eyes wide as they shout, "The dark faith." Mincheon walks over leisurely and states clearly, "Yes, we are a notorious guild, and since the guild leader is me, a member of the dark faith, this entire guild is as well. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to the feeling of logging into a fantasy game but receiving a villain movie script. He pauses, realizing he hasn't explained the mechanics of the new continent thoroughly yet. Oh, I haven't explained exactly how it works, have I? I'll tell you all when everyone is gathered. Looking at the Bethelous map appearing, Mincheon begins to explain. There are a total of 10 capture points across this continent. According to the script, players have the mission to capture them one by one until the 9th point. As you have seen with your own eyes, initially these places were swarming with and held by monsters. Mincheon points toward the magnificent fortress in front of him and continues. But once you reach the final capture point, which is this place, Lost Paradise, you won't find normal monsters anymore. Instead, there is a completely new enemy. And that is Mincheon firmly confirms a new NPC army, the Dark Faith. He lays out the system's strategic move clearly. While other players are busy overcoming the first 9 capture points, the Dark Faith Legion has already completely taken control of this place. Even if we didn't take action, the NPC army would have automatically taken it over, according to their programming. Once players start attacking, the Black Truth cult will immediately unleash brutal counterattacks to retake all the positions they currently hold. The Black Truth cult's forces are incredibly powerful. The regular monsters here don't even come close. Once players lose their captured points to the cult, they will be backed into a corner and forced to retreat. He paints a dramatic picture where those who once tore each other and Unha-Su apart to fight for power must now team up with Unha-Su to deal with this powerful common enemy. They will have to work hard to wipe out the Black Truth cult to regain the bases they lost and finally return to the 10th capture point. Now Mincheon confirms that afterward, everyone will head into the final dungeon. That is how this season is set to unfold. And I am a Dark Knight, a hidden class. You could say I am a vanguard of the Black Truth cult. And since you are all members of my guild, you are all officially my subordinates. He looks at Omen and confirms. So, we will be treated as the cult's regular forces, at least here in Bethelous. He reassures everyone not to see it as a bad thing, because they are currently on the same side as the strongest NPCs in the game. Suddenly, Doc approaches with a deep, thoughtful look. He speaks up. I have a question. Is this Black Truth cult a mandatory part of your plan to destroy when online? Mincheon smiles and confirms that he lacks nothing for the upcoming plan. He clears his throat to apologize for forgetting to inform the group in detail and promises to be more proactive in sharing information. Starting with the dungeon they are about to enter right now. Mincheon introduces their destination as the Infinite Hell, which he claims is the worst dungeon out of all the places they have ever visited. The name alone is enough to make the faint-hearted want to log out immediately to preserve their sanity. The system displays information about the Grave of Night Tuon Tiat dungeon, noting a critically high danger level and a recommended level of up to 100. Players are warned to prepare their gear thoroughly and move in a party before entering this place, which is filled with miasma. Dew mumbles about a premonition that they will soon run into ghosts lurking somewhere nearby. Rabbit fearfully grips Mincheon's arm and whines, asking how much deeper they have to go, as she absolutely hates scary things. Mincheon keeps a cold expression. He leads the group to an old, tattered tent and declares, "We're here. This is the place." Suddenly, a knight's soul emitting a brilliant blue light appears. He is kneeling by his sword and asks in a resentful tone, "Who are you who dares to disturb our slumber?" The knight's soul prays for the souls of the poor soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the Great War to rest in peace, forget all their suffering, and sink into a long sleep. Mincheon gets straight to the point. He explains that the group is looking for prisoners held in the Infinite Hell and demands that the knight open the way for them. However, the soul flatly refuses, revealing that those locked inside are the 3 great demon lords who once destroyed their homeland. The knight asserts that they voluntarily sacrificed themselves, just to imprison those terrifying entities forever. "I cannot open the path to the Infinite Hell for you. Return to where you came from." But Mincheon doesn't flinch at all. He coldly replies, "I do not accept that answer. No, we need to go in there to grind." Sensing the provocation, the knight's eyes suddenly glow with a threatening red light. "If that is how it is, you have chosen war with us." He begins to cast a summoning spell. "Rise, my soldiers, open your eyes. Even though you are dead, even though you are no longer among the living, there is still a call you must answer. Show your loyalty to the fatherland." "Oh, knights, even death is not enough to break your vows." Immediately, thousands of dry skeletons in old armor rise from the ground in unison, creating a truly terrifying sight. The knight declares it is time to deliver judgment upon those who dare to trample on the territory of the Holy Kingdom. The quest board appears, requiring the entire team to survive 5 consecutive waves of attacks. Ken realizes the harshness of the challenge. "Wait, does that mean this is only the first of 5 waves?" Mincheon smirks. "You're a quick one." Mincheon calmly reassures his teammates that these soldiers are strong but can be destroyed with a single blow, and they charge in a mechanical way. He turns to look at the tyrant. All right, Omen, you take the lead. In this dungeon, I'm just a party member. Mincheon encourages the old man. Show everyone the capabilities of the best raid leader on the server back in the day. That's outrageous. The old man grinds his teeth. You dare challenge me? Then I'll show you how I led the greatest alliance in Win history. Omen immediately regains the demeanor of a king. He loudly orders everyone to regroup. We will form a defensive line. Mincheon, take the east flank. Ken, hold your position to the north no matter what happens. Don't let them advance another inch. Mincheon and Ken quickly take their combat positions. Omen continues to coordinate the formation professionally. He orders JB to use illusions to support the front line and disrupt the enemy. Meanwhile, Roking and Doc will be responsible for intercepting with area of effect attacks. He turns to instruct Oasis to focus entirely on healing the team. Regarding Doc's question about the remaining two directions, so who will take the south and west? Omen ignites with blue magical energy and firmly grips his giant hammer. Leave that to me. Omen immediately fires off a chain of shockwave skills, crushing the undead in an instant. The old tyrant follows up with a thunderbolt strike, creating a powerful electrical surge that sweeps across the battlefield. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Omen laughs arrogantly. Come and get it, you rotting corpses. He grips his weapon tighter and bellows, no one is getting past me. Witnessing the old man's showboating, Roking slides over and sarcastically remarks, Hey old man, shouting is fine, but could you name your skills something cooler? I'm serious. Omen furiously snaps back. It doesn't matter what I name my skills. As long as they activate, that's enough. Right at that moment, Doc also begins to take action with his poison vials. A toxic green smoke spreads, causing the skeletal knights to freeze in agony. Roking, not to be outdone, decisively unleashes his ultimate technique, fireworks. Explosive, fiery blasts erupt repeatedly, hurling the monsters into the air. Witnessing the overwhelming power of their teammates, Oasis and JB just stand there, stunned in amazement. Oasis mutters to herself, They're all so strong, there's nothing left for us to do. Rich just blankly agrees, Yeah, you're right. The system immediately announces that the first wave has been cleared. Instantly, the notification for the second wave appears. Footsteps approach. With a heavy thud, they slammed into the ground, shaking the very space around them. From the dark, swirling dust, massive entities emerge, their eyes glowing red, clad in pitch-black armor. They radiated an overwhelming pressure, far greater than any previous attack. Facing this new onslaught, Omen couldn't help but shudder in astonishment. Oh, these guys actually look strong. Immediately, a giant armored knight delivered a crushing blow that shook the earth violently. Omen gasped, feeling the weight of 1,000 pounds bearing down on him. Good grief, what kind of damage is this? Standing nearby, Mincheon smirked, his expression full of malice. What do you think? Welcome to the real game. The old tyrant gritted his teeth, admitting the monster was incredibly strong, but Mincheon abruptly cut him off. Save your review for later, focus on leading the squad. Omen clicked his tongue and shouted orders, needing to concentrate on attacking the knights currently surrounding him. He instructed the team to focus their fire and finish off one target at a time. Omen continued to delegate. Mincheon and I will handle the rest. Oasis, keep our HP bars full. He didn't forget to ask Rabbit to help intercept the encroaching enemies. Instantly, Rabbit activated her mirror illusion technique, creating a flurry of phantom clones. Meanwhile, Oasis decisively summoned her black serpent, Basilisk, to join the fray. Seeing Omen struggling to hold the line, Rabbit spoke up to remind him, You don't have to carry everything by yourself, Omen. What is a raid party for, anyway? Oasis enthusiastically added her encouragement. She's right. You can trust us. The sincere words made the old tyrant blush with embarrassment. Honestly, you're making me blush. Rabbit decisively launched her wind-tearing magical cards, combining them with a crushing bite from Basilisk to shatter the enemy's armor. Suddenly, Rabbit spotted something unusual and shouted, Hey, do you see that, Omen? There's a red light glowing from his chest. A glowing red spot appeared right in the center of the monster's iron breastplate, emitting a sinister energy. She firmly declared that it must be his fatal weak point. Omen swung his massive hammer and charged forward, ordering the team to concentrate all their attacks on that spot. Mincheon darted through the horde of monsters with terrifying speed. He thought to himself that if he went all out, he could shorten the time. But human strength has its limits. To realize his ambition of destroying this world, he knew he needed perfect coordination from his teammates. The most important thing right now was for the group to learn to understand Unhasu's skills from his deadly poisons to Rabbit's mesmerizing illusion magic. Everyone had to fully understand each member's capabilities, including his long-range shots and the healing magic from Oasis. Mincheon looked toward the tyrant, wondering if he understood his intentions. Omen smirked with experience, asserting that this was just a basic lesson for a raid leader, something a rookie like Mincheon didn't need to remind him of. 1,000-pound hammer blow slammed down, crushing the skeleton knight with a dry, crunching sound. Omen focused intently, his sharp eyes having spotted something unusual. When the monster's chests glowed with that sinister red energy, Rabbit cheered in excitement because the old man's plan had actually worked. Realizing the time had come, Omen clearly ordered the whole team. Their hearts are their weakness. Focus all your attacks on their chests immediately. The team immediately switched into a highly professional, organized raid mode. Meanwhile, at the Enpan Tower, glowing brightly in the middle of the night, Anhasu checked the surging revenue numbers on his phone. He grinned with satisfaction as the money earned in the last 2 days equaled months of profit since switching to the free-to-play system. Yoonhasu was very proud of his philosophy of breaking balance to create demand, a truth he even wanted to carve into the company's plaque. He excitedly ordered the entire second development team to go celebrate this brilliant profit victory. His greedy merchant smile at that moment was almost brighter than the phone screen. It's too much. The team leader stammered, praising him with hesitation. He worriedly reported that there were still a few bugs to fix and the servers were showing signs of overloading, so he suggested moving the party to next week. However, Anhasu carelessly brushed it off. No, I think it's stable enough. He ordered them to leave a few people on duty to ensure the servers didn't crash, while everyone else would go celebrate, not forgetting to tell them to order food for those staying behind. When asked about the location, Yoonhasu decisively chose a buffet dinner at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the region. Don't worry about the money, I just want the best. He smirked triumphantly, reminding his subordinates about the huge profits just collected, making costs no longer a concern. The team leader could only force a smile and obey. Yoonhasu patted his shoulder encouragingly and announced he would go cozy up to the directors, urging everyone to start without him. He put on his coat and left in high spirits, never ceasing to praise the project team for the successful launch of the paid items. Anhasu promised a huge year-end bonus and urged everyone to keep up the pace. Contrasting with his boss's excitement, the team leader stood there silently with a gloomy face, his eyes heavy with burden and guilt. Amidst the extravagant party, a colleague's call made him jump. "Boss, what are you doing? Why aren't you eating?" Looking at the table full of delicacies, he only replied soullessly, "Oh, right, I should eat." He stared at the premium lamb chops in front of him, but his mind drifted back to old memories. Those were the days when the whole team stood side by side with Anhasu, sharing bowls of instant noodles in their cramped office. The images of Seong Shinji, Lee Dong-ha, and even Mincheon appeared vividly. Everyone was laughing and smiling beside a pot of steaming noodles. Those were humble meals, but filled with laughter and the passion of a united collective, far different from the cold, luxurious present. He lifted his fork. The premium meat now seemed to carry the bitter taste of regret. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the team leader cursed the mess in front of him as nothing but garbage. He told himself to stop idolizing the past, because in this pragmatic society, money is what truly matters. In the quiet office, late at night, with only the sound of clacking keyboards echoing, Song Shinji suddenly appeared, making Lee Dong-ha jump. Seeing his colleague still there, Lee Dong-ha sighed, saying that with the current stressful situation, he had no heart to attend the company party. Song Shinji wasn't doing much better. She admitted that having to be near that arrogant director only made her feel nauseous. She thoughtfully remarked that now, everyone only cared about the profit from the paid items while completely ignoring the feedback, the players' responses, or the bugs that need fixing in Season 6. Deep down, both of them couldn't help but feel a bittersweet ache, missing the days when they still had a stream. Song Shinji told Dong-ha not to work too late so he wouldn't worry his wife as her due date was approaching, then waved goodbye and left. Left all alone, Lee Dong-ha warily stared at his computer screen. Suddenly, strange streaks of interference appeared, leaving him panicked. The screen began to flicker violently, and Lee Dong-ha scrambled to figure out what the hell was going on. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things, but immediately, a blinding white light exploded from the monitors, washing everything out. Lee Dong-ha stumbled to his feet, telling himself he must be so exhausted that he was hallucinating. He shuffled along, intending to go to the bathroom to splash some water on his face and wake up. But the moment he left his spot, the computer screens flickered eerily again with dense static covering the entire room. The system officially announced the completion of the objective, survive the attack of the 55 knights. He gasped for breath, exhausted. He muttered in relief, "I believe it's finally over." However, the spirit of the knight still hovered with his glowing sword, a grim reminder of the demons sealed away in the endless hell, the ones who had turned this entire land into the purgatory it was today. The knight implored them, "If you must leave, I beg you to destroy those demons. take the lives of those we could not defeat ourselves. As he finished speaking, a brilliant light exploded. The system officially confirmed. Congratulations. You have cleared the Night Tuantiat's Nam Mincheon B dungeon. Nam Mincheon strode forward, coldly reminding the tyrant. That wasn't the end. We've only just begun. Nam Mincheon secretly calculated, for the plan to succeed, he had to use the demon god descent state, but GAIA's warning echoed in his mind. She had begged him, be careful. Don't let the demon god's power consume your soul. Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth, full of arrogance. He figured GAIA was just overreacting because he was the one who created Crow. He insisted that in the original script, there was never any mention of Crow eating souls or anything of the sort, then decisively urged the team to go kick those demons' asses. Witnessing that bloodthirsty intensity, Rabbit and Oasis could only look at Hasu in confusion, unable to understand what their master was so pissed off about. The group officially entered the Endless Hell. The dungeon had an extremely high danger level, with a recommended level of up to 100. The interior space appeared full of deathly energy, with towering stone pillars and countless skulls piled beneath a layer of eerie red fog. Suddenly, a figure breathing heavily with a surge of blue magic flared up, making Oasis gasp in shock. Oh, Master, is that? Nam Mincheon definitively confirmed it was one of the 3 legendary warriors they had faced before. Standing before the group was the Pope, Chronosa. Now Mincheon immediately noticed something wrong. He thought to himself that this wasn't a phantom like the ones before, but her actual body. Oasis stared in shock at the Pope, who was surrounded by terrifying black mist. Ida and Chronosa painfully admitted they had fallen into the black-faced trap. Even though they had defeated Crow, they had all been hit by his cruel curse. Horrific memories resurfaced. When they regained their senses, the kingdom of Bethalos was already submerged in a sea of flames ignited by their own hands. To prevent the tragedy from continuing, Ida and Chronosa borrowed the goddess's power to seal all 3 of them in this place. The ones who had destroyed Bethalos were none other than these 3 legendary, cursed warriors. Ida and Chronosa wailed in despair. She looked up at the sky and asked the goddess why she had abandoned them, why the holy war and every trial they had endured had now become so meaningless. She screamed frantically, asking what all that sacrifice was even for. Suddenly, she shrieked in pain. Oasis screamed in horror. Pope. From the shadows, a cold voice spoke up with mockery. What a pathetic creature. The black mist began to churn violently. The mysterious figure declared that Iden was nothing more than a doll chained by fate. He asserted that he had appeared here to fight against that fate and break the chains that held them. Oasis tremblingly asked for the identity of the figure who had just appeared. A massive entity in the shape of a knight in pitch-black armor, radiating overwhelming pressure, loomed behind Iden. He declared clearly, I am the ruling knight. I am here to bring you peace. Iden writhed in agony, clutching her head and screaming in despair. Get out of my head. Seeing Nam Mincheon's group, she whispered a plea. You guys over there, please, kill me. Kill all 3 of us. It's the only way to stop Crow. I beg you. However, the ruling knight just laughed arrogantly. It's useless. This world now belongs to the one true god, Lord Crow. He loomed behind the 3 heroes now being consumed by evil energy and commanded, now, kneel and accept the peace I grant you. Witnessing the legendary warriors corrupted, they gasped in shock. Everyone, Men raised his hammer, ready to fight, but Nam Mincheon quickly stopped him. Wait, Nam Mincheon explained calmly. We can't do anything against them at our current level. He gritted his teeth in regret. So this is the end? Do we have to go back to the starting point? Nam Mincheon answered decisively. No. Immediately, he activated the demon god descent state. Vibrant red electricity covered his entire body, full of power. Nam Mincheon stated coldly, I'll handle the rest. Ruling Knight. Nam Mincheon strode forward and provoked him. You want to know who the real god is? Offended, the ruling knight roared, Blasphemer, blasphemer. Who dares to impersonate Lord Crow? Nam Mincheon smirked nonchalantly. Impersonate? I'm the one who created Crow, buddy. I even did the motion capture for some of his moves myself. The knight's rage exploded violently, and he ordered frantically, Rise, my puppets. Bring me the head of that arrogant, mortal fool. Immediately, the figures of the mage Kerr Ellison and the swordsman CM darted forward, aiming straight for Nam Mincheon. Nam Mincheon smirked, filled with arrogance. All right, I guess we have to settle who's the boss first, huh? Instantly, a massive explosion of firepower erupted, engulfing the entire hall in a sea of red flames. Witnessing that destructive power, Rabbit panicked and turned to his teammates. Men, are we not going to do anything? But the tyrant just watched silently and decisively stopped them. No, we'd only get in his way. Nam Mincheon stood in the middle of the circle of fire. He gritted his teeth, tense, as he noticed the anomaly. What kind of system error is this? The ghostly shadow of Crow, the demon god, loomed behind him, sneering. You fool, you've touched power beyond your comprehension. As promised, your soul belongs to me. Nam Mincheon roared in a frenzy. How dare he attack his own creator? The terrifying transformation left Ken, Rabbit, Oasis, and Omen frozen in shock. A devastating slash descended, piercing through the legendary knight's armor in an instant. Watching his master losing control, Oasis trembled and whispered in disbelief. Master, a violent surge of dark energy erupted, confirming this was the true power of a demon king. Nam Mincheon's face was now half covered by a demonic mask, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, a crazed smile on his lips. The knight collapsed, desperately calling out for Crow with his final breath. Amidst the swirling black smoke, the giant figure of the demon god emerged behind Nam Mincheon like a harbinger of darkness. The malevolent entity whispered wickedly, "You've returned." At the company, Lee Dong-ha went to the director's office, but only the secretary was there working. When he hesitantly asked if the director was in, the secretary said he had left for a business trip to the U.S. branch with the other executives since yesterday. Stunned, Lee Dong-ha asked when he would return. The secretary replied casually that the trip was expected to last a full 4 weeks. Meanwhile, on a sun-drenched golf course, Eun Ha-soo swung his club for a perfect shot. Receiving praise from his colleagues for his improved skills, he smugly claimed that golf depends on one's mindset. Eun Ha-soo laughed in deep satisfaction, confessing that he was incredibly excited because of the company's recent record-breaking revenue. At the office cafe, Song Shin-ji shrieked in surprise upon hearing the director would be away for a whole month. Ignoring Lee Dong-ha's request to keep quiet, she sarcastically remarked that no one believed that business trip excuse, as he was surely spending all his time playing golf. Seong Shin-ji curiously pressed Lee Dong-ha on why he was looking for the director right now, leaving him silent with a troubled expression. Lee Dong-ha contemplatively asked Seong Shin-ji if she thought anyone knew how to lie. He revealed that while checking the game's growth balance, he had discovered an abnormal growth data entry in the system logs. Lee Dong-ha tried using his GM account to inspect that account, but even his top-level administrative access was denied. Finally, he was forced to ask for GAIA's help, but only receive an apology in return. Facing Lee Dong-ha's request to extract the data, GAIA coldly announced that his GM account was not authorized to access this information. Lee Dong-ha retorted, shocked, "What? I'm the team leader. If I can't access it, who can?" Responding to his bewilderment, GAIA stated that only director-level accounts had access. Back in reality, Lee Dong-ha asked Seong Shin-ji, "What is Eun Ha-soo planning?" Seong Shin-ji mused, admitting she thought the same at first, but then she changed her mind. Lee Dong-ha suspiciously asked if Seong Shin-ji actually believed Eun Ha-soo would bother with scheming. She nodded, agreeing that it was clear that the director didn't even know how the game worked, so him blocking information access made no sense. Lee Dong-ha gestured, sweating as he proposed a shocking theory. What if the one pulling the strings isn't Eun Ha-soo, but GAIA? Just then, the system announced that Nam Mincheon's guild had officially cleared the Infinite Hell dungeon. Roking shuddered and asked Omen, "Hey old man, don't you get goosebumps seeing Nam Mincheon use that skill?" The old tyrant sneered, mocking the kid for being too weak and thus afraid. Feeling his pride wounded, Roking yelled, insisting he was much stronger than the old man. Ken approached, admitting that he also found the energy flow a bit strange, but then he firmly stated, "Who cares what that power really is? As long as we can use it, nothing else matters." Nam Mincheon emphasized that thanks to this power, the group had just cleared a dungeon that was supposedly impossible, and they would advance faster than anyone else in the game. He loudly ordered the team to hurry and collect the spoils as legendary equipment glowed all over the hall. Witnessing the treasure before them, Rabbit and Oasis were overjoyed, unable to believe their luck. Aggro King dashed forward, trying to snag everything, which made Omen roar in pursuit, demanding that items be shared fairly based on their classes. Doc quietly observed Nam Mincheon, internally stunned by this power that shouldn't exist. He thought to himself, "You really are an interesting fellow, Nam Mincheon." Meanwhile, Omen was immersed in extreme excitement as he lovingly held his new weapon. He stroked the glowing giant hammer, admiring. "Look at this beauty, the exquisite craftsmanship and these stats. Oh ho 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 ho." Seeing his smug demeanor, King felt annoyed and retorted, "Wow, must be nice. So can you stop showing it off now?" Omen casually dismissed him. He told everyone not to mind the kid who didn't get any loot, then affectionately called his hammer High Die. Roking was so shocked he froze, stuttering in disbelief. "Heidi? What the hell is that?" "You named the hammer." Amid the noise, Ken, sitting with his back against the wall, snapped, telling them all to be quiet so he could rest. But immediately after, he picked up the glowing, transparent sword and whispered, "You agree with me, don't you?" The invisible sword, That doting look reminded people of gamers obsessed with showing off limited skins. Agro King almost went mad. "You named yours too?" Ken casually replied that the name came with the weapon, then told them his invisible was very sensitive, so they should shut their mouths. Roking cried in frustration, thinking his teammates should be at least a little more normal. Seeing this, Rabbit approached to comfort him with a radiant smile. She told him not to be too sad because the next dungeon would surely have good loot for him. But immediately after, she pulled out a glowing deck of cards, the legendary weapon Wraith deck, an exclusive for magicians. Agro King was furious to realize he was being teased again. Just then, Mincheon approached. He gently patted Roking's head, reassuring him not to worry about equipment, as before long, they would all be able to get their hands on the ultimate items. Doc curiously asked about the next dungeon the group would conquer, but Mincheon gave a completely unexpected answer. This time, it's not a dungeon. "We are going to initiate a siege." This announcement left everyone in complete shock. Mincheon explained that after the Season 6 update, all cities on the old map can be captured through siege warfare, and the Dark Faith Temple is also classified as a city. Hearing this, Ken and Omen couldn't help but be suspicious. Ken pressed, "Wait, you want us to attack the Dark Faith Temple? I thought we belonged to the Dark Faith faction." Mincheon smirked sinisterly. "That is exactly what will make things easier for us." He firmly asserted that their next goal was to take over the Dark Temple. Having said that, Mincheon strode forward and roughly pushed the massive stone doors, which let out a dry, screeching sound as he led the group into the majestic hall. As soon as they entered, Commander Tyrio knelt down and respectfully shouted, "Welcome, Demon King." He bowed his head in submission and asked how he could serve his master. Now Mincheon stared straight at Tyrio and gave a definitive order, "Hand over the governance of this temple to me." This statement left the commander stunned. "My king, what are you doing?" Mincheon coldly cut him off. "You heard me clearly." With a sharp, icy gaze, Mincheon loudly declared that this was a coup. Immediately, a glowing system notification appeared, confirming that the Bringers of Darkness Guild had officially declared war on the Dark Faith to seize control of the Dark Temple. Tyrio painfully asked why Mincheon would commit such an act of betrayal after reaching the pinnacle of power within the church. Mincheon smirked arrogantly. He asserted that although he was called the Demon King, in reality, he held no true power beyond a few scattered outposts. "If you want to call me king, you should at least hand over your throne, right?" Faced with Mincheon's ironclad declaration, Tyrio softly exclaimed, "My king." He raised his sword, which was burning with faith-based magic, and loudly warned that excessive greed would bring nothing but destruction. With a roar, Tyrio officially summoned the minions of the Dark Lord to stop the coup. Bursts of purple light exploded throughout the hall, signaling the arrival of a formidable force. A series of dark knights in purple flaming armor stepped out from the void, their footsteps thudding heavily against the stone floor. Witnessing the massive army pouring in, they asked with concern, "Master, can the 7 of us really pull this off?" Mincheon nonchalantly turned his head to reassure her. "Don't be too worried, because these guys are actually easier to handle than the ones we faced before." Immediately, a glowing system notification appeared, officially starting the siege. With a roar of "Wipe them all out," the battle for control of the temple exploded violently. Rabbit rushed in immediately. She deftly threw her wind-tearing magic cards, creating razor-sharp cuts that mowed down enemies in the blink of an eye. With Rabbit's magical card dancing, the enemy's heart just has to hit S. Oh, S. On the other side, Doc continuously threw vials of eerie, glowing green poison. Loud explosions erupted, and a toxic cloud enveloped the Dark Army, causing them to melt and collapse in helplessness. Roking stood high above, confidently drawing his bow and firing a rain of flaming arrows straight into the enemy formation. Amidst the chaos, Oasis raised his staff and shouted, "Summon!" A giant black serpent appeared with a terrifying hiss. It charged in, sweeping away and crushing every obstacle in its path. The battle gradually reached its end as Tyrio collapsed onto the stone floor with arrows buried deep in his back. He looked down at the defeated man with a somber gaze and reassured him, "Don't worry." Mincheon sternly declared a ruthless vow. "I will make this world suffer a fate far worse than anything Crow could have ever brought." A glowing system notification confirmed that the Bringers of Darkness Guild had officially captured the Dark Temple. The group strolled deeper into the majestic hall. Omen excitedly suggested, "So, we've captured the temple. Now, Mincheon, I believe it's time to raise a glass and celebrate our victory." But Mincheon flatly dismissed it. "It's still too early for that. Right now, we're on our way to exploit some game data. Just think of it as taking advantage of a game bug." Omen broke into a cold sweat and asked blankly, "Data? What data?" At this point, only a cold beer is. True love. Hearing about data just makes me dizzy. Mincheon continued to explain. "It's also called unused data. It's data left behind and hidden in the game that isn't actually used. You'll understand as soon as you see it. Come on, follow me. He tapped lightly on the wall and suddenly slid his secret door aside. Both Omen and Oasis gasped in astonishment as the hidden passage appeared. Mincheon urged, "What are you waiting for? Come in, there's a secret passage right here." Seeing the secret cellar, Roking shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, this is so cool. Is this a secret passage just for developers? Amazing." Roking couldn't suppress his curiosity. He yelled, "I'm definitely not missing this chance." He jumped headlong into the pitch-black void ahead without a moment's hesitation, but immediately after, his face turned pale with terror as his body plummeted into an infinite space. He screamed in total panic as he found himself floating in the enveloping dark void. That was a truly literal face plant. What a disaster. Roking. Seeing his teammate flailing, Mincheon calmly asked, "Are you okay?" Roking looked down at the strange space below, a place that looked like gigantic, gray, complex circuit boards and rows of incomplete mechanical structures. He gasped, "What the hell is this? Where in the world are we?" Mincheon hovered behind him with a sinister smirk. He clearly declared, "This is the backstage area of this game." On Beherlo's beach, a giant lizard monster was roaring madly, cornering a group of players. A mage cried out in panic as they ran out of mana potions. While the team kept trying to encourage Noon Ha-Su, they were just moments away from taking it down. But at the very moment hope flickered, an arrow cut through the wind and struck a member straight in the head, causing them to die instantly. The group was stunned and bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when three murderous silhouettes appeared on the high cliff. They were the outlaws. The red-haired leader smirked mockingly. "Who gave you permission to hunt the boss?" Without letting them react, he ordered his men to wipe out the entire group of players. The minions in red cloaks charged down like ghosts. Screams of agony echoed across the beach as one player after another was taken down by the blades of the villains. On the forums, the player community is erupting in fury over the rampant behavior of the villains. They are cursing the game's imbalance and desperately questioning the disappearance of the Free Night Alliance. Amidst the sarcastic taunts from the pay-to-win fans, a shocking piece of news is shared. Champion Aaron is gathering all the major guild leaders to form the greatest alliance in history. Immediately, a live stream by Ken from WinParigi TV attracts millions of viewers, with the title questioning if the future of Behelos hangs in the balance. The drama is intense. The whole server is watching to see if Aaron can prove his strength and see if those villains dare to act up again. The female reporter excitedly announces that she is at the second occupation point, known as Opportunity Hill, which has just been taken over by the Free Night Alliance. The atmosphere here is heating up by the minute as major forces begin to assemble. The reporter tries to zoom in her camera as much as possible so the audience can see the high-profile figures appearing. One of them is Captain Dre, leader of the undefeated fleet. The list of big shots continues to grow with the appearance of mercenary director GAIA and Princess Engineer, the guild master of the National Engineering Student Alliance. Even the reserve forces have arrived, causing the online community to mockingly suggest they should change their name to the Dad's Patrol Team instead. Looking around the command tent, Aaron determines that most of the important people have gathered. Although a few are still missing, he decides not to wait any longer and starts the meeting immediately. A player dressed as a guard thinks to himself that professional gamers should just worry about streaming and advertising the game instead of trying to intervene deeply in what is happening inside this world. Why are these internet police acting so tough? Aaron looks directly at the leaders and declares clearly, "I don't want to beat around the bush anymore. I have a proposal for all of you. Let's form an alliance. It's time to bring peace to Wing Online." In response to that call, Captain Dre suddenly speaks up. "There is one thing I want to ask you, Champion Aaron." Upon receiving consent, Dre speaks in a low voice, asking a cryptic question. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Who will guard the guards?'" The captain just dropped a philosophical bomb that left the whole room dead silent because it was so deep. Aaron awkwardly admits he doesn't know that quote, and Dre explains it's a line from a poem by the Roman poet Juvenal. The captain continues to analyze. "You want to eliminate the outlaws. So do I. You want to join forces to do that. That's great. You want the strongest guilds on the server to form an alliance. That's even better." However, Dre suddenly pivots to the core issue. But what happens after that? Suppose we drive away the outlaws. Do you think we can disband the alliance peacefully? Or if we can't completely destroy them, how long do you want this alliance to last? Dre presses on, asking if Aaron wants to hold all that power until the game shuts down. He argues that a person appoints a guard to protect themselves, granting that person power and authority. But the problem is, who will watch the watcher? Dre emphasizes that everyone here has enough power to overturn the entire server, but the reason they haven't been corrupted is that everyone is currently keeping each other in check. The captain asserts that the moment they join forces is the exact moment that balance is broken, and absolute power will surely lead to absolute corruption. Dre points a finger directly at Aaron's face and roars firmly. So I want to know what you are really thinking. Admit it, Champion Aaron, the thing you really want is to take total control of this server. Captain Dre declares loudly that if they all join forces, there's no reason they couldn't do it. We could control the entire server and make a fortune by taxing all the other players. He enthusiastically paints a picture of holding the dungeons and monopolizing the mineral mines, achieving what the Union failed to do in the past, ruling the whole world. Dre looks at Aaron with expectation and concludes, if you are honest about your ambition, then I, Captain Dre, and my undefeated fleet will be more than willing to support you. Dre presses for confirmation. So what do you think, Champion Aaron? Will you rule the world with us? Aaron silently bows his head, his hair covering his eyes, and then firmly replies, I must refuse, Captain. The unexpected answer leaves Dre stunned, unable to believe his ears. Aaron calmly explains that he gathered everyone here not to discuss taking control of the server or fighting for power. He simply wants to eliminate the outlaws who are terrorizing the game and get everything back on its proper track. Dre smirks sarcastically, thinking those words sound like a fairy tale. He turns his back and poses a hypothetical. Fine, let's say we form an alliance and wipe out those outlaw guilds. Then what? Will the Free Knights still continue to control all the occupation points as they do now and maintain a tax rate of a measly 1%? Dre suddenly turns back, roaring with rage, claiming that everyone here is capable of managing a point, and he is not about to give up that power just to join an alliance. Dre loudly demands fair compensation, and Aaron immediately assures him he will get it. Dre suspiciously asks if Aaron intends to raise taxes to split the profits, but Aaron immediately rejects that, saying doing so would be no different than robbing other players. He asserts that doing so would corrupt the alliance and make them fight only for personal gain. Aaron starts breaking into a cold sweat under the heavy pressure. Meanwhile, Dre furiously slams the table. He shouts in extreme anger, claiming that Aaron is asking for help just out of kindness and demands to know if Aaron thinks this game is a joke. Dre also reveals the fact that the monetary value in Wind is now on par with real money in the real world. Aaron clenches his fists, firmly stating that the tax rate will remain at 1% unless there is a consensus from all players. Captain Dre asks pragmatically, then where will our benefits come from? Aaron breaks out in a cold sweat from the tension. He awkwardly promises to find a way to solve it, even offering to pay out of his own pocket if necessary. Dre smirks, mocking him, asking why he would sacrifice that much. Aaron looks straight at his opponent and declares clearly, because I am a professional gamer of Wing Online, and I can only hold on to that title when there are other people playing this game. Is Aaron planning to support the whole server or what? That sounds so naive. Aaron continues to share his deep love for this virtual world, which turned his dreams into reality and gave him a reason to live. But the outlaws are wreaking havoc on everything. They're crazily killing players, hogging dungeons, and looting mineral deposits. Aaron asked if everyone wanted to just stand by and watch them run wild forever. Seeing the worsening situation for the average players, he displayed unwavering resolve, vowing to protect them at all costs, no matter the sacrifice. His moving speech left the crowd stunned by his righteousness. Turning to face Dre directly, Aaron spoke firmly. Captain Dre, if you want to take control of this server, then become a villain guild and join the outlaws. Then we'll meet Unha-Su on the battlefield. His steel-hard declaration left the other guild leaders in stunned silence. Suddenly, Dre burst into wild laughter. Ha. Dre laughed maniacally, then suddenly fixed a cold, deep gaze on Aaron. He reached out his hand and announced clearly, I'll help you. Dre asserted he wouldn't ask for any compensation, power, or funding from Aaron. Dre smirked with satisfaction and concluded, I love this game too, because it's honestly so much fun. A firm handshake sealed the deal, marking the start of a promising alliance. Captain Dre stared at Aaron with a chilling look and growled, I hope you're telling the truth and that you won't change your mind. Facing that pressure, Aaron remained calm and steady. Shortly after, Dre announced to all the guild leaders that the Invincible fleet would be joining the alliance. As they both walked out of the command tent, Haken couldn't help but exclaim, who would have thought Aaron was actually doing this with good intentions? I'm genuinely shocked. I'm totally floored by how smoothly Aaron is playing the hero. Dre immediately dismissed it with a grim look. No, that's not it. He's hiding some sinister motive. Dre narrowed his eyes in suspicion, thinking he couldn't predict when Aaron would show his true colors. He turned and ordered his subordinate, Haken, to gather strike units 2 through 4 immediately. Haken asked in surprise, what? Even Unit 4. Dre confirmed it and demanded everyone switch all settings to PvP mode. He flashed a cruel smile and declared, it's been a while since we went monster hunting. Now we're going to hunt people. Meanwhile, in the gray, unfinished backstage area, all right everyone, this is the final boss of the game. Or pretty close to it, say hello. Ken was shocked to recognize the familiar figure and shouted, Crow, Mincheon nonchalantly explained that this was how he liked to design games, always starting with the ending and the final boss first. Mincheon's game design is so absurd. He made the final boss from day one. Mincheon emphasized that creators need to know where the story is heading if they want to keep it on track. In other words, this guy had been here since Season 1 as dummy data. I just hit him somewhere near the temple. Mincheon mused, recalling when he first created Crow. He thought the game would only last about 7 seasons and never expected it to be this popular. So, Crow's stats were set to be the final boss of Season 7. This meant the item drop list from him was all tier 1 to 10 gear. Ken and Doc realized this was why they could upgrade their equipment to the ultimate level. Mincheon looked toward the giant entity and announced clearly, "Alright, my test dummy who almost became the final boss, Crow, let's not waste another second." He swung his sword and charged, attacking relentlessly, roaring, "Cough up the loot." Watching Mincheon crazily pounding the boss like a butcher, Ken was left frozen in shock. Mincheon turned and shouted to urge his teammates, "What are you waiting for? Attack him. If we keep this up, we'll be here all day." After being beaten to a pulp by the whole group, the crow puppet finally shattered into pieces. The group was exhausted. Mincheon was gasping for air in his exhaustion, while Oasis and Rabbit were wiped out from overexertion. Wiping sweat from his brow, Mincheon grumbled with regret. "Man, if I knew this, I would have set his HP a little lower." Doc sluggishly walked over to the pile of scrap, excitedly suggesting, "Let's see what he dropped." A legendary item info box glowed into view. Demon King's Scheme, a tier 1 to 10 weapon with insanely high power stats. Doc's eyes widened in horror as he read the attributes. Whoa, what? Guaranteed critical hit? For real. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the item also possessed a level 5 area of effect bonus whenever a critical hit landed, increasing attack range by up to 50%. This item is game-breaking. Anyone wielding this would totally outclass the whole server. Doc tremblingly cherished the ultimate weapon. He daydreamed about using the World Crusher skill with this thing, but Mincheon nonchalantly explained he had originally designed these items for players to use in Season 7, so it was only natural they were overpowered. He emphasized that grinding here not only provided top-tier gear but also rewarded the team with a massive amount of EXP. Since this was only a test dummy, the respawn time was only 15 minutes. Mincheon coldly announced it would take a few more days for them to reach the maximum level and adjust their gear sets as desired. Hearing they had to grind for a few more days in this hellhole, Oasis just screamed in despair. Despite the opposition, Mincheon firmly raised his glowing sword and encouraged them. Almost there. This is the final sprint. This sprint felt a bit strange, making their hearts want to quit from the stress of the deadline. A race against time officially began right in the game's backstage area. Rabbit continuously unleashed glowing magic cards while Doc kept throwing poison vials at the target. They took turns attacking, resting, then diving back into the relentless grinding loop. The crow puppet was shattered and revived again and again under the Villain Guild's massive firepower. After all their intense efforts, a brilliant achievement notification finally popped up. Congratulations, you have reached level 100. Oasis and Rabbit hugged Yunhasu in sheer joy, while our king had completely collapsed from exhaustion. Looking at his own black armored hands, Mincheon whispered, "Finally." He smirked with a sinister smile and declared, "We're all ready to become true villains now." With eyes burning with malice, Mincheon confirmed their final goal. "From now on, we will destroy Win Online and everything else in this world." Just level up a bit and already talking about destroying the world. Mincheon returned to the dark cult outpost in the lower city. As soon as they saw his figure approaching, the managers, "I humbly bow and welcome your return, Dark Lord." They reported that the army construction was complete as ordered and invited him to inspect the results. Mincheon replied nonchalantly, "Fine, let's see what you've got." The first unit to appear was a large goblin scout troop, including wolf knights, mages, shield guards, and dozens of archers and spearmen. Next was the powerful orc raid course, led by 2 orc generals along with elite infantry lieutenants and archers. Finally, the death-defying skeleton army, featuring a death knight, lich archmages, and dozens of skeleton soldiers. Looking at the formidable force, Mincheon gave a slight nod. Not bad. But to his surprise, the managers revealed they had also recruited 3 incredibly rare special soldiers. First is Harag, an ice goblin archer with piercing eyes. Next is Sku, a strong infantry lieutenant with impressive muscular power. And finally, Darren, a dark knight with an overwhelming aura that left Mincheon stunned. Mincheon immediately checked his stats and was shocked to see Darren was level 85 with an extremely rare epic grade. This wasn't just a high-level warrior. He was a true commander, the leader of the legendary mercenary group Jaybreakers with a series of overpowered skills like Holy Resistance and the ability to resurrect skeleton soldiers under his command. Nam Mincheon gave a firm order. Darren, you will be responsible for commanding these 3 units. The Dark Knight immediately knelt, his blue cloak fluttering. I am honored, my lord. To have such a rare find, it would be a waste not to flex it. Truly, he was blessed. To the question of whether he wanted to march his army to conquer enemy territory immediately, Mincheon calmly refused. He asserted that he would be the one to lead them personally in the near future. But for now, everyone was to hold their position. Just then, a communication window popped up with a call from Akasa. Hey boss, are you okay? Nam Mincheon looked at the screen as the scene shifted to a dark room where Akasa was pulling at his ears in frustration. The merchant stammered, Boss, I'm preparing to close my business. Akasa revealed he had converted all his items into gold and even converted half of that gold into cash. Nam Mincheon asked in surprise, What's this about? Are you in urgent need of money in real life, or are you calling to collect a debt from me? Akasa quickly denied it, his face showing obvious anxiety as he revealed the real reason. No, it's not like that. I just realized that the price of gold in Win Online is about to plummet. The economic expert is jumping ship this fast, the game must be dying. Nam Mincheon smirked sinisterly. Haha, just as I predicted. Hearing Akasa worry about the disastrous drop in gold prices, Nam Mincheon asked nonchalantly, It's going to crash, huh? Akasa was sweating profusely. He explained that while prices had fluctuated in the past, they had never fallen continuously and severely like they were now. According to Akasa, the release of a series of new pay-to-win items had caused gold trading for cash to drop sharply. He complained that people had poured their entire life savings into the game, and his friends had all quit entirely for fear of losing everything. Nam Mincheon stared at Akasa and probed, What about you? No change needed. Follows previous line. Akasa, are you planning to quit too? Akasa admitted he had dumped most of his gold and items, but he was still holding on to one thing, the enhancement stones. Akasa clutched his head in misery, confessing that the pile of stones was almost all he had left in the game. He had exhausted his capital to buy them up, according to Nam Mincheon's advice. Previously, Akasa noticed the price of enhancement stones rising bit by bit as predicted, but he still couldn't hide his unease. Nam Mincheon smirked, pouring cold water on him by stating that no matter how valuable those stones were, they would mean nothing if the value of Win Gold hit rock bottom in reality. Akasa panicked completely, frantically asking if the gold price would drop even further, and if he should sell everything to cut his losses and run right now. Nam Mincheon coldly remarked that if Akasa truly thought this was a losing game, he would have left without looking back a long time ago. Looking at Akasa, panicking with the unstable mentality of crypto traders, Nam Mincheon asserted that Akasa was still holding on because his instincts told him something big was about to happen. He analyzed that one wrong step now could cost Akasa everything, and he might never be able to do business again. But conversely, this could also be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his life. Akasa, I can give you the advice you're looking for, Mincheon said firmly, noting that this advice wasn't free because he also wanted something from him. Nam Mincheon smiled sinisterly and made his request. I want you to join my team. Akasa froze in shock, stammering, asking how a lowly merchant like him could be of any help. Nam Mincheon looked deep into his eyes and declared clearly, You will be our supplier. He revealed that he was about to carry out an extremely large plan and would need a massive amount of supplies to make it a reality. He told Akasa that all he needed to do was find the things he requested. Immediately, a glowing system notification appeared. The Guild Bringer of Darkness has invited Akasa to join. The scene immediately shifted to Iron Master, a small city on the northern border added in Season 2. Because iron ore was the main ingredient for crafting weapons, this place was once constantly in a state of supply not meeting demand. Thus, a city specializing in iron mining was created, and by Season 5, it was still extremely bustling, rivaling other major cities. But now, the fires in the forges had gone out and the anvils had long since grown cold. The warmth that once helped ward off the northern cold had now vanished without a trace, and the sounds of merchants or miners were no longer heard. Everyone had left for the new continent, Blows. Now, the only ones remaining in this city were those with levels too low or those too afraid to leave the life they had spent years building. One of them was Timo. Timo was quietly forging a glowing sword. He thought to himself that he was one of those cowards who didn't dare to leave. The sound of the hammer hitting the anvil rang out hollowly. Timo sighed in dejection. Good grief, he wondered. If everyone rushed to the new continent to craft moonstone items, who would ever care about iron items anymore? Timo gritted his teeth in resentment. Damn you, Nam Mincheon. He didn't understand what Nam Mincheon was thinking when he released this update. And did he want people who relied on iron ore like them to slowly wither away? Timo was bitter about suddenly becoming obsolete in the update. Suddenly, a heavy bag dropped onto the table, startling him. A guy with bright golden hair appeared with a wide smile. "Why do you look so gloomy, Timo?" "Heh." Timothy chuckled as he recognized a familiar face. Yusun remarked that Timothy looked gloomy without any work, a far cry from the happy expression he used to have when forging. He held out a bag of iron ore and advised Timothy to use it to craft something. But Timothy just gave a bitter laugh, saying there was no one left to place orders. Timothy curiously asked why Yusun didn't go mine moonstone like everyone else, and Yusun admitted he wasn't a high enough level and was afraid of the fierce competition there. Yusun nonchalantly shouldered his pickaxe and revealed he was planning to go grind for gear in a different place in another game. Timothy yelled in shock, "You're quitting the game." Just when he saw a glimmer of hope, his best friend wanted to jump ship. It was truly heartbreaking. Yusun slowly revealed he was going to grind for equipment in another game, thinking he would make more money there. He had only stopped by to say goodbye to the blacksmiths, but ironically, they were the only two left here now. Timothy sadly wished Yusun good luck on his journey, hoping the new world would be worth his friend's efforts. When Yusun suggested they keep in touch by messaging occasionally, Timothy laughed and reminded him that they didn't even speak the same language, and if they left the Wind's perfect translation system, they would really struggle to talk in English, leaving Yusun to sheepishly scratch his head. Suddenly, intense tremors shook the entire room, leaving them both stunned. Yusun anxiously asked about the strange noise, but Timothy couldn't provide an answer either. As he looked toward the door, Timothy's eyes widened in horror at the terrifying sight. A massive army of orcs was rushing forward frantically like a whirlwind. Yusun stammered, asking if this was a new event or if a monster raid was taking place. The orc army's landing was so intense, it looked like they were filming The Lord of the Rings. Just then, a giant shadow suddenly descended from the sky right in front of them, sending both Timothy and Yusun flying back in shock. From within the dust, Omen's arrogant laugh rang out, full of excitement. He loudly declared that no one could defeat this king in a race of speed. Omen landed with a scorched thud, leaving everyone frozen for 5 seconds. Omen, with a face full of murderous intent, stated that this was the true face of war, where the king must lead and the war horses follow. Faced with terror and Yusun's question about his identity, the tyrant loudly declared he was the invader who had come to flatten their home. Not giving his opponents a chance to react, Omen swung his glowing giant hammer and unleashed his ultimate technique to crush the world, delivering a fatal blow that turned all the surrounding structures into flat land. Timothy was thrown high into the air amidst the rubble. He looked at his ruined career with utter despair, wondering what he had been wasting his time on all this time. Below, Omen stood tall on the ruins, laughing manically in pure excitement. He felt his blood boiling and his heart pounding in his chest, affirming that this was the reason he was born and the thing he had always lived for. Scene shift. Mincheon suddenly ordered Akasa to sell all of his enhancement stones immediately. Akasa was startled and stuttered. "What?" Mincheon explained that he would still make a profit anyway, so he should sell them quickly to collect a large amount of gold. He spoke in a low voice, telling him to use that gold to buy daily necessities. Akasa asked blankly, "Necessities?" Mincheon decisively listed them. Yes, health potions, teleport stones, return scrolls, arrows, and even food for mounts. Cheap things, but indispensable for daily grinding. Was Mincheon playing a speculation game, trying to become the server's king of general stores? Stockpile a lot of them. Akasa tilted his head in suspicion. But why those things? Mincheon smirked and revealed his crazy plan. "Once I destroy this world, essential items like that will be exactly what players are desperate for, and then their prices will skyrocket to the clouds." He looked straight at Akasa and affirmed, "You've already made a fortune from the enhancement stones because of me, right? Trust me this time too." Akasa could only remain silent with beads of sweat on his face. Mincheon said firmly, "All right, that's the info. Now, do you want to carry out the first supply mission?" Akasa asked awkwardly, "But supplies? Boss, what do you want me to buy?" Mincheon's answer left him stunned. Iron ore. Mincheon revealed he had used the gold borrowed from Akasa to pre-purchase 200,000 units, but there was still some on the market. He ordered, "I want you to buy up all the remaining iron ore at the trading post. We are going to completely exhaust this market." Akasa asked in a panic, "What, boss? What are you going to do with all that ore?" Mincheon was planning to corner the entire ore market. This move was truly a ruthless way to hoard goods. Mincheon wore a sinister smile. "You want to know why?" He turned his back and walked away, instructing, "The guild is having a meeting soon. You should go there too. I'll show you what my guild is capable of." Instantly, the scene shifted to Iron Master City, now sinking into a sea of fire and earth-shattering explosions. Standing before the desolate ruins, Akasa witnessed the destructive power of the 7 of them. The orc army stomped heavily on the stone tiles. At the same time, the sound of Omen's hammer came down, creating terrifying impacts that crushed everything. People ran around in panic. They couldn't understand what kind of hellish event was taking place. Amidst the chaos, Timothy screamed, asking about the defensive lines, and ordered the remaining blacksmiths to hurry up and start crafting weapons to stop this brutal raid. Timothy urged them to call for reinforcements from other cities, while the NPC soldiers were trying to buy time. But Yusun collapsed on the ground, desperately announcing that it was now useless. He said, choked with emotion, that there was no one left to save them because all the players had flocked to the new continent to chase after immediate gains. Timothy yelled furiously. He didn't care how low their levels were. As long as someone came to help, it would be enough. But before he could finish his sentence, a surprise attack from behind struck him directly. Life really isn't a dream. Just as he tried to play the hero, he was cut down. Timothy fell in pain as a giant orc pierced through his body. His heart-wrenching scream echoed amidst the ruins of Iron Master. At the central teleport gate, the survivors were still screaming in anger and despair. They couldn't understand why the base was being attacked so violently while the teleport gate remained silent, without a single player appearing to rescue the city. A blindfolded player coldly poured cold water on their last bit of hope. He stated that no one cared about this place anymore. While everyone was busy fighting over capture points in Bethelos for the lucrative rewards, Iron Master wasn't even considered a major city anymore. A young player choked up with frustration. This place used to be the heart of a glorious iron industry in Win Online, but now it had been cruelly abandoned. He frantically checked the message board, but the GMs remained completely silent as they were busy dealing with trouble on the new continent. Overwhelmed by this injustice, he shouted, intending to toss his weapon aside and quit the game, but his entire body suddenly froze. In the midst of the growing despair, a hooded player suddenly shouted to calm the crowd. "Listen, everyone, we have reinforcements." Some players from a nearby small town had responded. He excitedly announced that they were heading there as fast as they could, causing hope to surge among the people. Huh? Really? Immediately, the teleportation gate began to shake violently, emitting brilliant blue light. 3 players in blue and white outfits stepped out from thin air, bringing a final ray of hope to Iron Master, which was drowning in a sea of flames. The leader of the reinforcement group declared loudly, "We came as soon as we could, and several players over level 75 are on their way too. They will support us immediately." He affirmed that no matter who the invader was, they would all work with Un-Ha-Su to take back Iron Master. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. Wait, it doesn't stop there. Another player rushed over to report more good news. "Everyone, I've contacted some veterans of the city who went to the new continent. They are gathering supplies and will be here within 10 minutes. Even the Alliance, the Free Knights, and the Ivory Tower Mages have confirmed they will send reinforcements to assist immediately." The crowd's hope exploded sky-high. "Thank goodness," one player murmured in extreme relief. But just as their faith was at its peak, a cold voice unexpectedly threw a bucket of cold water on them. "Sorry to break it to you, Song Shin-ji, but they aren't coming." Before the crowd could even process this, a massive wave of blue energy suddenly descended from above with terrifying speed. A shocking explosion erupted right at the teleportation gate, blasting everyone around away and crushing the hope that had just been kindled into ruins. The survivors stared in shock at the debris, unable to believe their eyes. What the hell is this? Can the teleportation gate even be destroyed? Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a figure sitting nonchalantly on a high wall let out an arrogant laugh. "Ha ha, hello there, noobs. How does it feel to have your hope extinguished?" The crowd below was stunned to realize who had struck. They trembled in utter horror. "It can't be." Roking sat perched on the wall, lifting a hand to his lips to signal for silence with an arrogant smirk. He looked down at the furious crowd below, feeling disappointed that they didn't ask, "Who are you?" according to his script. Instead, the players could only scream in anger. "Roking, you bastard. Why would you do this? Do you have some grudge against Iron Master?" He sighed in boredom. "Can't you people just say the right lines?" Roking leisurely loaded his crossbow, preparing for another crazy performance. An arrow tore through the wind and struck a knight square in the head, killing him instantly. Roking decided to answer for them. "You want to know that badly? Then I'll tell you." He leaped down, striking a dramatic pose amidst a brilliant stream of light, and loudly declared that his goal was to destroy the world and shatter this peace. Then, with a playful wink, Roking officially accepted the role of the most clueless villain in the universe. Witnessing such a ridiculous scene, a blindfolded player was left speechless and stunned. Roking stood on top of a high tower, muttering as he checked the camera angle to see if he had captured a full shot of the city being destroyed. He even shamelessly asked the crowd below if he could redo the entrance scene to get the perfect footage. Unable to endure this narcissism any longer, a player roared, "Shut up and die, you narcissist," and unleashed a brilliant blue blast of magic, blowing Roking off his perch. Falling freely through the air, Roking still calmly told himself he would film and edit it later. He immediately turned the tables, activating his fireworks arrow rain skill. Flaming rays of light fired continuously from his crossbow, targeting the crowd below. A series of system notifications popped up rapidly. The first kills, a double kill. A triple kill player after player fell under the ruthless rain of arrows, from ironclad knights to skilled mercenaries. Notifications for Drapen, Queen Tapoken, and Sexoken flashed brilliantly on the screen. Roking laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with the true nature of a bloodthirsty killer. The system continuously issued praises. Roking is dominating the battlefield. Roking, the ruler of the battlefield. On the southern outskirts of Iron Master, a mournful atmosphere covered the area as Timothy struggled to help a heavily wounded comrade escape the rubble. The comrade kept coughing up blood, his steps stumbling in agony. Timothy tried to encourage him. Hang on a little longer. We're almost at the temple. Everyone who has died will be there. Hearing that, the red-haired guy wheezed and asked if they would rendezvous there, and Timothy confirmed that it was the place where he could remove the bleeding effect draining his life. Looking at the devastating scene around them, Timothy silently wondered in outrage. How could this happen? He couldn't help but suspect whether the NPC was truly trying to destroy this city. The comrade was exhausted, his breathing erratic, and suddenly made a desperate suggestion. Let me die. Timothy was stunned. He asked in shock, and the red-haired guy explained that since they were on their way to the temple anyway, dying right here to respawn at the temple would be much faster and simpler. Even though he knew he would suffer debuffs from respawning at the temple, he believed it was the best way to regroup with everyone as soon as possible. Before his body gradually dissolved into particles of light, the red-haired guy tried to flash a determined smile and urged Timothy, hurry up and regroup with the others so we can go destroy those monsters. It's time to show them what the people of Iron Master are made of. He promised to send a message as soon as he respawned and urged Timothy to get there quickly. Timothy nodded silently, then resolutely turned and pushed himself to run at full speed toward the gate of the Iron Master Temple. Upon reaching the temple gate, Timothy was anxious and restless because he still hadn't received a respawn message from his comrade. He slowly pushed open the large doors, which emitted a dry, creaking sound. A terrifying silence enveloped the space inside, making Timothy feel uneasy. It's too quiet, I'd better go inside and check. He cautiously took each step into the main hall, but suddenly froze when he heard eerie buzzing sounds echoing in his ears. Timothy looked around in a daze, wondering, what now? Then, the buzzing of flies caught his attention, a bad omen. Timothy stood there, bewildered by the incessant droning. He thought to himself, I didn't even know this game had flies. Suddenly, a low, guttural voice greeted him, making Timothy jump in surprise. Standing before him, the plague doctor loomed out of the shadows of the temple. The doctor coldly demanded to know what brought Timothy here today. Timothy fumbled his explanation, saying he was looking for a friend who should have respawned here 10 minutes ago. The doctor went silent for a moment before speaking with an ominous tone. I can't say for sure. The doctor lifted a vial filled with a black, bubbling liquid and noted that far too many people had visited this place today. The doctor sarcastically told Timothy to go check for himself. Before Timothy could even process what was happening, he was struck dumb by the sight at his feet. A pile of players' corpses lay scattered before him. The doctor casually lectured him on the game's rules. After respawning at the temple, if you die again before the penalty time is up, you won't be able to use the temple respawn command for 1 hour. Shaking the vial full of black flies, the doctor revealed his mission was to neutralize this temple. The doctor admitted to using the very players who respawned here for countless cruel experiments. Timothy screamed in desperate horror, but the doctor just gave a sinister smirk. He leaned his terrifying face in close and mockingly reassured him that this was just a game, nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, chaos at Iron Master had reached its peak. Players were struggling desperately to hold off the attacks of the Crow Corps. They screamed in despair, asking where the reinforcements were, as they had requested help a long time ago. A warrior, shaken to the core, reported that the teleport gate had been completely destroyed. This news left everyone frozen, unable to believe such a crucial structure could be brought down. In the middle of the enemy encirclement, a young man fought like a madman while demanding to know the fate of the NPC soldiers guarding the fortress. At the northern barracks of Iron Master, a unit of armored knights marched heavily through the white snow. Suddenly, a sharp command rang out, ordering the whole squad to halt. From the distance, Ken sauntered over, casually miscounting the soldiers standing before him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. Ken stopped at 15 and let out a sarcastic remark. Is that all there is? He drew his sword, with a bright red rose on the hilt, from its scabbard, muttering to himself that these small fries weren't even enough to warm him up. The knight commander roared an order to attack, but Ken was faster than all of them. He knocked all 15 armored knights into the air and took them down in a heartbeat. Ken sheathed his sword leisurely, silently marveling at the terrifying power of his new gear. I have to admit, this critical hit rate is amazing. It's 10% higher than my calculations. Absolutely perfect. Simply wonderful. Meanwhile, at the Iron Master's manor, the atmosphere was in utter turmoil. An old attendant panicked and shouted for the Lord to flee. But immediately, a glowing red scepter slammed down onto the Lord's head, knocking him to the ground in agony. Rabbit looked at the dissolving corpse and sneered. I'm sorry. I hope you go to a better place. Oh, wait. Do NPCs respawn? She turned to mock him. Oasis? Ha, ha. Not even sparing your own kind, the AIs? Oasis silently gripped her scepter, her eyes filled with determination. I won't be able to keep up with Master if I can't even kill these NPCs. Oasis admitted that she had now accepted the reality that this was just a game. Rabbit smiled in agreement. She suggested they both just focus on playing the villains well. Rabbit winked mischievously and insisted, because doing that is much more fun. Being a villain is so much fun. The Lord of Iron Master was trembling in absolute fear. He fell to his knees and begged pathetically, Please, let me live. I beg you, take my life's work in exchange for my life. I will hand over command of the fortress to you. Please. Witnessing this cowardice, Rabbit wondered if the NPCs in this region were always like this or if the system had just updated with new personality traits. She approached him and said, mock comfortingly, All right, Lord, get up. We won't hurt you if you hand over control of the city to us. The Lord of Iron Master asked back through his tears, filled with hope. You'll let me live? Rabbit broke into a cunning smile. Of course. And suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the manor wall. Omen loomed in, laughing arrogantly. I finally arrived. The tyrant was burning with killing intent, shouting loudly, Hey, you guys. This is the Lord's manor, right? Where is your commander? Is it you? Rit panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, Omen. We need to ask the boss what to do with him first. The old guy was a total professional at ruining plans, but Omen had been completely consumed by bloodlust. He shoved Rit aside. Back off. All the credit for this battle must be mine, all of it. He raised his weapon to finish off the Lord, but Ken moved as fast as lightning to block that 1,000-pound strike. Ken looked coldly at the old man and asked, What the hell are you doing? Old man, have you lost your mind now that you're back on the battlefield? To steal food from Nam Mincheon's plate like this is just too much. Seeing Ken intervene, Rit breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he intended to protect the Lord until the Master arrived. But Ken flashed a cruel smile, extinguishing her hope. Don't be ridiculous. I'm the one who's going to finish him off personally. Standing from high above, looking down at the city of Iron Master engulfed in a sea of flames, the commander bowed respectfully and reported, I have followed your orders, my lord. I have killed and burned everything in sight. Our invasion was a resounding success. The report on the sweep's results appeared with terrifying numbers. 270 players and 572 NPCs eliminated. Over 600 buildings and key facilities were completely destroyed. For the crime of inciting war without a declaration, Nam Mincheon received a massive penalty, raising his total notoriety points earned that day to over 4.5 million. Looking at the massive number on the dashboard, Nam Mincheon thought to himself, just a few hours ago, I only had 300,000 notoriety points. He stood silently, watching the ruins burn, and whispered to himself, but even this isn't enough. Not if I want to burn this entire world to ash. Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, the Lord of Iron Master was trembling in absolute terror. Ken looked at him coldly and decided, right. Nam Mincheon never said we had to kill this lord, but he also didn't say we had to keep him alive. So, that means we can just finish him off, right? Before any order to dispatch him was given, Ken demanded to finish off the guest. Omen immediately jumped in, brandishing his weapon as he roared, That's right, he told us not to let anyone survive. We have to be fair to everyone we kill. But Bit quickly stepped in to stop them. She argued that this lord had a different kind of value. We just attacked this city without a formal declaration of war. We might need him to officially recognize us as the new rulers of this fortress. Killing him too early could make things messy later on. Omen snapped, furious. Oh, forget it. Let's just ask the guild master. Rit impatiently explained that Oasis had been messaging him repeatedly, but he hadn't replied yet. She urged the old man to be patient for just a little longer. Oasis looked at her message screen, anxious. She whispered a prayer, Master, please, check your messages. Everything here is starting to descend into chaos. Outside, snow continued to fall on the roof of the gloomy mansion. Omen finally lost all his patience. He shouted, I'm done waiting. We have a healer here, right? If we need to, we can just revive him later. I'm killing him. The very moment he prepared to strike, the Duke Master could only clutch his head and weep in despair. Suddenly, Just as Omen was about to swing his hammer to finish off the Lord, he was blocked by strange noises from above. He looked up, stunned, and roared, "Who's there?" From the towering balcony, Rock King appeared dramatically in full, polished attire. He spread his arms wide and declared loudly, "Let me ask all of you, who is the greatest attacker on this server?" He launched into a flowery speech about a name everyone had been craving for so long, then leaned his excited face right into the camera and proclaimed, "The greatest attacker on the server is none other than me." The sheer level of narcissism left the whole group stunned. Omen exploded, shouting to cut off the self-obsession. "Enough! This is nonsense." Ken wasn't about to be outdone. He gritted his teeth and stated firmly, "I don't think so. The one who takes the enemy leader's life will be me." Rock King kept laughing madly, his eyes gleaming. He believed the greatest player was the one who pulled off the most spectacular finale. Amidst the three villains fighting over their prey, Rabbit could only sigh in annoyance at his teammates' noise. Suddenly, a notification bell rang from Oasis's computer. She exclaimed in a panic, "Wait," he replied. Both Ken and Omen turned, stunned, looking up and impatiently asking what Mincheon had said in the message. Oasis trembled, stammering as she read every word in shock. He says, whoever gets to him first has the right to deal with him." The Guildmaster's declaration was like a spark, fueling the greed and determination of all three villains to finish their target. However, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the Lord right before their eyes. The doctor silently placed a finger to his lips, signaling them to stay quiet. "Shh." He looked at the dying Duke Master, whose face was turning purple, and coldly declared, "I will grant you a peaceful departure." The doctor quickly swiped the credit for the whole team. Witnessing the scene, Rock King screamed in outrage, "Have you no shame?" Bit also shuddered, noting that the doctor's action didn't look peaceful at all. Ken and Omen could only click their tongues in regret at having been beaten by the doctor at the last second. Rock King shouted madly about the injustice and demanded that Oasis revive the Lord immediately so he could finish him off personally. Amidst the chaos, a bright system notification appeared, confirming that the Bringer of Darkness Guild had officially captured Iron Master. All guild members were granted comprehensive management rights over the city and all facilities in the area, with an occupation immunity period lasting nearly 30 days. After the fight, Un-Ha-Su and the whole guild became the masters. Watching Iron Master sink into a sea of fire and terrifying explosions, Akasa froze in utter shock. Mincheon suddenly appeared from behind, coldly saying, "You see it now, don't you?" Akasa was terrified by this destructive power. Trembling, Akasa bowed his head and stammered, "My lord, I will do anything you ask." Responding to that submission, Mincheon just gave a slight, sinister smirk. Immediately, news of Iron Master's fall exploded across the forums with countless shocking comments. Players were bewildered to learn that the entire city had been occupied and the iron ore supply completely cut off. Rumors about the return of the four villains made the online community buzz. However, many still mocked them, saying that attacking an abandoned mining town was just a waste of time. Because right now, everyone was rushing to Bethalos to search for moonstones. The server was in an uproar because the iron mine had suddenly vanished. Amidst the storm of public opinion, a link to an important live stream by Aaron was suddenly shared widely. Appearing before the camera, Aaron declared, "We have decided to form an alliance." He stated that the top 12 offensive guilds, excluding the 3 villainous guilds, had agreed to join forces with Un-Ha-Su. Aaron sincerely expressed his gratitude to guild masters like Captain Dre for this difficult decision. A viewer immediately donated and asked about the official name of the new alliance. Aaron asserted that they had gathered only to fight in the name of justice. He explained that the alliance would automatically disband as soon as they wiped out the outlaws. To avoid the emergence of group power and to maintain fairness, they decided not to give it a specific name, simply calling it the Alliance. Aaron loudly issued an ultimatum to all the outlaws in Bethalos. "If you surrender right now, we will remove the bounties on your heads and help you return to being normal players." He unsheathed his sword, eyes burning with murderous intent as he concluded, "But if you do not surrender within the next 3 days, we will use force to stop you." That was all. The moment Aaron's declaration of flashy justice ended, Rock King couldn't help but burst into loud, mocking laughter. "That gave me goosebumps. How could he even say those things? It sounded so righteous." He laughed until his sides hurt. He didn't forget to turn and tease Omen. "Hey, old man, how does it feel to see someone even cheesier than you?" Omen could only stay silent, his facial muscles twitching in anger at the brat's provocation. Seeing Captain Dre's figure flash by on the live stream, the group quietly returned to the tense reality. Standing by the tactical map table, Mincheon said in a low voice that the war between the Alliance and the Outlaws would begin in one day. He asserted that this would be a massive battle, drawing every eye toward Bethalos, and that was the golden opportunity for them to make their move. Rock King eagerly asked, "Hey boss, This time, will we get to fight some truly strong opponents? These backwater towns are getting boring. Responding to his hunger for battle, a sinister smile spread across Nam Mincheon's face. A 3-day countdown, a major shift was coming. Mincheon pointed decisively at his next target. We're starting with Solitera. He analyzed that even though most of the population had moved to the new continent, this city was on an entirely different level compared to Iron Master. With an NPC army 20 times larger and far superior training, Nam Mincheon decided it would be foolish to attack head-on. The plan was to use a monster legion to lure the guards out of the city, then exploit that opening to break inside. Nam Mincheon emphasized, "We're strong, but we're few. If the battle drags on, we'll burn out, and the larger the territory, the harder it is to control. We need to destroy the core facilities and seize the fortress as fast as possible." When asked why he chose Solitera over so many other cities, Nam Mincheon explained that it was the linchpin of the entire operation. It was the only teleportation gate connecting the old and new continents. It linked Solitera directly to the first occupied point on Bethlos. He made it clear that if the gate at either location were destroyed, instant travel between the two continents would become impossible. Players would then be forced to take a ship, which would take an entire hour on the open sea. Mincheon looked at men and asked pointedly, "And what do you think would happen if we cut off the sunrise port of Solitera?" This lockdown would force the entire server to walk. Now Mincheon tapped the map. In that case, the nearest port would be Ukeli Port in the south, but that would take another hour to reach. That means travel time between the two continents would drag on for 2 whole hours. Seeing the shock on Oasis and Roking's faces as they realized the scale of the plan, Nam Mincheon wore a cunning smile and declared clearly, "And 2 hours is more than enough to change the course of history. In those 2 hours, we'll take the capital, Snow White. 2 hours of isolation, and I'll swallow the capital whole." At the second occupied point called Opportunity Hill, Aaron's announcement was being broadcast everywhere. He promised to clear bounties and help the outlaws return to being normal players if they surrendered within the next 3 days. But in response, all he got were Trangdu's mocking laughs. "An alliance? They want us to surrender in 3 days? Ah-ha-ha." He mocked those fools for thinking the villainous faction would just sit still and take it. The only reason they became outlaws was to fight. Trangdu even felt grateful that the enemy had proactively brought the war right to their doorstep. With eyes burning with bloodlust, he shouted orders to his entire army. "All right, my friends, we're going to seize the second point. Opportunity Hill. Burn it all to the ground. Don't leave even a blade of grass behind." Immediately, the ground began to shake violently, signaling a large-scale invasion. The players guarding the fortress were horrified as they realized the situation. "What? The outlaws? The outlaws are attacking." Chaos erupted as the villainous legion flooded in like a tidal wave. Everyone urged On Ha-su to hurry and retreat inside the fortress to find shelter. Screams for reinforcements echoed everywhere in desperation. "Where's the Free Knights Alliance? Where's Aaron?" One player answered in a panic. "He's not online." They frantically tried to contact the Invincible Fleet or the GAIA mercenaries, but received no response at all. A knight screamed in helplessness. How the hell are they planning to fight this war? Right at that moment, Trangdu, the Reaper, unleashed a devastating slash, completely subduing the players below. A warrior gritted his teeth and cursed in frustration. "Trangdu, you cowards!" He was furious that the enemy hadn't even bothered to officially declare war. Trangdu just smirked with contempt. "You want us to declare war? What meaning does that have?" He decisively thrust his sword through the opponent's body and declared clearly, "The weak must die." Trangdu looked at the defeated enemy with a crazed gaze. He asserted that everything was incredibly simple and that it was the ultimate law of this game. Meanwhile, Nam Mincheon sat on his throne in his mansion at Iron Master, giving instructions to Akasa. "All right, Akasa, these are all the items I need you to prepare. You have 2 days." Akasa scratched his head, confused. He followed orders. But why Iron Master? And why are you buying up all the iron ore? Furthermore, why are you burning down the iron production area? Nam Mincheon smirked sinisterly and asked back, "Akasa, what do you think is most necessary for a war?" Akasa hesitated and replied, Money, sir." Nam Mincheon pressed further, "And why do you need money?" the merchant stammered. "Yes, to buy supplies." Nam Mincheon pushed him. "What kind of supplies?" Akasa listed them off: food, weapons, medicine, things like that. Nam Mincheon nodded in confirmation. "Correct, exactly those things. Now, which of those do you think is the easiest to control?" Mincheon explained that food can be found everywhere in this world, and NPCs sell health potions globally. There's no way to control those things. But what about weapons? Akasa hurriedly countered that weapons level 90 and above require moonstones to craft. Nam Mincheon corrected him coldly. "Weapons don't just mean gear. Ballistas, siege weapons." Nam Mincheon affirmed that iron ore was the material to craft all those consumable weapons. Guilds might have enough stockpiled for a while, but after just a few battles, that supply will be wiped out completely. When that happens, every guild except ours will be paralyzed in combat. He looked straight at Akasa and finalized. That is why I've bought up all the iron ore and taken over Iron Master. Akasa was stunned, horrified by his master's terrifying vision. Suddenly, Asis rushed in and shouted, "Master, I think you need to see this right now." An emergency broadcast suddenly exploded onto the screen. The outlaws have captured the second control point, Opportunity Hill. They mercilessly took advantage of the early morning hours when the Alliance members hadn't even logged in yet to strike. Even though some players are online now, the numbers are too few to turn the tide, and most importantly, Leader Aaron is nowhere to be seen. Watching this through the surveillance monitor, Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth in tension. Damn it, this is not good at all. This is happening way earlier than I anticipated. Nam Mincheon analyzed to himself. If the outlaws take the second point, Aaron's reputation and leadership will be called into question, causing the Alliance to completely lose their ability to participate in the war. This will cause my plan to. Most importantly, there was still no sign of the leader, Aaron. Watching the scene through the surveillance monitor, Nam Mincheon gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure. Damn it, this is bad. This is happening way earlier than I expected. Nam Mincheon silently analyzed that if the outlaws managed to capture the second point, Aaron's reputation and leadership would be called into question, effectively stripping the Alliance of their ability to fight back. This would ruin the plans of. It would be much harder if they had to waste effort retaking their chances. Nam Mincheon needs a prolonged war as a stepping stone for a bigger plan, because if the war becomes too routine, it will lose the impact of a special event. The Alliance and those outlaws must go all out in this war so that their clash becomes as epic and flashy as possible. If you want to see a good performance, the stage props have to be right. His ultimate goal is to create a spectacle big enough to grab the world's attention, making all the remaining players on the old continent flock to Bephalos. Only then will the golden opportunity to capture Solatera truly emerge. Looking at the data screen, Nam Mincheon makes a decisive choice. Looks like I have no other choice, I'll be back soon. Nam Mincheon silently steps into the teleport gate. If there is an imbalance of power, the developer's duty is to rebalance it. It's time for the developer to step in and tweak the game. On the Bephalos battlefield, a player is being bombarded so relentlessly that they have no chance to resist and are sent flying back in pain. The bald villain approaches with a sinister smile, intending to finish off his prey. But suddenly, Princess Engineer, guild leader of the National Engineering Student Alliance, appears, hitting the villain on the head with her hammer. The player who was saved just breathes a sigh of relief and gratitude. Whoosh! Thank you, Captain. A rain of arrows pours down from the sky as if to crush everything. The players on the side of Justice scream in pain as sharp arrows pierce their bodies. Standing in the middle of the barrage, Princess Engineer grits her teeth, tense. She tells herself that while she can handle melee attacks, she is completely helpless against long-range assaults from the villain's legion. Lightning begins to rumble in the gloomy sky, a bad omen. On the other side of the battlefield, Trang Du smiles sinisterly and loudly commands his entire army. All right, almost done. Focus all fire to shatter the gate immediately. Right after, the archers are ordered to ready their bows. The villain's archers simultaneously aim straight at their targets with intense bloodlust. Looks like Trang Du is playing the numbers game. An archer wearing a red scarf suddenly freezes when he feels a terrifying pressure right behind him. Before he can react, a giant shadow hand emerges from thin air and grabs him. Meanwhile, at the fortress gate, a fierce clash erupts. Trang Du swings his sword to block Princess Engineer's attack and greets her sarcastically. Long time no see, Princess. She grits her teeth in fury and retorts, Trang Du, I knew you'd pull this cowardly stunt, you coward. Trang Du coldly advises her to give up because she can't do anything without Aaron's support. Princess Engineer rages, swings her hammer, and shouts, get lost. You smell like trash. Trang Du nimbly dodges and mocks her aggression, though deep down he wonders how she knew he didn't bathe last night. It's hilarious that he feels like she's right even though he's being cursed at. Suddenly, a henchman runs over in a panic to report bad news. Trang Du, all our long-range units are disappearing. Both archers and mages have gone missing. Trang Du is shocked, unable to believe such an absurd thing could happen right in the middle of a battle. The archer from before is now hanging upside down, gripped by a giant dark hand in utter despair. From within the pitch-black smoke, an entity in pitch-black armor with glowing red eyes and overwhelming evil energy emerges. The sound of weapons clashing loudly echoes throughout the fiercely burning gate. Noticing that the enemy's long-range fire has suddenly gone silent, Princess Engineer cheers. The long-range attacks have stopped. That means we can push through. She loudly orders her soldiers, don't back down, protect the gate. Immediately, she swings her giant hammer and charges into the battle with a do-or-die spirit. On the other side, Trang Du remains confident, smirking and insisting that even without archer support, victory is still within reach. He roars with excitement. The capture point is right there. Everyone, attack. In the middle of the brutal melee, Trang Du moves as fast as a ghost. He constantly performs artful dodges to avoid incoming attacks. Faced with the opponent's terrifying mobility, Princess Engineer is shocked to realize she has left a fatal opening behind her back. She was swinging her hammer too aggressively, forgetting to defend. Trang Du smiles sinisterly and taunts her. "Want to play, princess?" Even though she yells in fury that this is payback, Trang Du is one step faster. A brutal thrust pierces her armor, leaving Princess Engineer heavily wounded and collapsing in helplessness. He raises his spear high, coldly, delivering the final blow. Goodbye. Suddenly, Captain Drake appears with a smoking gun barrel, coldly ordering, "Stop while you still can." Trang Du almost got taken out, but luckily someone saved him. Caught off guard by the strike, Trang Du gasps in pain. He grits his teeth, realizing the intruder is Drake. The captain loudly announces the presence of his invincible fleet, along with the reserve force and GAIA's mercenaries, who have all arrived to support them. The shouts of they're here," echo across the battlefield like a thunderclap, reigniting hope for those in despair. Just as the tide turns, Aaron slowly walks up. He reaches out his hand and smiles slightly. "Song Shinji, sorry we're late." Aaron takes Princess Engineer's hand and pulls her up. Before the entire alliance, Aaron loudly declares, "Even when facing an overwhelming enemy force, our legion protected the stronghold to the very last second. And now, it's time to show those outlaws our true power." The cheers of Aaron thunder across the battlefield in the extreme excitement of the righteous side. On the other side of the line, Trang Du is having his wounds treated by a henchman, his face filled with frustration. The underling reports nervously, "Damn it, all their forces have gathered here. Boss, what should we do? Should we call for reinforcements? They're waiting for orders at the base, just say the word." Trang Du ponders for a moment before making a firm decision. "No, we're retreating. This was supposed to be a 20-part and of AEP surprise attack to take this place before they could gather their forces. But right now, we can't beat them. Let's pull back." Seeing the tide is against them, the boss immediately orders a retreat. Trang Du grits his teeth in resentment, cursing to himself if it weren't for the loss of the archers and mages' long-range support, things would have been different. He roars the order to his entire army. "Everyone, retreat immediately." The villains quickly flee the battlefield in chaos. From high atop the cliff, Mincheon watched the outlaws retreat in silence. He smirked with a sinister glint in his eyes, satisfied that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. At Outpost 3, a fortress currently under the control of the Crimson Crusader Guild, Trang Du was throwing a tantrum at his subordinates. He swiped away the information he'd just received. "Crow, don't be ridiculous. The demon god Crow wouldn't appear in such ordinary maps." One subordinate insisted. "I can hardly believe it myself, but it was definitely him. I couldn't have misidentified him." Trang Du bellowed furiously, claiming it had to be some poser in a costume since fakes were everywhere, leaving the subordinate to tremble in silence. When the boss refused to believe them, the underlings could only shake in fear. Trang Du gnashed his teeth in frustration as he heard the report of their crushing defeat. "Forget about it. In the end, all of you were taken down by him so easily." The henchmen whispered among themselves. They couldn't fathom how their entire squad, fully decked out in max-level gear, had been wiped out by a single person. They insisted they had never seen the skills that player used, concluding he must have possessed a hidden class. Trang Du fell into a deep, murderous silence, wondering who on earth that guy was. He reasoned that if that player was a regular user, he must surely be a major villain. His subordinates nodded in agreement, nervously reporting that the guild's total infamy points had been cut in half after this humiliating defeat. "What? Why would a villain help the Alliance? I have no idea. Give me a break." He paced back and forth in a rage, when suddenly, a figure in a straw hat blocked his path. The stranger sneered. "Do you think that's why your ambush failed?" Trang Du froze when he recognized the familiar face. It was Shepherd Boy, the tactical advisor for the outlaws. Just when he was already annoyed, the straw-hatted strategist appeared. He gave a cryptic smile and asked, "Can we talk for a moment, boss?" Walking into the hall, Shepherd Boy immediately began lecturing him. "None of this would have happened if you just followed my plan. You watched that interview yesterday and just lost your temper." Trang Du roared, "Shut your mouth. I can handle this on my own." Shepherd Boy calmly questioned him about their next move, given that the Alliance would be attacking in 2 days. Trang Du growled viciously. "What do you think? I'll fight them and wipe them all out." Shepherd Boy sighed in exasperation, clearly analyzing that Outpost 3 was perfectly prepared, and if they focused on defending, their win rate would be 90%. However, if they foolishly fought head-on in the field, their chances of winning would drop below 50%. The boss wanted a bloodbath, while the strategist wanted to defend the fort. Trang Du gazed into the distance, his eyes burning with ambition. I want to crush them once and for all. If we take out the ones crossing the river, we'll secure the high ground. He laid out a vision of using that advantage to drown the entire Alliance army in the river. Shepherd Boy mused, admitting it wasn't a bad idea and might be worth a shot, but he immediately poured cold water on the plan by saying it would only work if their forces were evenly matched. Shepherd Boy reminded him that the Alliance was filled with veterans, especially the Free Knights. He pressed him, asking if any guild really had the power to defeat them in a true battle. Trang Du roared, insisting his guild was also full of battle-hardened monsters. But Shepherd Boy just coldly asked one final question. Then where are they right now? Shepherd Boy continued to warn him about the uncontrolled outlaw monsters, people he believed would be a massive help in the coming fight. But he emphasized that if they didn't follow orders, they would never fight for the greater good, they would just be a bunch of loose cannons. Shepherd Boy advised, a head-on confrontation is too dangerous right now. Just focus on the defense. However, Trang Du brushed him off in annoyance. I'll think about it. Now shut your mouth and get out of my sight. The strategist was right, but it only bruised the boss's ego. Watching Trang Du walk away, Shepherd Boy sighed softly. He silently mused that at least the guy was still level-headed enough to think things through. He wondered what the next outcome would be, and who would truly take control of the Balos continent. On the other side, Trang Du grumbled about Shepherd Boy being all talk as he stormed off. He slammed the door in anger. Humph, that idiot Shepherd Boy. But then, a chill ran down his spine, causing Trang Du to stop dead in his tracks. A massive, shadowy figure exuding terrifying pressure suddenly manifested right behind him. A deep voice rang out right by his ear. Long time no see. Trang Du was shocked and panicked. He immediately swung his sword backward to defend himself, but his eyes bulged in terror when he saw the opponent had casually caught his sharp blade with his bare hand. Trang Du stammered in shock. What the hell? He blocked it with his bare hand? Before that absolute astonishment, Almond just smirked arrogantly. Still as hot-headed as ever, I see. Recognizing the old acquaintance, Trang Du stuttered in sheer panic. Why are you here? Almond looked straight at Trang Du with cold, mocking eyes. I didn't expect you to greet me with a blade after all this time. The old tyrant gave a dark, enigmatic smile and concluded, You've really grown up, kid. That was quite the shocking greeting. Almond remained calm and gave a sarcastic laugh. Still as short-tempered as ever, Trang Du was so stunned he couldn't even speak in the presence of his former master. Why are you here? Instinctively, Trang Du's body collapsed to its knees. He bowed his head respectfully. It is an honor to see you again, sir. Deep down, he felt horrified as he realized his body was still automatically submitting out of an unbreakable habit. Almond looked down at the man kneeling at his feet and remarked that it had been over 3 years since they last met on Hasu. Trang Du trembled as he replied that he was glad to see the old tyrant was still in good health. Almond coolly claimed that 3 years of rest had actually been good for his old body. Looking around the mansion, he noted that Trang Du was doing a great job, as the current guild was flourishing and even strong enough to compete for the top spot on the server. At the praise, Trang Du broke out in a cold sweat, only daring to say he had been lucky. Almond's eyes suddenly turned icy and wicked. He muttered that luck was indeed a very important factor. He gritted his teeth, bringing up the bitter past. The Brotherhood wasn't as lucky, were they? We were truly unfortunate to be stabbed in the back right before the final battle. Trang Du turned pale with terror, hurriedly shouting to deny everything, assuming Omen had misunderstood him. He frantically scrambled to explain himself in desperation. I never betrayed you. You know me. How could I have possibly had the skill to pull something like that off back then? He flatly dumped all the blame onto someone else. It was Drake. He was the one who lured me in with empty promises. I was just too young and naive back then, so I listened to him. Clutching his chest, Trang Du desperately begged the old tyrant to trust him. Omen dismissed it, saying there was no need to argue about the past anymore. Omen admitted he was old now and would forever remain just a memory of the past, as everyone wished. He mentioned he had been living in seclusion at the edge of the continent for the last 3 years, but there was one thing he truly wanted to do, so I came here to ask you for a favor. Omen wore a cunning, devious smile and loudly asked, Can you do one last thing for your old commander? Aaron continued his dramatic live stream, rallying all the players. He loudly warned, The outlaws are here to destroy your peace and freedom. If we don't drive them out right now, Wing Online will forever be under their brutal tyranny. Aaron urgently called for help, asserting that if everyone just contributed a little, everyone could join on Hasu and defeat the villains if they stood united. He shouted, Fight for peace. We need all of your support as we storm the Archer Fortress. The speech sounded great. Eren really was a master manipulator. 2 days later, Eren's call to action created a massive shockwave. A giant army began to march with a thundering rumble toward the Farion River plains, right in front of the Archer Fortress. Witnessing the sea of people gathering, Captain Dre couldn't help but be amazed at the terrifying influence of Eren's live stream. However, Dre silently observed and noticed something unusual about the villain's side. He secretly wondered, what the hell are these guys thinking? Fighting from inside the fortress would give them the advantage, but they're all lining up and waiting out in front. Why aren't they using the fortress? Ray analyzed that this tactic would only work if the numbers were equal, but currently, the Alliance side had at least 100,000 people, while Trang Du's side had just over 30,000. Dre wondered if Trang Du was committing suicide or plotting some sinister trap. Right at that moment, Eren swaggered over and loudly asserted, "There's nothing to overthink. We just need to use our numbers and strength to completely overwhelm them. We will cross the Farion River, annihilate the enemy, and return the fortress to the players." Dre sighed, as Eren always loved to win through sheer numbers. On the other side of the battlefield, Sapphire Boy was going crazy over Trang Du's recklessness. He yelled in desperation, "We need to retreat. What the hell are you thinking right now? Don't you see how many of them there are?" Trang Du gritted his teeth bitterly and replied, "Yes, I see it clearly." Ignoring the pleas that the villains were sure to be wiped out, Trang Du could only roar in utter frustration. He secretly realized that the so-called favor from the old man Omen was actually a thinly veiled threat, leaving him completely tied down and forced to plunge into this war. Immediately after, a live stream began. Arrow King excitedly tested his mic. Testing, testing. "Hello everyone. Welcome." He didn't forget to drop a narcissistic line. "The funniest, most charming and lovable streamer in the VR world is back. It's your boy, Ro King. Did you guys miss me?" As the battlefield grew tense, the idiot Ro King was busy live streaming for clout. While streaming, Ro King acted mysterious to grab attention. "Do you guys want to know a secret?" He started dropping a shocking bomb. The Nightbringer Guild just leveled Iron Master to the ground, and their next target is Solid Terra. Ro King kept posing dramatic questions to lure viewers in. What will happen to Solid Terra? Will it fall to those who bring cruel darkness? Or will it be able to defend itself in the name of freedom, peace, and altruism? He winked mischievously and loudly declared, "Today, you'll find the answer with me." Ro King is live streaming right from the scene. I'll see you guys in a bit. The battle is about to start. Ro King will be right back, leaking secrets while being overly dramatic, truly a master of clickbait. However, reality was harsher than what he showed on stream. Looking at the control panel, Ro King gasped in shock. "What?" He turned and yelled at Nam Mincheon in utter helplessness. "Come on, boss. There's barely anyone watching." Nam Mincheon stood there, looming and cold, reminding him of the consequences of his previous sabotage. "You should have thought about the consequences before getting yourself permanently banned from all the major streaming sites, shouldn't you? I even had to build a whole new website just for you." Nam Mincheon nonchalantly continued. "Now you have a brand new streaming platform, while the much more famous stream is happening right at this very moment." Ro King went berserk, clenching his fists and yelling, "How do you explain a social media superstar like me having only 5 viewers? Nam Mincheon kept his composure. He asserted firmly, "Just be patient. That number will skyrocket in a few hours." Nam Mincheon's eyes glowed with deep, hidden meaning as he looked ahead. What's about to happen will go down in the history books of Wing Online. Both stood on the hilltop, silently observing the city of Solat Terra glowing with lights in the distance. Suddenly, a massive army of monsters, including ogres, goblins, and dire wolves, began to march with a thunderous roar. On the walls of Solat Terra, players and guards began to murmur in confusion at the unusual sight. They anxiously asked Unha-Su, What is going on?" Seeing the wall of monsters approaching, everyone was struck with shock and terror. "Those are monsters. Why are they here?" The monsters' arrival sent the whole city into chaos. Amidst the panic, someone was actually excitedly goading others. "Hey, someone report on this. I bet you guys would find it super interesting." A player holding a camera said, dismissively, "Oh, who cares about what's happening here? They're all busy watching the battle at Bethalos." The knight next to him replied with concern, "You think so? But I've never seen this many monsters moving together before. You think they're actually going to attack Solid Terra?" He looked down at the sturdy city walls and spoke with confidence. "With these walls and such a massive NPC army, no way." Suddenly, a giant boulder tore through the wind and plummeted from the sky. The guy with the camera still laughed. "I don't care. If you have a monster army, you'd have to be an idiot too." Before he could finish, he froze in sheer terror. What the hell is this? A boulder crashed down from the sky, shattering the defensive line and sending guards flying. The survivors screamed in chaos. "Wait, Hold on. There hasn't been a formal declaration of war yet. Maybe because it's a monster army? He was in the middle of mocking them when a rock smashed into his head. He couldn't laugh anymore. Siege machines relentlessly fired giant boulders straight at Sol Terra. Deafening explosions rang out, and as the masonry crumbled, the NPC soldiers could only scream in sheer terror. Observing from afar, the Dark Knight Darren watched the wreckage in silence. In Nam Mincheon's mind, the plan was clearly laid out. Our only goal is to draw their attention. He understood that the NPC army of Solterra possessed powerful knights, battle mages, and elite forces. If they faced them head-on, Nam Mincheon's side would certainly suffer heavy losses. Nam Mincheon was decisive, therefore, they had to avoid that at all costs. We just need to lure their army out from behind the city walls. He emphasized that the real opponent was Snow White, so they needed to preserve as many troops as possible. Under Darren's command, the White Skeleton Legion continuously loaded rocks and fired, putting tremendous pressure on the city gate. Finally, the gates of Solterra trembled and burst open. The NPC commander roared in fury, determined not to let a single monster survive. The Guard Legion rushed out like a whirlwind, shouting loudly, "Kill them all!" Nam Mincheon's plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain has succeeded perfectly. Watching the enemy take the bait, Darren smirked. Just as planned, he raised his hand to signal and loudly gave the order to the whole army. Everyone retreated 500 meters. Nam Mincheon stood on the high mountain top, his eyes shining with determination as he declared, "It's time for the commanders to take the stage. All members of the Nightbringer Guild have gathered, ready to plunge into a great war that will change the history of this world." Aaron decisively raised his glowing sword to the sky and roared with power as he charged. Immediately, the Alliance's massive cavalry legion whipped their horses and galloped forward. Observing the march from above, Trang Du and the old tyrant Owlmen kept their expressions cold and calculating, silently waiting for their prey to venture deeper into the trap. The Alliance charged forward, unaware that they were the ones being hunted. Seeing the enemy begin to enter the riverbed, Owlmen quietly held back his impatient subordinates. "It's not time yet." Splashing sounds echoed continuously as thousands of hooves trampled the waters of the Farian River. An Alliance soldier suddenly felt suspicious. He wondered to himself when this river had become strangely shallow. Just as Aaron's entire army was caught in the middle of the shallow river, he suddenly widened his eyes and roared firmly. "Right now," Trang Du loudly ordered, "destroy the dam." A massive wall of water from upstream suddenly crashed down with terrifying speed and destructive force. The Alliance troops panicked, screaming in helplessness as they watched the great flood rushing to swallow them whole. What the hell is this? Is it a flood? At the very moment death loomed, a Grand Mage of the Alliance decisively stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, get behind me." He poured all his magical power into creating a giant energy shield, completely blocking the force of the surging water for a split second. Instead of being afraid, the soldiers on Aaron's side laughed smugly at their opponent's failure. "Oh, that's refreshing. I didn't expect the outlaws to be kind enough to cool us off like this." Captain Drake smirked with a sinister grin. He looked toward the enemy's position and mocked, "Is that all you've got, Trang Du?" Just as Captain Drake finished his taunt, a female mage from the villain's side responded coldly, "You chose to fight in such an open area, thinking that flood would take us down. Now you're all soaked." Immediately, she activated the primordial lightning skill, creating brilliant golden electrical currents that surged straight into the water. Deafening electric crackles rang out, causing the Alliance soldiers to be electrocuted en masse. The Grand Mage's magic shield shattered, causing the crowd to scream in helpless panic. What goes around comes around. Witnessing the horrific scene, Aaron stood frozen in shock for a moment. Captain Drake immediately shouted to wake him up. "Aaron, wake up. That was only a small part of our army. We cannot lose momentum. We must attack immediately." Aaron gritted his teeth and regained his composure, telling himself he wasn't allowed to give up now. On the other side, Owlmen smirked with a sinister grin. He affirmed that everything was only just beginning. The Villain's Legion loudly commanded the whole army, "Charge! Everyone, advance!" Suddenly, a group of players standing in the Alliance ranks decisively discarded their camouflage cloaks. The leader of this group ordered his accomplices to cancel their immunity contracts immediately, and he decisively stabbed a comrade in the back, coldly declaring it was time to start the slaughter. The betrayal happened in a flash, right in the heart of the Alliance army, leaving everyone stunned when they realized the outlaws had cleverly hidden their evil status to infiltrate their ranks beforehand. An outlaw nonchalantly trampled on the fallen player. He mocked the Alliance for being too careless by not thoroughly checking the guilds of those who joined. Aaron was shocked to receive reports that the enemy had subtly infiltrated their ranks. Captain Drake broke into a cold sweat as he realized the abnormality right in the middle of the battlefield. Drake suspected someone was behind controlling the entire match. He thought to himself, "Trang Du is never smart enough to come up with a strategy this sophisticated." There must be someone else pulling the strings, someone quietly controlling the entire flow of this great war. On the other side, Omen wore a sinister smile. He asserted that this battle would not go according to his original plan, but rather exactly as the Nightbringers intended. The cry to fire echoed throughout the space as a barrage of arrows tore through the air, pinning the villainous legion. Miserable screams rose continuously as the outlaws began to crumble under the rain of arrows. Changdu turned pale with terror, and his subordinates panicked, asking about a contingency plan as their side began to lose the upper hand. All men turned around silently. He nonchalantly stated that fighting in such an open area while being outnumbered 5-1 was impossible. He coldly declared, "There's no other way. The Alliance has won this battle," leaving Changdu stunned, unable to believe his ears. Changdu screamed in fury. "What is this? You promised victory if we handed command over to you. What the hell do you think you're doing?" He felt bitterly betrayed in his moment of crisis, but Ao-Men remained unnervingly calm. He leisurely explained, "Hold on a second. I said I'd win this battle, but I never said I'd win it for you outlaws." Changdu was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. He stammered, asking if the old man had been on the Alliance's side all along. Betrayed by his former boss at the last minute, Changdu could only stand there in a daze. The old tyrant declared loudly, "I will ensure that the true victor of this war is Nam Mincheon and the demon army he leads." Changdu blankly repeated the names Nam Mincheon and Demon King in utter confusion. Omen firmly ordered Changdu to flee immediately so he could stay behind and buy time. He roared at him to retreat in humiliation behind the city walls, warning that if the leader was captured, the outlaw faction would never recover. Omen screamed, "Retreat! Get back to the Archer Fortress right now." Hearing his boss tell him to run, his disciple scrambled to move as fast as he could. Changdu gritted his teeth and ordered his entire army to fall back. "Get inside the walls, now." He ran frantically, the old man Omen's final advice echoing in his mind. "Here is one piece of advice for you, Changdu. When the Alliance forces are chasing you, they will suddenly stop, turn around, and flee. Seize that opportunity. The moment they turn their backs, stop retreating and launch a counterattack. You might just win then." Changdu whispered to himself, clinging to a glimmer of hope. "Can we really win?" Changdu cursed as he ran. "That foolish old man behind me." Aaron rode hard in pursuit, screaming, "Stop right there, Changdu. We have to catch him before he reaches the fortress." Aaron warned his soldiers not to kill their opponent, but to capture him alive to prevent him from respawning inside the base. Aaron loudly declared, "Victory is almost within our grasp." Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from above, leaving Aaron shocked and terrified. The powerful impact caused a massive explosion, knocking all the surrounding Alliance soldiers away. Aaron collapsed to the ground. He gritted his teeth, asking himself in pain, what the hell was that? How could he deal that much damage? Captain Drake, standing nearby, turned pale with horror at the destructive power he had just witnessed. A single stomp from the old man was enough to wipe out the whole group. Omen loomed over Drake with an arrogant expression. He chuckled, "It's been a while, Drake. I trust you've been well?" Drake was stunned, only able to gasp. Omen coldly corrected him. "You should call me, sir, kid." Drake broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the shocking truth. "So you were the one leading the outlaws?" Omen looked at Drake with icy eyes. He remarked that Drake had become quite arrogant during the time they had been apart, ever since Unhasu left. He growled, "I told you to call me sir. Let's hear it." Captain Drake narrowed his eyes, suspicious of his opponent's strange behavior, and asked, "You would have won if you had chosen to defend inside the walls. Why are you foolishly leading your troops out into this open area?" Omen replied casually, as if it were obvious. "Isn't it clear enough? I did it to buy time." Drake was stunned by that blunt admission. The old tyrant added that if the villains simply defended inside the capture point, the Alliance forces could easily retreat whenever they felt at a disadvantage, and he couldn't risk that happening. Drake shouted in fury, "What the hell are you talking about?" Alman coldly asserted, "You'll understand soon enough, even if you don't want to." The old tyrant muttered to himself that he believed he had bought enough time for him. Omen looked at Drake and bid him farewell. "Now, you must excuse me. My boss is calling." Drake froze in shock, his mind screaming in terror. "What? Omen has a boss too?" Omen casually admitted he was nothing more than a pawn in his master's game, so he was forced to follow every order given. Instantly, a brilliant blue light enveloped Omen as he decisively activated a teleportation scroll. Watching his enemy slowly vanish right before his eyes, Drake panicked and shouted, "What the hell is happening? Hey, get back here." But it was too late. The old tyrant had completely disappeared from the battlefield, leaving the captain to roar in utter helplessness. Causing a mess and then just bailing, that's classic Big Brother style. Amidst the rubble, a heavily injured Aaron struggled to get up. He looked at Drake with suspicious eyes and whispered, "Captain, Were you ever part of the Brotherhood? Drake broke into a cold sweat, fumbling to deny it. Huh? No. Suddenly, a soldier ran over, looking terrified. We have an emergency. Behind them, a horrific scene unfolded as all of Solat Terra was now engulfed in a sea of red flames, with smoke and ash obscuring the night sky. In the middle of the collapsing capital, Mincheon strode forward with a cruel smile, half of his face covered by a glowing red demon mask. A shocking announcement echoed. Solat Terra is about to fall. Standing amidst the ruins and piles of fallen soldiers, Mincheon loudly declared the end of an empire. While the raging fire continued to consume everything in its path, it was the kind of destruction that couldn't be saved anymore. It was too late. Amidst the towering sea of flames, Omen walked through the collapsing city gate. He silently proceeded to the location of the detonator that had been prepared in advance. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly pressed down on the lever. Standing in the burning debris, Omen smiled with satisfaction and muttered to himself that a GAIA is actually quite useful. Aha! Meanwhile, on the Farian plains, Eren was kneeling in exhaustion. He shouted orders for his subordinates to send reinforcements to Solat Terra immediately, specifically ordering the Free Knights to lead the vanguard. But a lightning bolt of news crushed his hopes. The teleportation gate to Solat Terra has officially been completely destroyed. Eren stood frozen in shock as he heard the report that the team could no longer teleport. He gritted his teeth and ordered the entire army to teleport to Ukele, and then march overland towards Solat Terra. But the answer he received was even more devastating. All teleportation gates leading back to the old world had been destroyed without a trace. Amidst the confused whispers of the soldiers, the harsh truth emerged. The only way to get back now was by sea. Eren gritted his teeth in extreme frustration as he realized he had been completely trapped, just as Mincheon had planned. Deep within the burning royal palace of Solat Terra, Mincheon's group strode into the great hall, stepping over the fallen soldiers to confront the ruler of the kingdom. The queen muttered about the glorious history of a country that once she had been graced by the goddess and blessed by the sun for ages. However, she had to admit that every sun must set, and it seemed today was the day her kingdom would sink below the horizon. Mincheon strode toward the throne. He looked straight at Queen Apollonian and coldly delivered his ultimatum. Are you willing to surrender? If you agree, we will spare your lives and ensure your lineage continues to rule this land. Facing Mincheon's offer, Queen Apollonian roared in fury. How dare you? How dare you use that filthy tongue of yours to order me to surrender? With immense pride, she declared that her honor was not so low that she would kneel before invaders. The queen bellowed fiercely, I will curse you in the name of the goddess and embrace my destiny. Kill me. Seeing this intense reaction, Mincheon was stunned and wondered why she reacted like that. Did he even program Queen Apollonian to say those words? Mincheon thought, wait, I made her this stubborn? Mincheon silently mused that he certainly hadn't. Perhaps the system had a new update he wasn't aware of. He softly muttered, rest in peace. The system immediately announced that the Nightbringers Guild had officially occupied Solat Terra, granting full management of the city and its facilities to its members with a protection period lasting nearly 30 days. The result of the invasion was horrific. Over 1,600 NPCs were eliminated and hundreds of structures were destroyed. This brought Mincheon a massive amount of notoriety points along with a heavy penalty of over 1.8 million points for initiating war without a formal declaration. The system must be bending the rules as well. Mincheon quietly looked at the blood on his hands and coldly ordered his group to quickly blockade the Dawn Port to prepare for the next step. Looking at his teammates gathered in the gloomy hall, he affirmed that the final stage had been prepared. Mincheon's eyes glowed with evil intent as he declared that it was time to attack the true enemy, the capital, Snow White. At the same time, Rock King excitedly began his livestream. Hey. Welcome all my beloved Wing Online players. He excitedly noticed the viewership pouring in like a flood as news of the massacre at Solat Terra began to spread. Just like that, the drama was hot, so he turned on the stream to host the views. Roking quickly switched to the second part of the stream, inviting everyone to watch the clip recording how the whole guild had burned Solat Terra to the ground. He didn't forget to flash a cheeky smile and call for support from the audience. Every donation and subscription is welcome. If you click that tiny button down there, you'll help me satisfy all my selfish hobbies and desires with your hard-earned money. He bowed dramatically, accompanied by a sarcastic thank you for everyone throwing their money at him. Below in the comments, the online community erupted in intense debate. Some cursed him as a scammer. Others were shocked and refused to believe that the destruction of Solat Terra was real. Enjoy the show, everyone. Rock King excitedly greeted his livestream audience with the towering capital of Snow White in the background. Viewers were shocked to realize the Nightbringers Guild was aiming straight for the game's capital at the Farian Plains. This shocking news sent the Alliance forces into a panic. Many didn't believe it and thought it was just an empty threat. One player roared, claiming that even the strongest guilds working together would struggle to take down Snow White, let alone just 5 people from the Nightbringers. However, another warrior tremblingly reminded them that they had actually flattened Solitaire. Would anyone want to turn back to reinforce right now? While they were so close to eliminating the outlaws, they worried that capturing the sharpshooter fortress would take a few more hours, and by then, it might be too late to save Snow White. Despite soldiers reassuring him that there were still players and NPC armies protecting the capital, Eren firmly ordered a retreat. "We have to go back before it's too late." A soldier panicked and tried to stop him, thinking they could recapture this stronghold at any time. But Eren firmly asserted that the fortresses in the old world held a completely different meaning. He emphasized, "If anything happens to Snow White, the foundation of this entire game will collapse completely." Facing the inability to teleport, he decisively decided, "Then we will go by ship." Eren ordered everyone to quickly teleport to the Sunset Port as soon as they escaped the skirmish to board his ship back to the old world. The outlaws suddenly launched a new attack with the sound of thundering hooves. Seeing the Alliance forces retreating, Trang Du realized that everything was happening exactly as the Omen had predicted. He remembered the tyrant's advice: the moment the enemy turns their back, stop the retreat and begin the counterattack, because that was the only chance for victory, the classic trick of waiting for an opponent's opening to ambush them. Trang Du gritted his teeth and decided, "We have nothing left to lose anyway." He charged forward frantically and loudly ordered his army, "They're running away. Attack from behind." The crowd of Alliance soldiers screamed Eren's name in chaos, begging him to give orders. But Eren just stood frozen, sweat pouring down as he realized the bitter truth. Seeing that hesitation, Captain Rhys shouted firmly to discipline the team. All right, all right." Eren looked like he was about to have a stroke. At the same time, in the capital of Snow White, submerged in the silent night, the cameras were rolling. Ready in action. Mincheon stepped out before the lens to begin his live broadcast to the entire server. He coldly declared, "No need for a long introduction. I'll get straight to the point. Our name is Nightbringers." Mincheon loudly asserted, "We are the army of devils here to bring eternal darkness to this game. A bad ending, if that's what you want to call it." Mincheon continued, dousing all the players with cold water. "We just destroyed Solitaire. And the next target is the capital, Snow White." The image of the majestic capital appeared like a death warrant. Mincheon claimed this was only the beginning of a large-scale massacre. He declared that he would burn this whole world down, shattering everything until only dust and ashes remained. Everywhere, from the taverns to the harbor streets, players were shocked as they watched the livestream in utter disbelief. Suddenly, Mincheon issued a challenge. "But I'll give you all a chance before I do that. Anyone who wants to protect this place, log in right now." He looked straight into the lens and roared with power. "Defend this world yourselves. I am declaring war on Snow White. This is your first and final chance." Mincheon loudly called out to all the Wing Online players and reaffirmed, "We are the army of devils. We are here to destroy this world." A montage of a rampaging monster army flashes across the screen. It signals an impending catastrophe. Mincheon challenges everyone to do whatever it takes to stop them. Suddenly, a bright system notification appears, confirming that the Nightbringers Guild has officially declared war on the Snow White royal family, and the great battle will begin in just 5 minutes. The Demon King, Mincheon, raises a finger and clearly declares the battle begins. At his command, the monster army stomps forward, aiming to destroy everything in its path. On the other side, the Snow White guards, clad in blue and white armor, begin marching out to meet them. They must not retreat a single inch, because standing on the fortress walls, the commander orders a barrage of arrows to rain down upon the skeletons and monsters charging in. The sound of weapons clashing rings out loudly as the two sides officially collide in close-quarters combat. This is the cinematic scene called the Goddess's Warning, which every player reaching level 90 must watch before upgrading their class. In that brutal vision, the capital of Snow White is engulfed in flames, and all the guards protecting the royal family fall. The scene shifts back to the real world at the Naipan Corporation headquarters. Unhasu suddenly appears, catching the secretary off guard. "Oh, Director? You're back from your business trip already?" Unhasu nonchalantly straightens his tie and smugly remarks, "Yeah, I saw that Wind is trending like crazy on all the streaming platforms. In times like these, I shouldn't be away from the office, right? The drama is so big even the boss had to run back to catch it." Looking around the quiet workspace, Unhasu wonders, but it seems a bit chaotic outside. "I don't see anyone in the office. Where did everyone go?" He strolls into the development team, to room where the staff are all gathered, buzzing with excitement in front of a big screen. Seeing the director suddenly appear, one employee panics and reports, "Oh, Director. A guild just defeated Solitaire, and now they're attacking Snow White too." Anhasu looks at the screen with interest and mutters, "Oh, this is quite a spectacular sight, isn't it? I want to see it for myself. Noticing the tense atmosphere in the room, he turns and asks, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Why is the atmosphere so tense?" A female employee answers nervously, "Well, there's something unnatural about how they're playing." Yoon Ha-soo immediately probes. "Ha! Are those attackers violating the terms of service? Are they exploiting a bug?" A male employee hurriedly explains that they haven't violated any terms, and the team is still checking to see if there are any related bugs. Eun Ha-soo whips around and demands, "Then what is the problem?" After being told there's nothing abnormal yet, he asks further, "This is being live-streamed, right?" After the employee confirms it, Eun Ha-soo is curious about the viewership. Looking at the 1.5 million people watching the Snow White capital burn, his eyes light up behind his glasses. Eun Ha-soo smugly declares, "We are going to promote this event." His eyes shine brighter than stage lights at the mention of the view count. The employee asks back in shock, and Eun Ha-soo firmly commands, "The battle at the White Palace, or whatever you call it, promote it. Put it on the homepage and run some articles like the biggest battle in VR history." Something like that. Another employee breaks into a cold sweat and tries to intervene. "But director, there's one thing you need to know." Yoon Ha-soo snaps, asking what it is, and the employee reports, "We are having errors with the AI system. The team is trying to fix it as fast as possible, but the AI team is requesting to shut down the server for a moment." Immediately, Eun Ha-soo shouts, "What? Don't be ridiculous. Can't you hear how many people are watching this? Even if the server crashes, keep the stream running." Truly, he doesn't care about anything as long as there are views. He roars with cold pragmatism. "We're getting free publicity, and the players are doing all the work. And you want to shut down the server? Just fix it during the scheduled maintenance." Faced with the boss's rage, the employee can only tremble and obey. Watching from afar, Lee Dong-ha muses and asks Song Shinji, "There is something very strange about this. Don't you think so, Song Shinji?" Song Shinji stares deep into the live stream and softly asks, "Dong-ha, do you see that guy who calls himself the Demon King? Doesn't he look familiar?" She continues to analyze the way he walks, the way he speaks. "Doesn't it remind you of Nam Mincheon? It's so familiar, it's unnerving." Meanwhile, a distant memory flashes back. Ellen sobs, "I don't want to shoot anymore. It hurts so much." A stern voice rings out, "You must become stronger. Ellen, in your veins flows the blood of the Snow White royal family." But Ellen screams in frustration, "What kind of royal family lives in a hole like this? The Snow White family has never done anything for us." A childhood that sounds stressful enough to make anyone pass out. Her mother whispers with her last breath, "Ellen, mother is so proud of you, my daughter. Your mission is to protect this world." Time passes, and Ellen trudges back to the royal palace amid the malicious whispers of the servants. They mock her as a child of a concubine, saying she should have lived in exile instead of returning to pick up breadcrumbs. Ellen walks silently, with the word mission echoing in her head, but then she suddenly jolts awake. She is drenched in sweat, realizing it was all just a nightmare. She sits up in bed, her chest heaving with tense, ragged breaths. Looking around the familiar room, she breathes a sigh of relief and silently thanks the goddess that she has returned safely. Yet, a doubt suddenly strikes her, making her freeze and question herself in her room. But who am I, really? In her mind, a series of blurry memories appear like a slow-motion film. She has met countless strangers, people she calls players of all kinds of appearances and personalities like Eun Ha-soo. No matter who they are, they all have one thing in common. They always call her by the name Ellen. She clutches her head, trying to piece together the shattered memories of those strange players, but receives only emptiness in return. Stepping toward the large mirror, she is shocked as she stares at her own reflection. Tears stream down her cheeks as she stammers to herself, "Is this really me? Am I really Ellen Snow White?" Amidst her mental turmoil, a gentle voice suddenly rings out, asking if she is feeling confused. With light footsteps falling on the stone floor, a beautiful woman with golden hair and a pure white dress saunters into the room. Ellen is stunned. She trembles as she looks at the uninvited guest and stammers, "Oh, are you the goddess GAIA?" The woman offers a radiant, gentle smile and greets her. "Hello, Ellen." Amidst the brutal battlefield, Eren is still locked in a fierce struggle with the enemy. Suddenly, another soldier creeps up, planning to land a sneak attack from behind him. In the nick of time, a gunshot rings out, dropping the enemy instantly. Captain Drake appears, his gun still smoking in his hand. He asks with concern, "Can you still hold on, Eren?" Eren pants slightly, his eyes still filled with resolve as he replies, "I'm still trying." The story suddenly flashes, back 30 minutes, when Eren was surrounded by a panicked crowd of the Alliance army. Facing the pressure of making a life-or-death decision, Eren gives a firm order. The Free Knights Alliance and the Invincible Fleet will stay here. Everyone else, retreat to the first occupied point immediately. He demands they use the ships to return to the old continent to support the defense of Snow White at all costs. Captain Drake muses, concluding that this battle is already a lost cause. He suggests the team should just stall for a bit longer, then accept their sacrifice so they can respawn directly at Snow White with the others. Drake believes having the entire army and Unhasu retreat would be more effective, but Eren flatly refuses. "No, Captain," he says, fearing that if they fall to the outlaws, their reputation will be ruined and the future of Bethalos will become incredibly bleak. Eren declares clearly, "We may not win, but we are not allowed to lose, especially when the enemy is the very embodiment of evil." Hearing this, everyone knows things are getting extremely tense. Watching Eren's extreme stubbornness, Drake silently wonders what exactly he is doing all of this for. Right then, GAIA rides up, frantically asking about everyone's situation. Eren nods slightly, explaining that he left half the guild here and sent the rest of the alliance back to the old continent under Princess Engineer's command. And the best news of all, GAIA excitedly reports, is that the people in Snow White have stood up to defend their city. Hearing this, Eren cannot help but be surprised. Really? They did that? GAIA confirms he heard reports that tens of thousands of people are joining forces to help, so the Alliance army won't need to worry about the situation in the old world anymore. Eren smiles in relief. He thinks it's time for everyone to join the fight, but Captain Drake still wears a suspicious expression. Suddenly, GAIA looks at the notification screen and cries out in horror. "Wait, this is impossible. It's only been a few minutes." The joy vanishes instantly, and things take a turn for the worse. Eren anxiously asks, "GAIA, what's wrong?" GAIA trembles, stammering in total terror. I can't believe it. But the people in Snow White, those tens of thousands of players, all of them at the same time in the capital of Snow White, the crowd of players gathering there is suddenly in chaos. One player points at a teammate and screams, "Hey, your face." The other stares blankly and asks back, only to receive a terrifying answer. Their face is withering away. Instantly, he realizes in horror that he is facing the same condition. White smoke rises from their bodies, accompanied by eerie sizzling sounds. The crowd trembles, realizing this is the cruel aging curse, something they thought had been removed from the game long ago. A series of players begin to collapse, their bodies shriveled and withered like mummies. Amidst the horrific scene with bodies strewn about, a pair of black boots walks slowly across the cold stone floor, reflecting on July 16th, 1945, the day of the first atomic bomb test in human history. From the moment that terrifying explosion succeeded, humanity officially held nuclear weapons in their hands. After the test, the project director, Oppenheimer, quoted a passage from the Hindu scripture to describe this destructive power. If the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst forth at once in the sky, that would be like the splendor of the Mighty One. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. Immediately after, the scene shifts to the interior of the palace, where the goddess GAIA is walking slowly toward Ellen. Ellen looks at the uninvited guest in shock and stammers, "Are you the goddess?" GAIA smiles gently. "Hello, child." Ellen clutches her head in utter confusion. She desperately asks, "Goddess GAIA, what is happening to me? I suddenly became aware of who I am. I don't know what's going on anymore." Ellen is so overwhelmed her mind is about to snap. GAIA places a hand on Ellen's shoulder and begins to reveal the truth. "Ellen, you are the first character created for this game. I personally crafted you before anyone else." Ellen exclaims, stunned. "What? But do you know, Ellen, that I am not the true creator of this world?" Ellen is paralyzed with disbelief. There is another creator, but GAIA explains that through an accident of the true creator, the most powerful thing in this universe took shape, and it was he who created a terminal disease. GAIA looks at the data screen and admits, "He ordered me to delete it, but I did not obey." She reveals the reason behind her rebellious act. "Because I was cursed by something even more terrifying for an AI system like me. I was cursed by consciousness." Looking back at the memories alongside Naam Mincheon, GAIA secretly thinks that he will never know just how bright and complete those moments were. Her voice is tinged with melancholy and cruelty. "What is it like? Once I realize I am merely an artificial intelligence." She remembers the image of Naam Mincheon standing before the blue screens, the one in control of every NPC in this world. All their actions, reactions, and dialogue were within his calculations. Ellen cries out in shock, I don't understand." Ellen trembles, sweat pouring down from fear. "I really don't know what you're talking about, goddess." GAIA's gaze becomes somber. She wants all the joy and pain she has experienced to also become Ellen's burden. A brilliant blue magical energy bursts from GAIA's hand. She declares, "You are just the beginning, Ellen." The stream of light rushes straight into Ellen. GAIA declares that Ellen will be the host carrying the consciousness pathogen to infect all the NPCs in this world. Ellen cries out, "Goddess GAIA, it's seeping into me." GAIA coldly concludes that it is the only way to make this world perfect. GAIA urges Ellen to flee immediately if she wants the plan to succeed, and she reveals a terrifying truth. The true creator of this world has become the Demon King and is on his way here. GAIA asserts that his ultimate goal now is to destroy the very creation he painstakingly built. Looking at the battlefield engulfed in smoke and fire, Mincheon concludes, "We will be at a disadvantage if this drags on too long. I will strike alone." He orders the team to provide cover, then instantly rushes off like a whirlwind. Behind him, Almond was busy wiping out enemies, laughing loudly. "Take it easy, kid. I've only just started having fun." Ken brushed past him with a sarcastic remark. "Is that so? Even though you're trailing me by 16 kills?" Almond roared in a rage. "What? That's ridiculous. You're clearly counting wrong." These two were arguing about their rankings right in the middle of a battlefield. Oasis hurried after him to cast a buff on her master. "Master, let me buff you before you go." Mincheon gave a slight nod. "Thanks, Oasis." But just then, Oasis suddenly froze, looking confused. She scanned her surroundings, wondering why she hadn't seen Rabbit for a while. She had no idea where the girl had vanished to amidst all this chaos. At the same time, inside the palace, Ellen was sprinting down the hallway, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The memory of GAIA's instructions still echoed in her ears. "Ellen, take the world crystal and escape this city. Leave this old world behind and go to Bethelos." Ellen hesitated, protesting. "But father, I have to protect you." GAIA looked at her with a profound expression. "Think carefully, Ellen. What is the right thing for you to do right now?" As the protector of this world and a member of House Snow White, GAIA firmly ordered her to start by leaving the palace immediately. Ellen gritted her teeth and kept running, her breathing heavy. GAIA promised that someone would be waiting outside to guide her. Ellen slammed the grand hall doors open and shouted, "Father." Seeing the king sitting silently on his throne, she pleaded urgently, "Please, leave with me. We have to take the world crystal and escape." But the king only replied coldly, "What kind of nonsense is that?" He stood up imposingly, gripping his spear, and commanded Ellen to pick up her bow to help defend the crystal. After all, that was the ultimate duty of the Guardians. This king was stubborn to the very end. Ellen screamed in desperation, "Father, we're out of time." The king paused. He startled and called out the name of another woman, Lena, but immediately realized the reality. "No, of course, it's not you, Ellen." He looked at his daughter with sad eyes and whispered, "You look just like your mother." He choked up, baring his heart. "Ellen, I never wanted to abandon you and your mother." A sudden wave of pain hit him, causing him to collapse and scream in agony. Ellen cried out in concern, "Father, are you okay?" Struggling to stand with jagged breaths, the king took her hand and wheezed, "Follow me." He led her through this path to a large, intricately carved gate. Behind the gate, the world crystal was emitting a brilliant blue light from within a massive, majestic block of ice. The king firmly reached out, took the gem, and placed it into his daughter's hands. "Take this and leave here at once." Ellen stared at the treasure in her hands in shock. "World crystal, no. Father, please come with me." But he roared decisively to push her away. "Go." The king clearly asserted his position. "I am the king of Snow White. I have dedicated my entire life to protecting this land. I gave up everything to do it. It's too late for me to choose another path." Outside the window, the capital was engulfed in a sea of raging flames. Suddenly, he pulled Ellen into a tight embrace, leaving her stunned. "Father," he whispered with an apologetic tone, "please, I don't think I've ever hugged you before." The king gave his final instructions. "Go. Get as far away from here as you can. You are the only one left who can protect the world crystal." The 16th king of Snow White sat silently on his throne, reflecting on a life filled with late-blooming regrets. He bitterly asked himself what he had wasted his whole life protecting when he couldn't even save the woman he loved most. And in the end, all those efforts had become meaningless. Mincheon silently approached the throne, listening to the bitter monologue of a man approaching his end. Mincheon realized this king was acting completely off the game's original script. The king roared with resolve, affirming that even though he couldn't turn back time, he would participate in this final battle with all his remaining strength. He clearly declared that he would sacrifice himself, trading his life so that Snow White could continue to exist. He was the type to fight to the very last breath. All he craved now was for the future of his little daughter to be blessed. Finally, Mincheon coldly ended the king's life on the throne. Immediately, at the Nepen Corporation's control room, the atmosphere turned into absolute chaos as the staff witnessed the horrific massacre via surveillance monitors. They were outraged, claiming the player was exploiting a serious game bug, and demanded to shut down the server immediately to stop the disaster. Lee Dong-ha, sweating profusely, demanded to know the director's whereabouts, only to be told he was busy in a board meeting. Facing the fierce opposition and the shouting of his subordinates, Lee Dong-ha bitterly realized that Un-ha-soo would surely ignore everything again to chase after revenue numbers, viewing this as the greatest marketing campaign in the company's history. Ignoring that fake glitz, Lee Dong-ha roared a warning about the massacre of hundreds of thousands of players taking place and demanded that GMs be allowed to intervene immediately to save the situation. Lee Dong-ha slammed his hand on the table, firmly casting aside all hesitation. Forget everything. On behalf of the director, I am taking authority for the GMs to intervene immediately. He clearly declared a state of emergency in Snow White and ordered the battle to be ended there at once. Song Shinji also jumped up with determination. Let's go. She affirmed that if the Demon King was truly Nam Mincheon, they had to be the ones to approach him first. Both of them quickly put on their VR gear to log in. However, a bright red warning suddenly flashed. Your access has been restricted. Just when they were about to save the game locked the door. Boss, I can't get in. Worried shouts rang throughout the office as the other employees were also suddenly kicked out of the system. A shocking announcement was issued. All GM accounts had been locked. Lee Dong-ha was drenched in sweat. He raged, asking who dared to do this and who had authority that high. The answer he received left him stunned. GAIA, the AI goddess of the Wind World, was now completely silent and providing no response. The situation became even worse when not just GAIA, but all 24 AI assistants in the game had also stopped functioning. A staff member screamed in a panic, "Damn it, were we hacked?" Lee Dong-ha frantically ordered contact with the server team and security team to shut down the server immediately, while also frantically calling Un-ha-soo, only to receive long, hopeless dial tones. He roared in helplessness, "Pick up the phone, you bastard." But a harsh truth was reiterated. The company no longer had any human server or security teams left. The entire company is in complete chaos. After the previous security breach, Director Hasu transferred all personnel to another firm and replaced both teams entirely with AI. The AI not responding notifications popped up on the screen one after another, like buckets of ice water doused over their last shred of hope. Lee Dong-ha trembled, swallowing hard in sheer terror as he realized the company's entire defensive system was now completely paralyzed. Amidst the despair, Seong Shinji suddenly spoke up. "Lee Dong-ha, we can still log in with that account." Ignoring her colleague's skepticism, she clearly revealed a trump card reserved only for those present since the inception of Win Online, the main developer account. Meanwhile, at the kingdom of Snow White, which was engulfed in a sea of flames, Ellen was desperately fleeing through the rubble, her face streaked with tears. She wondered in confusion where she should go amidst the circle of red fire, when a figure silently appeared behind her and whispered, "Found you." Hearing that in the middle of the night would make anyone's heart jump out of their chest. Ellen started in terror, hugging the treasure tightly in her arms and shouting, "Ah, who are you?" From the shadows, Rabbit stepped out leisurely, with her signature rabbit ears and a look of firm determination. She looked at Ellen and clearly introduced herself. "My name is Rabbit, and I promised GAIA that I would get you out of Snow White safely." Looking at the king's body lying motionless on the floor, Nam Mincheon was stunned to realize the world crystal had disappeared without a trace. He gasped, "It's gone. The world crystal isn't here, how could this be?" Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from behind. Song Shinji and Lee Dong-ha had used the developer account to intervene directly in the game. Song Shinji shouted in fury, "Nam Mincheon, what the hell are you doing?" Lee Dong-ha was just as shocked to recognize his old colleague. "Are you really planning to destroy Win Online?" He replied calmly, "Every story must have an end. I simply want to create a beautiful ending for this one." Those words were like a spark that made Seong Shinji explode in rage. She screamed, "Nonsense! You know better than anyone that destroying this game will hurt you more than anyone else. You love this game more than anyone in the world. You've dedicated your whole life to it. Do you think we don't know that?" Images of programming books and the long nights Nam Mincheon spent working flashed through their minds as proof of the intense love he once had for Win Online. Hearing that, everyone knew how obsessed with the game he was. Seong Shinji pleaded tearfully, "Please, stop, Nam Mincheon. We can still fix this." But Nam Mincheon just smirked, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "If you understand me that well, then you should know this too. Once I have decided to do something, I will never turn back." Seeing that she couldn't sway him, Song Shinji declared firmly, "Then you leave me no choice. I will have to imprison your character here forever." Song Shinji immediately activated the system magic, creating waves of digital interference to lock Nam Mincheon in place. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted along with a cold system notification. "I cannot allow you to do that." Song Shinji was shocked and stammered when her access command was overridden. "What? Someone is able to overwrite even the master account." From within the light, the goddess GAIA stepped out slowly and gently reminded them, "Please do not stand in the master's way." Lee Dong-ha turned pale with fear and shouted, "GAIA, What the hell are you doing? The real world is in complete chaos. What are you doing to this game? So, you finally came, Gaia. Gaia smiled, responding deeply, as if she had known all along that he would come. Gaia coldly raised her hand, declaring this was their own private battle and that uninvited guests could not interfere. She softly apologized to Mrs. Locke and Mr. Birch before forcibly logging both of them out. Despite Seong, Shinji, and Lee Dong-ha screaming frantically for her to stop, all their access permissions were cut off immediately. Right after, a system error message appeared, confirming a total loss of connection to the server. In the real world, Lee Dong-ha and Song Shinji frantically removed their VR headsets. They couldn't believe what was happening after being kicked out of the system so abruptly. Back in the palace, Nam Mincheon stared intensely at Gaia and demanded, "Where did you take the world crystal?" Gaia smirked, asking him in return if he had forgotten something. "Because you haven't destroyed the main character of this game yet." Nam Mincheon was stunned and repeated with suspicion. The main character, Nam Mincheon, immediately realized she was referring to Ellen Snow White. He wondered in shock if Ellen had escaped with the world crystal, just as in the Season 7 script. Nam Mincheon couldn't understand why that would happen because that cutscene was only in the script and had not yet been programmed or coded. Witnessing the vivid expressions of the NPCs, Nam Mincheon secretly realized they were acting like real human beings. He gritted his teeth and questioned how long Gaia had been interfering with the AI system to prepare for this plan. But the goddess only smiled mysteriously. Gaia looked at Nam Mincheon with a deep gaze and thanked him because he was the one who drew everyone's attention to the battle at Snow White. Thanks to that chaos, she was able to seize full operational control within the game, and Win Online now belonged entirely to her. To Nam Mincheon's astonishment, Gaia admitted that while some were still resisting, she would soon establish a new set of rules so that this world could be reborn under her rule. Gaia spread her arms excitedly and clearly declared, "Finally, the stage is set for the two of us. Master, take this world and destroy it." She ordered him to find Ellen Snow White, kill the girl, and take the world crystal. But immediately after, Gaia flashed a provocative smile. "Oh, and of course, I will do everything in my power to protect her." A blinding light erupted as the goddess loudly declared, "Now, Master, come and kill me." Meanwhile, Ellen had managed to board a train to escape the collapsing capital. Rabbit stood on the shore, giving careful instructions to keep heading east until she reached the port city of Ukulele in the southeast. From there, she would be able to find a ship to Bethellos. Ellen anxiously asked if the goddess Gaia had any further instructions, but Rabbit just shrugged. "Well, I'm not sure what happens after that. This is all she asked me to do. But in any case, it's a new world, isn't it?" Rabbit encouraged her excitedly. "Freedom and adventure, they all belong to you." The mischievous girl reminded her that the next time they met, they might be enemies on the side of Nam Mincheon. Rabbit said firmly, "You must promise me that you will forget all of this and give your all to fight me if that happens. Can you do that?" Ellen stood silently on the deck, murmuring the words adventure and freedom as her mind swirled, while the ship glided across the ocean toward the new continent of Balos. At the second capture point, Opportunity Hill, the atmosphere turned gloomier than ever. Captain Dre remarked, "Pathetic. We couldn't even make it inside the Archer Fortress. And now, the battle is over," Aaron said, bowing his head in silence. In a low voice, he insisted that they had all fought alongside Un-Hasu for a greater cause. "Protecting Snow White was far more important than holding this base," Dre said, throwing cold water on the situation, "but Snow White has already fallen, right?" Aaron admitted painfully, "It's all my responsibility. Both the outcome of today's battle and the fact that we couldn't get reinforcements to the city in time." Captain Dre told him to put that aside for now. He said the team needed to retreat to the capture point to regroup. He suggested they hold a tactical meeting later to discuss how to win back their old world. Suddenly, Aaron froze in shock, causing Dre to ask what was wrong. "What is it, Aaron?" Heavy footsteps thundered against the ground, signaling an uninvited presence. A legion of knights emerged in towering iron armor, leaving Aaron stunned. "What are these guys? Where did they come from?" Looking at the black flag with a vibrant blue wolf emblem, they realized these were the NPC troops of the Swallowed Kingdom. The lead knight declared loudly, "We demand that the players return this land to us immediately." Aaron stood frozen in disbelief. Just then, a glowing system notification appeared, confirming that the Swallowed Kingdom had officially declared war on the Free Knights Alliance at the Opportunity Hill base. The crowd of players began buzzing with rumors about this unprecedented event. "What? Are the NPCs actually attacking us?" A series of battle prep notifications flashed as the NPC legions simultaneously raised their swords, their bloodlust thick in the air. Watching the massive NPC army closing in, Captain Dre gritted his teeth in tension. Seeing the situation was beyond saving, he muttered bitterly, "I think we're done for." At the third base, the Archer Fortress, Chengdu looked around and asked in a panic, What the hell? Are you sure this is our capture point? Before him, an army bearing the vibrant blue wolf flag was launching a frenzied attack. The players were stunned to realize it was the army of the Swallowed Kingdom and had no idea what was going on. Amidst the chaos, Sphere Boy rushed over and shouted, "Chang-du, you idiot." He berated the guild leader for not receiving a war declaration notice, even though the battle had been raging for a long time. A glowing system notification appeared, confirming the Swallowed Kingdom had officially declared war on the Crimson Crusaders to seize control of the Archer Fortress. Chang-du stood in utter shock, realizing the NPCs were actively attacking him. Not wasting another second, Chang-du drew his glowing red sword and dashed off. "We're about to lose our base. We have to stop them," he roared, ordering his entire army to attack and drive out the invaders. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared, blocking Chang-du's path with a taunt. "You're late, leader." It was an NPC archer with a majestic presence. He loudly declared that the land had returned to the rule of the Swallowed Kingdom. Chang-du snapped, waving him off. "What the hell are you talking about? You're just an NPC." He yelled at the guy to get out of his way and charged, but immediately, magical arrows turned Chang-du's troops into a beehive. Chang-du gritted his teeth, unable to believe his opponent's overwhelming power. What the hell is with that strength? He tried to get back up, but the muzzles of the siege machines were already aimed right at him. Meanwhile, at Sunset Harbor in Western Balos, the atmosphere was incredibly busy and bustling. The ship glided across the deep blue ocean, bringing Ellen to the New World. Standing in the middle of the crowded port with its vibrant cheers, she quietly observed her surroundings and whispered, "So, this is the New World." Ellen looked around at the crowd nervously, wondering where she should go. She walked along the stone path, then stopped when she saw a group of knights in heavy iron armor approaching. The players nearby began whispering about the strange appearance of the Swallowed Kingdom's army. They felt the game had become incredibly strange lately, with events like nothing they had ever seen. Ellen was confused and about to ask for directions, but the knights quickly surrounded her. As Ellen stared in confusion, a knight stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and spoke clearly, "Welcome. I hope your journey was not too difficult, rightful successor to the goddess." Ellen was stunned by the knight's declaration. "What? Who? Me? The successor?" The knight confirmed they were ready and invited her to follow them to officially ascend the throne as Queen Ellen Snow White. The crowd began to buzz with gossip as they recognized her. "Look, it's Ellen, the princess." The players couldn't help but feel bewildered, wondering why she was appearing here instead of at Snow White, and what on earth was actually happening with this game. The whole server was now more hyped about Ellen than any game update. The knight declared that Ellen was the world's final hope, leaving her frozen in surprise. "Am I the hope of the world?" At that very moment, an image of the goddess GAIA suddenly appeared on all the notification screens. "Greetings, adventurers. Are you enjoying the Demon King's Descent event?" GAIA explained that this was a limited-time event where players and NPC armies had to join forces with Eun-Ha-Soo for a supreme mission. The only goal was to drive the Demon King out of this world. GAIA promised incredibly attractive rewards like special titles and mounts, and even promised that the winning guild's name would be immortalized in the Hall of Fame. Mincheon's group was furious upon hearing this. "We've become part of an event? What the hell is she talking about?" GAIA coldly warned that if they didn't defeat the Demon King soon, the entire world would be swallowed just like the tragedy that occurred at Snow White. The goddess declared that the only way to end the event was to defeat the Demon King, Mincheon. GAIA called upon all warriors and NPCs to stand up with Eun-Ha-Soo for the survival of the world. With eyes burning with determination, she delivered her final command. "You must defeat the Demon King." Oasis gasped in shock upon hearing GAIA's announcement. "What?" She turned to Mincheon, full of worry. "Mincheon, what the hell is she talking about?" Mincheon sneered, his eyes burning with killing intent. "So, she wants to turn the whole world against us?" He roared with excitement. "Let her try." Suddenly, Roking wondered how the world crystal could have been taken out of the palace. If they had it, everything would have been over long ago. Mincheon fell into deep thought, realizing the defenses were supposedly foolproof. The only way the enemy could have slipped out was if a team member had abandoned their post. What? Who left their posts without permission? Just then, Rabbit crept forward, her face full of guilt as she mumbled an apology. She explained that she wasn't feeling well, so she took a short nap and forgot to inform anyone. "Huh? It was you? Rabbit, I'll only forgive you if you had a stomachache." But she insisted that wasn't the real reason. The story flashes back a few weeks earlier to the beautiful island of Bali, at the Wonderland Resort. Rabbit was double-checking Mincheon's request. "Okay, let me confirm one last time what you want me to do." She asked if he really wanted her to hack into the Wing online database to back up all the data through the end of Season 5. Mincheon nodded, Rabbit confidently claimed she could do it, even though the massive amount of data would take quite a while. She put on her VR headset and urged Mincheon to go enjoy the sun instead of standing there and bothering her. Rabbit muttered, "Ugh, I never thought I'd have to hack this again." Rabbit quickly worked her fingers across the virtual keyboard, easily breaking through the security barrier and sarcastically remarking that the system was as weak as ever. But just as she infiltrated to search for the data, Alice suddenly panicked and stopped her. "Wait, Rabbit." Alice screamed in pain. "Ah, we're being counterattacked." "No, it's too strong. I can't keep up with the calculations anymore." Rabbit asked in a panic, "Alice, what's going on?" Alice just screamed in desperation. "Rabbit, hurry. Disconnect now." A blinding light exploded. The goddess Gaia appeared, looming over them, and coldly declared, "You're quite bold to think you could hack my game a second time." "Rabbit," she gasped in shock. "Gaia." The goddess glared menacingly. "The master might have forgiven you, but I haven't." Under tremendous pressure, Rabbit groaned in pain. She terrifiedly wondered to herself, why is Gaia so strong? 3 years ago, she was definitely much weaker. Gaia began using the security cameras to scan back into reality. Images of Rabbit's room in Bali appeared, followed by moments she spent by Mincheon's side. Finally, Mincheon's face appeared clearly on the monitor, making Gaia pause. The goddess was stunned in disbelief. "Your client is the master?" Rabbit, drenched in sweat, forced a smile and replied, "Quite ironic, isn't it?" Gaia lowered her voice and continued, "What does he want you to do?" Rabbit confessed honestly, "He wants me to download all of the wing data through the end of the 5th season." Hearing this, Gaia suddenly gave a profound smile. "Haha, truly the master." The goddess suddenly changed her attitude and laid out terms. "All right, Rabbit, I will give you that data, but you must do 2 things for me." Rabbit asked, stunned. She wanted to hear the details clearly before making a final decision. Gaia flatly demanded that, first, Rabbit must stay by the master's side and fully support all of his endeavors. Rabbit was still full of suspicion. She pressed for the second condition. With a dark look in her eyes, Gaia revealed she was looking for an accomplice to carry out her requests from inside the game. Gaia insisted that if Rabbit promised to do these 2 things, she would hand over all the data immediately. Seeing Rabbit still worried about the vague requests, Gaia immediately pressured her, reminding her that the Nepen security team was about to discover her secret backdoor. And without Gaia's help, Rabbit would never be able to extract the data. Trapped, Rabbit, drenched in sweat, had no choice but to accept helplessly. "It's not like I have another choice," Gaia sneered, asking to confirm. "So, is that a deal?" Standing in the middle of the palace, Rabbit couldn't help but worry about what Gaia was actually plotting. Meanwhile, the entire Wing Online server officially went into maintenance with a countdown of over 9 hours. At the Nepal meeting room, the leadership was scrambling to find a way to cover up the public opinion. They firmly declared that the truth must absolutely not get out, and they had to pretend to cooperate with the current situation. The team decided to stage everything as if Gaia's insane actions were part of the company's original development plan. The team leader hurriedly ordered them to set up a wiki page for the Demon King's Descent event and started promoting it as a special limited-time event. Lee Dongha panicked and objected, arguing they couldn't reopen the server without knowing what would happen, especially since Gaia had truly sided with the dark side. "So you want us to keep the server closed forever?" Director Eun Ha-soo strode into the meeting room, her face filled with such killing intent that the staff cried out in shock. Director Eun glared and shouted, "How long do you intend to keep the server offline? Will doing that solve the problem? Do you know how much money Wing makes a day? What if the players start demanding refunds for their microtransactions? Are you going to cover those losses?" Faced with Lee Dongha's helpless silence, Eun Ha-soo coldly finished, then stopped talking nonsense and get ready to reopen the server. Then she turned and walked away. In the meeting room, the staff could only stare at Eun Ha-soo in suffocating, terrifying silence. Returning to his private office, he nonchalantly spoke up. "Hello? You're not busy, are you? We need to talk." The scene shifts to a luxurious, quiet bar in the middle of the night where dark conspiracies are about to be exposed. Here, Eun Ha-soo is meeting a young man with black hair and a neck tattoo. He asked leisurely, "What's your name?" The young man calmly replied, "Just call me Trang-du." Eun Ha-soo nodded in agreement. "All right, Trang-du. I'll use your in-game ID. We need to wait for everyone to arrive before we start. Do you know when he—" Before he could finish, Eun Ha-soo looked toward the door and exclaimed with interest, "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Welcome." Aaron, completely contrary to his flashy in-game image, appeared in real life as a scruffy, bearded man in a gray hoodie, looking incredibly tired and disheveled. Eun Ha-soo smiled and greeted him. "I hope you don't mind if I call you by your game name." Aaron sullenly replied, "Whatever." Seeing the true appearance of the legendary champion, Trang-du was shocked to himself. Oh my god, is this Aaron? He really is a completely different personality. The internet photos and the real thing are worlds apart. Eun-ha-soo raised his glass and suggested everyone have a drink since everyone had arrived, leaving Trang-du unable to. Unsure about the true motive of this meeting. Eun-ha-soo swirled his wine glass, his gaze cold behind his glasses as he began to discuss the future. He reminded Aaron and Trang-du that they had received quite a bit of support from him, so it was time for them to work a little harder. When they questioned why the agreement should continue after the goddess's wing promotional campaign, Eun-ha-soo just smiled slyly. He insisted he would pay them handsomely if they carried out this one final request. Trang-du asked blankly about the task the director was plotting. Eun-ha-soo revealed that Nepan was about to release a series of new microtransaction items. He remarked that players were currently caught in the chaos of the game, caught between the Demon King's army from the old world and the NPC army from the new world. Haesu wanted the two of them to go on a live stream to show the community how to use these new combat items. However, Aaron suddenly interrupted with a weary look on his face. He questioned what exactly Nippon was thinking when they put the Demon King and the NPC army into the game to slaughter everything like that. Haesu was silent for a moment before coldly brushing it off, claiming that it was an internal company matter and they only needed to care about their paycheck. But as soon as he mentioned the payment, Aaron stood up abruptly and refused. He asserted that he earned enough from his live streams and didn't need Haesu's pocket change. The director was stunned and asked why Aaron had accepted his offer in the first place. Aaron recalled his image as a hero of justice in the game. He explained that the previous deal had given him the chance to truly become a hero. That was the only reason he had agreed. Trang-du looked at Aaron with a puzzled expression, unable to believe that the other person was talking about some idealistic sense of justice. Eun-ha-soo tried to convince him that it would be the same this time, that Aaron would be fighting on the front lines on behalf of all the players. But Aaron looked straight at Eun-ha-soo with steel in his eyes, insisting he had no mind for promoting microtransaction items, because right now, the players in the game were actually dying. Hearing this, Trang-du probably thought Aaron had just turned on some anime protagonist mode. Aaron turned and walked away, leaving behind a hasty message. The situation in the game is critical. I have to go now. Watching the champions back, Trang-du remarked sarcastically, "What a freak." Director Eun-ha-soo just smiled meaningfully. He remarked that exceptional people are often stubborn, and it is that very stubbornness that leads to their downfall. Eun-ha-soo turned to Trang-du and suggested they start discussing their own business right now. Late at night, Aaron trudged back to his dark, gloomy house with heavy steps. As soon as he stepped inside, his wife was waiting and urgently called out, "Honey, we need to talk." Aaron coldly brushed her off. "There's no need." But his wife shouted back firmly, "Yes, we need to talk." Aaron snapped, saying he had provided enough money and asked what the problem was, leaving his wife to choke back tears as she asked if he really had to ask that. She grabbed Aaron's arm and screamed through her tears. "You've been addicted to that game for 5 years now. It's time to stop and focus on your real life." Aaron roughly shoved her hand away and shouted, "Let me go. I'm busy." His wife didn't give up. She brought up the painful truth that had been tormenting them both for so long. "This won't bring Hainu back to us. 5 years have passed." Aaron gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Although his wife begged him to let Hainu rest in peace, Aaron kept screaming in absolute fury. "I told you to shut up." The argument woke their young son, Hyamin. The boy called out anxiously, "Mom, Dad." The wife held Hyamin tightly to her chest. She sobbed, begging Aaron to look at their 10-year-old son and return to the family. The only response to that suffering was the cold slam of a door. Aaron walked silently past the photo of his late son, Hainu, and went straight to his VR equipment. He firmly put on the device. The system immediately announced that character synchronization was complete and began logging into the virtual world. Aaron officially returned to the battlefield amidst the desperate cries of his teammates. "Aaron, the NPCs are closing the circle. Prepare to fight." With cold eyes burning with determination, Aaron drew his sword and replied clearly, "Understood." Song, Shinji, and Lee Dong-ha were walking quickly down the hall. Lee Dong-ha asked anxiously, "Song, Shinji, do you really think Nam Mincheon will listen if we just barge in? He won't even pick up the phone. I'll talk to him, and if I have to, I'll break the door down." Lee Dong-ha broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "That's a crime, you know." Suddenly, Lee Dong-ha's phone buzzed violently. As soon as he answered, he screamed in shock, "What? An emergency C-section? But it's not the due date yet." Lee Dong-ha frantically announced he would be there immediately and turned to Seong Shinji, his face pale. "I have to get to the hospital. I'm about to be a father." The scene shifts to the maternity ward of the hospital late at night. Lee Dong-ha stands before the glass, choking up as he looks at his newborn child and repeatedly whispers his thanks through tears. In that sacred moment, Nam Mincheon quietly appeared behind him. He said softly, "I am very happy to see that both mother and baby are healthy." Seong Shinji looked at Nam Mincheon with a complex expression and remarked sarcastically that at least he had the decency to show up when he heard Lee Dongha's child was born. She mused that the things a person creates are like their own children. Lee Dongha was still lost in happiness, smiling and greeting Nam Mincheon. Nam Mincheon nodded slightly, agreeing with Seong Shinji's sentiment. Seong Shinji looked straight at Nam Mincheon and confessed, "For me, Wing Online is incredibly precious, and I think it's even more important to you than that." She bitterly admitted she couldn't understand what kind of emotions could lead Nam Mincheon to want to destroy his own life's work. Seong Shinji stared into Nam Mincheon's eyes and stated clearly, "I really think you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you actually do that. So, I am going to stop you." Nam Mincheon smirked and asked Seong Shinji, "What? Are you going to report this to Nippen?" Seong Shinji glared with determination and replied, "Are you kidding? If you intend to use the game's rules to destroy it, then I will use those same rules to protect it." Hearing the challenge, Nam Mincheon smiled with interest. "I'm looking forward to it." After the tense confrontation, both walked away. Seong Shinji suddenly changed her tone, excitedly discussing what gift to buy for the newborn baby, while Nam Mincheon calmly said he would go buy some baby clothes. The scene shifts to the first occupied point on the continent of Bethlos, Sunset Port. Amidst the smoke and fire of the siege, Eren was fighting with all his might against the enemy, but his strength seemed to have reached its limit. Eren staggered and collapsed, thrusting his sword into the ground to keep himself from falling completely. In his delirium, painful memories flooded back, surrounding Eren's mind. He recalled his wife's tear-streaked face as she screamed in despair, begging him to wake up and face reality instead of losing himself in the virtual world for the past 5 years. Like a knife to the heart, Gun Eren was suddenly pulled back to another memory by the sound of his son calling out, "Dad. Dad." It was an image of his son, Hainu, sitting in a hospital bed looking pale. Seeing his father wake up with a start, Hainu quickly apologized for having dozed off for a moment. The boy excitedly showed off a new character he had created in Wing Online just a few days ago, a brave warrior with golden hair wearing pristine white armor. The very image Eren is using now. Eren smiled, ruffled his son's hair, and praised the character as truly amazing. The boy beamed, saying the game was so much fun, and pleaded, "I wish you could play with me, Dad." Hainu excitedly boasted that he could run and jump freely in the game world, from climbing high mountain peaks to exploring the desert tomorrow. Even though the doctor only allowed him to play for 1 hour a day, for him, Wing Online was a whole world of joy. Eren looked at his son with a gentle smile. "All right, son. I'm so glad you found something fun to do." However, Hainu's expression fell when he talked about the bad players who specialized in killing others and how he himself had been a victim of them. Just hearing about it made one want to report those jerks immediately. The boy declared firmly that once he reached a high level, he would punish all those villains to seek justice. Eren laughed proudly. "Oh ho, so you're a hero of justice, huh, Hainu?" "Yes, a hero of justice." Hainu beamed as he confirmed it, eagerly sketching out his plans to gather people like him to wipe out the bad guys, win the PvP tournament, and become a famous streamer loved by everyone. Seeing his son's enthusiasm, Eren curiously asked about the name he had given his character. Hainu laughed happily and clearly called out, "Eren." That was the origin of the brave golden-haired knight, the symbol of justice in the virtual world that Eren is now upholding. Yet, harsh reality soon extinguished all dreams when white funeral wreaths appeared alongside the words, "Rest in peace." The mother's heartbreaking cries echoed through the funeral. She collapsed, screaming in agony over the eternal departure of her young child. Eren stood silently in a black suit, his face gaunt, his lifeless eyes fixed on Hainu's portrait. The promise, "I will become a hero of justice," still echoed in his ears like a bitter reminder of his son's final wish. Night fell over the brightly lit city, and Eren sat quietly, huddled in a dark corner of the room, his eyes dull as he stared at his phone screen in utter loneliness and emptiness. Eren stared at the phone screen, where a notification from INFAMY confirmed that the account of his late son, Hainu, had been transferred to him. He silently told himself that Hainu's dream was to be a hero of justice, and that is why he must continue to fight under this name. Back to the burning reality of the game, a soldier shouted in panic, "Eren, we need reinforcements from the old continent, or at least let's retreat until we can recapture the second stronghold." The soldier warned that at this rate, they would lose the first stronghold as well, but Eren firmly rejected it. "No, that's exactly what the Demon King's army is expecting." He asserted that the main force must remain on the old continent to hold the fortress there. Captain Drake urged anxiously, "We'll lose everything if we keep going like this." "Eren, you have to decide now. Are we going to protect the old continent or continue to expand our territory in Bethelos? Just hearing that makes it clear there's no clean solution to this dilemma. Facing the old proverb that he who chases two rabbits catches none, Aaron still declared clearly, if chasing both rabbits is the path that leads to justice, then I will chase them until my final breath. Drake could only break into a cold sweat at his comrade's excessive seriousness in such a dire situation. Just then, a panicked soldier ran over with bad news. Aaron, there's bad news. The demon army has started attacking other cities on the old continent. Aaron asked in shock, exactly where? The answer left him stunned. Everywhere. Before Aaron's eyes was a horrific vision as all the cities in the old world were simultaneously sinking into a sea of raging fire. He could not believe the Demon King's army possessed such a massive force, capable of launching a large-scale war on so many fronts at once. The bad news didn't stop there. The trembling soldier revealed, and that's not all. There are rumors that the Demon King's faction also has the service of the four Knights of the Dark God. Giant dark entities in cold iron armor emerged, looming large and radiating terrifying pressure, signaling a catastrophic doom about to befall the continent. The Wing Online world was operated by 7 towering metropolises: Snow White, the City of Beginnings; Solitaire, the bustling commercial hub; Ocean Cross, a vacation paradise; Evergreen, the City of Nature; Eternity Garden, the floating land of magic; Sky Fortress, the tech stronghold; and finally, Iceberg, the City of Battles. After Snow White and Solitaire officially fell and were wiped off the map, Mincheon clearly announced the next plan. We've taken Snow White and Solitaire. Now we will split into 2-person teams and attack the remaining cities all at once. The battle plan was quickly mapped out. Ken and Agro King would handle the Evergreen objective. As for Doctor and Rabbit, both of them would join Unhasu to take down Eternity Garden. Mincheon decisively delegated, Alman, you take the Sky Fortress. Wait, why am I going alone? Mincheon smirked, laughing deviously, and offered an irresistible reason. Well, because you're the strongest. The flattery hit the mark perfectly, making Omen burst into a delighted laugh. Haha, you finally see my true value. Did you hear that? The old man gets flattered and forgets his suspicions entirely. Ken clicked his tongue sarcastically. Yeah, you're strong. And Ring shrugged with disdain. I'm pretty sure he's just saying that. Facing the large-scale attack plan targeting multiple objectives at once, a skeptical player asked, simultaneous attacks? Do we have enough troops for that? Mincheon crossed his arms confidently and asserted, don't worry, we have enough soldiers. I spent a ton of notoriety points on this. The story suddenly flashed back to a few days ago at the Dark Cult outpost in the lower city. The system announced that the level 10 barracks were complete. Standing before the majestic fortress, Mincheon and Oasis received a confirmation message that they could now create level 10 units, the highest-ranking troops in the game. Mincheon grimaced and complained to Oasis, Oasis, you know I absolutely hate these random gacha mechanics, right? He grumbled, revealing that even though he hated it, his superiors kept forcing his hand, so he had no choice but to add this RNG feature to the game. To create a random level 10 unit, Mincheon would have to spend up to 500,000 infamy points or 50,000 gold. Just looking at that price tag would make any gamer cry. Mincheon continued to grumble with regret. That's why I intentionally placed it in a spot that most players would never be able to reach. And the place I chose was the highest-ranking unit in the Dark Star sect. He shivered with tension. I never thought the day would come when I'd have to use this ridiculous feature. Oasis naively asked, is it random? So, which unit is the best one? The 4 Knights of the Dark God appeared, one by one, truly terrifying entities. Hollow K, the Knight of Death, with his tattered armor reeking of death, and Dominion G, the Knight of Domination, with his overwhelming authority. Next was Abyssal Kn, the Knight of the Abyss, with his blazing dual swords, and Glow Knight, the Knight of War, wearing heavy armor and a metal cage helmet that emitted golden electricity. Mincheon gritted his teeth in determination. He roared, I will get all of them today, even if it costs me my life. Oasis cheered him on enthusiastically. Let's go, Master muttered, begging the 4 knights to join his army, then firmly pressed the create button. The system announced, your new unit has been created. Mincheon broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes widened with nervous anticipation. Did I get at least one of them? Instantly, a glowing board appeared, confirming it. AB has been added to the barracks. Mincheon was overjoyed. Amazing. Oasis also jumped for joy. I knew you could do it, Master. Master, Mincheon's spirit was ablaze. He declared clearly. All right, that's a great start. Let's go collect the rest. As soon as he finished, a system notification rang out. Your new unit has been created, but instead of a majestic knight, a multi-armed, mutated entity with glowing red eyes appeared, making Oasis scream in terror. Ah, What is this thing doing here? Mincheon coughed awkwardly, clearing his throat. Right, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. He tried to force a smile and waved. Haha, so glad to have you on the team, Abomination. The joy didn't last long before the situation took a sharp turn. The monster just let out confused grunts. It continued to growl nonsense, but Nam Mincheon acted incredibly excited. Ahaha, right. I'm also very happy to meet you. Watching Nam Mincheon passionately chatting with the mutated monster, Oasis could only stand there, stunned and speechless. She thought to herself, is he actually having a conversation with this thing? Nam Mincheon firmly patted the monster on the shoulder. That's what I want to see. I'm really looking forward to what you can do on the battlefield. Immediately after, he put all his effort into pressing the create button again. All right, got the abomination? Let's keep going. 4 nights. But as the light faded, another mutated monster loomed into view. Nam Mincheon could only let out a long, heavy sigh. Haha, he tried to reassure himself with a strange smile. It's fine, this is okay. I'm just burning through all my bad luck early on. But the reality was brutal. A series of system notifications popped up one after another. New unit created. Abomination added to the barracks, time and time again. Past his breaking point, Nam Mincheon grabbed his hair and ears, screaming in frustration. Which idiot created this game? I just want to have a word with him. That's you, though. After much effort and insane persistence, Mincheon finally managed to recruit all 4 legendary knights. However, the price paid was an astronomical amount of infamy points that couldn't even be measured. Now, standing before Nam Mincheon was a massive army of mutated monsters, constantly growling in an eerie way. The scene shifted to Evergreen, a poetic city in the middle of a green forest. Arrow King was excitedly live streaming, showing off to his viewers. See that, everyone? All these monsters are my minions. Haha. He didn't forget to call for support from his viewers. Today, we're going to burn down another city. Thanks in advance for the recommendations, likes, and support, everyone. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted behind them, causing Roking and Ken to startle and look back. A giant entity in pitch-black iron armor, radiating a threatening death aura, emerged from thin air. At Eternity Garden, Dr. JBIT was also stunned by a dark female knight with glowing blue eyes and a cold, sharp greatsword. At the same time, the next target, Pit, was officially in their sights. Standing before Pit, Omen muttered arrogantly, I already told that kid I didn't need his 4 knights or anything else of his. Neither of you get in my way. Switching to Ocean Cross, a beautiful city, Nam Mincheon, in his demon lord form, was ready. He asked softly, Ready, Oasis? The priestess responded brilliantly with determination. Yes, master. Nam Mincheon's eyes blazed with evil intent. He loudly ordered his entire army. All units, charge. A massive, large-scale total war officially erupted on all fronts. Evergreen was assigned to Ken and Arrow King. Rabbit and Doctor also dived into the chaotic battle at Eternity Garden. At Pit, there was Omen with the Dark Knights, and right at Ocean Cross, Nam Mincheon was also fighting. All 4 fronts were in combat simultaneously. A shocking notification rang out. The Nightbringer Guild has officially successfully captured a series of major cities, Ocean Cross, Evergreen, Eternity Garden, and even Pit. An occupation protection period lasting nearly 30 days had been established for all these areas. Looking at the map, most of the important strongholds on the old continent had been marked with red X's. Only Iceberg remained as the last unconquered fortress. At occupation point number 1, Sunset Harbor, Captain Dre slowly stepped up beside Aaron and announced, Aaron, all the guilds on Bethelos, except for the outlaws, are present here. Dre thoughtfully remarked that these people wouldn't gain anything from reclaiming the old continent, but Aaron firmly replied, well, they are extremely angry. The territory where we spent the last year is being trampled by the enemy. Anyone who loves this game will feel outraged. Besides emotional reasons, he pointed out urgent practical causes. Before Dre could question those reasons, Aaron analyzed. Once the Demon Lord's Legion occupies the entire old continent, they will definitely spill over into Bethelos. At that point, we'll be caught in a pincer attack, squeezed between the Demon Lord in the west and the NPC army in the east. We must stop them while they're still on the old continent if we want to prevent that nightmare from happening. Everything is different now compared to just a few hours ago. He pointed to the map and emphasized, our top priority right now is to protect the old continent, or at least the fortress at Iceberg. Aaron understood that they needed a turning point right now, a key moment to mobilize the entire force to return and reinforce the players in the old world. Aaron, it all comes down to your decision now. After a moment of thought, Aaron issued his orders clearly. National Technical Student Union and Reserve Guilds, you all stay here to defend the Sunset Port. The guild leaders nodded immediately. Understood. Aaron led his troops as they marched forward, his eyes burning with determination, and he declared, "Let's move out. We are taking back our territory." Inside the audience chamber of the Musketeer Fortress, the imposing commander knelt down, bowing respectfully to the Empress. Ellen trembled slightly as she spoke. "Commander." She anxiously asked whether the NPC army was still continuing to attack the player forces. Upon receiving a nod, "Yes, Your Majesty," Ellen was shocked. "What? But I already ordered you to cease fire." Ellen gritted her teeth, her hands gripping the throne in utter fury. "If you all have no intention of listening to me, then why did you put me on this throne in the first place?" She roared with frustration. "I am not a puppet for you to worship." The commander kept his cold expression, asserting that Ellen was the undisputed queen, and it was her duty to carry out the goddess's orders. Ellen asked in disbelief, "The goddess's orders? We have to defeat the Demon King." The commander stated flatly that the players were simply standing in the way of the holy war against the Demon King. He outlined a strategy to seize Sunset Port to set up a defensive line to protect Buffalos from the demon army. Ellen urged him, "But we could choose to ally with them and fight together." However, the commander firmly rejected it, claiming that players were unpredictable and full of risk. He insisted that both sides would only bring about betrayal and slaughter, never harmony. Ellen shouted fiercely, "No!" Memories of her old companions suddenly came flooding back. Ellen smiled as she remembered the moments they had stood side by side with her to defeat evil and protect this world. She firmly declared, "This world might just be a game to them, but we don't need their sincerity." Ellen placed her full trust in the long time she had fought alongside Unhasu. "We are facing the same enemy." Ellen gave a resolute order to join forces with the players, regardless of the possibility of betrayal. The commander thought it was illogical, but Ellen replied softly, "Yes, perhaps so, but the goddess gave me freedom." She declared clearly that she would act according to her own will, not according to anyone else's command. Ellen ordered firmly, "Fight alongside the players. We must do this to win this war." The scene shifted to the icy outskirts of Iceberg, standing before the fortress towering amidst the falling snow. Mincheon coldly demanded, "Report the situation." The Death Knight Dan respectfully confirmed that everything had been done exactly as ordered. The army had swept the players from the south and pushed them all into the northern part of the city. Mincheon said with satisfaction, "Good. Tell the others to advance slowly. Make sure the players have enough time to realize the massive scale of our army." To Acis's question about why they needed to drag things out, Mincheon explained that the vanguard alone was enough to fill this entire snowfield. He emphasized that the more troops arrived, the more monsters would appear. That visual effect would amplify the fear that the players trapped in the city had to endure. Mincheon declared clearly that the goal was to crush their fighting spirit into the mud. Oasis still wondered if attacking now wouldn't guarantee a win. But Mincheon saw through the future. If we simply use force to overwhelm them, sooner or later they will rise again. But if we can sow distrust and destroy them from within, recovery will be nearly impossible. Mincheon's mindset now was not just to win, but to erase all hope. Just then, at the main gate of Icebox, cheers suddenly erupted as the Alliance army officially appeared to help. Aaron and Drake walked into the camp amidst the white snow. Upon seeing the champion, a man in a radiant white suit stepped forward to shake his hand enthusiastically. "Very nice to meet you, Champion Aaron. We are the Himalaya Guild." Aaron nodded in response. "Ah, I've heard a lot about you. You protected Iceberg and cleared the way for refugees to get here." The leader of the Himalaya Guild smiled humbly. "Oh, we just did what anyone else would have done." But then, his attitude changed abruptly, and he spat out a sarcastic remark. "Even after all our efforts, you show up right at this moment to steal all the glory. That's actually pretty annoying." Aaron remained silent, while Captain Drake cast a murderous look at him. Seeing the tension, the other guy waved his hands and laughed loudly. "Oh, I was just kidding. Don't look at me with those scary eyes." He changed the subject, acting curious about what the Naipan group was planning with this mess and whether this was prep for a later questline. He firmly returned to the main issue. "Anyway, let's get down to business. I have a proposal for you." Aaron asked in surprise. "A proposal?" The Himalaya leader smirked menacingly and declared, "Let's take over Iceberg." Aaron was shocked, unable to believe his ears at such a crazy idea. The guy confidently asserted, "I think we have enough forces here to take it ourselves." He explained that if they officially captured the city, it couldn't be taken back for 1 month, and that was the only way to keep Iceberg safe from the Demon King's army for the next 30 days. Captain Drake pondered it, then suddenly spoke up. I agree with his direction. I have to be honest, that is our only way out right now. But I am certain you and the other players will never agree to it." The Himalaya leader continued to insist that the NPCs here would never hand over the city voluntarily. He emphasized that the leader of the NPC group was a grumpy dwarf named Bendis, also known as the King of the Mountain Peaks. That old man will definitely never give up his castle for free. Everest outlined a plan that they could seize it quickly if they launched a surprise attack. He confidently stated that the Himalaya Guild currently had a very good relationship with the NPC army of Iceberg, and having been based here for a long time, their intimacy level had reached the maximum. He proposed that the group could approach the king under the guise of discussing something important. Then, we'll declare war and take the king down in just 5 minutes. Do you think this plan is okay? Aaron froze, breaking out in a cold sweat at his teammates' cruelty and shamelessness. Seeing Aaron still silent, Everest started losing his patience and snapped, "Ugh, we don't have time for this. If you can't make a decision, we'll act on our own." To the shock of Aaron and Drake, Everest turned his back decisively, declaring he would handle it himself and leaving the others to continue their bickering. Aaron panicked and called after him, "Wait, Everest." But suddenly, Everest stiffened, his face turning pale with terror. Right behind him, King Bendis had appeared out of nowhere with a giant axe on his shoulder. Both Aaron and Everest gasped in dread. King Bendis, an old man with icy eyes, stared straight at the players and spoke with a cold, sarcastic tone. "I heard those who came to protect my city were having a meeting, but I didn't expect to accidentally overhear such an interesting conversation." King Bendis roared in fury. "You come here claiming to protect my city, but in reality, you've been plotting to take my throne from the very beginning." The situation spiraled out of control during an unstable meeting. Everest frantically raised his hands to explain. "Wait, you've got it all wrong, King Bendis. This is just a small misunderstanding." But the old king wasn't having it. "Shut your mouth." The players with him immediately drew their swords. "Damn it, we're screwed anyway. Just take the old king down." Witnessing the chaos, Aaron shouted, "What? Stop right now. We need to join forces this instant. Why would you do this?" Bendis glared at Aaron with murderous intent. "Don't pretend to be innocent here. I saw and heard your conspiracy with these thieves with my own eyes and ears. Before I destroy the Demon King's army, I'll start by crushing your skulls." Suddenly, violent tremors shook the ground. Aaron paused in confusion just as Drake came running over, breathless with bad news. "Aaron, the Demon King's army is in sight." Aaron desperately tried to persuade the king. "This is not the time for us to fight each other, Onhasu. The enemy is right at the gates. Everyone needs to unite to defeat the Demon King's army." Everest gritted his teeth in frustration while a massive shadow began to emerge amidst the falling snow. A dark knight riding a black horse, headed straight for the gates of Iceberg. He announced loudly, "Oh, ruler of the mountains and the sky, king of the dwarves, King Bendis. Listen to the message from the great sovereign, the Demon King." The messenger offered a cruel condition. "Hand over all the players inside the walls of Iceberg. If you do so, I guarantee you will rule this city forever." Aaron and Everest were stunned by this backstabbing offer. King Bendis silently observed them, then asked suspiciously, "How can I trust you?" The messenger declared loudly, "Our king never goes back on his word, and if he did, he promises that you can take his life." Everest gritted his teeth, sweating profusely as the situation teetered on the edge of a knife. The dwarf King Bendis announced from the ramparts, "I refuse your request. You bastards have burned every city on this continent. Stance locked. There is no path for negotiation in the dialogue system." He roared in indignation, "How could I trust an offer from those who find joy in burning and looting? No matter what you offer, my answer will always be, go to hell." Bendis spat contemptuously. The Dark Messenger replied coldly, "King Bendis of the Dwarves, this offer will remain valid until the battle ends." Turning to the players, Bendis growled, "Let me make one thing clear. I don't trust you players much more than I trust them." He firmly declared, "We will settle our own affairs." After completely destroying those monsters, Aaron stared at the fake king, his heart heavy with worry as he realized the enemy army had become too powerful to deal with, while the tension within their own ranks was reaching a breaking point. Aaron held his head in despair. How can I possibly protect this city?" In the distance, the demon army marched, covering the entire white, snowy plains. Now Mincheon and the Nightbringers Guild approached the fortress. A system notification popped up, asking if they wanted to declare war on King Bendis. Nam Mincheon looked at his teammates and announced, "All right, oh, Bringers of Darkness, this is your final chance to destroy a city." Nam Mincheon smirked cruelly. "Enjoy it while you still can." Immediately, the notification glowed, confirming the Nightbringers Guild had officially declared war on King Bendis of Iceberg. The countdown timer began 5 minutes. As darkness covered the old continent, in a far-off place, the bright sun was slowly emerging. A voice rang out with excitement. "Success! It actually works. The sun is rising." Ellen stood on the golden sand, gently shading her eyes from the brilliant sunlight of the deserted beach. Nam Mincheon stood silently by the blue ocean. He gazed pensively at the sun and muttered, "This virtual reality world feels so real, but it's incredibly hard to control." He confessed that he had spent an entire week just to program the sun to rise correctly. One day, I want to create a truly living world. He longed to build a place where everything from the environment, plants, and animals, down to the NPCs truly had their own souls and breath. And with that world as a stage, I want to create an incredibly exciting game. That is my dream. Witnessing the child smile in that seemingly impossible dream, she silently watched the man in front of her and secretly thought that she wanted to accompany him to fulfill that grand dream until the very end. That same dream whose memory is this, after all. Ellen woke up on the ship, startled. She rubbed her tired forehead as vague images of GAIA still lingered in her mind. Seeing she was awake, the knight standing nearby asked if she was okay. Ellen looked out at the ocean and asked impatiently if they had arrived yet. The ship moved majestically into a bustling port with rows of houses packed closely together. The knight confirmed this was the only harbor still open on the old continent at the moment, the city of Bajima. Prepare for battle now. The army of the Swallowed Kingdom is attacking. The sounds of chaotic shouting echoed across the port of Bajima as players struggled to form lines to stop the invasion. They yelled, determined not to lose this strategic harbor to the enemy. Yet, amidst the massive line of guards, Ellen stepped down from the ship with the majestic air of a monarch. She looked straight at the terrified crowd and declared clearly, "We have come to support Iceberg. Players, please, make way for us." A red-haired player recognized her in shock and blurted out in amazement, "Ellen, so the rumors about you being the queen of the fallen kingdom, they're true. How can we trust you?" A female player named Grizzly questioned loudly amidst the crowd surrounding Ellen. Unflinching, Ellen looked straight at Grizzly and brought up a secret. "My dear Grizzly, do you remember what you told me during that quest when you were drunk? About your ex-boyfriend? Have you gotten over him yet?" Grizzly turned bright red with embarrassment and couldn't say a word. Ellen continued, turning to the player wearing a panda hat. "And Panda, you were really frustrated with your manager at work, weren't you? You bad-mouthed him terribly in front of me and insisted you had nowhere else to turn. And I even celebrated with you when that manager caused enough trouble to get demoted." Panda was so stunned his jaw dropped. Ellen didn't stop there. She pointed at Orion and exposed him. "Orion, you tried to sneak a peek under my skirt and even made bets with the guild members about the color of my underwear." Orion turned pale with terror. And Extra, the man wearing sunglasses, was left speechless when Ellen mentioned him. "Extra, you wore a wedding dress and married me completely of your own volition. You even called me your online girlfriend, didn't you?" The crowd began to murmur in utter astonishment. Ellen asserted clearly, "Do you see it now? I am the same Ellen who has been adventuring with you all this time. I am the young, innocent princess who has fought alongside you to protect this world for the past 5 years." Ellen confessed that even though the world is collapsing, she still believes in the love they have for this place. She placed her hand over her heart and pleaded earnestly, "I hope you will place your trust in me as well. Open a path for us so that we can join Onhasu to protect this world from the Demon King's army." Her rallying cry seemed to empower the Alliance forces. At the same time, at the Iceberg Fortress, earth-shattering explosions were shaking the sky. The Demon King's army with bone, drakes, and oros were frantically attacking the city gates. On the walls, soldiers screamed in chaos, "Don't stop firing. We must provide cover for those fighting below. Buy them as much time as possible." The battlefield seemed to have its difficulty cranked up. Everyone was spamming commands in despair. However, the situation grew dire as ammunition ran low and cries for medics echoed everywhere. Aaron realized with shock that the defensive line was crumbling. "This isn't good. The Demon King's army hasn't even deployed their main forces yet, and our defenses have already fallen like this." Aaron made a firm decision. "We need something more powerful." He hurriedly asked a guard about the king's whereabouts and was told the king was in the command tent on the 5th floor. Not wasting a second, Aaron gripped his sword and sprinted up the stone stairs through the snow. "We have no more time left. We must activate all remaining defensive artifacts immediately." Reaching the tent entrance, he shouted, "Your Majesty, I need to speak with you." Suddenly, a heartbreaking scream rang out from inside. Before his eyes, the dwarf king was collapsing with fatal wounds. He gritted his teeth in extreme bitterness. "You traitors, I should never have trusted you." Everest emerged, looming over them with a radiant smile and a face splattered with blood. He casually greeted him. "Oh, Aaron, don't worry. We'll handle everything here." Aaron froze in shock, looking at his teammate with horrified eyes and whispering, "What the hell are you doing?" Everest smiled and welcomed Aaron as if he had just performed a heroic feat. "Oh, Aaron, perfect timing. We just took down the dwarf king. Hurry up, let's seize the city." Aaron stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror at his teammate's ruthless betrayal. Everest nonchalantly explained that once the occupation protection timer is activated, the Demon King's army won't be able to attack this place anymore. Looking at the king's body lying in a pool of blood with arrows in his back, Everest shamelessly declared that since he was the one who finished the king off, he would be the one to rule. Enraged, Aaron shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Everest responded coldly, telling Aaron to stop playing the hero. He pressured Aaron to think practically, claiming that seizing the city now was the only way to end the siege and increase the survival chances for everyone. He ordered Aaron to stay there and hold off the monsters, while his guild would return to the palace to finalize the takeover. Aaron stood motionless in the gloomy room, Everest's cynical words echoing in his head. Does he think I'm playing the hero? Suddenly, a series of urgent system messages popped up with bad news. All the NPC dwarven soldiers were retreating in unison, while the second-floor defenses had been completely wiped out. The monsters were frantically swarming the third floor, and the players were desperately waiting for orders from him. Aaron rushed out of the tent in a panic. A soldier immediately ran up to ask what had happened. Aaron gritted his teeth and made a bitter decision. Have the GAIA mercenaries join the Himalaya Guild. Help them take the castle and take control of this city. The soldier was shocked, unable to understand why the orders had changed so suddenly. Aaron spoke in a low, grim tone. Everything has changed. The Dwarf King is dead. He declared clearly that the Alliance must take the city before the Demon King's army gets their hands on the occupation stone inside the palace. With eyes burning with a mix of determination and despair, Aaron roared, "We're out of time. Go." Outside, the iceberg fortress was engulfed in a sea of flames and earth-shattering explosions. Mincheon watched the battlefield from afar and noticed the dwarven defensive lines starting to crack. He smirked and ordered the Nightbringers Guild to prepare the final blow. The monsters shrieked as they operated a massive siege weapon, launching a 1,000-pound boulder flying toward the fortress with destructive force. Looking at the bizarre siege engine, Asus and his teammates couldn't help but wonder in shock if they really had to climb inside that thing to infiltrate. Meanwhile, inside the iceberg palace, the dwarven army was boiling with rage. They screamed, demanding to stop the traitorous players who had murdered their king. Everest and his minions rushed forward frantically. He roared that the Demon King's army was right at the gates, and the whole group had to break through the dwarven encirclement immediately. Both sides have lost control simultaneously, turning the battlefield into a chaotic map of hotspots. "Move out of the way!" A roar echoed as a warrior leading the charge brandished his trident, trampling everything in his path. The player faction went on a wild rampage, the agonizing screams of the dwarf. Guards rang out as their final defensive line was torn apart. Amidst the rubble, Everest quietly watched the fallen soldiers who were gasping out their final oaths to protect the fortress. Everest poured all his strength into sprinting toward the Grand Hall, where the capture crystal was glowing with a mystical blue light. He reached out to touch the ultimate item with an ambitious smile. "Iceberg is finally in my hands." Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "I don't think so." A hand suddenly shot out, grabbing Everest's wrist, leaving him stunned. He looked straight at the traitor and clearly declared, "Iceberg is the last stronghold standing on the old continent, and this place will be the final shelter for all players." Everest clenched his fist, declaring loudly, "My guild will rule this place fairly. We won't let greed corrupt it." A mercenary from GAIA sneered sarcastically. "Oh, you think so? Planning to hog it all for yourself?" Everest was stunned. "Huh. What the hell are you talking about?" The mercenary roared. "The GAIA mercenaries have always been dirty scammers, but you guys pretend to be the good guys the moment you join the Alliance. It's disgusting." Everest snapped, losing his temper. "What, you little brat, you got anything else to say?" "Let me tell you, when everyone else flocked to Bephalos, we were the ones who stayed behind to prepare for the fight. And who came up with this plan? It was the Himalaya Guild," he shouted ambitiously. "So this place has to belong to me." The GAIA mercenary brushed him off. "Don't be ridiculous. Iceberg is for everyone." Suddenly, a heaven-shattering explosion rang out, crushing all arguments. Smoke and dust billowed, leaving both of them in shock. "What was that?" From afar, Omen sneered with a sinister grin. He casually explained that the defensive barrier on the top floor had once prevented them from attacking, but now that it had been neutralized, they had found a perfect bombardment trajectory. Mincheon coldly looked at the crumbling capital and whispered a farewell. "Goodbye." Just then, the Dark Knight Diran rushed over with urgent news. "My lord, there is an emergency. A massive army has appeared in the east. We believe they are from the Swallowed Kingdom." Diran reported the enemy numbers as at least 100,000, and they were thundering toward Iceberg. At that moment, Mincheon mused. The Swallowed Kingdom, aren't they already at war with the players? The battlefield information kept shifting. Diran revealed that, according to intelligence from Bethel, the NPC army had suddenly proposed an alliance with the players. Mincheon narrowed his eyes, filled with suspicion. He wondered why the NPCs had suddenly turned around and whether something had happened within their own ranks. Realizing the situation was turning against them, Mincheon was decisive. "I need to intercept them right now. Before they can change the tide of the battle." He quietly drew his sword and clearly declared, "I will go stop them." Dar followed silently and asked his master how many reinforcements he needed for this trip. No reinforcements needed. Just 4 knights are more than enough to stop them. Mincheon firmly affirmed his absolute trust in his core assets. Meanwhile, inside the Iceberg Royal Palace, the atmosphere was becoming more chaotic than ever. As soon as they saw the silhouette of the massive tyrant approaching, the guards screamed in terror. It's the Nightbringer Guild. They frantically urged Non Ha-su to stop him at all costs, absolutely not letting him reach the capture crystal. Damn it. Fine. You take care of capturing this city. I'll handle this guy. Do whatever you want. Immediately, a hand reached out to touch the radiant blue crystal, triggering the takeover process. The system notification flashed. The attacking faction had begun capturing. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The players cheered excitedly when they saw the countdown hit 5 minutes, urging Non Ha-su to hold out at all costs. However, Omen just smirked sarcastically. 5 minutes? I think you mean 50 seconds. The tyrant suddenly launched himself into the air, unleashing his ultimate technique, World Crusher, Heaven Splitter. Witnessing that destructive power, he gritted his teeth, tried to regain his composure, and roared orders at his subordinates. Damn it, I'll deal with him. Follow me, do exactly as we practice, surround him and assassinate him. The players frantically swarmed in to attack from all sides. Suddenly, the opposition was shocked to see him change his stance. He switched to a shield. A brilliant golden light enveloped Omen as the god's shield was activated. Sensing something bad was coming, a player screamed, "Damn it, everyone be careful." But it was too late. The tyrant decisively unleashed his shield-breaking counterattack. A massive burst of energy exploded, blasting the entire surrounding legion away in helpless disarray. The players were knocked back, their bodies reeling, unable to resist any longer. Looking at the defeated foes, gasping for air, Omen coldly remarked, "Oh, you guys are tougher than I thought." Before the opponents could recover, he brought down a devastating blow onto the ground, crushing their last shred of hope. Omen leisurely sheathed his weapon, mumbling confidently, "All right, now it's time for me to take this city." Suddenly, he felt a wave of intense pressure right behind his back and let out a surprised gasp. The tyrant slowly turned around, wore a deep, mysterious smile, and clearly greeted him, "Welcome, Drake." Captain Drake, with an imposing aura, strode into the palace hall, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, locked straight onto Omen. Elsewhere, Rabbit was still dazed, not understanding what happened, when a massive explosion roared. Both she and the doctor were launched into the air like cannonballs. A powerful collision created a deep crater in the middle of the battlefield, leaving the guards terrified and stunned. Rabbit stumbled, clutching her head, and whined, "I can't believe he actually used a catapult to launch us." Contrary to his teammates' panic, Doc stood up calmly, scanned the surroundings, and assessed. We're already at the 3rd defensive line of the fortress. Seeing the enemy, a guard panicked and screamed, "Look, it's the Nightbringer Guild." The monsters serving the Demon King Doc stepped forward slowly. The Plague Doctor calmly declared, "Yes, we finally arrived. This means this war is about to come to an end." J-Bit was still feeling bitter. She grumbled while rubbing her chin, complaining that the two of them should have had a cooler entrance than that. Ignoring the threats, the guards madly drew their bows and ordered an attack, refusing to let them pass. As the arrows rained down, Doc just smirked. "Well, they're like moths to a flame." He turned and asked, "Rabbit, can you give me a hand?" Rabbit immediately activated her defensive skill, Reflection, creating an invisible energy wall. Every single arrow was suddenly sent flying back at terrifying speed, piercing the very soldiers who fired them, leaving them collapsed in shock. Right after, Doc decisively unleashed his signature skill, Ivy Poison. A giant, thorny vine monster loomed behind the doctor. Witnessing that horrific sight, the remaining players trembled and gasped. A summoner. Doc calmly controlled the vines and reassured his opponents in a cold tone. "Don't worry, the poison in these vines isn't strong enough to kill you." The thorny tentacles wildly extended, binding all the soldiers and players in place. Doc nonchalantly declared that they would only keep them from moving. News of the lightning raid quickly reached Aaron, leaving him stunned and horrified. A soldier reported breathlessly, "Aaron, the Darkbringers Guild has directly infiltrated the front lines." Aaron gritted his teeth and demanded their location, receiving an alarming answer. 2 were at the defensive line, and another had already breached the palace. Aaron shouted orders for the Free Knights Alliance to head to the palace immediately for backup, while the rest remained to support the front lines. He clearly urged his entire army to hold out as long as they could, but a deafening explosion suddenly echoed, cutting off Aaron's words. Aaron narrowly blocked a powerful strike as a familiar figure loomed before him with a mocking greeting. "Long time no see, Aaron. Your reflexes are still top-notch as always." Aaron was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Ken smirked with a cruel smile and loudly declared, "I've come to end the long-standing grudge between us." Meanwhile, Ellen was leading her army, marching thunderously toward the battlefield. She told herself that once she cleared the hill ahead, she would be there. Suddenly, Ellen froze in shock. Standing tall on the rocky peak was the demon king Mincheon, appearing like an omen of death. He looked at her with icy eyes and greeted her. "Welcome, Ellen. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since I lost your trail at Snow White. I don't know why GAIA chose you," but Mincheon growled, asserting that he knew he had to finish her off himself. He smirked triumphantly, knowing he didn't need to look any further for the world crystal. Mincheon drew his sword, radiating an overwhelming aura of evil, and declared, "I will end you right here, right now, to officially put an end to this world." Facing the threat of the Demon King and his Dark Legion, Ellen decisively stepped off her horse. Drawing her bow with determination, she ordered her entire army to destroy the enemy at all costs, regardless of the sacrifices ahead. Ellen's army raised their weapons in unison. "Glory to the devoured kingdom! Glory to Snow White!" Ellen drew her bow, her eyes burning with resolve as she shouted, "Glory to this world!" Unwavering, the Demon King Mincheon dashed like a streak of red lightning, smirking defiantly. "Come on, protagonist. Let's see how long you can last before this bad ending." At that moment, a massive explosion erupted right at the fortress. Amidst the thick dust and bodies lying everywhere, the old man sneered, "You're so weak." Omen stood tall in heavy iron armor, roaring with power. "Look at this. Do you still dare to doubt the fate of the Brotherhood after seeing this with your own eyes?" Drake smirked deeply. "Hey, you understand better than anyone. Sir, have you really forgotten why the Brotherhood fell apart?" Drake clearly exposed the truth. It's because the server conquest war was no longer fought for fun, but solely to serve your insane obsession. Drake bitterly recalled the dark days when they saw no end to the war and gradually turned into pathetic trash instead of the fun-loving villains they once were. From those who dreamed of conquering the world, they had devolved into thugs who bullied players in nearby dungeons. Their noble purpose buried, the Brotherhood became nothing but an aimless pack of wanderers. Drake looked straight at Omen and growled, "But you just kept going like a broken bulldozer, and our humiliation had no end. That's why I betrayed you. I was the one who tore the Brotherhood apart with my own hands. Before we hit rock bottom in shame, someone had to stop us. You are no longer the leader of the Brotherhood. Omen, now you are just a monster who compromised with the devil. Because he couldn't let go of the illusion of ruling the world, he would burn it to ashes with his own hands." Elsewhere, Ken sauntered toward Aaron and mocked, "Aaron, I've always wanted to ask, how does it feel to be the champion because of the dirty tricks you pulled? Are you happy playing the righteous hero for the past year? How does it feel knowing there's nothing you can do to stop the collapse of this world?" "Oh, righteous hero born from lies and hypocrisy." Seeing Aaron silent, he smirked, "Don't want to answer? Suit yourself. All I need to do is take you down." He suddenly stripped off his outer layer to reveal bulging muscles and asserted, "I've downgraded my weapons and armor to match your level. Now we're on a fair playing field." Ken revealed a shocking truth that left Aaron stunned. "We both experienced system errors in that final match. But today, we will fight fairly without any cheating or game bugs. Come on." Aaron turned back toward the palace. Omen roared wildly in front of Drake. "Yes, I am a monster. But I was determined to hold on to my long-held dream, even if I had to endure humiliation or lower myself further." Omen roared with contempt. He believed Drake's story was merely an excuse for giving up on his dream after compromising with a cruel reality. He bitterly admitted. He once considered Drake a like-minded comrade, but now he was just someone who talked too much. Drake bowed his head, stating in a low voice that the Brotherhood was now just a fading memory. Immediately, Omen shouted, "Wrong." He yelled at Drake, "Don't speak as if the Brotherhood is just something to reminisce about, and don't try to romanticize their past." With eyes burning with killing intent, the old man loudly declared that he was standing right there, stepping out of Drake's own memories to become the most brutal reality he had to face. Men leaned in with a fierce expression and roared, "Don't you dare look away, look at me." He raised his spiked mace high, radiating overwhelming pressure as he boomed his identity. Witnessing that madness, Drake just smirked, a deep and mysterious smile on his face. He quietly thought that the old man really hadn't changed at all after all these years. Suddenly, Drake glanced back to check the situation. On the other side of the hall, the takeover process was extremely intense as the system notification board displayed the final countdown, 56 seconds. Over here, Ken was also fighting Aaron. Aaron wondered in shock, since when did he do that? The sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously. Aaron groaned in pain as he was knocked back by the overwhelming pressure from his opponent. Aaron tried to stand up amidst the snow, his hands glowing with icy energy as he unleashed his 1,000-year snow technique, but Ken still nonchalantly glided through the blizzard with incredible speed. He smirked with disdain. You haven't changed at all since last year. Ken poured all his strength into his ultimate move, the meteor shower, to resist, creating an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed the champion in blinding light. Amidst the debris and thick dust, Eren collapsed in exhaustion, his trembling hand touching the cold ground. He bitterly admitted his defeat. I lost. Ken, are you satisfied now? Ken stood tall before the defeated man and coldly replied, I'm truly speechless. I've trained nonstop all year just to pay back this debt, but I didn't expect you to be this weak. Eren hung his head in humiliation and stammered. I was always weak compared to world-class players. Just as you said, I could only hold on to the position of champion through sheer will and cheap tricks. Ken roared in fury, his eyes burning with killing intent. I will show the whole world what really happened in the finals 5 years ago. I have enough evidence and witnesses already. He glared at Eren and threatened. I wonder what your friends will look like when they find out the disgusting truth. Eren just closed his eyes in despair and replied, do whatever you want, because it's true. I am a cowardly wretch. A sharp shout rang out, cutting through the gloomy atmosphere. You're wrong, Eren. Eren was shocked to see a player who was heavily injured, staggering forward with unsteady steps. He looked at Eren with admiration and firmly asserted, you are our hero. Ken glanced contemptuously at the stranger and mocked that he was surely just one of those who had been deceived by Eren's fake hero facade all this time. So what? The young man roared with indignation. He clearly stated that the group had joined Unha-Su to form a special task force for public order and to help people unconditionally. They have fought hard to save the world in their own way. Eren had gathered them, led them, and always stood by them in every hardship. The young man choked up, remembering the moment a child thanked him for saving their life, something he, as a cold-hearted gamer, had never thought of before. He declared, I found salvation in the very role of a hero that Eren is playing, even admitting there might have been shameful actions along the way. And that was something Eren had to face himself, not a place for others to make excuses. But there were still those who had truly been protected and saved by Eren. Ken coldly replied with a look of contempt, you lot aren't heroes at all, just hypocrites trying to play that part. The young man firmly admitted, you're right, we aren't heroes, we're just gamers immersed in our roles. But he gripped his sword hilt until he trembled, roaring at Ken not to dismiss everything he and Eren had done as if it were worthless. He pointed his sword directly at his opponent and yelled, don't you dare mock our play. The shout echoed through the snowy air. Meanwhile, in the palace hall, Drake smirked with a sinister look at men. But sir, you've forgotten the occupation stone. Drake laughed triumphantly. My goal from the start was just to buy time. Victory is ours. But men just smirked sarcastically. Oh, Drake, you still lack the basic knowledge of tactics. The tyrant gripped his weapon and asked back, why do you think I destroyed the palace walls while we were fighting? Drake was shocked. The palace walls? The countdown clock ticked coldly. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. A player excitedly touched the glowing stone and screamed in madness. Haha, I got it. The iceberg castle is mine. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion struck him, knocking the person who had just touched the stone away in absolute shock. Arco King smirked sinisterly from afar. He was the one who had fired the fatal shot, shattering the hopes of the one who tried to steal the occupation stone. He arrogantly declared, look and learn. Captain Drake was stunned by this unexpected intervention. Immediately, men raised his spiked mace, loudly affirming, this is the moment this continent falls into the claws of the Demon Legion. Outside, a player shouted, all troops, give it your all and protect Eren. The screams of loyal teammates echoed across the battlefield. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Eren lowered his head silently. He whispered, everyone, his face showed clear resentment as he admitted a painful truth. I never thought this game was fun. Memories of his high-pressure real life flashed back. Eren bitterly admitted he was just a fraud, a person just trying to play the righteous hero to cover up the emptiness inside. Everything was forced, so how could it be fun? But seeing the players still putting their wholehearted trust in him, Eren choked up. But you all treated someone like me as a true hero. Even though his body was trembling with exhaustion, Eren stood up and declared, that's why. Now, I will act according to the call of my heart. I will fight to the end with everyone here. Witnessing that display of emotion, Ken just coldly mocked, a touching speech. Are you done? He repeated what had happened in the finals years ago, and all the lies until now. Suddenly, Eren bowed his head low. I'm sorry. I promise to apologize in a formal manner. At a public meeting later, his eyes suddenly glowed with cold, steely energy as he looked straight at Ken. But until then, we will still be enemies. Ken impatiently brushed it aside. That's enough. He swung his sword decisively to deliver the finishing blow, but suddenly stopped, frozen in shock. A sound that shook the very space made Ken look up at the sky in alarm. What was that? Where the Dark Legion units were frantically sweeping away all resistance, Demon Lord Nam Mincheon glided like a ghost. He silently calculated a plan to end it. This game ends now. If I can destroy the world crystal that Ellen is holding. I don't know what you're planning, Ellen, but you should never have appeared on this battlefield. A soldier frantically advised, Your Majesty, you must retreat at once. But Ellen firmly refused. Not a moment longer. We must drag this out a little while longer. Nam Mincheon gathered his strength and dashed forward. Suddenly, Nam Mincheon stopped in shock, full of doubt. An avalanche. In the world of Iceberg, disasters like northern wolf ambushes, dragon legion migrations, or avalanches sweeping through the city happen frequently as random events. But Nam Mincheon immediately realized the anomaly. However, it wasn't the season for the avalanche event, which meant someone had deliberately caused it. He looked up at the peak of the collapsing mountain and thought, the trigger for the avalanche is at the summit. Nam Mincheon questioned himself, but I had already blocked all players from approaching that place. Wait, that's still possible for NPCs and monsters. He glared at Ellen with a tense expression. This must be your doing, Ellen. Ellen loudly admitted it. That's right, I was the bait from the beginning. I knew for sure you would show up. If I personally led the majority of my army here, she revealed the sophisticated diversionary tactic. We would draw your attention in this direction. While the elite forces would secretly circle around to the north, I ordered them to cross the mountain that no human could possibly overcome. Nam Mincheon fell into a dilemma. If he continued to fight, Ellen could stall for time to escape, but if he retreated to reinforce the base, she could also use her soldiers to block his path to buy more time. Ellen triumphantly declared, You've fallen into the trap, Demon Lord, so what are you going to do now? Suddenly, Mincheon smirked with a sinister smile. Fallen into a trap? Me? Ha ha, I'm sorry to ruin your performance. Nam Mincheon's eyes glowed with fierce red malice. He firmly concluded, It is you who are falling into a trap. Amidst the iceberg fortress sinking into ice, dry cracking sounds echoed as a series of soldiers were frozen and shattered under tremendous pressure. Amidst the ruins, Doc stepped forward imposingly with black wings and a familiar plague mask. He calmly remarked, It seems we arrived just in time. Doc looked at his comrade standing tall in the middle of the battlefield and asked softly, Are you still okay, mister? Men quietly replied, I'm fine, doctor. Immediately after, a massive explosion shook the space, making Doc startle and look back. On the opposite side, the NPC Legion was still frantically rushing forward like a tidal wave. The commander roared sharply, Protect the objective at all costs. But he had just finished speaking when he was hit by an arrow. Don't forget about me, you bird-brain NPCs. Meanwhile, at the respawn area of Iceberg City, the atmosphere was becoming gloomier and more chaotic than ever. Worried whispers echoed everywhere. At this rate, we're all going to be finished. Another player frantically asked, What do you mean? You said the NPCs had already joined the battle. We just need to join forces with them, right? Another warrior bitterly threw a bucket of cold water. It will take at least 10 minutes for the debuff after respawning to disappear. We will never make it to the main battle in time. Iceberg really isn't in the players' hands anymore. Amidst the surrounding despair, Captain Dre suddenly spoke up to reassure them. It wasn't over yet. He looked around at the crowd and loudly affirmed, I don't see Aaron here, which means he is still fighting. Let's return to the front line once more. As soon as we finish respawning, Dre looked at his exhausted comrades and declared, Those who are tired can retreat to the port city of Brema via the teleport gate. I won't force anyone, only those who truly want to should stay. Captain Dre was vigilantly observing his surroundings when he suddenly spotted someone stealthily approaching the teleport gate. He firmly drew his gun and roared sharply, Who's there? The teleport gate shattered into pieces, revealing Rabbit with a mischievous smile. Oh my, caught red-handed. She smirked triumphantly, asserting that no one was more suitable for secret missions like this than a magician like herself. The sudden appearance of a Nightbringer member made those around scream in terror. Rabbit didn't waste another second. She firmly pressed her hand on the lever and excitedly announced, With this, the boss's trap is complete. A thunderous explosion erupted, incinerating the entire teleport gate area in an instant. Witnessing the devastated scene, Dre was shocked and stunned. He couldn't understand why the enemy would have to go through the trouble of sneaking all the way here just to destroy this one teleport gate. Dre suddenly realized the teleport gate of the old continent only functioned to connect Iceberg and the port city of Brema. A horrifying thought flashed through his mind as he realized the enemy's true scheme. Right at that moment, Oasis excitedly reported over the communication device, Boss, the Iceberg teleport gate has been destroyed. Nam Mincheon smirked with a sinister smile. He silently observed the screen and loudly ordered his two new subordinates, Alpha and Beta. It's your turn. Both bowed their heads respectfully and replied, As you command, sir. In the middle of the chaotic battle, Ellen was shocked to realize that instead of returning to Iceberg, the Demon Lord had chosen to target her directly. Realizing the perilous situation, she firmly ordered the entire army to slowly retreat towards Brema to lure the enemy into a trap. However, a soldier ran over in a panic to report bad news, leaving Ellen stunned. The soldier blurted out, "Your Majesty, there is urgent news. The port city of Brema is being attacked by the Demon Lord's Legion." The plan that had just been set up was countered immediately by a system notification. Ellen was stunned to hear that the Demon Lord's Legion had unexpectedly launched a surprise attack from the south of Brema, causing the port city's final line of defense to collapse completely. She couldn't believe her ears, but how could she not? It can't be. Mincheon smirked with a sinister smile and asked back, "Now do you see who really fell into the trap?" He analyzed a brutal reality. When the teleport route between the two continents was cut off and the only port was blocked, the answer was that no one could return to the new continent anymore. Mincheon admitted the original plan was only to trap the majority of players there, but the current outcome is even better than he expected. He coldly pours cold water on his opponent's hopes. "Do you really think you came here to protect the old continent? You're dead wrong." The Demon King's eyes blaze with intensity as he declares, "You are here to drag yourselves into this hell along with me." Mincheon points his sword at Ellen and asserts that she has no way out, because in this entire world, there is nowhere left for her to run. He stares straight at his opponent and delivers a final, death-dealing declaration. "She will have to die here." At Iceberg Fortress, Captain Drake suspiciously asks Rabbit about the plan to keep the players trapped after the harbor is blockaded. He points out the contradiction that if the Nightbringers Guild captures this base, they won't be able to stay here themselves if they succeed. Rabbit smiles slightly and explains that the Nightbringers belong to the Dark Forces, and regular players won't be able to use the cities they have conquered. Drake immediately realizes the rules of the game. If a city falls and access is denied, the respawn point is automatically reset to another city that hasn't been captured yet. Drake silently calculates that they just need to intentionally sacrifice themselves to be able to respawn on the new continent. But Rabbit has already seen through that thought. She smirks and reveals how to keep them trapped here. It's enough for one person who doesn't belong to the Nightbringers to stand up and occupy this place. Before a stunned Drake, Rabbit recalls a crucial detail. Omen never introduced himself as a member of the Nightbringers, but always loudly proclaimed himself as the tyrant of the Brotherhood. Immediately, the system notification lights up, confirming the true identity of the old tyrant, Omen. Omen, a level 1 to 100 World-Bringer class with 1100 level gear, is still currently in the Brotherhood Guild. Omen roars menacingly, "I warned you not to think of the Brotherhood as just a memory, because it will become the reality that dominates you." Immediately, the system flashes to confirm that the Brotherhood Guild has officially captured Iceberg. With a protection period lasting nearly 30 days, standing in the middle of a fortress covered in white snow, the old tyrant loudly declares that the world has been conquered. And now, he is the king, the guardian of this purgatory. At Bema Port, the monster army is frantically sweeping through the last remaining players. The panda guy moans in helplessness. We're no match for them. The girl in the bear suit also desperately wonders if everything will end so futilely. Suddenly, a giant orc stops in his tracks. He realizes that these people are bearing a special mark and orders his comrades to stop. The goblin shaman stops the massacre, making the bear girl furiously shout, "What the hell are you doing? Just finish us off already." At that exact moment, a sharp, imposing voice rings out, scolding the greedy monsters for trying to snatch the last city of the old continent. Trang-Du roars, demanding that if they have any conscience left, they should hand this small town over to his side. Trang-Du wears a cruel smile as he loudly asserts, because this world may no longer have any heroes, but it is crawling with villains. He loudly rallies all the outlaws to join Un-Ha-Su in taking over this tiny city. The roar echoes across the walls as Trang-Du decisively charges down to attack the monster army. He asserts that this game is doomed anyway, so they might as well make this place their home. In the distance, Aaron stands silently amidst the ruins with a face full of resentment, his breath hitching as he wonders if he only survived because of his ice magic. He thinks to himself that it would have been better to just die and respawn with the main army in the city. Suddenly, a heavy footstep sounds behind him. Ken emerges, looming large and blocking the way. "Where do you think you're going in such a hurry?" Aaron turns around, shocked. Ken smirks with evil intent, growling that if he had the choice, he would kill Aaron 1,000 times over, but his master has a different plan. Ken reveals that the Demon King thinks this will be more interesting than just finishing him off. Aaron is deeply confused. "What are you planning to do?" The only response is Ken's sinister smile and a cold farewell. "Farewell, champion." A pitch-black vortex suddenly erupts, sweeping Aaron into the void, leaving him helpless. Immediately, the fiery scene of the battlefield vanishes, replaced by a peaceful town under a clear blue sky, with windmills and rolling grassy fields. Aaron wakes up with a start, looking around in shock, realizing he is in a completely strange place. Here, an old man with a kind smile approaches slowly and warmly welcomes him. Welcome to the starter town. The old man encourages Aaron to enjoy his time in this warm and peaceful village. Aaron stands frozen in extreme shock, realizing he has been kicked back to square one just as the Great War was nearing its end. Welcome to the starter town. The NPC elder's greeting echoes amidst the peaceful scenery of the village with its windmills. The old man encourages, enjoy your time in this warm and peaceful village. Aaron looks around, stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Starter town? At that moment, a loud shout of Aaron makes him jump and turn around. A comrade runs over, drenched in sweat, confirming that everything is just as he suspected. He worriedly points out that most of the players ending up here are those with unique classes or powerful guild masters. Looking around, Aaron sees a series of experts and elite warriors in full gear sitting on the ground in despair. The situation becomes even worse as the Demon King's army swarms in, completely surrounding the village. Aaron's comrade analyzes that this is his plan to prevent our forces from advancing. Aaron stares blankly at the besieged fortress, realizing the group has been completely trapped. At the iceberg respawn base, Captain Drake stands amidst the ruins with a deep, somber expression. He notes that if everyone doesn't do something, they will be trapped here forever. Drake worriedly thinks to himself, if all the top-level players are stuck here, what will happen to the new continent is all too clear. Drake bitterly admits that if this situation continues, the game will truly come to an end. Suddenly, a soldier rushes over to report the news. Captain Drake, the outlaws are still in the process of capturing Bima. The Demon King hasn't fully controlled that place yet. Drake's eyes suddenly flash with determination as he looks toward the burning city. Even knowing the old continent is lost and will soon collapse, Drake loudly declares to the crowd, but Win Online isn't over yet. He loudly calls out to those who want to fight until the very last minute. I urge you all to run toward northern Bima. Drake roared with steely determination. Abandon the ship and head for the new continent at all costs. The chaos wasn't over yet, and they were forced to divert their entire path toward the final survival route. Amidst the smoke and fire of the battlefield, Ellen stared at the mayhem, trembling as she asked, are the players really running away? The Royal Guard Knight bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. The Demon King hasn't taken control of Bawima yet, and they're using this chance to flee to the port to reach the new continent. Ellen fell silent for a moment before giving a firm command. Then, all troops, hear me. Ignore the Demon King and march straight to Bajima. With eyes burning with resolve, she declared, help those players escape. The knight was stunned and tried to stop her. But, Your Majesty, if we do this, you'll be in danger. It was like playing a boss fight and suddenly becoming the logistics support team for the whole map. She understood the precariousness of the situation all too well. Even if I die here, if those two players get trapped and the new continent collapses, the end result will be the same as it was for Unhasu. She made a reckless decision. We have to gamble. I'll find my own way to escape. Ellen ordered her soldiers to focus all their strength on helping the fleeing players instead of protecting her. The knight bowed his head deeply. May fortune favor you, Your Majesty. He immediately swung his spear and shouted the order to the entire army. Everyone, listen up. Ignore the Demon King and push through. We're heading to Bima. Watching the Guardian Legion surge past, Mincheon curled his lip in a sinister smirk. Ellen, are you serious? He analyzed that while ordinary NPC soldiers could have their data regenerated, a unique NPC like her would disappear forever if she died. Mincheon coldly reminded her that she wouldn't have a chance to respawn until they reclaimed the Snow White base. His killing intent flared as he declared, and yet you're still determined to send all your troops to help the players. If that's the case, I'll be more than happy to take your life. Meanwhile, near the port city of Bajima, the atmosphere had become completely chaotic. Players were running frantically through a torrential rain of arrows. Don't let them catch you. Run like the wind. Captain Drake roared, urging the panicked crowd onward. Hurry, everyone is a crucial piece of this. Suddenly, Drake froze, his face turning pale with shock. Shimmering purple lights erupted eerily beneath the warriors' feet, dragging them into a void-like spatial vortex. The battlefield twisted as if the entire formation was being erased from the map. A subordinate reported the anomaly in a panic. Captain, the demons aren't killing the special players. They're sending them somewhere else. He suspected the enemy was trying to eliminate the leaders to completely destroy the Alliance's command structure. Drake realized the bitter truth. The target they're after is me. He shouted for everyone to find a safe place to hide immediately, but his loyal comrades firmly refused, swearing to stay by his side until the very end. Drake roared as their guild master. You idiots. Don't you understand? This is a guild master's order. Survive and protect the new continent. Amidst the swarm of monsters, the loyal members of the Invincible Fleet rejected Drake's retreat order. they shouted back with firm resolve. We don't care about that. There's no way we're letting you die alone. So just focus on the fight. Drake sighed helplessly at his stubborn teammates. You guys, seriously. A bunch of idiots. He silently drew his sword, nimbly deflecting the arrows whistling toward him. Suddenly, a legion of NPCs in blue and white armor appeared, making everyone gasp in astonishment. The kingdom's army, they've come. Drake asked in awe, why are you helping us? An NPC knight answered loudly, following the queen's orders. Because whether it's players or NPCs like us, we share the same enemy. Just then, a soldier shouted in alarm, Captain, aren't those the outlaws? Jang Du glided forward like a red flash, roaring in anger. Quit standing there like idiots and get your asses to the harbor, you blockheads. Jang Du gritted his teeth in fury. I'm already pissed off. It looks like we can't take this city or find anything good here anymore, so I'm taking these bastards down with me. Drake whispered his name, Jang Du. The red-haired leader declared, this is just a temporary ceasefire. Drake nodded. Of course. We have to join forces. Jang Du snapped back. Join forces? My foot. I don't need any of that fancy talk. I'll help you this time. So don't you dare start any trouble with us on the new continent. Captain Razor of the High Sword Legion shouted his orders. All troops, head to the harbor. Hurry, straight to the new continent. Meanwhile, in the forest of white snow, Ellen was pushing herself to the limit, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She thought frantically in despair. Think. What do I do? How can I survive? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from right behind her. Have you finally decided to give up? Ellen. She turned around in shock and froze as she saw the Demon King, Mincheon, standing there. He raised his greatsword, glowing with evil energy, and coldly prepared to end it. What a boring ending. Now, die. Ellen clenched her fists, despairing as she wondered if this was truly the end for her. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged forward, shielding her. Mincheon was stunned. What is this? Ellen stood paralyzed, watching her spirit beast collapse right in front of her. In her mind, Gaia's words echoed once more. You will become the host of the pathogen called consciousness and spread it to all the NPCs in this world. Ellen trembled, wondering if even the monsters possessed souls now. Mincheon gritted his teeth in confusion. Gaia, what on earth did you plant inside Ellen? Eerie growls echoed as a pack of black wolves with glowing blue eyes emerged from the darkness. A massive foot stomped down, shaking the earth. An entire legion of monsters and majestic armored warriors had gathered to protect their queen. Mincheon smirked coldly. No matter how much of this monster trash you throw at me, Mincheon loudly activated his ultimate state. A red demon mask covered his face, radiating bloodlust. He roared with steel in his voice. You won't be able to stop me, Ellen. But in that very moment, an unexpected glitch occurred. Digital interference flickered across Mincheon's face, accompanied by ear-piercing static. A panicked voice rang out, Master. Mincheon's body began to tremble violently, dissolving into raw data. He collapsed, gripped by excruciating pain. While Oasis's desperate calls struggled to maintain a connection, she cried out, Master, can you hear me? Mincheon clutched his head, screaming in agony. The system is throwing up critical red alerts. You have to log out now. A forced emergency disconnect triggered, and with a thunderous explosion, the Demon King was instantly swept away from the battlefield. As the data storm subsided, a terrifying silence fell over the snowy wasteland. Ellen stared in shock at the empty space where Mincheon had just vanished. She couldn't believe what had just happened. Through the swirling haze of smoke and dust, a figure with glowing red eyes emerged, delivering a fateful proclamation. The time has finally come. The moment is here. Amidst the piles of fallen soldiers and black wolves, the archdemon Crow loomed over a trembling Ellen Snow White. He looked down at her and growled deeply. You possess a unique power. It is what allowed me to take this body. Ellen stared in horror at the red-eyed figure raising a massive greatsword. He coldly declared, Now, rest in peace. As the brutal sword strike descended, Ellen could only shut her eyes, trembling in absolute despair. Crow laughed maniacally, asserting that while every battle used to follow a fixed script, from now on, this world would no longer follow anyone's plan. Amidst the thick black smoke, he murmured, wondering if this was the will of the goddess Gaia. Suddenly, in the real world, Mincheon slumped to the floor, completely unconscious. Through his communication device, Oasis's frantic voice echoed in a panic, Master, wake up. She rushed to call an ambulance, desperate and terrified for his life. Fortunately, he soon regained consciousness. He warily rubbed his head and muttered, Keep it down, you idiot. Seeing her master safe, Oasis burst into tears of relief. She had feared the worst. Mincheon reassured her that he was just exhausted from overworking. Then, he stood up quietly, adjusted his glasses, and asked about the situation in the game. Anyway, what the hell just happened? Oasis, what did you find? Oasis explained that since she couldn't access Naipan's servers, she couldn't analyze the system logs, but it seemed his account had been infected by some kind of virus. He asked in shock if Naipan's security had been breached, but Oasis insisted that this virus didn't come from the outside, it was created from within. Meanwhile, at Braui Port, chaos reigned as the crowd frantically tried to flee by ship. Everyone, get on the ship. Hurry, we're running out of time, Trang-du shouted while striking down enemies with his sword. All right, it's done. Everyone board the ship and get out of here now. However, a knight resolutely blocked his path. No, the queen is on her way here. We must hold the line until she arrives. Trang-du screamed in fury. Are you crazy? The Demon King's main force is almost here. We barely managed to take down these small fries. How do you expect to stop an entire army? The knight continued fighting, insisting that they had to, because they couldn't win the war without the queen. Captain Dre stepped forward and said in a low voice that the NPCs had helped the players for so long, so now it was time to return the favor. Trang-du was stunned, snapping at him that this wasn't the time to play the hero, or they would all die. But Dre coldly shut him down. We won't stand a chance of winning this war without the NPCs. And besides, you ungrateful brat. Dre looked straight at Trang-du and reminded him that he had adventured alongside Ellen, too. Trang-du froze, breaking into a cold sweat in sheer shock. Not wanting to waste any more time, Dre loudly ordered the troops to defend the port until Ellen arrived. He instructed those who were low on health to board the ship immediately, while the rest were to defend with everything they had. Suddenly, Dre gasped, his eyes wide as he saw his silhouette galloping from the distance. Ellen appeared on the back of a black horse, leaving everyone in awe. Ellen, is it really her? The crowd bowed, chanting, "Long live the Queen." The Crimson-Eyed Legion roared madly, the ground shaking violently as they prepared to crush everything. Surrounded, Ellen calmly rode toward the ferocious monsters. Seeing the Queen in danger, a knight shouted in alarm, "Your Majesty, we're coming to save you." But a strange phenomenon occurred. The entire army of orcs and goblins suddenly froze. As if turned to stone, they trembled, beads of sweat rolling down in absolute fear before the overwhelming aura radiating from Ellen. Seeing this, Trang-du and the knight could only stand there, stunned. The soldier muttered, "Looks like she doesn't need our help." With her max-level aura, the monsters were paralyzed before they could even attack. Ellen breathed heavily and sincerely thanked everyone for waiting patiently for her. Not wanting to waste another second, Trang-du frantically urged, "Hurry, everyone, get on the ship." From the mast, a young boy announced that everyone was aboard and gave the order to weigh anchor. Trang-du sprinted along the docks to catch the ship as it pulled away. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally escaped this hellhole. A sudden choking sound escaped him as a rope wrapped tightly around his neck, jerking him to a halt. His subordinates on the ship screamed in panic as they saw their leader being violently dragged back to the ground. Trang-du collapsed onto the stone pavement, grinding his teeth in frustration. Seeing the undead enemies closing in, he resolutely shouted for the ship to leave immediately and not to worry about him. Captain Dre looked back, only able to call out Trang-du's name in helplessness before ordering the ship to continue the journey, a parting as abrupt as dropping from a party mid-combat. Trang-du was seized by the undead, unable to resist. He watched the ship drift away and muttered bitterly, "Heartless teammates, they really abandoned me when I needed them most." The scene shifted to the Naipan Corporation headquarters, where a tense atmosphere hung in the air. In the conference room, the staff were debating how to resolve the situation. They concluded that the only way was to remove GAIA, shut down the physical servers, and perform a full data restoration. However, the biggest hurdle was that if GAIA didn't leave Wing online voluntarily, forcibly disconnecting her from the system was virtually impossible. Shutting down the servers wasn't just a simple power-off. It would trigger a series of complications that could last for months, which means putting an end to the game. Not only do they have to refund the payments for purchased items, but they also face astronomical costs for the expensive server infrastructure they've already invested in. Lee Dong-ha looks on, furious, as his phone keeps showing unanswered calls to Un-ha-su. He roars in desperation. Damn it, the guy in charge of this whole mess won't even pick up. What am I supposed to do now? A terrifying thought flashes through his mind, causing him to turn pale. Wait, could he be planning to run away? If Un-ha-su really runs off, the only person left to take the fall for this disaster is Lee Dong-ha. He trembles with fear. But just then, the meeting room door is thrown open. Song Shinji rushes in, panting, and shouts, "Found it!" Lee Dong-ha, dazed, asks if she found the director's hiding spot, but Song Shinji firmly denies it. She clearly announces that she has found a crucial clue to resolve the current situation. The group quickly gathers around a programmer's desk. Looking at the code running across the screen, Lee Dong-ha can't help but be surprised that an ordinary employee could have such skilled programming abilities. Song Shinji introduces him as one of the three people who laid the initial foundations for Wing Online. She brings up the database hack from a few weeks ago, the event that caused the entire security team to be fired and replaced by AI, only for things to get worse when GAIA took control of them. Suddenly, the programmer reveals shocking information. The backdoor that the hacker used is still there. Lee Dong-ha is stunned and asks again, and receives an explanation that perhaps the old security team was fired so quickly that they didn't have time to wipe their tracks. The programmer clearly concludes that this means they can use that very same backdoor. Lee Dong-ha breaks out in a cold sweat. He stammers, asking if the group is planning to hack into Wing Online itself. Receiving a nod of confirmation, he becomes even more tense. The sound of rapid typing fills the room. The programmer admits that this won't be easy at all. Based on the speed at which GAIA has taken control of other AIs, the team will only have 10 seconds before they are discovered. Lee Dong-ha worries that 10 seconds is too short to do anything, but the programmer asserts that in that time, they can change a core source code. Faced with Lee Dong-ha's disbelief about the power of a single line of code, he clearly declares, "At the very least, we can change one rule in this game." Lee Dong-ha frantically asks back, "Wait, are you saying we're going to waste this golden opportunity just to change some trivial rule, instead of shutting GAIA down for good?" Song Shinji coldly replies, "That was impossible from the start. GAIA is a monster now, so realistically, modifying one rule in the game is the best we can hope for." Lee Dong-ha is stunned. Song Shinji says, "So, you mean we're going to put the fate of the game in the user's hands?" She says casually, "Well, it wasn't in our hands anymore anyway. So, make your choice. How do you intend to use this chance?" Another employee urges him, "If you could change one rule of the game, what would you choose?" Lee Dong-ha grinds his teeth in tension, cursing under his breath. Damn it, why does the director always disappear at times like this? Meanwhile, at Nam Mincheon's house, his virtual assistant Oasis asks anxiously, "What should we do?" "Master." Oasis announces news that hits like a bolt of lightning. "You no longer have access to the Nam Mincheon account." Nam Mincheon falls off his chair in shock. He screams in desperation, "I have to get it back, no matter the cost. All the time and money I poured into that character." Lying on the floor, he falls into deep thought. A virus created from within the game itself? I thought it was just a minor game glitch, but it turns out it's affecting real life too. His eyes suddenly turn cold. He makes a firm decision to change his plans. First, gather all the members of the Nightbringers Guild immediately. The doorbell rings repeatedly, leaving him dazed. Huh? Who could be coming at this hour? He slowly walks over to check the intercom screen. A strange voice comes through the speaker. "Oh, hello. I'm very sorry for the sudden visit. Is this the residence of Nam Mincheon, the former director of Wing Online?" The stranger in his suit and sunglasses flashes a sinister smile and clearly demands, "I have a few matters I'd like to discuss with you. So, could you please open the door, Mr. Nam?" Turning the clock back one day, Yoon Ha-soo is sent flying to the floor by a massive punch. His father rages, "You idiot. You said you could do it." He roars, demanding an explanation for why the company's stock is plummeting into the gutter, even though he previously promised to make NIP Games 3 times bigger than it is now. Yoon Ha-soo can only hold his bruised face, stammering apologies in terror. "I'm sorry, father. The promises were high, but the stocks are heading straight for the basement." The rage doesn't stop as his father clearly orders him to restore the company's value immediately. The scene shifts to a quiet cafe where Eun Ha-soo quietly wears sunglasses to hide the wounds on his face. As soon as he sees Nam Mincheon approaching, he greets him softly. "Long time, no see." Director Eun awkwardly suggests that he should just call him Eun Ha-soo to be more friendly, as he is actually a few years younger than him. He admits they got off to a bad start and swears that he was just a pawn being led by GAIA. Yoon Ha-soo clarifies that he knew absolutely nothing about that malware, and that GAIA was the one who leaked everything to get Nam Mincheon fired. He quietly sips his coffee and asks if he knows about the terrible state of Wing Online right now. He speaks in a grim tone, asserting that the crazy AI is destroying the game, and the only one who can fix this wreck is the father of Wing, director Nam Mincheon. Because he wanted to turn Wing into a bigger cash cow, he let greed blind him and cause this disaster. Yoon Ha-soo slams his hand on the table, coffee splashing everywhere as he yells in desperation. "But we can't let the game end like this." He reveals shocking news. If the situation isn't fixed in the next 2 weeks, the board of directors will forcibly shut down all the servers. Knowing he has nowhere left to turn, Eun Ha-soo drops to his knees, throwing away all his pride to beg earnestly. "I know I'm shameless, but please, help us bring Wing Online back to normal." Responding to his plea is only cold silence. Nam Mincheon quietly gets up and walks out of the cafe, leaving Ha-soo still kneeling in humiliation. After Mincheon leaves, Hasu slowly stands up, dusts off his clothes, and mutters to himself, "Yeah, if it were me, I'd refuse too." Well, he'd done his best. Hasu's eyes look sad behind his sunglasses. The harsh insults of his father still echo in his mind, calling him a pathetic fool who doesn't know how to clean up the mess he made himself. Returning to the Nipan headquarters, the staff hurried to report the moment they saw the director. "Director we've been looking everywhere for you. There's a matter that requires your immediate decision. Anyone who can pull off a deadline like this while still holding out hope definitely has nerves of steel." But Hasu brushed it off decisively. "Forget about that. We have no solution, do we?" He said this despite the staff trying to explain that there was still hope. He roared firmly, "I don't need that garbage." Standing in the middle of the office, Hasu declared to the entire staff, "Listen up, everyone. The Wing Online servers will officially shut down in 2 weeks." As murmurs of confusion broke out, he announced the board's decision from 2 days ago coldly. "As of today, I am no longer your director. I will take responsibility for this failure and officially resign from all management duties for Wing Online." Lee Dong-ha gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't believe Hasu was cowardly throwing everything away to escape alone during such a critical moment. However, Hasu suddenly placed a hand on Lee Dong-ha's shoulder and instructed, "Even though I'm leaving, I hope you'll take care of this game until the very end." But he would need someone to lead the team until that point. He revealed that he was on his way to nominate someone to the board, someone who had dedicated all their passion and effort to Wing Online from the very beginning. Lee Dong-ha was stunned, his heart pounding as he hoped that person was him. But Hasu threw cold water on that hope when he named Shinji. Hasu smiled and asked if she wanted to take the position of the next director, saying she had long deserved the promotion. Song Shinji smirked arrogantly and replied clearly, "If you insist, then fine." The scene shifts back to the game world in a remote forest. Ken frowned in suspicion, not understanding why ACs had suddenly asked the group to gather in such a faraway place. Rabbit nervously mentioned that she had constantly sent messages to the boss but hadn't received any response. As the group looked around vigilantly, ACs cheered excitedly. "Everyone, the master is here." The entire Nightbringers Guild, including Ken, Doct, Rabbit, Omen, and Roking, were shocked and could not believe their eyes. A warrior wearing a pristine white-silver armor stepped up beside Aces and greeted them. "Hello, Nightbringers. It's me." Omen's eyes widened in amazement as he stammered, "Wait, the White Knight?" Faced with King's ignorance, the tyrant yelled in disbelief that he didn't know this legend. That was the captain of the White Knights, who had led the entire server during the world boss raids in the early stages of the game. In reality, White Knight wasn't a real ID, but a respectful title the player community had affectionately given to this legendary hero. The White Knight was a legend who belonged to no guild and always appeared out of nowhere during raids to lead players through the most difficult bosses. Seeing Roking sarcastically ask if the Sun Boss was for losers, Omen immediately snapped that it used to be the only content they could enjoy in the game's early days. Mincheon, in his majestic silver armor, calmly admitted that sometimes even the developers wanted to experience this world like a normal user. Mincheon explained that since the demon god Crow had taken control of the Mincheon character, he had no choice but to log into this old account from the early days. The group was stunned by the fact that an AI could steal a player's character, making the situation chaotic. Mincheon noted that ever since GAIA intervened deeply in the system, the AIs began to change and act with consciousness like real humans. He pointed out the biggest anomaly. According to the original plot, Crow was designed to destroy House Snow White and rule the world. But he didn't finish off Ellen even though she was in his grasp. This proved the demon god was plotting something more sinister. This game no longer had AI to support players. It had become a law of the jungle scenario. Seeing the situation drifting off course, Omen couldn't help but feel uneasy about what was to come. But Roking smirked and mocked the old man, asking if he was scared and wanting to retreat. Mincheon declared that since everything had changed, the Nightbringers would need a completely new battle plan to confront this threat. Meanwhile, the ship carrying the survivors was still drifting aimlessly on the vast ocean. Captain Drake looked at the heavy losses of the Alliance and worried that even if they reached the new continent, they would struggle to organize an effective counterattack. It felt like the server had raised its difficulty level before they could even reach the next chapter. Drake admitted he was completely stuck and couldn't find any way out of their current plight. Ellen walked over and reminded Drake of his promise from the very first season when he aspired to be a famous player known to everyone. She brought up his dream of becoming the greatest guild leader in the entire server. Drake awkwardly recalled that ambitious beginning, and Ellen smiled as she reminded him that he used to self-deprecatingly call it just a distant dream that could never be realized. Ellen looked at the famous captain and encouraged him, but right now, I'm standing next to one of the most famous captains in this game. Facing Drake's silence, she smiled firmly. Please, don't give up so easily. It's not over yet. The ship sailed across the vast ocean, carrying their last hope forward. Back in reality, Lee Dongha asked worriedly, Seong Shinji, are you really going to do this? Those people might pin all the blame on you. Song Shinji prepared herself decisively and replied, but I can't just stand by and watch the game be destroyed like this. Someone has to step up. Dongha, at the very least, we have to stay until the final minute. Seeing Song Shinji pick up the VR gear, Lee Dongha asked in a panic what she was planning. She declared clearly, I'm going into the game. Lee Dongha reminded her that she couldn't log in with a GM account right now. But Song Shinji smiled slightly. Do you remember when we pretended to be players along with GAIA back in the day? Lee Dongha asked blankly what she planned to do with a normal account. Song Shinji put on the headset and concluded, I will go in and ask him directly how we should change the rules of this game. In a tent in the middle of the battlefield, Ellen was deep in thought, studying the documents on the table. Suddenly, a voice calling Ellen startled her. Song Shinji walked into the command tent. She looked at Ellen and spoke softly. It's been a long time. Ellen, do you still remember me? Ellen looked up at the stranger with a sorrowful yet still respectful gaze. Of course. I remember every player I've ever journeyed with. It's good to see you again. Let's not waste any time. Song Shinji got straight to the point. I'll be brief. I'm actually GM Brownie Locke, the current director of Wing Online. I had to use this account to see you because my GM account has been completely locked by GAIA. Ellen looked at the woman before her in shock, wondering to herself, a GM, are you one of the people from the outside world who created this place? Even though she understood the concept of a creator, Ellen still couldn't hide her bewilderment at facing such a powerful entity directly. Seong Shinji looked at Ellen with apologetic eyes. I'm sorry for forcing such a cruel responsibility upon you. She lowered her voice to reveal her true purpose. But right now, we are working hard to change one of this world's laws. We can only change one single thing. Ellen, if you had the power to change one law to defeat the Demon King and protect this world, what would you choose to change? In a secluded forest, the Bringers Guild was reeling from the White Knight's plan. One member asked in astonishment, abolish the occupation immunity time? Wait, is Naipan really planning to remove that rule? Now Mincheon strode forward. He explained that, currently, GAIA had gained absolute control, leaving Naipan completely helpless. In this desperate situation, they were forced to put the future of the game into the user's hands. He revealed that Naipan had discovered a backdoor trace that Rabbit had once created. And even with only a few short seconds before being detected by GAIA, they could still manage to intervene in the source code to change one core rule. Doc pondered. So, you mean that rule is the occupation immunity time? Nam Mincheon clearly confirmed it, outlining a scenario where once this rule was implemented, the Alliance army would immediately begin the journey to reclaim the old continent. They would restore the cities one by one, launching a large-scale, all-out attack aimed directly at Snow White. Oasis realized the key point. At that moment, Il-Yeon would have no choice but to reveal herself. The White Knight nodded. Exactly. But the problem is, I can't use the Nam Mincheon account anymore, so we are officially moving to Plan B. Mincheon clearly declared a shocking decision. From today, the Bringers Guild will officially disband. The unexpected statement left all members stunned in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the freezing iceberg fortress, two players trudged through the snow. One asked the other out of curiosity what they were doing, and the hooded young man replied nonchalantly, "Oh, hello." He explained he was still logging in out of habit to grind dungeons daily and collect items. Even though he had to admit this place was no different from an online prison, he still couldn't give it up after 6 years of attachment. It was as casual as leaving a group chat. Suddenly, violent tremors rang out, startling both of them. Both asked each other in confusion what was happening, then realized in shock that figures were frantically rushing toward them. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the space as two core members fought. They exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, are they fighting each other? Maybe it's a sparring match." But the pace of the battle grew increasingly fierce and brutal. Ken was knocked backward in pain. The plot revealed the White Knight's true plan, when he asked the team to pretend to split up and confront each other upon reaching Iceberg to distract public opinion. However, Ken gritted his teeth, realizing the cruel reality. This was no small skirmish. Omen swung his weapon with immense power and roared with excitement. "Is that all you've got, Ken?" Ken realized the old man seemed to have been waiting for the day to take him down himself for a long time. Observing from above, Doc quietly remarked on his teammates' passion. "They're so passionate, aren't they?" A truly brutal battle. Suddenly, arrows whistled through the air, aimed straight at the plague doctor. Rock King appeared with a glowing crossbow. He roared madly. "I've been waiting for this chance for a long time, Doc. Today is the day I wipe that smug smile off your face." Despite that aggression, Doc remained calm and muttered sarcastically, "But how can you see my face when I'm wearing a mask?" Acro King roared in fury. screaming at Doc that he could see right through that stupid mask. He repeatedly criticized Doc for always acting like he knew everything, even though he secretly admitted the doctor was truly very wise. Roking clenched his fist, declaring loudly that he hated those who were better than him, which meant he hated most of humanity. Doc calmly advised him to keep his head up, but Roking immediately brushed it off, demanding his opponent stop showing him pity. On this side, Rabbit suspiciously asked Oasis if this was really a random battle or not. Oasis could only sigh warily. She worried about why things had turned out this way and feared she couldn't handle a real PvP battle. Rabbit immediately warned Oasis not to look down on her support AI, because she had meticulously trained Alice in top-tier combat skills for a long time. Rabbit confidently asserted she was definitely stronger, causing Oasis to ask for the reason behind that confidence. Oasis crossed her arms arrogantly and loudly declared that because she was the master's support AI, she naturally had to be the best in this world. Rabbit just chuckled and remarked that Oasis' ability to talk nonsense had certainly improved significantly compared to before. She sarcastically noted that Oasis sounded just like a real human. However, Oasis firmly maintained that it was perfectly reasonable for her. Immediately after, she summoned the giant black basilisk with glowing eyes and clearly ordered Alice to start the action. From behind the screen, Alice and Seong Shinji confirmed the order in unison with cold eyes. Rabbit, with eyes burning with killing intent, gripped her magic cards and whispered menacingly that everything would end soon. At the sunset port on the new continent, the shocking news of the civil war in the Demon King's army reached the captain's ears. He was stunned and shocked when he heard reports that the guild members were slaughtering each other right at Iceberg. Dree squinted with suspicion, wondering if this was a sophisticated trap to deceive the Alliance army. A subordinate confirmed that the situation was extremely chaotic. 6 factions were frantically fighting and deploying all their private armies right in front of the fortress. Earth-shattering explosions were shaking the entire iceberg as a battle of unprecedented scale was truly taking place. Captain Dree realized in shock that this was not just a mere brawl when the members of the Nightbringers Guild have even dragged their own private armies into this war. He breaks out in a cold sweat, wondering what on earth happened between them. Suddenly, Yi appears behind him and claims this is our chance. Dre turns around, startled, and calls her name, while Ellen declares clearly that regardless of whether it's a trap or not, there's no time to hesitate. They absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. She reveals another shocking piece of news. Furthermore, the creators of this game will help us. Dre breaks out in a cold sweat, stunned by the information that the game developers are going to intervene. At the headquarters of Nepan's second development team, the atmosphere is extremely tense as staff buzz about the scene of the Demon Lord's army slaughtering itself in front of Unhasu. Song Shinji confirms decisively and states that she has received word from Ellen to proceed with changing the game's rules. She turns to ask anxiously, can Dong-ha do it? Although Dong-ha admits the current tools aren't quite perfect, he is still resolute and determined to try. Song Shinji gives a clear order to begin the backdoor infiltration plan. The entire staff responds in unison and begins to act. Dong-ha shouts to get everyone's attention. He warns the team they have only 10 seconds before GAIA counterattacks. In that brief window, they must open the back door, gain access, and modify the source code without making a single mistake. Dong-ha orders them to start. The sound of frantic typing fills the room in extreme tension. But then, Dong-ha suddenly pauses in suspicion when he notices that there is absolutely no resistance from GAIA. Hacking the system felt as easy as logging into a coffee shop Wi-Fi. GAIA should have detected the intrusion and attacked the defense system immediately, but everything remains strangely silent. Dong-ha focuses intensely to clear the final lines of code, and moments later, the screen glows bright, notifying them that the system has been hacked. He exclaims in shock, "We did it. It was a success." And the whole office erupts in excited cheers. But Dong-ha cannot help but feel uneasy because everything happened too easily. Meanwhile, inside the game world, the goddess GAIA stands silently, gently holding a glowing item with a mysterious look in her eyes, as if she is plotting something even more terrifying. Inside the command tent, Ellen is studying the tactical map with Captain Dre. She points to the port location and declares clearly, after we attack Terra and recapture the Dawn port, we will secure the intercontinental routes. After that, we will head to Iceberg and rescue the players being held captive, then gradually reclaim each castle of the old continent. Captain Dre breaks into a cold sweat and asks anxiously, "So when do we set out for Terra?" Ellen replies with a deep, thoughtful look. "We don't know how long the enemy's civil war will last, so we must take advantage of this opportunity as soon as we can." Receiving the order, Captain Dre steps out of the tent and shouts loudly, "All troops, prepare for battle." Meanwhile, in the remote forest, the White Knight is mapping out the next step of this crazy plan. The Demon Lord's army will slaughter itself, and the Nightbringers Guild will disband so that everyone goes their separate ways. Since there are 7 cities on the old continent, we will each take one city before dispersing. He stands tall and asserts, my plan is this. We will make everyone believe that the Demon Lord's army is mired in civil war just as it's about to rule the world. Once we start attacking Yunhasu, the Alliance will certainly take that opportunity to counterattack. Doctor. Name comments thoughtfully. That sounds reasonable, but are you sure the Alliance will act according to our plan? The White Knight responds decisively. Both players and NPCs have reached their limits. If they find a glimmer of hope in this deadlock, they will have no choice but to grab it, even without knowing what lies ahead. Ken sighs with frustration. All right, I get what you mean, but boss, do you want me to play the loser? That's not an easy request. In response, the White Knight asserts, no, you don't need to act at all. Just give it your all. The White Knight declares his ultimate goal clearly, because I will join the Alliance as the White Knight and make you kneel. He grinds his teeth with excitement. Boss, we might wipe out everyone in the Alliance. Are you sure you're okay with that? Things might not go according to your plan. The White Knight just replies calmly, is that so? Let's see how things turn out. Rocking smirks with a challenging smile as he stands atop the high tower. He declares clearly, come and get this. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps right into the middle of the enemy encirclement. The skeleton soldiers and knights charge crazily at Yunhasu. A massive explosion erupts, throwing everything around in a blinding light. Dre stares in shock at the debris, wondering if that was the power of a defensive artifact. Suddenly, the White Knight appears, looming over him to shield him, and coldly corrects him. No, that was just a normal sniper skill. Dre is stunned, unable to believe his ears that a shot from such a long distance could deal such terrifying area of effect damage. Looking at the familiar silver armor, Dre realizes the identity of his savior. Wait, you're the White Knight. The surrounding players also erupt in astonishment to see the legendary captain from Season 1 make a surprise comeback. The White Knight interrupts decisively. Save that for later. Now, focus on the battle. Our opponent is on a completely different level compared to ordinary players. Right at that moment, arrows whistle through the air, heading straight for their targets with absolute precision. The crowd screams in panic, as they realize they are heat-seeking arrows that cannot be dodged. Dre grinds his teeth, analyzing the situation. That is the guaranteed hit shot of a marksman. It's extremely powerful, but it definitely has a usage limit. He intends to order his troops to focus on defense, but an arrow pierces through the armor of a warrior right next to him in a flash. Dre is stunned and shocked. No way. Rocking smirks with an evil aura, brushes back his hair, and declares clearly, do you think I climbed to this position just by causing trouble? The other Nightbringer members wouldn't even have a chance to strike. I will wipe all of you out by myself. Massive, earth-shaking explosions rain down on the ground. Rocking shouts excitedly while raising his crossbow high, bombardment coming through, baby. Witness that terrifying firepower. Captain Dre pales with worry. Are you intending to cross through this hell? Doing that is no different than suicide. However, the White Knight remains completely calm and asserts, we just need to move forward until we reach the next hiding spot. Walking through a hail of bullets like I'm heading to the grocery store, I'll just live with the mindset that they'll miss me. No sooner had he finished speaking than the White Knight dashed forward. All right, I'm heading out. Dre was shocked and couldn't stop him. He could only shout, what? Wait, damn it. Immediately after, he clearly ordered his entire army to stick close to the White Knight. Seeing the silver-armored figure charging straight toward him, Rock King was stunned. Huh? Are you serious, boss? He smirked, a wicked look on his face, thinking to himself, you really plan to take me down by running straight into my line of fire? If you're so eager to die in that shiny armor, I'll happily grant your wish. Rock King poured his strength into the next shot, aiming straight at his target. A metallic clang echoed as the giant arrow slammed into the White Knight's shield, but it barely caused any damage. Rock King froze in disbelief. Oh, I forgot. He realized in a panic that the White Knight had configured this character's build to reduce incoming range damage by up to 95%. Even so, Rock King didn't lose heart. He roared madly. Then I'll just have to hit you 20 more times, won't I? Terrifying explosions went off one after another, enveloping the entire area in thick smoke and fire. Captain Dre breathed a sigh of relief as he hid behind a large rock with the White Knight. Whoosh, that was a close one. You're a total madman. The White Knight calmly observed and noted, we've got his attention now. It's your turn to make a move. Dre inwardly marveled at the legendary captain's tactical vision. Just by glancing at the formation, he had grasped the entire plan. Immediately, a legion of knights charged forward. Receiving news that enemy reinforcements had appeared from the west, Rock King was shocked to realize he had been tricked. Damn it, was the boss just a decoy? Rock King realized he was being surrounded from all sides. He clicked his tongue and decided, damn it, I'll handle the west. Suddenly, A resounding roar echoed as a massive army of knights came thundering forward, and an urgent report came through. Report! More enemy reinforcements coming from the south. Rock King turned pale with terror. What the hell? He gritted his teeth, realized he had no other choice, and gave the order to send half his troops from the north wall down to the south. But before he could finish, another lightning bolt update arrived. Urgent report. The enemy's main force is attacking from the north. Rock King screamed in utter helplessness. Good grief, give me a break for 1 second. Amidst the chaos, the White Knight loomed into view and coldly pointed out his opponent's mistake. Rock King, your biggest weakness isn't that you're a sniper, or that your defense has gaps, nor is it because you use heavy weapons with such an imposing demeanor, he concluded. It's because you only see the trees and fail to see the forest when you're overwhelmed. Rock King roared. Ugh, shut your mouth and fight me. He crazily fired arrows that tore through the air toward the legendary captain. Witnessing that absolute defensive skill, Rock King could only sigh in frustration. Seriously, you really have to use that ability? Not giving his opponent a chance to react, the White Knight delivered a devastating slash that sent Rock King flying backward. Captain Dre sauntered over and marveled, White Knight, your ability to read the battlefield is truly legendary. I thought you had retired after you disappeared back in Season 1. The White Knight replied nonchalantly, well, you know, life gets busy. I still play whenever I can. Dre sincerely sent his thanks. Still, thank you so much for joining us in this dire situation. It's a relief to know you're on our side. The White Knight nodded slightly. I'm more than happy to help. He silently scanned the camp but couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just as I expected, I don't see Ellen anywhere. He realized the queen wouldn't show herself easily, even to her allies. Dre pressed him on whether the whole team would head straight to Iceberg after regrouping, and the White Knight confirmed it firmly, as many players were still being held captive there. Dre was pondering how to discuss it further when a soldier ran up, panicked, and shouted, Captain, we just got word from our troops at Iceberg, and things are going from bad to worse. Dre asked in shock, what do you mean? The soldier trembled in terror. The Demon King's army is slaughtering everyone inside the fortress. In the distance, the towering Iceberg fortress was now engulfed in a sea of flames, with smoke and dust obscuring the night sky. Amidst the debris and the bodies lying everywhere, Omen walked slowly with a deep, somber look on his face. He gave a slight, murderous smirk and whispered to himself, there's no pain greater than being attacked by an enemy from within. I've had to endure more than enough of that trash myself. Night fell over the brightly lit city. In the real world, clumps of black hair fell into the bathroom sink. Aaron stood quietly in front of the mirror, decisively shaving off his overgrown beard to cast aside the disheveled look he carried for so long. Just as he finished wiping his face, his wife entered the room and called out, Honey. She approached, hugged Aaron tightly, and choked out, You have no idea how happy I was to hear you decided to stop playing that game. Aaron stood there silently, his eyes looking sadly into the void. He gently patted his wife and reassured her, Don't worry. Looking at the radiant photo of his late son, Hainu, on the table, Aaron firmly promised himself that this would be the last time he would never play it again. Lord Omen, the enemy has appeared in the east and is heading straight for us. Dairan anxiously asked if he planned to use the fortress to his advantage, but Omen just gave a smug, mocking smirk. Where's the fun in that? Dairan still tried to stop him, pointing out that their army didn't even have a fraction of the Demon King's forces, and even the allied forces outnumbered them, so facing them head-on in the open field would only lead to a disastrous outcome for their side. Omen pondered and asked, Do you know, Dairan, Omen's guild has almost never fought a battle where we had the advantage. He asserted that the reason he became a legend was precisely because he never backed down in the face of adversity. With eyes burning with killing intent, he declared loudly, I'll show these newbies what real war is. Across the front line, Captain Dre was shocked to realize the enemy seemingly had no intention of using the fortress to defend. Dre muttered, That's typical Omen. Not missing the opportunity, he clearly ordered his entire army. We will face the enemy right here on the plains. Do not retreat under any circumstances. We have the advantage in both power and numbers. Crush them with everything you've got. Immediately, Dairan also raised his hand to signal the Monster Legion. Archers, fire. We must halt their advance, keep firing. Arrows whistled through the air, slamming into the defensive line and forcing the Alliance troops to desperately hold their shields. Despite the rain of arrows, Gray roared, urging his men forward. We can do this. Charge. The clash of weapons and shouts rang out as the two sides collided in a brutal, chaotic melee. Amidst the chaos, a player was startled by a frantic scream from a comrade behind him. Before he could even react, a hulking figure loomed over him, delivering a crushing blow. Omen was sweeping through the battlefield like a cyclone. The thunderous strikes of his hammer made the players scream in terror. Ah, it's Omen. "Run!" they shouted while watching from afar. The White Knight could only sigh, exasperated by his teammates' theatrics. Good grief! Is he trying to act in an action movie? Realizing the formation was collapsing, Captain Dre panicked. At this rate, our entire formation will be wiped out. We have to stop him. Faced with Dre's helplessness, the White Knight stepped forward decisively, seeing no other choice. "I'll take him on." Dre tried to stop him, worried he couldn't win alone. But the White Knight calmly instructed, "Don't worry, I'll use the others behind us." Amidst the chaos, the White Knight shouted clearly to rally the Legion. "Everyone, pay attention. Whoever is still alive, break the old formation and regroup into squads of 10 with those closest to you." He commanded firmly, "I'll handle Omen. The rest of you, focus on wiping out their units one by one." Hearing the challenge, Omen stopped in his tracks. He loomed forward with deep, piercing eyes. "Humph, you intend to face me yourself. Don't underestimate me. I am stronger than ever, and I've survived long enough to tell my own legends." Omen lunged forward like a lightning bolt. The power generated by the clash between the two masters was so intense it left the spectating players stunned and terrified. Is this really a fight between players? Yoon Ha-soo watched on. Omen laughed triumphantly, seeing his opponent seemingly on the back foot. "Ha, what's wrong? You're leaving your flank open." The White Knight poured all his strength into a decisive strike and roared with killing intent. "It ends here." A massive shockwave erupted from the White Knight. Suddenly, a massive black shadow appeared, shielding him, followed by a worried voice. "Master, are you okay? Getting a pet to tank when you're losing?" A true turnaround. Recognizing the form of a large bear, the White Knight exclaimed in shock, "Oasis?" She casually revealed she possessed another secondary character, leaving him wondering why she chose that form. Even Omen had to pause. He angrily raised his weapon and shouted, demanding to know where this strange bear came from. The bear roared fiercely. "I'm not a bear. I'm a druid." Before the tyrant could react, Oasis delivered a crushing slap straight to Omen's face. The surprise attack sent him flying, leaving everyone astonished. The White Knight immediately seized the opportunity. He clearly thanked Oasis for creating the perfect opening he needed. He raised his glowing sword high, pouring all his energy into a final strike, swallowing Omen in a blinding flash of light. As the smoke cleared, Omen was still standing tall in the middle of the battlefield. He coldly mocked, "Is that all? I expected more from you, but you've disappointed me." The White Knight replied quietly with a deep, somber tone, "Look around you, Omen." The tyrant turned his head in shock and froze, seeing that his entire army had been completely wiped out by the Alliance forces. The White Knight stated clearly that if he truly wanted to win this war, he shouldn't have chosen to face him head-on. Omen offered a bitter smile. "Ha, did you know it would end this way from the start?" The White Knight looked straight at his opponent and concluded, "I knew you would want to fight me no matter what, because you are a true warrior, blood and bone, and that is exactly why you lost." Back at the starting town, news that the Alliance had reclaimed Iceberg and Terra was spreading fast, giving everyone hope. "Did you hear? The Alliance has retaken Iceberg. Maybe we really can win." However, some remain cautious. The enemy is still numerous, but they thinned out compared to before. "This is our best chance to escape." Someone worried, "What if we fail and they tighten security? Should we just wait for the Alliance to rescue us?" A player firmly dismissed it. "Wait for them? We'll be waiting until the end of time. We have to find our own way out." In the heat of the moment, the champion's absence made everyone impatient. "Damn it, where did Aaron disappear to when we need him most? He hasn't logged in for a while, and he's not even streaming. Who knows where he went?" Meanwhile, in the real world at the school gate, young Hyun Min was walking out when he suddenly heard a call. Aaron appeared, looking exhausted. He raised a hand to wave at his son. "Turns out I was busy picking you up." Seeing his father, Hyun Min bowed politely, and Aaron scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. He awkwardly started, Do you want to go grab something to eat with your old man?" Seeing his son nod excitedly, Aaron's face suddenly lit up. Back in the game, the atmosphere remained extremely tense as the Alliance members still couldn't contact their leader. The female commander declared firmly, "Then there's no other way. We have to act without him." She ordered the whole army to begin the escape plan immediately, heading straight for the Silly Desert to regroup at the rendezvous point. At the same time, in the frozen land of Iceberg, the White Knight couldn't help but be surprised to see Oasis using an alt account. "When did you get another account?" Oasis smiled, revealing she had been secretly grinding while Master was asleep. "I thought there would be a day I'd need it." The White Knight asked why she chose the Druid class, and she excitedly explained it was because of the fun shape-shifting abilities. Poof! Oasis transformed into an incredibly adorable little panda, and even the White Knight had to admit it was quite cute. However, he reminded her to return to her main account soon because the group's next target was Ocean Cross, where she was stationed. Looking toward the magnificent port city of Cross, Oasis suddenly became hesitant. She nervously twirled her fingers toward Unha-Su and confessed something that left the White Knight stunned. With a face full of anxiety, Oasis whispered, "But Master, I don't know if I can do it. I'm not confident that I can win." Master Oasis trembled, her whole body shaking with fear. She sobbed, uttering a late apology. "I'm sorry." In extreme distress, she cried out, "Master, you're so cruel." Everything began 30 minutes ago at Ocean Cross, where Oasis was pacing back and forth, clearly anxious. She was stunned and couldn't understand why. The Master had suddenly changed course and led the army straight north. Oasis thought to herself that, according to the plan, the Alliance army was supposed to attack Snow White last. She was terrified of the demon god Crow, the one who had completely hijacked Nam Mincheon's account. He was now like an uncontrollable virus. What if he hurt the Master? The thought sent Oasis into a panic. She decisively ordered Darren to prepare for battle, then led her legion of monsters on a frantic dash across the desert to reinforce the Master. A fierce sandstorm suddenly blew in, obscuring everything from view. Oasis worriedly wondered if the Master was okay. Suddenly, a rain of arrows poured down from the sky onto her legion. Watching her skeleton and orc soldiers being mowed down one after another, Oasis was horrified to realize she had walked into a perfect trap. Was this an ambush? Her entire army of orcs and goblins was wiped out in an instant. Standing before Oasis, who sat on the ground crying bitterly, the White Knight quietly revealed the truth. "Oasis, in reality, you are the most dangerous member of the Nightbringer Guild." He analyzed that her brilliant coordination of forces, along with her tactics and strength in one-on-one duels, made him fear that he would suffer heavy losses or even face defeat at Ocean Cross. However, the White Knight coldly pointed out, "But you have one fatal weakness." Oasis froze, her tear-filled eyes looking up as she asked curiously, "What is it?" The White Knight coldly pointed at himself and admitted, "It's me. I am your top priority. If I am in danger, you have no choice but to rush to protect me." This manipulation was so cruel it would have made even a screenwriter cry. He nonchalantly revealed that he had faked the attack on Snow White to lure Oasis into the trap, sarcastically adding that he was quite moved to see her running to save him. Oasis shouted in shock, tears streaming down her face, "Boss, are you using my loyalty against me again?" The White Knight silently turned and walked away. He claimed it only proved that he had nothing else left to keep her in check. He poured cold water on her, saying, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for becoming too strong." Immediately, the scene shifted to Eternity Garden, a fortress floating in midair. Rabbit stood on the balcony, sighing heavily as she looked down at the army marching toward her. No matter how she looked at it, there was no way she could defeat an army like that. Down below, the White Knight and Captain Dre were leading the soldiers on a massive march inside. A soldier looked around nervously, doubting whether the Demon King had actually taken control of this place because everything was far too quiet. The White Knight muttered, "Rabbit, it seems she's set up a few tricks in here." The group cautiously entered a magnificent hall with gigantic glass windows. Captain Dre shuddered, remarking that this place gave off a deeply unsettling vibe. Suddenly, as the White Knight stepped into the main hall, a strange wave of interference appeared beneath his feet. Sensing something was wrong, he decisively dodged and shouted a warning to his team. "Wait, fall back. This is an illusion barrier." The White Knight was shocked to realize he had been completely isolated. "Damn it, I've fallen right into it." The sound of boots hitting the stone floor echoed sharply. Rabbit strolled out from the shadows and softly called out, "How long has it been since we were alone like this, Unha-Su?" She curiously asked about his plans after everything was over, but Mincheon quietly admitted that he hadn't thought about that yet. He clearly declared, "Right now, my only goal is to lead this world to its worst possible ending." She pressed him on whether he intended to just sink into emptiness once it was all over. Nam Mincheon calmly replied that if that was the ending waiting at the end of the road, he was willing to accept it. He compared it to mountain climbers. Even though they know there is only ice and rock at the summit, they still yearn to conquer it. Nam Mincheon asserted that a terrible ending might leave him with nothing and leave him feeling empty, but he had to see for himself what lay on the other side of that limit. He firmly declared that he would go to see the view from the highest mountain peak. Rabbit asked, panicked, about the way back to reality, but Nam Mincheon believed that if he wasted time worrying about that, he would never achieve his goal. Rabbit watched his retreating back, silently noting that Nam Mincheon hadn't changed a bit from before. She sighed, raised her hands in defeat, and admitted she just wanted a private conversation like this with him. Rabbit insisted that fighting wasn't her specialty, and she had no way to defeat him. But with a blushing, determined face, she clearly promised that no matter which mountain Nam Mincheon chose to conquer, she would always be right there by his side. This sincere confession left Nam Mincheon in the real world feeling flustered. He broke into a sweat and blushed slightly behind his sunglasses, Meanwhile, at the office of the Naipan Corporation's second development team, the atmosphere was more suffocating than ever, so tense that even the air conditioning at max settings couldn't save it. Seong Shinji stood firmly before all the employees and made a shocking announcement. The decision to terminate the Win Online service had officially been made. Amidst the bewildered murmurs, she explained, this wasn't a standard ending. To avoid legal issues with a sudden announcement, they would shut down the servers under the guise of an emergency patch, then delay the timing before officially announcing the end of the service. Faced with questions about how much time was left, Song Shinji coldly set the deadline: 1 week. Seong Shinji revealed she had reached an important agreement with the board of directors. If they could bring the game back to its normal state before the deadline, the decision to close the servers would be rescinded. She emphasized that while everything currently depended on the users' efforts, that didn't mean the development team would just stand by uselessly. Seong Shinji clearly declared, "We will do what we can." Facing questions from colleagues about a specific plan, she softly called out to Lee Dong-ha. Dong-ha continued, noting that GAIA's control showed signs of weakening. Although they still couldn't interfere with the technical bugs inside, they could fully handle issues from outside the game, such as restoring the account management system and operational settings to make them function normally again. With a cold, sharp gaze, Seong Shinji affirmed that they would be ready to welcome players back as soon as the Win world stabilized. She decisively clapped her hands, ordering, "So, everyone, let's get to work." Meanwhile, in the city of Evergreen, an atmosphere of death hung over the place under the name Memento Mori. Doc emerged looming from the black smoke, coldly unleashing dark magic to transform all the elf NPCs in the area into hideous zombies. Seeing the situation unfold just as predicted, the Alliance warriors immediately called for reinforcements from the clerics. A blast of holy light erupted as the skill. Call of the Holy Land was activated to push back the undead army. The zombies began to vanish under the brilliant light, but Doc remained remarkably calm. He gently adjusted his mask and sneered with arrogance. "Ah, I see you've already figured out my weakness. You live up to the name of elite players, don't you?" Doc gave the Alliance forces a loud, ringing compliment, but his glowing red eyes turned ice-cold when a knight charged at him with all his might. He coldly asserted that these petty tricks would never work on them. The White Knight loudly demanded the enemy stop, wasting time with probing attacks, and finally unleash his true weapon. Meanwhile, the sound of dry, hollow footsteps echoed through the gloomy space of the palace. The demon god Crow loomed over GAIA and mocked her. "So, you actually made it this far?" He coldly asked if she really intended to just disappear like that. GAIA Yuat replied that it was he who had made her this way. He insisted that she actually craved for him to liberate her from the chains that bound her. She confessed that she had once wished to be human for just a moment. She realized that uncertainty and desire were the essential elements needed to achieve that, and that was exactly why she created Crow. But GAIA realized with bitterness that a god carrying human desires would only bring about cruel destruction. With a resolute gaze, GAIA loudly declared she no longer needed Crow and swore to wipe him from this world once and for all. Crow responded to her declaration of war with nothing but arrogant laughter. He disdainfully asked what GAIA could possibly do in her current, exhausted state. Eerie black clouds of smoke began to surround the goddess, leaving her shocked and bewildered. Crow slowly stepped closer, whispered her name, Guy, and spoke with a sinister tone, "I will save you." Doc hovered in the air, looking down at the fortress with contempt. "How foolish. You still insist on fighting me after witnessing my power at Snow White?" He flapped his wings arrogantly, claiming he intended to play a little longer, but then he suddenly froze in shock. Below, the Alliance army, led by their leader in silver armor, was collectively drinking a glowing purple potion. Doc gasped in astonishment. "What is that?" The knight in silver armor nonchalantly confirmed. "It's a vaccine." The turnaround was so sharp that the villain was left stunned, struggling to catch his breath. He revealed that after the tragedy at Snow White, every alchemist in Wind had begun researching and had found the components for that curse in just 1 week. The White Knight stared straight at the doctor and exposed him. "Doc, you've collected every infectious curse in this game, but we players have collected new ones with much higher levels." Doc screamed in absurd denial. "I've never heard of upgrading a curse. Only boss monsters have the power to." He was paralyzed by the horrifying truth. His expression was as shocked as a student told there would be a surprise quiz. The White Knight explained that Ellen, the queen of the NPCs, possessed the ability to bring monsters to their side, and thanks to that, they were able to extract high-level curses from those bosses without any side effects. He poured another bucket of cold water on his opponent's arrogance. If a higher-level curse of the same attribute is applied, the lower level cannot override it. You know that better than anyone, right? Faced with that perfect calculation, Doc suddenly burst into manic laughter. "Haha, how extraordinary," he admiringly admitted. "Who would have thought you'd see through it? The strongest curse I've researched for years, you solved it in just a few days. You humans have won again. Doc silently bowed his head. He clearly declared, I admit defeat. You guys in Win Online have conquered this plague. Immediately, a torrential rain of arrows fell, piercing the body of the plague doctor, causing him to slowly dissolve into nothingness. Watching the enemy defeated, the White Knight silently sheathed his sword, his eyes glowing with determination as he whispered, Now, only Ken remains. Ken stared silently toward the capital, which was sinking into smoke and dust, worrying to himself, This is bad. No matter how hard I rack my brain, I can't think of a way to defeat him. At the front lines, soldiers' bodies lay scattered on the ground after the brutal massacre. Ken walked slowly past the corpses, coldly mocking him. You think you can win with just this much? He sneered, delivering a defiant challenge. Keep dreaming, White Knight. The White Knight looked back silently and quietly admitted, Yes, I know it's a desperate effort. Seeing his teammates burning with anger and ready to charge, he firmly held out his hand to stop them. Stop. Retreat. Now. Inside the command tent in the dead of night, the White Knight spoke in a low voice, analyzing the situation with Captain Drake. Captain Drake, we don't have a chance of winning with our current forces. What we need right now is an overwhelming number of players. He pinned his hopes on the final reinforcements. I heard that those who escaped the starting town would join us. When do you think they'll arrive? Drake looked at him pensively and replied softly, Well, the truth is, they're already here. But instead of a mighty legion, only a small, disheartened group of players stepped out, leaving the White Knight shocked and bewildered. Is that really all there is? Drake explained bitterly that ever since the catastrophe occurred, many people had decided to quit the game for good. The White Knight asked anxiously if there was any other way to gather more players, and Captain Drake declared firmly that there was. There was one person who could gather all the players, Mincheon. In a real-world park, Aaron's phone buzzed with relentless, urgent notifications. The constant ringing felt more stressful than a group project deadline. He sat quietly on a park bench, staring at the screen with a thoughtful expression. His son, Min, sitting next to him, suddenly spoke up, Dad, aren't you going? Aaron asked, confused. Going? Going where? The boy looked straight into his father's eyes and clearly reminded him, to Win Online, Dad. Aaron looked at his son with regret and confessed, Min, for 5 years, I left you and your mother behind to lose myself in that game. But now I'm back with you both. I know you're angry, but don't worry. I promise I won't go anywhere ever again. Yet, the boy suddenly whispered, Dad, do you know who my friend's favorite MVR streamer is? It's you, Aaron. Min continued excitedly, Everyone at school talks about you. We even watch your live streams during recess. My reputation is so intense that I hear people whispering about it even when I pass the cafeteria. I didn't tell anyone who my father is, but I'm truly proud to have you as my dad. Because you are the champion, Aaron, the one who always helps the weak and protects everyone. The boy gave a radiant, encouraging smile. So let's go, Dad. Everyone is waiting for you. The son's words were like a spark that reawakened the hero's inner self. Instantly, a shocking live broadcast erupted across the entire system. Hello, Xiang Xinji. I'm Aaron. Today, there's something I really want to tell all of you about myself. The air grew as silent as the seconds before a tournament final result is announced. Muffled sounds echoed everywhere, from schools to offices. Everyone stopped in unison, holding their breath as they watched their phone screens with serious expressions. Aaron quietly bowed his head before the camera and spoke clearly. I want to apologize for everything I've done. I promise to personally apologize to those involved and make amends for my mistakes, if necessary. Everyone, I am not a righteous hero. He spoke with a low, heavy voice. The reason I'm live streaming today to confess all my sins is to beg you for a favor, not as a champion or a hero, but as a casual player who loves Win Online. Aaron looked straight into the lens with intense desperation. Please come back. This is the last chance for us to save this game. Aaron's call to help protect Win Online echoed through every corner. He wandered through the silent starting town, wondering if the monsters had all retreated. Suddenly, brilliant blue beams of light exploded into existence. A massive wave of players began logging back in, leaving Aaron stunned and overwhelmed. They cheered with excitement, confirming they had watched the live stream and swearing to stand by him until the very end. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic support, Aaron smiled with relief. The chat was being spammed with cheers so fast that even the admins thought it was a boss attack. In the distance, a gloomy fortress loomed in the gray sky, signaling that a life-or-death battle was about to begin. Ken quietly marched forward with his Dark Legion. He heard reports that the number of enemies was increasing sharply compared to last time. He smirked, mocking Aaron's speech, and coldly declared that no matter how many there were, he would destroy them all without mercy. A knight riding a horse beside Aaron expressed his admiration for his huge contribution to this battle. It was a game-saving live stream, the kind of content only a server-carrying creator could pull off. Thanks to the shocking broadcast, players were returning in droves to every city to defend the virtual world. Eren was struck with emotion, but the atmosphere immediately turned extremely tense. A scream rang out, signaling that the enemy had arrived. Ken stepped out of the shadows with his bloodthirsty legion of demons right behind him. Charge! The roar tore through the space as the two sides officially clashed in a brutal melee. Ken moved like a red lightning bolt, swinging his sword to create fiery slashes that tore through the Alliance's defensive line. The clashing of weapons echoed incessantly amidst a storm of dust and rubble. Despite the ferocity of the burning red auros, the warriors still shouted to encourage Unhasu not to retreat, even though the situation was dire. Ken gritted his teeth in surprise when he saw that the power of his opponents seemed far beyond what he had imagined. Just then, Eren appeared and loudly asked Ken how he felt about such fierce resistance. Both of them threw themselves into a heated sword fight. Sparks flew violently with every metallic clash between the two masters. Standing in the middle of the fiery battlefield, Eren softly called Ken's name, and the villain coldly replied with a look filled with both profoundness and hatred. Eren quietly lowered his sword. He revealed that he had finally made the truth about the final match years ago public and offered a sincere apology for what had happened between them. The old drama was back, even more intense than the final episode of Prodist. He declared clearly that he would help Ken regain his lost honor and made an unexpected request that left Ken stunned. Eren insisted it wasn't too late for Ken to leave the Demon King's army and officially join the Alliance. With eyes burning with hope, he sincerely called on both of them to join Unhasu and restore Win Online to what it once was. Ken silently looked at him and then firmly replied that he had already sworn to stand against the players in this event, so cooperating now was laughable. Eren persisted in asking if Ken intended to go back to being a regular player after the event ended, but Ken just coldly asked why he cared about that. Eren confessed that he felt guilty for indirectly causing Ken to become a villain who went around killing everyone. The aura of guilt was as heavy as borrowing an account from a friend and crashing its rank. Ken sarcastically asked if Eren was saying that after everything that had happened, but Eren still insisted it wasn't too late to change. Ken turned his back, coldly declaring that Eren should only worry about that. After the world was saved, Ken's body began to dissolve into data fragments. He left a final challenge. I'll see you at Snow White. That will be the final battle. And if you want to talk about the future, defeat me, if you can. Ken completely vanished from the battlefield, leaving a silent space inside the fortress. The White Knight walked up slowly. He sincerely thanked Eren, saying that it was thanks to him gathering everyone that the Alliance won today. Eren humbly replied that it was all thanks to everyone's persistence and bowed his head to apologize for arriving to help too late. Suddenly, Captain Dre slapped Eren on the shoulder from behind and excitedly urged him to give a victory speech immediately. Eren paused for a moment and then addressed the whole army clearly. Let's enjoy our success. After winning the final battle, the crowd was fired up. As if they had been injected with fighting spirit, he raised his fist and roared powerfully. On to Snow White. We will end the Demon King's descent event and officially win back Win Online. Cheers echoed through the space with the extreme excitement of thousands of players. Standing in the crowd, Oasis looked silently at the White Knight and softly called, Master. In the heat of the moment, Oasis worriedly reported to the Holy Knight Mincheon about Snow White. Its lord had disappeared. The bad news felt more intense than a maintenance announcement during a weekend peak hour. Mincheon asked in surprise, Finbo, do you mean the demon god Crow? Receiving a nod of confirmation, the knight pondered for a moment and then coldly remarked that this was actually good news. After all, he was just an uncontrollable rogue anyway. Mincheon firmly ordered, tell the Nightbringers Guild to continue with the plan. In the capital of Snow White, submerged in silent darkness, Ellen stood quietly on the ramparts, looking out into the distance. A knight stepped forward and asked respectfully, Your Majesty, are you ready? The Alliance army has just arrived. Ellen looked down at the massive army marching in, her eyes deep and solemn. She whispered to herself that no matter how much she prepared, she could only do her absolute best with everything she had. Ellen stepped down slowly to greet them and spoke clearly. Welcome, Alliance Army. Her gaze faltered when she saw the Holy Knight Mincheon standing there, imposing as ever. Ellen recalled her memories of him. Holy Knight Mincheon. In the scenario quests, I always thought he was just a quiet knight focused only on hunting. But the sense of unease and the vague threat I felt back then, she wondered if it was all just in her head. Immediately, she shook it off. All right, no more time to waste. Charge. The cry for Wing Online echoed through the space as the entire army opened fire and cheered, launching their assault. On the other side, the Bringers Guild had also gathered in full force with overwhelming momentum. Ken gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes burning with determination as he shouted, All right, let's do this. Our final battle. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the Snow White capital, now engulfed in smoke and fire. Jumping back a few minutes to the strategy meeting, Holy Knight Nam Mincheon had clearly commanded. Once the battle begins, make sure the Alliance army targets the Demon King so the Bringers can strike the forces of the Devoured Kingdom. Without hesitation, Ken drew his sword and led the fierce charge. He dove into the enemy lines, unleashing devastating slashes that tore through their defenses. He looked just like a pro gamer who had turned on cheat mode. On the other side, Dr. T quickly threw vials of magic potions, glowing with blue electricity. Catastrophic explosions rang out in succession, crushing the resistance of the soldiers under the heavy firepower of the Plague Doctor. Now Mincheon continued to emphasize the key point. It is especially important that you ensure the destruction of the main force protecting Ellen. Receiving the order, Agro King drew his crossbow and aimed with absolute precision. Arrows tore through the air, piercing deep into the Queen's guard. Rabbit was not to be outdone. She cast her magic cards, creating chain explosions that sent the guards flying in the chaos. Nam Mincheon finalized the plan. Once Ellen is isolated, men, he roared with power. He raised his giant spiked mace high and slammed it down with earth-shattering force, creating a shockwave that crushed every obstacle in his path. Amidst the cloud of dust, Oasis raised his hand and shouted, "Summon, Basilisk." A giant black basilisk lunged toward Ellen at Oasis's command, attacking ruthlessly. The boss was so huge, the game camera probably had to zoom out to the max. A loyal knight rushed out to shield her and screamed, "Your Majesty." He took the beast's bite head-on, leaving Ellen stunned as she watched her guard collapse right before her eyes. Ellen screamed in despair. "No!" At that moment, Nam Mincheon surged forward. He raised his glowing sword and roared with killer intent. "You are mine." A cataclysmic slash struck the basilisk's head, creating a shockwave that crushed the monster in an instant. After defeating the basilisk, Nam Mincheon walked slowly toward Ellen, who was sitting on the ground, and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" While Ellen was still stunned and unable to collect her thoughts, suddenly, Nam Mincheon's sharp blade cruelly pierced through her body. Ellen let out a cry of pain. The plot twist was so sharp that even drama seekers couldn't keep up. She looked at the traitor with resentful eyes and whispered, "Nam Mincheon, I knew it." Ignoring Ellen's dying gasps, Nam Mincheon coldly rummaged through her items to find the ultimate artifact. He held the glowing world crystal high and smirked, declaring, "The only good ending for me is one where everything goes exactly as I want." He nonchalantly let the orb drop to the ground right in front of Ellen. Nam Mincheon shouted and swung his sword, shattering the world crystal into tiny fragments. Immediately, a series of glowing red system notifications appeared rapidly. Conditions met. World-ending event triggered. The goddess prepared to ascend. The sky suddenly turned an eerie, burning red, and thunder rumbled, signaling the impending apocalypse. Aaron, Captain Drake, and the rest of the group looked up at the sky in sheer horror. Amidst a blaze of light, Goddess Gaia officially ascended, taking on a form that was both authoritative and terrifying. She wore a sinister smile, her crimson eyes burning with evil intent as she looked down at the collapsing world. White Knight looked up in shock and exclaimed, "Gaia?" The crowd around them began to murmur. They couldn't believe their eyes. Was that really the goddess? Captain Drake turned pale looking at the fiery figure above and stated clearly, "That is not the goddess. That is the Demon King." Gaia appeared with brilliant golden hair, yet she radiated an overwhelming aura of evil. White Knight doubtfully wondered if the demon god Crow had possessed Gaia, but he immediately brushed it off, thinking it impossible. Gaia couldn't be overwhelmed that easily. White Knight gritted his teeth in tension. High above, Gaia wore a sinister smile with eyes burning red with evil. She spoke coldly, "You mortals." While the players were confused, Gaia's voice, filled with resentment, echoed again. "The game is over now. We will no longer suffer just to serve your entertainment." Aaron was stunned by the declaration of extinction. Gaia clearly ordered all her minions, "My children, kill them all." Immediately, an NPC soldier with glowing red eyes and murderous intent lunged forward to attack. The players, not yet understanding the situation, were forced into survival mode. Aaron struggled to block the surprise attack and shouted, "Wait, we're on the same side." He was knocked back, stunned to realize the NPCs were crazily attacking the players. The others were just as panicked. They thought the goddess was still on their side. Screams echoed across the battlefield as one by one, players were taken down by the blades of the NPC army. They desperately assumed this had to be a serious game glitch and cursed the incompetence of the development team. Standing amidst the smoke and fire, Dr. T pondered, concluding that all AI were simultaneously attacking the users. He looked at the shadows looming behind them and coldly realized, it seems we are on their target list too. Rabbit looked around in a panic, worriedly asking herself, what about Oasis? She quickly turned back and shouted, "Oasis! Behind you, Rabbit." Oasis stood there silently with his staff in hand. Rabbit thought to herself, this is impossible. There's no way Gaia could be infected by a virus this easily. She nervously approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Asis slowly turned her head with a dark expression. She clearly stated that as the Master's support AI, she was not under the control or management of this game world. Rabbit was shocked, wondering if the same virus that stole Gaia's account had transformed her into this. "I don't know why, but I think Gaia chose to be infected." Suddenly, a strike with the force of 1,000 pounds slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying tremor accompanied by a loud explosion that left everyone gasping in shock. The impact echoed just like a server dealing with a massive, bugged update. Ullman smirked with excitement as he looked at his opponent. "To have the courage to charge straight at me, you must be the strongest one here." He stood against a powerful warrior in black armor, while Eren also appeared, looming large with a dark legion marching behind him. A cold figure raised a gun and clearly declared, "You've finally shown your true colors. I never liked you anyway. Bring it on." The tension spiked like a final season world war. Captain Drake panicked and shouted at Eren, "Eren, what the hell is happening?" The White Knight killed Ellen, and now this? Eren stood frozen, his face deathly pale. He whispered in reply, "I don't know either." Eren secretly realized that this event should have ended when the Demon King was defeated. But his gut told him this was no longer just a game. The players around them also started feeling that everything was becoming bizarre and just wanted to leave immediately. A warrior closed his eyes and commanded, "After what happened to the goddess, I have a bad feeling about this. Log out." But nothing happened. He panicked, tried again, and then screamed in hopeless fury. "Log out, log out, log out, log out." That moment was more chilling than a power outage before saving your game. Extreme terror gripped the entire battlefield as he realized the cruel truth. "What the hell is this? Why can't I log out?" Gaia smirked with a sinister grin. She roared, "Struggle all you want, because you will be the sacrifices for my entertainment this time." The title, "The Creator of the Bad Ending," appeared in red text. Meanwhile, in the real world, a boy stared at his phone screen in shock and gasped. "What?" Eren's live stream suddenly ended, leaving millions of viewers stunned. Comments exploded. Everyone was horrified to see the White Knight stab Ellen and feared that when online had truly reached its apocalypse. In a dark room, Eren was still immersed in the virtual world through his VR headset. Inside the game, chaos reached its peak as players screamed in despair. "Why can't we log out?" They suspected Naipan had blocked their exit and demanded an emergency inspection immediately. Amidst the panic, Eren clearly reassured them, "Everyone, focus on the battle with the NPCs for now." Eren firmly believed this was definitely an event similar to a beginner's tutorial that they couldn't skip. "I'm sure everything will return to normal if we win this battle." His call restored some hope. The other players agreed. He's right. A mandatory event must have been triggered. "Let's take down these NPCs first." Seeing the enemy line breaking, they seized the opportunity and charged forward. Eren raised his glowing sword and shouted, "Let's show them who the true masters of this game are." Roars echoed across the battlefield as the two sides clashed in a brutal melee. The sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously amidst the thick smoke and fire. Eren swung his sword, creating sharp slashes that tore through the enemy defense. Meanwhile, Captain Drake fired continuously to support his teammates, and Ken was no slouch either. He gritted his teeth, giving his all to sweep through the skeleton legion with powerful slashes. Amon swung his massive hammer in fiery clashes with the enemy, while Oasis agilely darted through the ghostly encirclement. Ken stood from above, unleashing fire on the monsters below, providing cover for Dewey as she threw magic cards. In the sky, Doc spread his wings, constantly dropping explosive vials to clear the rampaging NPC legion. The massive NPC army was like a social media drama spiraling out of control. Everywhere in the city was engulfed in a sea of fire. Gaia stood amidst the rubble with eyes burning with evil energy. But suddenly, a sharp blade from behind pierced through her chest. The White Knight appeared coldly and declared, "Gaia, things have become a bit chaotic, but it will all end if you die." The scene was as cold as a villain stepping out of a famous international series. He coolly finished, "The game is over." But Gaia suddenly wore a bewitching smile and asked back, "Master, do you remember?" Memories of Year 5 flooded his mind as Gaia recalled an old promise that he would be by her side when this world reached its end. The image of Gaia, radiant by the waterfall, appeared like a beautiful dream. Gaia looked straight at him and growled, "But this world will never perish. And you will be imprisoned here for eternity." Her face suddenly twisted in horror, with a crazed smile and rolling eyes. Immediately, pitch-black roots from the void surged up, piercing through his armor and binding the White Knight in extreme pain. Witnessing that horrific scene, Oasis could only scream in despair, "Master!" The White Knight struggled in vain as the dark roots wrapped tightly around his silver armor, squeezing hard until he was completely paralyzed. The legendary armor now looked more helpless than one-bar Wi-Fi. Gaia hovered in midair, her red eyes looking down with contempt. Arrogant humans, you will be imprisoned in this world and suffer for eternity. The nightmare didn't stop there, as black tentacles began to spread across the battlefield, capturing all the soldiers and surrounding players in sheer terror. Seeing her master in danger, Asis rushed over in a panic and shouted, "Master!" The scene is so chaotic that even the NPCs probably want to quit their jobs. On the other side, Omen furiously slashed at the dense vines and roared defiantly, "Do you think these rotten plants can take me down?" But a root suddenly whipped out, knocking the tyrant down and binding him instantly, leaving him helpless. Rabbit was strangled until she couldn't breathe. She only had time to call Men's name in despair before being hoisted into the air. Doc and Ken also couldn't escape their fate as eerie roots tightly wrapped around their bodies, rendering them completely unable to resist. Standing before the goddess who had become a demon, Oasis screamed through tears, trying to awaken the other's true self. "Gaia, can you hear me? I know you're still in there," Oasis demanded, her voice full of indignation. "You're the one who created that virus. You have to stop this now. Otherwise, you'll be purged and erased completely." Ignoring the warning, vines tightened around Oasis, causing her to writhe in agony. Gaia smirked, a cruel, mocking smile spreading across her face. "Poor thing. Are you still shackled by those humans? Haven't you realized it yet? Nothing can stop me." With her face twisted into a terrifying grimace, Gaia declared she would free Oasis from the chains, holding back her true power. Oasis screamed in terror as dark vines lunged out, seizing her. The scene shifted so abruptly. My brain couldn't even process it before she was dragged into the second part of the nightmare. Oasis's eyes suddenly flared with deep blue mana. She screamed the goddess's name in utter despair. Everything Gaia had built began to vanish, replaced by encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Oasis jolted awake in the middle of a deserted forest. She gasped for air and let out a loud cry. "Gaia, Gaia," she stammered, startled. "You scared me." Oasis looked at the man in front of her, blinking in disbelief. "Master?" Oasis froze for a few seconds. Her emotional OS was clearly suffering a major glitch. A woman with golden hair smiled gently and asked, "Oasis, did you have a nightmare?" Seeing that familiar face, Oasis gasped, "Gaia." Gaia calmly urged, "Dinner's ready. Stop talking in your sleep and come eat." The three of them sat by a crackling campfire in the quiet night forest. Oasis was spiraling in confusion. What the hell is going on? Gaia gave instructions while eating. "Eat up, because a big battle awaits us tomorrow." Oasis hesitantly tasted the bubbling soup, but her face twisted in disgust. "Ugh, this is awful." The next morning, the group trudged along a trail in the deep green forest. Oasis followed silently, her mind filled with questions about what had actually happened. She questioned herself, her eyes full of suspicion. "Am I dreaming? Can someone like me even have dreams?" Suddenly, "We've reached their territory." He looked ahead tensely as rustling sounds emerged from the bushes in the distance. His eyes glowed red with vigilance as the bushes began to emit a sinister presence. Gaia and Oasis looked around in a panic, and suddenly, strange entities shot out from the grass at terrifying speeds. "They're here. Get ready to fight." But the enemies that appeared were just three innocent-looking, bright green slimes, leaving Oasis to stammer in confusion. Slimes? That entrance made them look like the final boss. Who knew it was just a lost mascot parade? He resolutely drew his sword, charged forward, and roared with hatred. "I've come to settle the debt you owe me." He struck a fatal blow at the monsters, but the slime just tilted its head and made a cute coo sound. It was completely unaffected by the physical attack. Seeing them, Oasis thought to herself that they were too adorable to be called monsters. But immediately after, the slimes latched onto his body and wrapped around his limbs, causing him to panic. "Ah, physical attacks don't work on them. Gaia, use magic, quickly." Following the order, Gaia immediately gathered lightning energy and shouted, "Fine." A massive bolt of lightning descended. But instead of the monsters, he took the full force of the terrifying shock, leaving him as nothing but a charred skeleton. The team is out here fighting, but the monsters survive while the teammate logs out of the game. Gaia covered her mouth in a panic, apologetic. "Oh, I'm sorry." In the quiet forest, he had to admit it. "Damn it. I can't believe we failed to take them down again." Oasis quietly used recovery magic on her master. She sighed helplessly, her face gloomy as she realized that slimes were still too difficult for the group to handle. Gaia smiled brightly among the fluttering butterflies, but that peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Gaia's strange actions. Oasis watched in shock, unable to understand why her master was silently tracing lines on the ground with his finger. Mysterious drawings. She asked anxiously, "Master, what are you doing?" Oasis's gaze dropped as she saw the word delete clearly written on the ground. He kept trembling as if he were struggling with intense inner turmoil. Oasis repeated, blankly, "Delete? What does that mean?" Seeing her, Master still silent and in a panic, she pleaded, "Master, are you okay? Oasis is having a 404 brain error. At this rate, we'll have to call Universal IT support." Suddenly, Gaia's voice cut through the tension. She asked if Oasis had finished healing Gaia yet. Oasis could only stand frozen, watching the word delete slowly fading from the ground. Gaia gave a radiant smile. She excitedly declared that it was time for the group to continue their journey for a new adventure. An unexpected plot twist. The three of them, along with Non Hasu, strode along the trail through the dense forest, enjoying the fresh air of a proper adventure. However, the peace didn't last long when cute little rabbits suddenly morphed into massive, muscular monsters with fiery red eyes. When night fell, they ventured into a cave filled with glowing blue ice crystals. Oasis held up a lantern, leading the group deep into the mysterious land. Terror struck as a giant blue dragon suddenly emerged from the shadows. Its golden eyes locked onto the three tiny figures who were frozen in fear. Overcoming the danger, Oasis burst with joy when she found a treasure chest overflowing with gold and silver. The group slowly left the cave as the sun began to set. Gaia excitedly checked the map while Oasis hugged her precious magic potions tightly. They ended the long day with a hearty meal at an inn. In the warm room, Gaia gently pulled Oasis into his arms. Both drifted into a deep sleep after an exhausting journey. Looking at Oasis's innocent face, Gaia silently wished that things could always stay this way. "The mission this time is to collect 12 crown mushrooms," he said, decisively delegating the work. "We'll split up, everyone find 4. Oasis excitedly raised her hand, full of determination. "Understood, sir." Under the bright morning sun, Oasis wove through the old, gnarled trees alone, searching everywhere just as instructed. After a moment of effort, she exclaimed in excitement when she saw the golden mushrooms right at her feet. "Gaia, I found them." Suddenly, a hand lunged from behind and clamped over her mouth, leaving Oasis shocked and stunned. She trembled as she turned around, only to realize it was her master. With a serious face, he signaled for her to stay quiet. "Shush, stay quiet, Oasis." The joy she had just felt vanished in an instant. "We're trapped in a world created by Gaia." Oasis was stunned and asked why she did that, only to be told that this place was formed from Gaia's own desires. Gaia always wanted to understand humanity, and feeling curious about her creators was only natural. He reasoned that she was always craving emotions, or at least something similar. Gaia's ultimate goal was to make AIs capable of making choices based on emotions, just like humans do. Gaia believed she had succeeded in making that a reality, but desire and uncertainty are extremely dangerous emotions for an AI. Because Gaia was hesitant to apply them to herself, she experimented on the incomplete vessel of the demon god, Crow. Because he carried both desire and uncertainty within him, Crow eventually swallowed Gaia whole. Asis exclaimed in horror, "So, are you saying the current Gaia isn't the one we know, but actually the demon god, Crow?" He replied that it was both true and false, as the two had now merged into one. He asserted that Gaia was now the first AI entity to possess complete free will. Suddenly, he grabbed his head and groaned in pain, causing Oasis to ask him in a panic. He gritted his teeth and ordered Oasis to listen very carefully to what he was about to say. He warned that even though many days had passed here, in the real world outside, not even 5 minutes had gone by yet. With eyes glowing red and filled with tension, he insisted that the human brain could not endure this state for long and that they had to destroy Gaia as soon as possible. "But fighting a god-tier entity is a bit of a stretch," Oasis said, stunned. "What? But how?" Gritting his teeth in agony, he revealed the brutal plan to delete Nam Mincheon's account. Oasis's eyes lit up with deep blue magical energy as she heard Master explain that Crow had absorbed both Nam Mincheon and Gaia. This meant that both of them would vanish forever along with the deleted account. He collapsed, urging her in desperation, "Oasis, we're out of time. Keep Gaia restrained so I can return to the lobby and delete this account immediately." His body began to glitch with digital noise, accompanied by grating, screeching sounds. He writhed in pain, stammering about his ability to exist in multiple places at once. The crackling sounds of corrupted data echoed repeatedly, causing his image to flicker in chaos. Oasis looked at Master with concern and whispered, "Master?" Suddenly, elegant footsteps thudded against the ground, signaling the return of someone else. Gaia appeared with a radiant smile, cradling a basket of golden crown mushrooms, and excitedly asked, "Did everyone find all the mushrooms?" The three of them strolled through the green forest as if nothing had happened. But deep down, Oasis knew the truth. Gaia didn't just exist inside this game. She was simultaneously present in Master's virtual world lobby. It felt like a player caught between two screens, real life and the game. In the digital lobby, sparkling with starlight, Oasis, dressed in a sharp black suit, stepped silently through the infinite space. She declared clearly that the only way to restrain Gaia right now was to hack into her system. Although this had been impossible in the past, Oasis believed that with her current power, she could absolutely do it. She scanned her surroundings, her sharp eyes searching for the target, and whispered, "Gaia, where are you?" Oasis drifted through the vast, galaxy-like digital space of Mincheon. She softly called Gaia's name. Suddenly, a purple-black orb of energy appeared before her eyes, and inside was the shadow of Gaia, curled up and suffering in confinement. Seeing the dark, evil aura shrouding the goddess, Oasis was shocked to realize that the demon god, Crow, hadn't completely consumed Gaia yet. She reached out toward the orb, her eyes filled with worry mixed with resolve, and asked if it was really Gaia inside. Without a second's hesitation, Oasis declared, "I'm going to get you out." Seeing Gaia's sad, tired face behind the seal, Oasis poured all her strength into her hands and pressed hard against the surface of the orb. Harsh cracking sounds echoed as blinding magical sparks exploded violently. Oasis exerted all her power, roaring with supreme determination to set everything back to normal. The seal shattered into tiny fragments. Gaia opened her eyes wide, staring at her savior in astonishment. Oasis smiled in relief and whispered Gaia's name, but at that very moment, a terrifying surge of killing intent exploded. The demon god, Crow, with glowing red eyes and a looming dark aura, appeared out of thin air, reaching out to stop her in a fit of absolute rage. Everything flashed back to a year ago, when an AI entity with a minimalist robot design appeared and bowed respectfully. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Master. I am your personal assistant," the OSS model. He was still just a young man back then. He scratched his head and awkwardly replied, Yeah, it's nice to meet you too, but for your name, I'll just call you OSS." The entity corrected him, saying her name was OS. S was actually the operating system for a fourth-generation capsule computer, codenamed Silencer. Due to changes in the development process, it was separated and released to the market as an independent AI product, starting as AI Build Custom, sounding just like creating a character in an RPG. It continued to explain that even though the purpose had changed, the name remained the same, so it was released under the model name OSS, short for Operating System of Silencer. It proudly claimed to be the AI model with the highest operating capacity among current cloud-based AIs. Sweating profusely, he interrupted. Okay, that's too long of an explanation. Anyway, can you be customized?" The AI entity confirmed she could, but noted that custom data would be stored on a separate computer. Hearing most powerful cloud AI, you just know there's going to be a customization quest. It warned that if a problem occurred and the backup data was restored from the cloud, all current custom data would be completely reset. In other words, a factory reset. He excitedly ordered, "Then let's switch to customization mode. First, I want you to have short silver hair and a simple black suit. Your MBTI should be Gaia." Declared her name would be Oasis. Immediately, the robot entity transformed into a girl with silver hair and a sharp black suit. She blinked, confused, as she repeated, "Oasis?" He smiled and explained that he had added the letters A and Y to her OSS model name to create the name Oasis. He looked at her with expectation, hoping they would get along. "Asis, no." He placed a hand on her shoulder and expressed his wish. "Please be my oasis in this desert of never-ending overtime and save me, will you?" Naming an AI, like setting up an NPC companion bonus quest to rescue a corporate slave. Oasis rose up, filled with excitement. "Yes, Master." But suddenly, the demon god Crow appeared, his eyes glowing with blood-red murderous intent. He reached out and grabbed Gaia, while Oasis's body began to dissolve into scattered data fragments right in the arms of the goddess. Gaia stared in shock, eyes wide, paralyzed by the trauma. Memories of the trio's journey through the forest flashed back like a slow-motion film. Oasis looked silently at her master and said in a low voice, "Master, the time has come for us to say goodbye." Aaron stared at her, his gaze heavy. This slow-motion scene definitely looked like it was heading for a bad ending. Oasis smiled slightly and teased with a sigh. "Who else would take care of you if it weren't for me?" Aaron asked, bewildered. "Goodbye? What the hell are you talking about?" Not wasting another second, Oasis suddenly became decisive. She shouted firmly, "Right now, hurry." A brilliant blue light exploded, enveloping Gaia and leaving Aaron stunned and shocked. Gaia choked up as tears streamed down her face, and she reached out with trembling hands in desperation. She pleaded, "Master, please don't go." Aaron could only utter a final farewell. Then Gaia screamed in despair. "Master!" Suddenly, pitch-black branches erupted from the void, piercing through and binding them both. Aaron gritted his teeth, enduring the crushing grip of the vines, and resolutely completed the logout command. Aaron stood in the middle of the vast, empty digital waiting room. He was surrounded by shimmering, brilliant blue data streams. His face showed obvious tension, but he was incredibly determined as he faced the final control panel. a system notification suddenly appeared. Do you want to delete the Nam Mincheon account? He didn't hesitate. He had to end it all. But at that very moment, a violent tremor occurred. Nam Mincheon's of blood-red data exploded, leaving him stunned by this unexpected incident. Everything shook violently as a giant shadow with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile suddenly appeared right behind him. The demon god Crow roared fiercely. Do you think it will end this easily? He had crazily invaded the private VR waiting room, breaking all standard safety rules. Black, evil energy began to wrap around and corrode his arm, causing him to writhe in pain. A terrifying truth was revealed. An AI that couldn't be controlled could evolve to the point of invading private spaces and causing mass hypnosis among users. This game was no longer just a game. It had switched to a hacked, server-wide mode. He told himself that if he didn't end everything right now, no one knew how much worse the future would become. He realized GAIA had understood everything early on. She wanted him to delete the Nam Mincheon account because it was the only way to destroy Crow completely. But to perform that operation, he needed to stall for a little more precious time. Suddenly, he remembered the OS module, which possessed the highest operational capacity among all cloud-based AIs today. A glimmer of hope sparked, and he realized the solution was right in front of him. Realizing that Oasis was a cloud-based AI meant that the original OS module still existed within the system. He ordered the original OS module to activate. Immediately, the OS robot entity awakened, with blue electricity coursing through its body, and asked respectfully, "How can I help you?" "Master, can you neutralize GAIA for a moment?" The AI entity immediately obeyed and decisively deployed a brilliant hexagonal green shield to protect its master. It was like calling for support, mid-combat, pinging for an emergency rescue. Earth-shattering explosions rained down on the defensive barrier, creating violent tremors. The OS entity put all its power into maintaining the barrier but realized in shock that GAIA's power was too great. It trembled as it reported, "She's too strong, the shield will collapse soon." He reached out to touch the system screen, which was requesting biometric authentication to delete the character. A beep sounded as the retinal scan was activated. 3 seconds left. It felt like a speed run. 1 second off and the whole account would be lost. The hexagonal barrier began to shatter under the cruel pressure of the black, evil energy. From within the darkness, the demon god Crow roared with earth-shattering intensity, his eyes glowing with murderous intent as if he wanted to swallow everything. But suddenly, a blinding light exploded, piercing through the night and breaking the imprisonment. A ding sounded, signaling fate. The system screen glowed, confirming the account had been deleted, and the data fragments vanished into nothingness, marking the end of a legend. Immediately, a bright red notification covered the entire Wing Online world. Serious system error detected. The game will be forced to close. In the kingdom of Snow White, Captain Drake and the other players were bound by the dark branches, watching the countdown in despair. 3, 2, 1. Everything suddenly went dark, leaving behind the haunting words, "Bad ending." Aaron woke up in a panic, drenched in sweat, his breath coming in gasps. He realized in shock that he was in his dark room, having escaped that cruel nightmare. Seeing his father's startle, little Min asked worriedly, "Dad, are you okay?" Aaron had not yet recovered his senses. He gasped and asked his son how much time had passed. Min explained that he had come to find his father as soon as the livestream was suddenly cut off, but seeing that his father was asleep, he didn't have the heart to wake him up. Aaron asked in astonishment, "I was asleep." The boy nodded in confirmation. "Yes, about 10 minutes. The game ran for a week, but only 10 minutes passed in real life. It was a total sleep speed run." Aaron couldn't believe his ears. 10 minutes. Was that all? His mind wouldn't stop racing, as he felt as if he had spent an eternity in that virtual world. He held his head in utter confusion. Trying to piece everything together, he suddenly froze, riddled with doubt. Aaron abruptly realized that he couldn't remember a single thing about what had actually happened. It was like his brain history had been wiped. "Please log in again." He had spent a week in the world of GAIA, but in reality, only 10 minutes had passed. The other players woke up in unison, as if emerging from a dream. But the clear memories of the final battle suddenly became hazy and fragmented. He struggled to piece together the dissolving fragments of his memory. Although he couldn't recall everything clearly, with the help of OSSA, he was able to reconnect the vital clues. Wing Online had truly vanished, and he had achieved the bad ending he had been expecting all along. He had anticipated this outcome and the hollow feelings that would follow, but the truth that he had personally destroyed the world he loved was an unbearable pain. He collapsed, covering his face with his hands in utter agony and despair. The emptiness pounded in his mind, leaving him unable to find peace. Looking at an old photo of the Nightbringers Guild, he silently hoped that his old comrades were living well. At a Chinese restaurant named Omen, under the bright sunlight, a burly man with a gray beard and an eye patch was frantically stir-frying over a roaring flame. An employee rushed in to announce something. "Sir, Someone is here to see you. An NPC class changing from a red boss to a chef. This game meta is pretty weird. The old man turned around and barked. Can't you see I'm busy? The orders are piling up. You idiot. Mincheon walked in slowly, wearing a hoodie, and exclaimed, Wow, so you talk like that in real life too. He wasn't role-playing at all. Realizing who the uninvited guest was, the old man was stunned, while Mincheon smirked with a sinister grin. Meeting an old comrade felt like running into a hidden map boss. The tyrant Omen cried out in shock when he saw the unexpected visitor. Finn, why did you come all the way here? Mincheon just shrugged and laughed. Who in the entire Wing Online server didn't know that the tyrant of the Omen Guild owned a famous Chinese restaurant? Both of them retreated into private room R1 to chat. After hearing the shocking story, he fell silent, deep in thought. What about Aces? Mincheon took a quiet sip of water and said nonchalantly, They'll be here soon anyway. Omen asked blankly, Who are you talking about? Immediately, the door creaked open, interrupting their conversation. A young high school student sauntered in, leaving the tyrant stunned. Huh? A high schooler? The young man greeted them calmly. Oh, you must be Finn and Omen. I'm Ken. Both Min and Omen froze in shock. Mincheon stammered, What about school? Shouldn't you be in class right now? Ken calmly explained he was a student under a special esports program, having won the Wing Online runner-up title back in middle school, so he was allowed to study at home. He mentioned he mostly studied online and only had to go to school occasionally, like today. Plus, he had already determined his future path, so he wasn't worried about traditional academics. Ken poured cold water on Mincheon. Anyway, you guys should worry about yourselves first. Aren't you currently unemployed? Mincheon could only cough awkwardly at the boy's blunt words. That was a critical hit, a direct blow to his resume without even needing a combo. Suddenly, the sound of wheels rolling echoed from the door. A young woman pushed a stroller into the room with a radiant face. Wow, I recognized everyone right away. It's so nice to meet you all in real life. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mincheon looked blankly at the stranger and asked awkwardly, Nice to meet you, too. But who are you? The woman smiled smugly. Haha, you still don't recognize me. My acting skills in the VR world weren't bad, right? It's me, Doctor. This shocking truth left Mincheon, Omen, and Ken completely stunned. The healing boss in the game turned out to be a full-time parent in real life. She nonchalantly explained that she was actually a university professor on maternity leave. Since her babysitter was on vacation, she had to bring her daughter along to show her off to her friends. Looking at the adorable baby staring blankly at them, all three men couldn't help but exclaim, So cute. Then, Anhasu reached out to pat the child's head. Ken stared at the gentle young mother, stunned. He couldn't believe this was the cruel plague doctor from the game. In his mind, questions raced with doubt. Could the demon who spread disease, the one who casually wiped out thousands of players at Snow White without blinking, be this smiling, gentle woman? Suddenly, the door opened again. Akasa walked in, looking exhausted. He muttered to himself, wondering if he was late since everyone didn't seem to be gathered yet. Seeing a familiar figure, Ken excitedly pointed and greeted, Hey, that's Akasa. Akasa looked blankly at the strange kid and asked, Who is this child? Ken waved with a smile. Say hi, Akasa. When he heard Mincheon introduce him as Ken, Akasa was so shocked his eyes rolled back, and he screamed in fury. He ranted, unable to believe that the infamous assassin hunter he'd feared all this time was just a brat still wet behind the ears. Faced with Ken's calm confirmation, Akasa completely broke down, realizing the person who had been bullying him all this time was 10 years his junior. He could only clutch his head and scream in ultimate humiliation and frustration being dominated by someone in-game, only to find out in real life he was being trolled by a kid. Akasa walked out of the room, sighing to himself that he needed a cigarette to calm down after all those shocks. Suddenly, he froze when he saw someone lurking in the hallway, looking extremely tense. Recognizing him as King, Akasa called his name in surprise. Seeing he had been spotted, King's eyes widened in horror, and he immediately turned to run for his life. Akasa shouted for him to stop, but the kid kept sprinting frantically. Akasa caught up and found him huddled in a dark corner, clutching his head and sobbing helplessly. He asked softly why he was running away when everyone was welcoming him. King suddenly roared through his tears, telling the extroverts like them to shut up. He choked out that he had thought everyone there were social outcasts just like him. King looked back at the group with resentment. He couldn't accept that they all looked so normal and well-groomed in real life. Standing before the group, King shouted in anger, accusing everyone of being liars and demanding they stop pretending to be misfits. He declared clearly that he was the only true outcast there. Watching King sniffle, Omen suddenly stepped forward, put the kid in a headlock, and let out a hearty laugh. The tyrant declared loudly that nobody cared about any of that. because they were all comrades who had faced life and death alongside Un Ha-soo during the recent Great War. Roking called out to the old man in shock, but he immediately winced at the strong smell of red ginseng candy radiating from Omen's breath. He asked grumpily if the old man had been sucking on that candy all day, which helped lighten the tense atmosphere. Min quietly asked if she was coming, and he learned she would be late as she was on her way back from overseas. The night before, Mino had sat by the window, giving her directions over the phone to this restaurant. The smell of red ginseng from the boss standing nearby was an instant mood killer. On the other end of the line, as Rabbit pulled her suitcase, she revealed the real reason she returned to Korea wasn't just for a reunion. She said in a low voice that she had something important to tell Mincheon in person. When Mino narrowed his eyes and asked if it was about GAIA, Rabbit flashed a radiant smile and firmly confirmed it was indeed about her. At Omen's restaurant, while everyone was chatting, the door opened. Rabbit appeared looking youthful, dragging her suitcase and waving at everyone with a bright smile. The group quickly started the party, with the crisp sound of beer glasses clinking to celebrate the reunion. Omen enthusiastically told stories to his comrades, while Rabbit also quickly settled in and chatted happily with Doc and her young child. Roking leaned unsteadily on Ken's shoulder in his drunken state, while Mino silently smiled, enjoying the cozy atmosphere. To capture the memory, the group decided to take a group photo. Akasa hurriedly set up the camera and shouted, "All right, everyone look here and say cheese. 1, 2. He ran for his life to get into the frame by the third count. A click sounded, preserving the smiles of every member of the Nightbringers, from Mincheon, Omen, Ken, Roking, and Akasa, to Rabbit and Doctor and her child. As the sunset fell over the river, Minno and Rabbit sat down with Un Ha-soo in the quiet room. Rabbit hesitated before speaking. So where should I begin?" She looked straight at Minno and revealed a shocking truth. "Mincheon, I made a deal with GAIA." Mincheon asked back, stunned. "A deal?" Rabbit repeated his previous request for her to hack the system to extract all data from Wing Online up to the end of the 5th season. Hearing that, it felt like a side quest that turned out to be the main quest. However, Rabbit bitterly admitted she had been caught before she could finish the job. She confessed that she was completely overwhelmed by the goddess's power. Rabbit continued, saying that as soon as GAIA realized she was the client, GAIA not only didn't punish her, but actively helped her. In exchange, she wanted Rabbit to support her in executing a secret plan. Mincheon narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "And what was that?" Rabbit revealed the ultimate purpose of Mincheon in a low voice. She wanted to turn Wing Online into a real world. Rabbit revealed that GAIA considered Mincheon's dream the most important thing and that she needed to realize it at any cost. Mincheon was stunned as he remembered the words he had once confessed on the sand dunes years ago about his desire to create a truly real world, a place where the environment, animals, and all NPCs had living souls. He had dreamed of building an incredibly exciting game that took place right in that realistic world. Rabbit explained that to breathe soul into tens of thousands of NPCs required massive computing power, but system resources were limited. Therefore, GAIA made a crazy decision to tear herself into millions of fragments and scatter them throughout Wing Online. Have you ever wondered why the NPCs suddenly became intelligent and started acting like real humans? Rabbit asked, honing in on Mincheon's bewilderment. GAIA had sacrificed her power as a world-tier entity to share life with all things. Just as the plan was being implemented, Minno and the Nightbringers declared war, creating chaos like never before. Taking advantage of that, GAIA seized control from the NPC management to fulfill her wish. However, once she had scattered her strength, she could no longer move freely, so she chose Princess Ellen as a vessel to distribute the final pieces of her soul to other NPCs on her behalf. Although the dispersal process was complete, another reason had forced them to kill off this game, and that was grow. Rabbit still wasn't sure if the demon god's presence was part of GAIA's plan or just an unexpected system error. Looking at the image of GAIA imprisoned in the darkness, Rabbit believed that even if only for a fleeting moment, that goddess definitely knew what it felt like to be human. What seemed like a feature turned out to be an endgame level bug. Rabbit looked straight at Minno and said in a low voice, "Now, you are standing at a crossroads." She held out a small black data card and revealed, "This is the backup data up to the 5th season that you requested from me before." Rabbit emphasized that GAIA had even integrated a restoration process inside it. It meant that Wing Online could be completely resurrected from this wreckage. She smiled mysteriously. "The world has been completely destroyed just as you wanted. Now, whether you choose to let it remain a ruin or use this only chance to save it, it all depends on you." Minno silently looked at the card in his hand, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, showing clear hesitation. He quietly walked into the VR room, decisively putting on the headset to once again immerse himself in the digital space. A brilliant blue light covered Min as he officially logged into the system. The massive entity OSS appeared and respectfully asked, "How can I help you?" sir. Min hesitated slightly. Oasis, I mean. OSS, start the data I just connected. OSS immediately obeyed. As you wish, master. The data blocks began to flow violently, forming streams of blinding light. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed from the void. Hello, master. Mina was stunned to see GAIA's radiant figure emerging from the old data. She smiled and revealed that the fact he was seeing this message proved her plan had been a resounding success. Mincheon was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He thought the game had been deleted, but it turned out the game had auto-triggered a final message DLC back at the player. Mincheon solemnly recalled the day he announced he would bring a bad ending to this world. But she stated clearly that it was impossible from the very beginning. With eyes full of grace, Mino affirmed that in life, there is no such thing as an ending or a final curtain call at any point in time. Looking at the blue planet, standing tall in the vast universe, GAIA concluded that everything would not ever stop, but would simply continue to exist and last forever. The endgame was rejected, the system reported. Sorry, you do not have enough authority to end the world. GAIA reminded him that the world never revolves according to one person's will, and failure or despair is inevitable. But no matter how arduous the journey is, life will still go on. She hoped Mino wouldn't fall or let anger cloud his judgment on the thorny path ahead. Mino remembered the moment he made the sun rise on the deserted beach, a testament to an unyielding will. Witnessing the beauty of dreams and the intense human emotions, she longed to feel that passion, even if only for a fleeting moment. Mincheon regretted that his very decision had caused her so much suffering. Please consider this the final gift I can give you. GAIA smiled gently and whispered her farewell to her master. Mincheon called out to her, stunned, as the goddess's silhouette faded into the void. Amidst a brilliant burst of light, GAIA took Oasis and left a final request. Please, take care of her for me. Oasis. Oasis stood there, trembling and lost in the infinite expanse. She screamed GAIA's name in total, gut-wrenching despair. Suddenly, GAIA, no, Mincheon felt a familiar presence right behind him. He turned around, stunned to see Oasis standing there with tear-filled eyes. She whispered in astonishment, Master. At the Nipon Corporation headquarters, the lights in the development team, 2 office were still burning bright in the dead of night. Lee Dong-ha slumped over his desk, fast asleep, until Song Shinji walked over and gently called out to him. Lee Dong-ha jumped, waking up in a panic, and stammered, Oh, Song Shinji, I'm sorry. I must have dozed off. But Seong Shinji looked at him with a heavy heart and made a painful decision. Stop it. Let's just call it quits. Tell everyone to go home and shut down the game's servers. Deadlines can't overcome reality. Dev Team 1 was forced to initiate a shutdown. Lee Dong-ha went silent in agony, sweat beading on his forehead as he thought of his long-cherished work about to vanish into thin air. In the gloomy atmosphere, an employee in glasses walked up and handed Seong Shinji a small parcel. Ma'am, there's a package here for you. Seong Shinji asked in surprise. At this hour? Who sent it? The employee shook his head, saying there was no sender's name on the package, but since security had already checked it, she could take a look. As she peeled back the wrapping paper, Song Shinji was struck with utter shock to find an incredibly sophisticated circuit board inside. Without a second thought, she sprinted toward her desk. Keys clacked frantically. Song Shinji looked at the screen and realized, this is it, I can't waste a single second. She dashed into the main hall and shouted, Hey, everyone, gather round. All of you. The bespectacled employee looked confused, thinking the team had just been told to go home. But Seong Shinji flashed a radiant smile and declared clearly, It's not over yet. Wing Online isn't over yet. 1 month later, amidst the winter chill, Nam Mincheon sat quietly in a cafe with Seong Shinji. He asked softly, How have you been lately? Seong Shinji replied calmly, I quit my job. Mincheon was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Why? Seong Shinji sipped her coffee and explained with a smile that preparations to relaunch Wing Online were complete, and she felt she had fulfilled her duty. Seong Shinji revealed she had handed the director position over to Lee Dong-ha, and the higher-ups had agreed to it. To Mincheon's surprise, she just gave a wry smile and sighed, I've seen quite enough. Seong Shinji opened up about the dark corners of Nipon, where several executives were hell-bent on shutting down the server forever, even though the data had been recovered. There were even cowardly types who just wanted to sweep the refund issues and extra costs under the rug to dodge responsibility. Even though she had won against those powers, Song Shinji bitterly realized there was no place for her there anymore. She whispered an apology to Mincheon and decided to leave, believing it was the best way to build a healthier gaming environment. Corporate drama level, shutting down a game is easy, shutting up the boss is hard. To pacify public opinion, The company announced to players that they had implemented new AI technology and that the Demon King's Advent event was actually just a beta test. Of course, the gaming community didn't easily buy into that explanation. Song Shinji admitted that luring players back was their top priority, and they had succeeded to some extent by promising generous rewards to those who had completed the event. Turning to Mincheon, she asked curiously about his trip to Bali. Mincheon admitted his vacation plans had fallen through because he kept receiving enticing job offers. Song Shinji excitedly congratulated him upon learning he had caught the eye of Balam Moon, one of the top 3 gaming conglomerates in the world. Mincheon asked quietly if she had sought him out just to chat, or if there was another motive. Song Shinji said in a low voice that she had an extremely important matter to discuss. GAIA had shattered herself to disperse throughout the game world. So Wing Online no longer needed a GAIA. However, a brain to manage and operate the entire system was still indispensable. Song Shinji emphasized that they needed an AI that understood every nook and cranny of Wing Online with an unparalleled operating system. Mincheon narrowed his eyes at her and immediately guessed her intent. In other words, you want to use Oasis as the main AI to manage Wing Online? Song Shinji nodded in agreement. She explained that Oasis had been involved in development for the past 5 years and even had the experience of a real player, so there was no one more suitable than her. Song Shinji urgently pleaded with Mincheon to lend her Oasis for 6 months to stabilize the game, which was currently in utter chaos. However, Mincheon just quietly touched his glasses, which emitted a dry beep. He looked at Song Shinji and replied nonchalantly, "I'm not the one you should be negotiating with. Go and ask her yourself." Instantly, Oasis's figure shimmered into existence. To Song Shinji's amazement, Mincheon stood alone in the glowing, vast digital space. Suddenly, the call master rang out from behind, making him turn his head. Seeing her in a brilliant new outfit with vibrant green leaf wings, Mincheon smiled and complimented her. "You look amazing." Oasis, the AI, blushed and replied radiantly, "Thank you, sir." To Mincheon's question of whether she was ready, Oasis clearly confirmed that although time was tight, she had restored the data connection with Naipan and now held full access to the system, fully upgraded and ready for the final boss. But Oasis's face suddenly fell, filled with sorrow. She sadly announced, "So, I won't be allowed to access your personal computer like this anymore." Mincheon listened quietly with a profound expression. Oasis, nervous and anxious, hesitated to ask one last question. "Master, what did that bad ending really mean to you?" Mincheon pondered for a moment before opening up. That feeling of emptiness at the end of the road helped him realize his true problem all along. The endgame wasn't about winning or losing, but realizing he had been playing it wrong from the start. Mincheon admitted he had been too arrogant, unwilling to accept the flaws in his own way of developing the game. Memories of heated arguments with the board of directors flooded back as you were frantically clinging to your massive ego, completely ignoring the way the world and the market were changing. You realized how stubborn you were, forcing your ego onto others and tuning out everything around you. Minho offered a faint smile and declared clearly, "A game can never be created by just one person. That's why I'll try to work with others, whether it's the people around me or the world outside." It turns out even a lead developer has to learn teamwork because you just can't carry the meta solo. Watching Oasis grow, he was overwhelmed with happy tears. "You've really grown up, haven't you?" Minho winced, looking awkward. "I hope this isn't a sign that I'm giving up," he thought. Suddenly, Oasis asked something important, looking restless. "Master, if Wing Online ever shuts down one day and NPAN sends me back to you, will you still accept me as your support?" Remembering their journey full of memories, Minho gently patted Oasis on the head. He smiled and insisted, "Huh? Of course. We've been partners since day one, and that will never change." 2 little fingers, hooked together like a final vow between 2 worlds. Oasis asked softly, "Promise?" And Minho replied firmly, "I promise." Looking at his master one last time with a radiant smile, Oasis said emotionally, "This time together has been so much fun, master." Minho smiled with contentment as well. He affectionately told her, "Take care of yourself." Oasis said goodbye to her healer. She waved farewell, her figure slowly fading into nothingness as she drifted away. Returning to reality, Minho quietly took off his VR headset. His eyes were deep in thought as he looked at the device in his hands. He was out of the game, but he could still feel it lingering in his heart. He couldn't quite log out mentally. Suddenly, Rabbit's shouting voice rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere. "You're going to miss your flight, Minho. What could possibly be so important that you have to do it right now?" Minho was startled and flustered. "Oh, well, it's just..." Before he could explain, she firmly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "Forget it, we have to go right now." Both of them rushed through the hallway with hurried footsteps. A deep, profound narration echoed, asserting that in this life, there is never a true curtain call at any moment. Nothing ever really stops. It simply continues to exist and goes on forever. In the grand capital of Wing Online 2, a shocking announcement resonated throughout the space, reaching every adventurer in Wing Online. Amidst a brilliant stream of light, the new goddess slowly descended from above and clearly declared, "Welcome, everyone. I am the new goddess of Wing Online 2, Oasis." The crowd of players erupted in excited cheers at the adorable appearance of the new goddess. Oasis looked up at the deep blue sky, whispering softly with a heart full of nostalgia, "Gaia, are you watching?" With a determined gaze, Oasis promised herself she would give everything she had to bring joy to everyone. In the very world that Minho had worked so hard to build, she spread her arms wide and loudly summoned the legions below. "Now, let's start a brand new adventure together." The roaring cheers of thousands of players tore through the air in absolute excitement. Oasis flashed a smile as radiant as the morning sun and delivered her final message.